story. Visit a Helzberg store or
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Giants are out of the 41st and 10 after the kickoff return. Locked with play action. Screen, tipped up in the air and intercepted by Ocho. Running right to the goal line. Touchdown, Overshow.
Good morning, Metroplex, and welcome in. Happy to be with you on a Friday morning. My name is Jake Rietma. He's the 3-time Hall of Famer. Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
Chris Strong behind the glass on the ones and twos. Caitlin on the fan cam. We are filling in for Sean and RJ on a victorious Friday morning. Cowboys win it over the Giants, and I would say in convincing fashion, albeit it's the Giants, so nobody's taking a victory parade or celebration in that sense.
Yeah, they are. Let me tell you why. Nobody, they hadn't won a game here.
That's
since December 30th. Ironically, it is almost December, and the Cowboys finally win a home game. They do so in convincing fashion. The score doesn't even show how dominant the Cowboys really were, because the Giants are futile, but still. You win the game, everybody's happy. Everybody had a happy Thanksgiving.
That's right. It's a day after Thanksgiving. We'll get into a little Thanksgiving recap. We've got some sounds from the locker room. Chris Arnold was there at AT&T Stadium. We'll go around the NFL as well. We've got Star Up, Star Down coming up at 6:20. What we learned during the Expressway later on in the program at 7:20. A little Post Malone giveaway later on at 7:38. Tolos, you want to get in on that action as well. 877-881-1053 is the number to text. That's the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line. And CA, we're wide awake on a Friday morning. You didn't have too much turkey.
No, not too much tryptophan, not too many edibles with the tryptophan. Tryptophan is edibles, for those who don't know. It makes you sleepy. The thing about today, and welcome everybody to the 6 o'clock club. Sean and RJ and Bobby, they always have the 6 o'clock club, and you'd be surprised how many Tolos are up and at 'em, getting things done. It's a gig economy, a lot of people out and about driving, even on a quote-unquote Black Friday, which means you might be getting ready to open up the stores. You might be sitting outside the parking lot waiting to take advantage of some of these good deals. If you're up this early just because it's Black Friday and you're looking for the deals. And by the way, deal finding and getting the hookup on Black Fridays is a sport. I found this out. I am not one of those people, but I know a lot of people who are. They can't wait. They're rubbing their hands. They got up early. They got the car and right in front of Best Buy or Kohl's or wherever you are. And the people who have to get the inventory ready, there's an adrenaline rush for some people. I mean, literally an adrenaline rush. And guess what? They're all, because this is the 21st century, there are actually people who use, I found this out, GPS. Not Chat GPS, excuse me. Chat GPS, not GPS to get to the store, but Chat GPS to find the deals. It's like they're actually, and guess what? The stores are encouraging it. Like, find us out. Just ask Chat GPS. Where's the best deal? Where
Can't
should
be
I
me.
go?
It cannot be me. What
I'm not
you
either.
just described there actually sounds like my living hell. And kudos to those that can and do get a rush out of it. But that's why online shopping was invented, my friends.
There you go. Amazon.
You can
Thank
find
you.
all the deals. I am a Cyber Monday guy over Black Friday any day of the week. When I see the videos of people rushing into stores, it's kind of like the videos of people rushing into
they're fighting
AT&T
too.
Stadium.
Ooh, they get to fight.
Could not be me, but
You know what? But there's people I'm like you. I'm the person, I'm a typical guy that does not go to the mall. I just cannot shop. I go to what I'm going to get, and I come back out. And there are some people who are the complete opposite. 877-881-1053. Let us know, do you prefer to do your shopping online now? Thank God for Amazon.com. Do you prefer to get out there and touch stuff and figure out what
that
it
is always the biggest argument. Oh, I got to try it on in the
try it
store.
on.
Yeah. No.
Not me. The only place
That's
I
what
will,
free shipping and returns are for
There you
as
go.
well.
The only place I actually enjoy walking around and maybe seeing something, Home Depot. I will go to that. Lowe's. I might go, oh, there's a hammer I need to get. I mean, something like that maybe. But other than that, let us know what you got going on, because this is one of the biggest shopping days of the year for a lot of people, the day after Thanksgiving. They call it Black Friday, and then there's Cyber Monday, because they know a lot of people like you and I, they prefer to like browse online and kind of think about things.
Yeah, and sandwiched in between there, I learned this is Small Business Saturday. So tomorrow
There you
is
go,
a
yeah.
Small Business Saturday.
Encourage, take care of the small business.
Absolutely. You know anybody that owns a small business? I know we got a lot of Tolos that are small business owners, and that's the foundation that drives America.
That's right. The little people. By the way, the most courageous people too, because it takes a lot of guts to say,
Yep.
you know what, I'm going to take a chance, start my own business. The 670 says, on my way to work, Chris and Jake, I'm a delivery driver. The 903 says, going to work, wish I was at the water park or the gym with the beautiful scenery at both. And I understand how you feel. By the way, it is kind of chilly out there. Yesterday, it got chilly. It wasn't chilly first thing in the morning like they promised. But right now, it's hovering between 39 and 40 degrees in North Texas.
100% on my way in. See, I said this yesterday. I had my big ski fleece hoodie on. That's the warmest hoodie I have, because they told me it's going to be cold. I wore the nice thin quarter zip today, and it was chilly. I'm walking out.
Yes, that just
I felt like you opening the show. Woo-wee.
Got you down. So, yeah, hey, let us know what you got going on at 6 o'clock club. A lot of people still, like you said, enjoying the fact that the Cowboys won that game. In fact, probably watched all 3 games that were on the NFL. We're going to get into all of those different things, but just let us know how you're feeling.
Oh, yeah.
And by the way, 817 says, guess Jerry can call this season a win.
Yeah,
he got
5
that
and 7,
Thanksgiving.
baby. No, we're going to revisit some of our predictions from yesterday and how they played out. And I got a question for all of the Tolos, you as well, CA. I realized something yesterday while indulging in the Thanksgiving festivities,
yeah.
Absolutely, and all the food. I don't know if I'm learning and as I get a little bit older, but I used to just load up my plate and overindulge. And I told you how I don't like my foods to touch. And yesterday, I accidentally discovered a new approach to all of this, where the first round I went through, and I told you I shout out to the Tolos. I had a Tolo reach out to me, said, why don't you come have Thanksgiving dinner with us? Old friend of my dad's that played football with him, and I said, oh, that sounds great. So meeting a lot of people, and I'm at the Thanksgiving get-together, And I was, one of the first people to go through the line, which I tried not to be. And
You try to be deference to some older people.
Yes, absolutely.
But they wouldn't get up.
Right. So I wasn't first or second by any means, but I was early enough in the line that there were eyeballs on me, And you're the guest, so I'm not overindulging and loading up the plate like I normally would. So I had a nice, easy first round, and everybody enjoys the meal and everything.
Right.
And then the light bulb kind of went off, like, I think I could get up and get seconds now. And so I got seconds, and the second time around, I kind of dabbled a little bit more in some of the things I didn't
get the first time.
Exactly. And so I realized, I think that by that approach, you don't overindulge, and I didn't eat as much, and I wasn't as full afterwards. So I'm curious, how long did it take you, or Tolos, did you go for seconds? And what do you think of this strategy of just kind of two lesser plates instead of the big, heaping, massive plate for that first round through?
Yeah, you know what? I think there's some strategy involved with that as well, because some people overload the plate because they think the people behind them going to take out and get everything else, and there won't be anything left. But there's usually so much more than enough. 877-881-1053. That's the Franklin Franco Injury Attorneys text line. And again, we're asking for your Thanksgiving adventures. I'll tell you how my Thanksgiving kind of went, because out there covering the game like I have for 100 years. This is what we did. My wife made a bunch of Thanksgiving food. She got a couple of turkeys on there, and her mom hosted everything at her house, right? Brother-in-law, sister-in-law, nephews, they were all in, right? My kids, they're all there, right? This was before the game. We were on the air yesterday. I went home, took a power nap, because we get up at 4 in the morning to do the show. Yeah. Took a power nap. Then I loaded up all the food, and we all went to my mother-in-law's house. This is around 1. Cowboys game is at 3:30. And in the back of my mind, dun, 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 dun. I got to get to the game. You got to get there before the kickoff. Got to make sure I can. And we already know the traffic. It's got 100,000 people out there, right? I said, you know what? The Cowboys suck this year. Their record is not 12-5 again. And it's just the Giants. Giants have won 2 games. Cowboys only won 4 at this time. I'm like, I'm not going to get to the game an hour ahead of time, a half hour ahead of time, just to beat the traffic or know the flow or whatever. I said, no hurries. Whenever you guys are all situated, I'll go to the game. We got all situated. My mother-in-law lives in Arlington. I said, you know what? I'm going to watch the end of this Detroit game. Watch the end of the Chicago-Detroit game. And then I went to AT&T Stadium. So imagine this. The Detroit game is what? Almost 3 o'clock? Mm-hmm. Kickoff is at 3:30 or 3:25. I kid you not. I drove up 360, got off on Division, drove into there's a media parking lot. There was no traffic. I told the police officer, happy Thanksgiving. Got to my spot. I'm telling you, I walked from the media parking lot all the way to the press entrance. There was no problem. When I walked into the stadium, they were doing the national anthem. Got on the elevator, walked into the press box, got my food, sat down, they kicked off. I'm sitting next to Fred and Blake from the Fan After Dark, and they said,
you patting yourself on the back?
I say, guys, I literally watched the end of the game at my mother-in-law's house of the Chicago game and walked in. Perfect timing. It never went that smooth ever. After the game, it was also not that crazy because, people were happy the Cowboys won. It was a dominant effort, and most people had left.
You just discovered perhaps your new pregame routine.
Nuh-uh. It don't work that way. The Cowboys have to have a losing record. I promise you. Back in the 5-11 days, in the first part of the century, in the early 2000s, Dave Campo's crew, I swear to God, I did have a secret plan. Did I ever tell you this? I used to live in Uptown. Cowboys played at Texas Stadium. They were 5-11. Everybody knew that they weren't going anywhere. They were just trying to win games, right? I wouldn't go to the game until halftime. And there was no traffic at halftime. I'd watch the first half on my TV in Uptown, and I'd drive straight up 35 to 114, park in the media parking lot, and go up to the press box at halftime, and then watch the rest of the game in the press box, did my interviews afterwards, because every interview was like, well, we tried hard, and both teams play well. Both teams tried hard. Like, come on.
Some good coach talk, which, speaking of that, we're going to hear some of the post-game sounds.
Oh,
from
wait, real
today.
quick. 903 says, you know what? You're absolutely right. I live next to the stadium, and it was like a normal day out there. 817 says, my strategy, always go to a lighter plate at first. In other words, not loading it up. Got to know what's good to circle back and get more of and what to avoid. That's from Adam in Arlington. And the 469 says, my cousins had that strategy, except they overloaded the place twice.
That's one way to do it. Gotta love that. From the 817, heading to the movies with the family tonight. That's always a good time to.
My wife and kids, after the game and the family, they all went to see Wicked.
Oh, that's getting raving reviews, right?
Yeah, I got to go see that myself. I told him, I said, I would go with you, but I got to do this morning show. And by the time I got home, it was like after 9 o'clock.
Yeah, no, you're not hitting the movies late night with the morning show.
No. I would be sleeping at the movies and movies would be watching me.
There you go. But it is a victorious
I got to throw in one more shout out.
Cowboys Friday.
This special. 251 shouts out. So I got a shout out to the fan from Alabama, listening in Alabama. Shout out to my sister in Louisville and my cousin in Fort Worth. He didn't say who he is. Next time, please do that.
Yeah, let us know, Tolos. 877-881-1053. There were two.
Got one more.
We got
to do this because it's for the 6 o'clock club. 401 says, working today, keeping the wildlife and pests out of my customers' houses. And guess what? It's my own small business. Got some pest control there.
Hey, shout out to you.
Appreciate
the small business owners. Like I said, Small Business Saturday. But the Cowboys were victorious 27-20 over the New York Football Giants. 5-7. We'll have star up, star down at 6:20. Two other games. You mentioned the Detroit game. We'll go around the NFL at 7.
Crazy.
Oh, my goodness.
That was the game of the day in the worst way.
Matt Eberflus, man, he's got a lot of explaining to do. Some post-game sound from that one. And then the nightcap, the Green Bay Miami game. It was
Dolphins cannot play. What did I say yesterday?
They can't play in the
They
cold.
can't play in the cold.
Absolutely.
I wanted to know what I asked you to find out the temperature. What's the temperature going to be at kickoff? You said it was like 25 degrees.
Yeah, it was below 40. That's like the cutoff line
they
for
just
for
can't.
Tua.
Their little teeth be chattering. Little dolphin chatter.
Yeah, and
like Flipper.
I mean, there was the fumble on the punt from the beginning. It wasn't even remotely entertaining because I had just gotten back from the Thanksgiving festivities at the Tolos
You
house.
woke up from the tryptophan?
Yeah, right. And I said, I'm rewatching the Cowboys game, so I put on a little NFL Plus on the laptop, and then said I'm gonna rewatch the Cowboys game, and then I had that game on in the background in case it got close. And I guess the Dolphins scored a little bit there in the second half, but nothing worth watching.
469 says, this is Tristan from Waxahachie here. Thankful for my 6 o'clock club and thankful for Josh Jacobs.
Oh yeah, he went off. He probably had a good fantasy day. Yeah. You know how we do the fantasy stardom sit-em from time to time, but there was a couple of players. DJ Moore for Chicago, he did all of his damage in the second half of that game because the Bears had 2 first downs at halftime. And to their credit, though, they hung around and
Until
made
everybody
it a
got
game.
hurt from Detroit's defense.
Yeah, they were dropping like flies.
Even the Cowboys started losing players to injuries.
Yeah, it's there was I put that on my sheet as well.
Those games lasted long because of all the different injuries.
Right.
And stupid penalties.
Yep. The Wanye Thomas injury, and then our guy Josh Butler, who you hate to see.
Man, he was having a good season. He was like, "Ooh, we found one. We found a good one." In fact, both of those guys are pretty good in their own ways.
Yeah, no doubt about it. But victorious day for the Dallas Cowboys, 27-20. A strong third quarter. They outscored the Giants 14-0. We'll have some.
You realize that was their first third quarter Cowboys.
Yeah.
First third quarter touchdown.
They kept flashing graphics. I'm thinking, scratching my head. It was
that's
their
how
first.
bad the Cowboys have been this year.
Yep. But and I'm curious, the crowd at AT&T Stadium, did you feel like there was, because we have the convetion all the time, are we tanking or are we trying to win games? But
that's strategy, people.
Yes, right. But at the game, was it an electric atmosphere and that sort of thing?
They were good. It was 92,000 people there. They were real good. Then the halftime performance with Lainey Wilson.
Yeah, Lainey Wilson. Yeah,
and Jelly Roll.
Yeah,
Jelly Roll surprise appearance.
Yeah,
I like some Jelly Roll.
Yeah,
Lainey's fine, by the way, but I like some, and she got some pipes.
Yeah,
but Jelly Roll's like, whoa, that's Jelly Roll.
Yeah.
Anyway, that like energized the crowd even more. In the second half, they were just screaming and hollering and getting wasted. And by the way, they have this matching lottery thing, and half of it goes to charity and half of it you get to keep. It set a record. The money goes towards the kettle. You know, the
Salvation Army. Right.
$200,000. Somebody took home $100,000.
Wow.
That's how.
That's a happy Thanksgiving right
It was
there.
a very happy Thanksgiving. And by the way, the Kettles were out there, and I want to say one of the Cowboy players threw the football, and maybe it was, who was that? Was it Rico? No, it was Brandon Cooks. One of them threw something in the kettle. Overshown. Somebody did recognize the kettle. I remember back in the day, Dak and Zeke would jump into the kettle.
Yeah, that would say they jump right in there. Yeah, always a good time.
Yes,
there
there was some energy.
There you go. We love that. But coming up, star up, star down. We are just getting started on the Sean and RJ program here. Jake Riepma and CA in for the guys on this Black Friday. Happy Black Friday. Happy Thanksgiving as well. We are glad you're with us here on 105.3 The Fan. Star up, star down is next.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of Sean and RJ is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back to throw on 3rd and short, looking around, left side, got a man, random touch, crossing right to left, into the corner, touchdown.
Oh, yeah, you love to see it. Cowboys get the victory 27-20 on Thanksgiving, improved to 5-7 on the season. 2 wins in a row and a home victory, CA. How about that?
Who'd have thunk it?
No, certainly not me. But it's time for Star Up, Star Down, and it is brought to you by Crown Royal, proud sponsor of the NFL. I'm Jake Riepma. He is the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
And there's a lot more. I've got a lot more star ups than I do star downs.
Oh, yeah.
And that's refreshing.
A good thing. That's a very good thing.
It is refreshing. And again, I think it's the same. You and I were both on Postgame after the Cowboys' victory over the Commanders. It's the same thing. We're not going to let anyone steal our joy. It's the same mindset. But I'll kick it off, if you will, with a star up to Rico Dowdle. What a game he had for the Dallas Cowboys, establishing that run game. 22 carries, 112 yards, better than 5 yards a carry, had a touchdown as well. And what I wrote down about this one, CA, the Dallas Cowboys had not had a 100-yard rusher since. When do you think the last time they had it?
I know, because I keep up. Tony Pollard in September 2023, and it was like 25 straight games without 100 yards rushing.
A long time. Tony Pollard was the last one. I've got it in November of 2022, but
it was 25 games.
Yeah, it has been
22.
Long time. But and when you look at this game again, like I said, I went back and watched it. A rushing attack, and it's football cliche, and we all know that, but it just works wonders for the rest of the offense to be multidimensional for the opposition, forcing them to have to defend the run, and just goes so far in setting a tone for the game. And I thought they were effective early and often with Rico, and for him to continue to be that workhorse that's toting the rock on a consistent basis was really refreshing to see.
Yeah, it was really nice to see it again. That's when you decide to have somebody be the feature back. They're doing this running back by committee. A running back has to find a groove. And if you're taking them out, not only every different series, but in the middle of some series, I don't care who the running back's supposed to be, you can't get a groove. And by the way, my star up was the star of the game, who said we were groovy out there. We were feeling groovy. And that would be DeMarvion Overshown.
Yes, sir.
Man, the UT product just showed out. And the biggest thing he did was in the second quarter. He had 2 takeaways. Second quarter, he had a pick 6. First of all, he batted up a pass, and then he chased it down, caught it, and ran it in all in stride. 23-yard touchdown. He was mobbed in the locker room after the game, not first by his teammates, and then by the media. And he was so much fun to talk to, and we're gonna hear from him and Enrico as well the next segment. But DeMarvion Overshown, the next thing he recovered a fumble. What I'm loving right now, and I was talking to those guys about it, is this defense is also finally getting takeaways. That was a staple of a Dan Quinn defense, but they were learning the Mike Zimmer defense, and it took away a lot of their takeaway ability. Bottom line is they're comfortable now. Things are getting done, and again, he just showed out.
Yeah, when you have a defense that it can, a part of their DNA is forcing turnovers. It's like it's a Band-Aid that can cover up some other shortcomings, because it changes the dynamics of the game so quickly. And that individual effort and athleticism from Overshown on that play, I went back and watched it, and I cracked up at both Kevin Burkhardt and Tom Brady, just in awe. And if
Brady's in awe.
Yeah, I'm so impressed. But Burkhardt is so impressed on the call, his voice cracks.
Wow.
As he said he's gonna score, and he goes into the end zone.
I mean, it was like fluid. The whole thing. And by the way, he said that was the first pick 6 of his whole life, high school, college, or pro.
That's
also
awesome.
everybody was so happy for him.
Yeah, you got to love that. I'll go a star up for Micah Parsons, who had 2 sacks. And what's interesting now that he's back and nobody is ever fully healthy at this point in an NFL season, but looking certainly more like himself and the overcoming the injuries from earlier in the season. But the Cowboys defense with Micah Parsons in the lineup, an estimated yards per play 0.024 play per, then that's per Football Focus in comparison to when he's not in the lineup. He just adds so much value to that defense and how he can impact the game.
From all over. They line him up all over the place. They even have him play a little 1 technique, 3 technique. It's funny the way they move him around. And ironically, I got to give another star up because this guy never gets a star up. One of Micah's sacks was a half a sack because the other guy helping him sack the quarterback was Mozzie. Mozzie finally got, put it like this. I'm looking at all these different statistics and different people writing articles about the statistics in the game. They're like, quiet as it's kept. Y'all won't believe this. But now 3 straight games, Mozzie's been effective. He's learning how to play. And all of a sudden, if you look at it, he had like this high rating in his analytics on what he was doing and pressuring the quarterback, and he got him a half a sack with Micah. He's figuring things out. So congratulations to Mozzie. He gets a star.
I put that on my star up as well because he reestablishes the line of scrimmage.
Yes,
and
that's all they need.
A lot of times in that particular position, you're casually watching the game. That might not necessarily show up to the naked eye, but you go back and Pro Football Focus is great with this, and their official grades will come out later today at noon Eastern. But he was initially the highest graded player on that Cowboys defense yesterday, which speaks volumes to what he was able to do. And again, especially a guy that had been under a lot of criticism.
I mean, and deservedly so.
Yes, right.
One thing about Mozzie is when they drafted him, it was like, oh boy, they were blaming him from the school he came from because we had Taco Charlton and unsuccessful defensive players from that school.
Oh, don't I know?
Yeah.
The old University of Michigan covered them for several years.
And so here's Mozzie, very, very strong kid, very nice guy. And I'm like, I don't know why it's not clicking. I think he was just getting by on national ability with Michigan. But another guy who deserves a star up, it was the return of Brandon Cooks. And Brandon Cooks gets a star up because not only did he score a touchdown, but he helped stretch the field a little bit for Cooper Rush. And the Dallas Cowboys got on the scoreboard in the second half of this touchdown. In the third quarter, it was like the first time in the third quarter they scored a touchdown this season.
And I had him on my list as well, the dagger catch on that late in the game on that third down conversion.
Yes, that saved the game because otherwise you would have had the adventure of the Giants getting the ball with 2 minutes left to play.
Yeah, the old Drew Lock magic. Who knows what could have happened.
And by the way, I have to say this, not to give the Giants any stars up, but I promise you, and I was talking to John Machado with The Athletic about this, Drew Lock was more of a problem than Tommy Cutlets would have been. Tommy Cutlets would have been, because he's limited. Here's Drew Lock actually like, wait a minute, he's third string, but he can extend plays with his legs. Look at this guy. He's getting things done.
I had that in my what we learned notes about the Giants is Drew Lock gives you a much better chance to win than Tommy Coltcuts.
Yes.
There is no doubt about that. All right, a couple more star-ups because there were more star-ups than star-downs. There's no doubt about that. Eric Kendricks, 2 stops, sack, forced fumble. And we talked about the importance of those takeaways and overshown credit to him for recovering that fumble. But you look at how Kendricks punched it out.
Yeah, he punched it out.
That's playing aggressive. It's forcing the issue and part of what had been lacking from this defense early on in the season.
Yeah, exactly. That's what Dan Quinn was always preaching is the takeaway, but it left a lot of the players exposed on the against the run. And so here's Zimmer. I'm here to stop the run. And he has a whole different style where they have to think more as opposed to just go after the ball and haul ass or whatever you need to do. So, again, props to Eric Kendrick. And by the way, you can hear him on G-Bag every week. He is part of their player show during the Cowboys season. My star up, another star up to keep an eye on, Kevontae Turpin. Kevontae Turpin actually was used as a wide receiver and not just the guy to do the kickoff returns and punt returns and every now and then do a reverse. They actually threw the ball to him. We didn't see the slant like we saw a couple of weeks ago where he ran it in for a touchdown. And I was talking to him after the game about them using him even more. I think he had like 50-something yards worth of receptions. Bottom line was they found a way to get him the ball, and if Cooper Rush hadn't overthrown him in the end zone, he would have had a touchdown too.
Yeah, 4 receptions for 53 yards, better than 13 yards a carry. He just puts so much pressure on the opposition because of his natural ability and
You know
speed.
what he said? Tyreek who? Y'all must have forgot.
That's right. Because I love those next-gen stats where you're seeing, the actual miles per hour that guys get up to.
Fastest guy in
And
the
he's
NFL.
been the fastest guy.
And by the way, shout out to TCU because that's where he's from.
Yeah, there you
and
go.
also, he's from New Orleans. He's got the thickest Cajun accent.
You gotta love that.
You think Coach O got to go Tigers. He didn't even go to LSU, but he's from New Orleans, and he's got the thickest New Orleans accent. We're going to hear from him next segment anyway.
There we go. You got to love that. Okay, a couple of star downs. We won't spend as much time. And this one, and I'm not sure if you'll agree with me on this one, CA, and it's not the harsh pounding the table star down. It's just a noticeable observation that
It's just a finger point.
yeah.
You're not beating the table. It's just a finger. Hey, you.
Yeah, see,
Hey, straighten that up a little
yeah,
bit.
CD just wasn't himself. The
shoulder.
3 drops. And
The shoulder.
I was just going to say, you attribute it to he's banged up.
He is so banged up. In the locker room, I was talking to him, and he was just so down. And on the sideline at one point, he started doing push-ups to kind of stretch his shoulder out a little bit. He says he has never been this banged up in his career, and he was talking about that during the week. I had him as a player profile interview earlier in the show, or earlier before the game, the pregame show. And I mean, he was really hoping to have a bigger impact, but I swear to God, 3 drops. He had only had like 4 drops all of last year. I mean, he didn't drop the ball. He used to when he was a rookie, because he and Dak had to get on the same page. He had been on the same page with Cooper Rush these previous games, but man, he just did not have a good game.
Yeah, let's hope just the
He
way
had how many, 30 yards?
CD as far as the receptions and yardage are
I
concerned.
was like 30-something yards.
I got 39 yards on 2 catches. Let's hope. I was going to add that just the way the schedule falls now, you've got a couple of extra days, and then additionally, you're playing on Monday Night Football next instead of the Sunday. So even one extra day there.
That's 10 days. Here's what's so wild. They played 3 games in 10 days, last night or yesterday afternoon against the Giants. Then you had the Monday night game in Washington, and then the game before that, they lost to Philadelphia. Put it like this. That's 3 games in 10 days. Now they have 10 days off to heal. And they got a couple of easy games on the schedule, so to speak. Put it like this. Under 500, but they're under 500 themselves.
That's right.
Not that they're going anywhere, but I'm still here to watch tape and see who you want to keep. I want to see who's going to make the business decisions. They're a very jovial locker room. They're very excited. So just put it like this.
They're
anything can
competitors,
happen.
man. That's what
Not
you
that they're
and I have
going to
been
the
talking
playoffs,
about.
but I want to see some. I'm not mad at them if they win a game or 2. I'm not mad at it.
Absolutely. Time for a couple more. The last one, and for me anyways, the star down, it's just an unfortunate reality of the sport, and we talked about this before we went on the air, but these Thursday games, it yields this often. You saw it in the Lions-Bears game, but all of the injuries, and you feel terrible for Wanye Thomas and Josh Butler, and that's not a star down on performance, but just the harsh reality of the sport and of the health.
Yeah, actually, it's a star down on the schedule.
Yeah,
because you called it out.
Yeah.
Thursday games, anything can happen, especially with the injuries and short turnarounds and whatnot, and you're just trying to stay healthy. But at the same time, that was part of the harsh reality, and they brought out the stretcher a couple of times, and it was like, oh, man. But, it is what it is. I don't have any other star downs.
Yep.
I have no other complaints.
That's the sign
I
of
can't even blame the coaches for bad play call. They call some really good plays.
Yeah, overall star up, winning the turnover battle, both the defense forcing 2 turnovers and the offense playing clean and
I can't even say anybody in the
football.
offensive line has star down because guess what? Cooper Rush didn't get sacked.
Yeah, kept him upright.
And Rico had 100 yards.
Yep.
So
It's,
offensive line, the Band-Aid stricken offensive line who was banged up. Tyler Gatton went down with an injury himself. They held down the fort.
Yep. Yeah, I think we just got to get the Giants on the schedule more often.
Oh, yeah. A team with 2 wins. But guess what? You got Cincinnati, who's dangerous, got the same record as the Cowboys, dangerous, and then you got Carolina right behind that. They're not as dangerous. They're not that good. So who knows? They might play effectively against those two teams.
All right, we're going to hear some of the post-game reaction, some of the sounds from the locker room. CA was there, boots on the ground. That's coming up next on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And they're going to throw it looks like. Locke is back in the gun. Pressured up the middle and sacked. That's Odigizua getting in on the party. 6 for the Cowboys today.
There you have it. Brad Sham on the call. 6 sacks for the Dallas Cowboys in the winning effort. First win at home in a long time.
How about December 30th when Jimmy Johnson won the Ring of Honor and they beat the Detroit Lions, and Lions mad at the referees about their offense.
Tackle eligible.
Yeah. That's how long it's been. It's almost been an entire year.
Yeah, it sure has. But, man, it's good to be with you on a Friday morning. Jake Riepma alongside the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
Happy to be with you. And before we get into some of the post-game reaction, see, I got to ask you, man, you were there, boots on the ground. What, we just said it. It's been so long since a home victory. They had to be fired up, at least, in that locker room.
Oh, man, it was a party. And deservedly so for them, because they had won 16 consecutive games. With some of these younger guys on the team, they had not won a home game. As a pro, we're talking about the rookies that they drafted. They hadn't won a home game. So let me tell you about the buildup. Imagine the expectation. I've said this before a number of times. The reason this team is built wrong is because you got a core group of veterans whose assignment is get out of the first round of the playoffs. 12-5 ain't good enough. You got coaching staff, same way. So imagine you start the season with these losses, not just losses like, oh, we lost a close game. Blowouts! Every game was like the
down 20+ every single home game.
Every game was just like that Green Bay playoff game that they lost. So at first, through this season, they would answer the questions. They weren't happy, but they would answer the question, whatever they need to do. Then the last home game, that Monday night game against Texans, nobody was talking. It was like, you got to be kidding. But I wasn't mad at them because I understood. It was the context of it all, because they hadn't quit. They weren't the Giants. They weren't the Jets where they're pointing fingers and everybody's mad and nobody really wants to be there. They're like, gulp. How are we getting blown out every week?
Mm-hmm. There was the belief to how can we salvage this?
Yes, they're all thinking, and nobody was quitting on the coaching staff. Nobody's pointing fingers. They're just like, what the hell's wrong with us? So guess what the relief was? And it was Thanksgiving. It was a national TV broadcast. There had a couple of turkey legs in there.
Oh, yeah.
The guys came in eating. So it was jovial. And again, everybody was happy for Overshown.
No doubt about it. That's who we want to hear from first. He had the big pick six. I mean, it turned the game completely around. Here's Overshown.
He had a mob around him. It was crazy.
No doubt. You got to love that. Cut number 11.
I was just playing football, and it's like, man, I knew a play was coming, and I've been told all week, like, that play is coming. I don't know when it's coming, but it's coming. And, I was just playing football. I seen the ball, tipped it. I was just praying the whole time that it stayed up. I was like, man, please let my speed, for once, be fast enough to get to this ball. Like, everywhere else is cool, but let me get to this ball. So the emotions, I'm just overjoyed right now. It's a good win, and I'm proud of our team.
He said he had never had a pick six in his life, high school, college, or pro. He also said, yes, hook 'em, Texas will destroy Texas A&M. He went to UT.
Yeah, you got to love that. I get a kick out of the comedic part of that soundbite, but also at the beginning part, if he kind of alludes to it, the preparation, the film study.
Yeah.
That was
the work.
Yes, you saw.
He didn't just get lucky.
Right. That's and I don't want to sound like a broken record, but even on a short week, Mike Zimmer had that defense ready to go.
Another guy who had a mob around him was Micah Parsons. I talked to him first, and the mob joined in afterwards. Here's Micah Parsons talking about what this win meant and the fact that they played so well. Number 10.
I think he has his own creative identity, and that's what I like. He's not trying to be like me. He's his own special specimen. Like, he's going to be felt every play. You know what I'm saying? So he's a wild cat out there on the field, but, man, I love playing next to him.
Not only are you guys getting takeaways, but you're also now your pass rush is coming alive. Look at today's 6 sacks and almost 15 quarterback hits, but you're doing it from the interior too. Mozzie, Osa. You just talk about as the defensive front, how that's coming along and why it's starting to kind of pick up.
Man, you know what I'm saying? When you kind of got, some of your dudes back, it makes it a lot easier on them interior guys. And then, I just think we slide and chip in my direction, and it's Zim with the scheme. He's doing a lot of things where he's like, all right, like, you got to eat a couple times, so these other guys can go. And you know, that's perfectly fine. You know, sometimes you got to be the decoy, and sometimes when I'm in the inside and it gives me a chance to be one-on-one, I got to win those. And 8 out of 10 times, I'm going to win those. So, you know, you just got to understand when it's your opportunity. So I just think everything's coming alive perfectly.
Very good. Micah Parsons feeling good. Oh, you know what's feeling good? Rico Dowdle.
Absolutely. That's who I was just circling that on the show sheet. We're on the same page because, I mean, we over 100 yards rushing, establishing that run.
And a touchdown.
No doubt. Got the
His
guys
first
going.
touchdown this season.
Let's hear from Rico, cut number 12.
Rico, you guys handled up. Congratulations on the big victory.
Yes, sir, man. Appreciate it. You know, it's definitely big.
And you guys, I guess you can kind of say you dominated them, even the score was close. Because you talk about how the game plan was. You get to get 100 yards rushing, but you also had some balance with the passing attack as well.
Yeah, like you said, pretty well balanced game. Like you said, the score, I think we could have got them out a little bit more, but you know, they kept fighting. We kept fighting. We were able to pull the win. It don't matter. As long as we got the win, that's all that really matters.
What does it mean for this team to stack up 2 wins in a row and you got 10 days off as well?
It means a lot. You know, we definitely needed these 2 wins. The situation, like you said, we've been going through adversity all week. Just continuing to fight. We definitely needed these 2 wins. They continue to try and build towards what we want to get at the end of the season. So
Happy Thanksgiving, man.
Yes, sir. Happy Thanksgiving.
Who's that guy interviewing him?
Oh, some OG.
Yeah.
OG-AF.
You got to love
Speaking
that.
of OGs, I talked to the OG at the locker room, Jordan Lewis. Jordan Lewis, you know, cornerback Jordan Lewis, man, the defense was making some plays. It's cut number 9, so I had to ask him about the same thing, about the defense creating those takeaways, the fact that they finally won a home game the whole 9 yards. Jordan, first of all, congratulations. How does it feel to win these back-to-back?
It feels really good, bro. We've been working our tail off, and I'm excited to, you know, get back to work, but it feels good to go out there and come and get a win.
Can you talk about the defense being more of a takeaway defense the last couple of games? It seems like there's been a big difference. You guys are gelling and adapting to the new defense.
Yeah, so we just believe, you know what I'm saying? We're getting some pieces back. We got DB back. Hopefully we get Trey back. Praying we get Trey back. And Mike he's eating, man. That defensive line is in prime form, and we getting takeaways. So it's looking like how we used to play. So we're believing in each other, and we're going out there playing good ball.
And finally got 10 days to heal up. What do you think?
God bless, man. God is good, man. So hopefully we get a lot more guys back healthy, and we can go out there and, you know, get a win against the Bengals.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving, Chris.
The thing with Jordan Lewis that's so impressive is he's that type of defensive back that when he's on the field, sometimes the quarterback, the opposition, just doesn't even look his way because they know how much of a stopper he is.
That's
this was from Pro Football Focus. Only 4 targets the whole game of guys that he was covering.
Exactly. So Jordan Lewis is, I guess he's low-key. He's the OG, and he is the dog back there. And he mentioned Bland is back, and soon they're going to have Trayvon Diggs back. By the way, do you speak Cajun very well?
No.
Cavante Turpin. I was talking about this last day. He's from New Orleans. He went to TCU. I sat down with Cavante. He's always a whole lot of fun. And, you know, if you can decode Coach O and just a magic Coach O. Here goes Cavante Turpin in the interview talking about his game because he actually got some targets. Cavante, you've had quite the short week. Can you talk about the big win over the Giants and how you guys basically took control of this game early?
Yeah, I just said, man, we had to prepare, more than them, on a short week, be more prepared than them, and I feel like that's where we came out here, got the dub. I feel like it was a great team win.
Can you talk about the fact that I guess after the big win on Sunday in Washington, all of a sudden you get more touches and plays drawn up for you on the offense because, again, you were doing all kinds of things out there offensively. Were you surprised?
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I just feel like, man, that what type of playmaker I am, man. With me and CD out there, bro, it's going to be hard to cover both of us, especially and they get the ball in our hands out there in open space, man. It's going to be hard to tackle us. I just feel like, man, they doing great, man. Each and every week, find a way to both get me here on the ball, in different situations. And I feel like, man, we on the road right now. I feel like we're doing great right now.
And finally, you guys have a couple of days off to get healthy, 10 days. How does it feel to get a little break then?
Yeah, man, it feel good, man. Be able to, man, spend time with family on Thanksgiving, man. Just, get our bodies back, man. I feel like, man, going into next week, we'll be well prepared, well rested. I feel like we'll be great.
I bet you. Let's go back to
I really appreciate you.
You want me to translate for you?
Yeah.
He said we won.
You gotta love it. Yeah, you gotta love
That's
it.
my guy.
No doubt about it. Cowboys get the win 27-20. There were 2 other games in the National Football League on Thanksgiving. And coming up, we will go around the NFL and the 7 o'clock hour here on the Sean and RJ program. Jake Riepma and Chris Arnold in for the boys on 105.3 The Fan.
How about some commercial free?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Ooh. Good morning, DFW. 7 o'clock hour. Later on, we'll have
a sip of water. Ooh, wait. There you go.
There you go. There you go. We'll have the Expressway with some Post Malone tickets to give away coming up at 7:40. You don't want to miss that. And later on in the program, we've got a college football preview. And then later on, we're going to talk with Darby Brown of CBS Austin, get a little Texas A&M preview. That's coming up at 9 o'clock. But right now, it's time to go around the National Football League. 2 other games, and that's the greatest thing about Thanksgiving is you can just watch football all day.
And then the football can watch you.
Yeah, I love that. Mm-hmm. But we'll get into the early game but right away I'll just knock out the evening game. It was kind of a snooze fest. Packers win 30-17 over the Dolphins. Frankly, it wasn't that close.
No.
Packers had
it was too cold for the Dolphins.
Yeah, Packers had a 14-0 lead after the first quarter. They led 24-3 at halftime, and I guess you could give the credit to the Dolphins for not quitting in the second half, but it is the National Football League. The Dolphins again proved they can't play in cold weather. I proved I can't talk. And the Packers, it's just a bizarre season for the NFC North because they have 3 legitimate teams that now with the Packers, the Lions, who we're going to talk about in a second, and of course the Vikings, all 3 of those teams look like legitimate contenders in the NFC.
Most definitely. And the Packers, by the way, the team that knocked the Cowboys out of the playoffs last year, they're now 9-3, but 7-1 in their last 8 games. And the only game they lost, Detroit Lions
at Lambeau.
And guess what? They're playing Detroit next week.
Yeah, the Cowboys get to enjoy playing on Thursday and then enjoy a little bit of time off with the extra, couple of days. But both the Lions and the Packers kind of get that tough draw because they'll be the Thursday night game on the Amazon Prime game in a little less than a week. So instead of having those extra few days, they're right back in.
Not less than a week, exactly a week for them. They get 7 days. The Cowboys have done that in the past, but Cowboys get a break this time because not only is it not a Sunday game, they're playing a Monday night game against the Bengals. But yeah, the Packers and the Detroit Lions, the rematch, and the Lions are not healthy, and it's a division rival, and the whole 9 yards. It's a lot at stake, especially because who would have thought? We did think that the NFC North and the AFC North would probably be the toughest 2 divisions going into the season. But this is you're talking about those 3 teams. That's like dominant, man.
Yeah, it's
and Minnesota, for those who don't know, they added Danny Dimes as a third-string quarterback.
Yeah.
Second string behind Donald.
Right off. Yeah, and I don't blame them one bit for
Me
that.
neither. It's a good fit for them, just in case.
Right, and Kevin O'Connell, the head coach for the Minnesota Vikings, has proven to be that quarterback whisperer. Whatever
just
quarterback
like
he's working. But we talked about the Packers in the NFC North. The early game on CBS was the Detroit Lions and Chicago Bears, and the first half domination from this game.
It was 20-0 at halftime.
It was 16-0, but the Lions settled for field goals in the red zone. The first down to comparison in that first half, the Lions had 18 first downs. The Bears did not get a first down until the very, very final minutes of the second quarter. Nearly an entire half without a first down. But the Lions were 1 for 4 in the red zone as far as converting it into touchdowns, so they only had a 16-0 lead. And credit to the Chicago Bears because they came back in that third quarter and second half overall and made it a game. And Caleb Williams
Let's say
really
this
good.
Before we get to the end of the game. You said made it a game because I didn't see that part. All I saw was the end of the game. Going into the end of the game, everybody was telling me Detroit's defense got banged up. And that's how Chicago got in. I didn't see it. You tell me.
Yeah, so and those who don't know, I do a little coverage for Locked On Sports with the Detroit team, and so obviously I'm dialed into this game, and the Lions defenders were dropping like flies. And we all know about Aiden Hutchinson already out.
Yeah,
but
in
Alex
fact, yesterday
Anzalone already out. But yesterday they had
yesterday you were telling me before this game even started, Detroit had not given up a single point in like a month in the second half.
In the second half, right. They had back-to-back games where they didn't give up a point in the second half. They had gone back-to-back games without giving up a touchdown. But, yeah, Caleb Williams and Keenan Allen and the rest of that Bears offense. DJ Moore, all the weapons we've been kind of, if you're a Bears fan, you've been waiting to see, finally came alive in that second half. Caleb Williams threw for 3 touchdowns. But in any case, Lions had a huge lead. Bears come back to tie it, or come back to make it really close, and they're down 23-20, trying to drive the length of the field, moving the ball. Just got to get into field goal range to force overtime.
But let me say this, because I'm watching this too, and it was starting to look like the Commanders versus the Cowboys, because there were crazy penalties being called, and there was stupid things happening. For example, the Lions defender was number 29.
Kendall Vildor, yeah.
They called a pass interference.
The game should have been over. You're right.
It's like, wait a minute. All he had to do was just run down the field with the receiver. Instead, he's grabbing his shirt, and they call pass interference, which keeps Chicago Bears drive alive. And I'm like, what is going on?
Yeah, it was. If you were invested, it was a roller coaster, because the Bears first of all, it was a great punt by the Lions, because this is setting up the final drive. The Lions punt it and down it at the 1-yard line. So the Bears literally have to go the length of the field. Keenan Allen, in the very beginning of that series, gets an unsportsmanlike conduct call. And so if you're a Lions fan, you're thinking, all right, here we go.
Now it's over. Yeah.
And then the Bears get a couple of first downs, and then the Bears get a couple of penalties. They're backed up. And to Caleb Williams' credit, he makes some plays with his legs.
Yep.
And then there's an additional penalty on a Cole Kmet pick route, which he got called for 2 of those. And I don't know if that's on coaching. I'm sure if you're a Bears fan, you would say it will. But there's multiple plays where Cole Kmet is crossing on a drag route and just takes out the opposition. And it's the most obvious pick route. They're going to call that every time, especially when the league is cracking down on that. And we're seeing the highlights now, the way this game ended. But essentially, Caleb Williams tried to pick up a first down on a quarterback draw, was tackled, and the Bears have a timeout.
It's like 33 seconds left.
He's tackled with
They've got a timeout in their pocket.
Got a timeout. And
you know, field goal will tie this game in overtime.
They're in field goal range. Here's how it ended. The call on CBS.
Clock is running for 15 seconds, and it's 3rd and 26. They have 1 timeout left.
This is like the light box. You could have gotten numbers, but just didn't.
You better hurry. Oh, this is disaster in the making here. You're going to have to do something when it comes down to this play. Incomplete, and the game is over. Completely botched at the end by the Bears.
Oh,
completely.
Oh, yeah. That call is so good by Nance, because it just... It's the SparkNotes version. You don't have to watch the game, and you from that call, you know what happened. Completely botched.
I mean, this is what you could do. You could either spike the ball and kick the field goal, or you can say, okay, we're going to run a short route to the sidelines. If it's incomplete, you still kick the field goal. If it's complete, you're out of bounds, you still kick the field goal. You got a timeout in your back pocket. Instead, Eberflus, this is what he said in the press conference afterwards. And by the way, it was so stupid. Everything was stupid. But what he said was, what he wanted to get done was, he said, he doubled down. He was like, oh, that's what we wanted to do. But what he wanted to do, he said, was throw the pass with 18 seconds to play. Not trying to win a game with 2 seconds. Go to the sidelines. He didn't say that, but he said, we want to throw the pass with 18 seconds to play and then call a timeout and kick the field goal. That's not what happened.
No.
It's stupid.
And to the whole part of it is, if you don't have a timeout, you're not prepared for it. And they call it a Mayday field goal where you have to run everybody on. Okay, that's a very difficult play to execute, and it takes practice, preparation. But you have a timeout in your back pocket
with 33 seconds to play.
Okay, it didn't play out from 33 down to 10, 33 down to whatever it is. You take your losses, and they're in field goal range, and okay, take a timeout, and it didn't. And then you live to play another down because you're going to overtime.
Right. This is what's so crazy about this. I'm watching this play out live, like everybody else, and the ball is in flight with the clock expiring. I mean, the ball hadn't even touched a receiver's hand or hit the ground. And I'm like, they've got nothing.
Yes.
Because the clock expired while the ball is flying down the field.
And Chris, could we I just get such a kick out of the call, both from Nance, because he covers it perfectly, but Tony Romo going, oh no. And then he says, Jim, no. He hears it happening. Let's hear
quarterback.
The final call one more time. Cut number 16. Listen to Romo say, Jim, no.
This is like the light box. You could have gotten numbers, but just didn't.
You better hurry.
Oh, no.
Oh, this is disaster in the making here. You're going to have to do something when it comes down to this play. Incomplete, and the game is over. Completely botched at the end by the Bears.
I mean, the ball was in flight and the clock expired. What's Caleb Williams think? What's Iblafust? It was just stupid.
You got a rookie quarterback. You got a head coach that doesn't know up, down, left, or right, and you got to
management.
Yeah, you got to protect the rookie quarterback when you see it snowballing like that. But here's what Caleb Williams had to say on that final play, cut number 15.
We don't really have. I don't have a microphone to speak to coach or anything like that. So there wasn't like any huge communication. That situation, you get a call with that time. You gotta try and get the guys back, get everybody lined up so you go run a play. And excuse me. We got lined up, got the play, and then I made an adjustment because I saw the clock running down, knowing that if we complete a ball inbounds or anything like that, we won't have time to kick a field goal or anything like that. So I made an adjustment, and knew Rome was either going to be one-on-one or he was going to, beat the safety and be one-on-one there. And, tried to give him a shot, and we got the shot and missed.
There's no way you try to throw that ball into the end zone. You just don't. You just don't. And he said, I made an adjustment. The adjustment should have been called timeout.
Right. I hear that, and if I'm a Bears fan, and I'm not insinuating, if I was his teammate, anyone associated with the Chicago Bears, and my blood is boiling for you. There's no accountability. There's no, what is with guys' egos? And obviously we know a thing or two about that covering the Cowboys. But what is with the inability to say, I screwed up and
own it?
You're right. And again, it doesn't change the way it played out. And frankly, there's no excuse for the way it played out because you have the timeout in your pocket. But man, and this is not me picking on Caleb Williams, number 1 overall pick. And he's a
rookie.
He's a rookie. He's going to take his lumps. But you go back to his days at USC, and there's just always a conversation to be had about his. I see it as a lack of accountability, a lack.
How about situational awareness?
That's a good way to put it. The fingernail, painting the fingernails. There's always.
Well, guess
stuff.
what? When you lose, those things show up in a negative way.
Correct.
Like Joe Burrow, he put bleach blonde streaks in his hair, but guess what? He's been to a Super Bowl, and it's like, why did you do that, Joe? Summertime, he shows up training camp with the streaks. Why'd you do that, Joe? I was bored. I mean, that's Joe cool.
Yeah,
See,
right.
It's different when you've got wins, and so Caleb, he comes off like he doesn't care enough.
You're right. That's exactly how you put it. He doesn't, or that's a perfect way to put it. How it comes off to me is he doesn't care enough. Because there was another play in this game, and if you go back and watch it, I think Caleb Williams wants to be Patrick Mahomes. And the play that I for sure thought this, he's running down the sidelines, and it was a couple weeks ago we saw Mahomes do this, where instead of going out of bounds, he picks up a bunch of extra yards and fakes the defense out. And I think that's what Caleb Williams was trying to do. But he cuts back into the field of play, avoids going out of bounds. Jack Campbell, linebacker for the Detroit Lions, hit him. He's a ball carrier. And if you ask a Bears fan, they might say it was a dirty hit. If you ask a Lions fan, they say, no, he's a ball carrier, and he cut back in bounds to avoid going out of bounds. Either way, it was a lower hit, but you go back and watch it several times. The Jack Campbell, as the tackler, is launching into the thigh board, which is not the knee, it's the thigh board. And I thought Caleb Williams' reaction to the hit he took from Jack Campbell kind of reiterates what I see with Caleb Williams as doesn't care enough, and there's always something that doesn't.
What was the reaction?
Football guy. Let's hear it. It's the reaction
to the hit.
Cut number 14, Caleb Williams reacting to the hit he took from Jack Campbell.
I didn't really appreciate the play. He just kind of dove straight at my knee. So I didn't really get that. Definitely kind of frustrated about that one. Just because, whatever. But knee's good. Nothing wrong with it. I think I just got a bruise, but the play was funky. But yeah, thank you, the Bears.
That ending.
See, no situational awareness. This is his answers following that crushing loss.
Right.
It's
I'm a
different
teammate,
if it's
I hear
just a loss that doesn't mean anything or whatever. This was a loss that's probably going to get your coach fired.
Yeah, it should, though, because that was coaching malpractice.
We got a total from the 903 says, why does this close game sound like when the time ran out on Dak against the 49ers and the Cowboys? It does in a way, but it doesn't, because on the Dak play, the referee was in his way trying to settle the ball down, and it's like they were trying to rush up real quick. It's kind of the same scenario, but different. They had more time, and I'm talking about the Bears, had more time, and they had a timeout.
Oh, that's the craziest
It was all
part.
available to them. Dak had no timeouts. He was trying to spike the ball.
The ultimate, the ultimate trump card. If you're playing poker and you turn over the royal flush, whatever, when you can just stop everything. You can just timeout. Didn't play out the way we wanted. Let's kick a field goal and go to overtime.
One other note about the timeout and kicking the field goal. For anybody says, well, maybe they didn't want to win maybe they want to win the game because they're on the road. Listen to this. The Lions were in trouble.
Oh yeah.
If they go to overtime, the Bears are still in control.
No doubt. The Lions had
the momentum.
9 interior defensive guys that were out by
I was feeling bad for Aaron Glenn. I was like, and Aaron Glenn's got, like I said, local ties here. His wife's family's from Dallas, and he's here in Dallas all the time. Went to Texas A&M with Dan Campbell. I was like, God!
Yeah, and you mentioned it. So Kendall Vildor, the backup cornerback, was in for Carlton Davis, who was out even to begin with. So whether it be the secondary,
they were in trouble.
The linebacker crew with no Alex Anzalone, the defensive line, Zadarius Smith, who they picked up from the Browns, and to hopefully mitigate losing Aiden Hutchinson, he was in and out of that game. And so there were DJ Reader was another acquisition that the Lions had that played really, really well, kind of his coming out party. But point being, I think the best way to summarize it is Matt Eberflus is probably relieved of his duties before the Bears' next game.
Yeah, turn on your tablet, coach.
Yeah, exactly. But coming up, we've got what we learned from this Cowboys win over the Giants, some fun facts and some interesting nuggets, and it's part of our Expressway. We'll have a Post Malone ticket giveaway for our Tolos at 7:40, and then, of course, Jake's Casino Corner, because we're just getting started on the football action for the weekend. Thanksgiving in the rearview mirror, Black Friday today, and a killer slate over the weekend. That's all coming up next on the Sean and RJ program on 105.3 The Fan.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Locked in the gun. Snap is back. He runs up the middle, and they're going to stop him short. The ball came out, and I think the Cowboys are on it. Locke tried to escape up the middle one time too many.
Cowboys win it over the Giants. They continue their dominance over the divisional foe. 27-20, the final in this one. Good morning, DFW. Jake Reitman alongside the three-time Hall of Famer, Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
It's time for the Expressway. Fired up as always to be with you on your home for the Dallas Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. We've gone around the NFL, but let's get back to that Cowboys game because got some nuggets, CA, and I know you're a fan of some of the intriguing instances of what we learned in this one. I mean, we learned that the Cowboys can, in fact, win at home.
For the first time since seemed like, right? First time since December 30th last year against the Lions. And that's a long time. That was 5 straight home games, including the loss to the Green Bay Packers in January.
Incredible. The other part that
after winning 16 straight, that's the crazy part.
What I was just about to say. The other part, it comes on the heels of such an impressive win streak at home, but it does continue a streak against the New York Football Giants.
Yes, it does. They own them.
How about this? The Dallas Cowboys have won 8 consecutive games against the Giants, which is Dallas's second longest win streak against the Giants all time. And their longest was 12 from 74 to 80. The only team with a longer active winning streak against a divisional opponent is the Packers with 11 consecutive victories over the Bears. We'll just keep pouring on the Bears today.
Yeah, and also the Cowboys have beaten the Giants like 15 out of 16 times in a row. And Dak Prescott personally, remember he broke his ankle a couple years ago, and therefore he didn't win a game. But he has beaten them 11 times in a row.
Yeah, and I know we talked about this yesterday leading up to Cowboys-Giants. There is, as competitors, and we said it on the postgame after beating a divisional opponent in Washington on Sunday. That feels good. That has to mean something. It builds what you want your team to be about and what your team is made of. And call me cliche for saying that, but I'm a firm believer in that.
You have to, first of all, team building is a sport, but it's not all just drafting. You also have to have trades. You also have to have free agency. But what you're trying to do is compete. So you want a team full of competitors, and you want to beat the teams in your division to win the division as a stepping stone to home field advantage in the playoffs to get to where the NFC Championship game and therefore a shot at the Super Bowl. That's what all the strategy is about. There's a lot of people who consume with the draft and the combine, and they like to do the measurables and look at guys who might be a first-round pick or he's really a fourth. Why are you doing all that? To compete. And so when we're talking about the actual competition itself, it boils down to the games being played in your division.
There's no doubt about that. And the Cowboys' dominance over the Giants continues. Of course, it also helps that the Giants are dumpster fires.
2-10, but more importantly, their locker room is a mess. It's a disaster, just like the Jets. New York is embarrassed about both of their professional teams because not only do they not win games, they don't care. They point fingers at each other. They point fingers at the front office. They point fingers at the coaching staff. Some of them are there making business decisions. Others are saying, how dare you mess up my bonus I'm going to make on these plays I got to make. So the point I'm trying to make is you don't have any of that with the Cowboys. The Cowboys are just having a disappointing season, and that's because the front office built them wrong.
We talked about the dominance over the division, and I don't know if I mentioned this little nugget for you. The Cowboys are 18-4 against divisional opponents since 2021. That's an .818 winning percentage, the second highest in the NFL during that time span, trailing only Kansas City.
And yet, unlike the Chiefs, who won the Super Bowl a couple of times, or actually going for 3 in a row now, but more importantly, they've been to championship games, 6 of them, I think. The Cowboys and won the division over. The Cowboys have not even won the division two years in a row. No team in the NFC East has won back-to-back division titles since 2004 when the Eagles did it with McNabb as your quarterback. That's how quick.
I was a kid then, man.
People can say the NFC East is the NFC least. They suck. But every year there's a different winner. Usually it's Cowboys, Philadelphia, but every now and then Washington might win. Every now and then the Giants will win and go to the Super Bowl. That's how crazy it is. I guess when you say 8-8 league or 8-9 league or 9-8 league, that's what you get.
Yeah, a lot of parity there for sure. But I always enjoy these when you have a standalone game and it coincides with something marquee like a Thanksgiving game. It's just kind of tracking that. We talked about the Lions being the team that always plays the early Thanksgiving game, the Cowboys in the afternoon game. The Lions hadn't won on Thanksgiving in 7 years prior to yesterday.
When you told me that yesterday, I was like, what?
So they had some good teams.
Because they've been good the last couple of years. I mean, you would think, but just the odds alone. And they host the game. It's not like they're traveling on a Thursday.
No, they had just been in a funk. But the Cowboys, you can't say the same. That win yesterday marked a 3-game winning streak on Thanksgiving. Now Dallas is 34-22-1 all-time on Thanksgiving.
Congratulations. And by the way, for 2 years in a row, on Thanksgiving, the Cowboys have had a pick 6. Did you know that?
Yes, yeah, you're right.
This year, it was DeMarvion Overshown. And the year before, last year, it was DeRon Bland.
Yep.
Taking it to the house and actually making history with the most pick 6s in NFL history.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, we got some highlights up in the studio right now, and they just see the Overshown one right on cue.
Yeah,
you timed that up perfectly.
Yep.
You timed that up perfectly, but what an athletic play that was. We talked about the ground game. The 32 carries were the most for the season in 2024. 122 yards were the second most on the season. The Cowboys are 4-0. This is interesting. 4-0 when attempting 25 or more rushing attempts.
And if you analyze these things and say, how could that be? Usually, if you got that many carries, that means you got a big lead and you're salting the game away in the fourth quarter. It's not like you're grounding and pounding in the first part of the game, and because this is a passing league nowadays. So usually, when you got that many carries by a running back or a couple of backs, it's because you're securing your lead.
That's 100%. Now we got to show some love to Mike McCarthy too. This was derived from yesterday's win. Mike McCarthy, 13-3 regular season record against the Giants in his career. Second highest winning percentage of any coach in NFL history against the New York Giants, trailing only George Allen for a minimum of 10 games.
But what about the Super Bowl? That's what, for all the Cowboy fans who say, I don't care nothing about his stats. Where's the ring? Where's the NFC Championship game? Where can you get? Like I said, the coaching staff and the core of veterans on this year's team, their assignment is to get out of the first round. And if they're not even going to make the playoffs, barring a miracle. I mean, you can't even say they control their own destiny if they win out. No, they still don't control their own destiny if they win out. Other teams could knock them out of the wild card. There could be a team that wins 10 games and be a wild card team. So with that being said, and you mentioned about the NFC North, those 3 teams right there, come on. Those 3 teams are very dominant. And who knows if they can all win out some kind of, well, not play each other, but still. So again, I'm not saying they're going to go to the playoffs. I feel bad for McCarthy because he's a solid coach. He's a good coach, but he knew the assignment when he took the job.
No, there's
and again, that's not even about being fair. It's like, if you're going to coach the Cowboys, what do the fan base want? They want a Super Bowl. And it's the hardest thing in the world to do.
Yep, there's no doubt about it. And that gets into we talked about this on Sunday, but the absolute mindset. It's either this or that and nothing in between.
I know, it's a shame. And I've said this over and over before. It's harder to win a Super Bowl than in any other major sport. In the other major sports, hockey, basketball, and baseball, you got 7-game series in the playoffs. You can adjust if you lose a game. In the NFL, Des caught that ball? No, he didn't. Or a play, just a fumble, any kind of play that's crazy. That's the end of a hard work season.
The margin of error is so razor thin, and as the magnitude enhances, that margin gets even more thin.
I give you a crazy example. I covered 28 Super Bowls. I'm covering the Super Bowl where the Patriots played the Giants. Patriots trying to become the first undefeated team since the Miami Dolphins in the 1970s. I'm at that game. The helmet catch. Eli Manning is running for his life. Eli's not having a great game. The Patriots, again, I don't love the Patriots. I just like to see history. I like to say, oh, okay, I saw some history. The first team I wasn't covering the Miami Dolphins back in the day, so come on. The helmet catch. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. And that was the difference between the Patriots making history.
Yep.
Going under. people forget that team
Undefeated.
Undefeated regular season, undefeated in the playoffs until the Super Bowl.
I think you could say in any sport, and there's no...
And they were dominant, too.
Quantitative way to prove it, but that's the best team of all time to not win a ring.
Right.
In any sport.
And, again, it goes, I can even look at the Golden State Warriors, but they had a 7-game series. When I'm talking about the Golden State Warriors, they were trying to three-peat.
Oh, right,
and then
right.
Draymond punches up LeBron. Is like, he got himself suspended.
Yep.
Little things can change history. But back to the NFL, because you get one game in a playoff, not a playoff series.
You only get one shot.
Yeah, Eminem.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't miss your chance to blow.
That's right.
That means
On
rap.
the 877-881-1053 Franklin Injury Attorney text line, how did Overshown not win the Madden Award yesterday?
I'm with you.
I'm with you, too, because let's get to a couple of individual notes. Overshown had a pick six and a fumble recovery, becoming the first Cowboys player since Roy Williams against Washington in 2002
Oklahoma
to achieve
Roy
that
Williams.
feat in the same game. 5th Cowboy overall. That in and of itself. And he did more than just the fumble recovery and the pick six. But
he was everywhere.
I'm with that, Tolo, that I think he
How?
should. Yeah, got to get the Madden
We're
Award.
watching the players run into the locker room after the game, and we're like, Overshown doesn't have a turkey leg?
Yeah.
And we see who's got the turkey legs, because we're, in the tunnel area, we don't know what's going on the field.
Right.
Who did they give it to?
Micah was. So I was.
Because I was thinking Micah or Overshown, but then the guys coming in were some other defensive linemen.
Right. It turned into a
party.
Yeah, I was just about to say, and the same thing happened in each of the 3 games. It's and you've interviewed people on the field after a game. I've interviewed people on the field after a game. Sometimes the dynamics and all of it can get a little bit tricky, and there's no way to perfectly plan for it. And each one of those 3 interviews, it just turned into the classic group interview where
Pass the turkey leg around.
and everybody's eating the turkey, and it's hard to interview someone when they're eating because you're giving a play-by-play. Hey, how does the turkey taste? And they're yeah, exactly. But a couple other individual notes. Got to give it up. We mentioned Micah Parsons, who did get. I don't know if he was the official Madden player, but he was front and center, and they love him, and he loves the camera, and that's fine. But a sack and a half, his 3rd multi-sack in his last 4 contests, leads the Cowboys with 6.5 sacks, and that's missing as many games as he did.
Exactly, and maybe those missing games will make him have more stats the second half of the season, because the last couple of years, as much as Micah is beloved and Micah makes plays, the second half of the season and in the playoffs, it's usually not much. And it's either he's worn down or he's banged up, but whatever it is, September Micah is not the same as, or January Micah is not the same as September Micah.
Now, CeeDee Lamb had a tough game. He's banged up,
shoulder.
He's hurt, and had a couple of costly drops, but this is pretty neat. He reached 6,000 career yards for the Cowboys yesterday. Fastest player in Cowboys history to reach 6,000 career receiving yards. Did it in 78 games.
Amazing. And that's very amazing, especially considered he wasn't the dominant X as a rookie. That was Amari Cooper. He was the wide receiver, which meant that he was not getting the ball as often. And also, he had his rookie year a lot of drops because he was so fast. He and Dak weren't on the same page for a lot of games.
Yeah,
so that's very impressive.
And as a rookie, there's the acclimation process, and But you see the chemistry now. And the other part of that is you think about some of the wide receivers that have played for the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh yeah, Bob Hayes, Michael Irvin, T.O. was a veteran, but still his first few games of the Cowboys. You would think those dominant X's, Drew Pearson. You go down the list of all these great wide receivers, and he did it faster than anybody. And we're not even saying, oh, he have a 17-game season. It was the number of games. He did it in the same number of games, but quicker.
And the way, and you mentioned the last Cowboys home win before Thanksgiving was that win over the Lions the year before, and CeeDee went off in that game as well.
Exactly. The 7-6-5 gives us the answer. After the game, because I was, like I said, in the tunnel, they passed out 6 turkey legs. Overshown got one, but Micah is the one that got the Madden Award. Thank you, Tolo.
They
7-6-5.
Right, they did the same thing in the Packers Dolphins game. It was funny because it was so cold out, They had one like you get room service, and they got them all covered. They had them all covered, and they open up the whatever the dish that covers it, and just steam and because it was so cold with the hot turkey.
Hot turkey legs.
Yeah, but yeah, you got that is one thing about and I know I'm going on and on, but the Thanksgiving, the pageantry around it, and just the excitement of winning on Thanksgiving is such a great tradition.
I'm glad you said winning on Thanksgiving. Props to the 619. He says, hey, guys, I've been listening to y'all for the past hour and some change, and I want to say thank you, all caps, for the positive talk about the win. A win is a win, and even more so when it's our boys. Let's win out, Cowboys. Love and respect. That's from Tolo Anthony.
You gotta love that. Tolo Anthony. Shout out Tolo Anthony. Like I said,
I'm not going to have nobody steal my joy.
You play.
And I'm not assuming this team's going to the playoffs.
No.
I'm evaluating talent. I'm seeing who's making business decisions, who I want to keep on this roster. I'm watching some of these young guys get better. Like I said, it's more to the strategy than just, we got a draft pick and rubbing my hands. No, there's more to the team building. You got to be a competitor.
It's an Expressway on the Sean and RJ program, and that is what we learned from the Cowboys win over the New York Football Giants, 8th in a row. You got to love that. And what you also got to love is, as a Tolo, it is now your chance to earn Post Malone tickets. We got a Post Malone ticket giveaway.
Stadium tour.
That's right, Tolo's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053. You can win 2 tickets to see Post Malone on Friday, May 9th at AT&T Stadium. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Now they want to say congratulations.
Do you like Post Malone, the old Post Malone rap more, or the country Post Malone?
Okay, I got to pull the curtain back because you and I have not talked about this. Me and Post Malone are friends. I actually brought him in studio. He was sitting in this chair. His dad, Rich, works for the Cowboys. I met him when he was in high school at Grapevine High School. Came to a Mavericks game. His friends was trying to have me take him out on the floor and let him spit some bars. So I've been knowing him forever. And he's a great guy, and he's always been into all kinds of music. So I don't hate on him doing all kinds of things because I think
versatility.
Yeah, it shows his versatility. I will say this. I prefer, personally, his hip-hop songs.
I'm with you.
But
100%.
His country music songs, I give him a lot of credit for the collabs. I mean, he's done some. The one he did with Beyonce, people don't even know that. He did one called Blue Jeans. Oh, my goodness. It is really good. Really, really good. And by the way, shout out to Shabuzi for doing the halftime in Detroit. He was much better than last year.
Oh, my goodness.
Jack last year.
Jack Harrell.
Jack Harrell was slow. And I like
Jack Harlow.
Jack Harlow,
yeah.
Jack Harlow, he was slow. He was just, he didn't have
the stage set up.
Dolly Parton kicked his ass at AT&T Stadium with her Cowboys cheerleaders uniform. But Post Malone, again, his name is Austin Post, and Grapevine High School, they're so proud of him. And like I said, his dad, Rich, I'm always texting him and Post, seeing how you guys doing the whole 9 yards. But he's just a versatile guy. He also does like metal music. People don't even know he does heavy metal too.
That is, and we're going to get into a casino corner here in a second because we got to revisit some of the bets where I was right, where I was wrong, and then more importantly, win some money for this weekend. But his ability, Post Malone, I'm talking, to cover every
genre.
Yes. And do it so well is certainly impressive and admirable. But let's get to the casino corner. It's Mr. Chris Arnold's favorite part of the program because I always come through.
Actually, I learned stuff because I'm not a gambler.
Yeah.
But you talk the talk, and I'm going, look at him.
Yes. So we want to revisit some of the picks I had for you yesterday. First and foremost, we start with the meat and potatoes bets. That's who you think's going to win, how much they're going to win by, the over-unders, that sort of thing. And I told you I felt good. I felt really, really good about the Dallas Cowboys to cover 3.5. I think the Giants were a bad football team, and they just had to win the game by 3.5 points. Check. Easy. That was my first bet. Real simple meat and potatoes bets. And, again, if you're wagering, whatever the odds were, that I think it was about even money. But that was an easy one, and that was the first one. Okay,
you texted me.
I did. This is the one I texted
I was
you
sitting
about.
At the game, I showed it to Fred and Blake, who were sitting next to me, and brought us. I said, Jake called it.
Oh, yeah. So the one I'm most proud of, and I'll get to the ones where I was wrong because I was wrong about a couple, but the one I was most proud of, I felt the value was so nice because it was plus 360. Now, what that means is you would bet, if you bet $100, you would win 360. So plus odds means you're going to win. It's less likely to be for something to happen. And it was plus 360 for the Cowboys opening drive to kick a field goal. And they just had to attempt it. They didn't have to make it. It didn't matter make or miss. All they had to do was attempt a field goal on their opening drive. And if you bet $10, you won $36. I thought, I like that value. I think that might happen. So I placed that bet, and sure enough, cha-ching!
Butter.
Yes. Because they were close to scoring on that opening drive. And, sometimes you got a little selfish, just like the guys rooting for their fantasy football team. You say, whoa, wait. We don't need to score a touchdown. Let's bring out that field goal unit. And I'm saying cha-ching, cha-ching. But where I was wrong, this is why parlays get you in trouble. And always gamble responsibly, always wager responsibly. But if you want, it's such a high risk, high reward, the parlays, because they both have to, however many legs to the parlay there are, that they all have to come through. There's no parlay forgiveness. So my parlay was both Rico Dowdle and CeeDee Lamb to score a touchdown. Rico scores a touchdown. CD does not.
No, it was Brandon Cooks.
Yep. So I missed out on that one, but I said I liked the over as well. The over was the over under was 37.5. I took the over, and clearly that was I got some help from the Giants in the second half. I was a little worried that the Cowboys were going to have to do all the work to hit the over, but that one played out nicely as well. So not only did the Cowboys win, but we made a little bit of money too. But I always tell you where I'm wrong. I'm not one of those guys that this bet hit. I will tell you where I'm wrong. And I was wrong about the CeeDee Lamb. I thought for sure he would get in the end zone. He did not.
Okay, like I was saying, I'm naive on a lot of things because I don't gamble. I always hear the pros when they talk about point spreads. They're laying 6.5. Why they always say laying instead of like favored by?
Yeah, that's a great question.
They always say laying.
Yeah. They a lot of, and RJ could attest to this too, with all the stuff he does for the BetQL. But it's so much.
They're laying 5.
Yeah.
They're laying 3.
It is. So,
I don't care. They're laying 12.
I'm cracking up because I've always thought this, like, you're saying the same thing. It just
favored by.
Right. You're trying to sound smarter, or
they all say laying. I just want to know why laying. Why the word laying?
I don't know. It's someone probably said it once, and someone else thought, "Oh, that sounds pretty good," and maybe there is a background to it. I don't know, but I think
877-881-1053. If you're a professional gambler,
tell
us why they use the phrase laying.
Let us know. We got one from the 682. What app can you place over-under bets in Texas? I'm genuinely curious. There's Underdog. I know Sean uses that one. And then there's, what is it? Prize Picks. I know Wolchuk uses that one. But you can find your way around it in the great state of Texas, that's for sure. But always wager responsibly. Time now for some of the picks I like for this weekend because, we got a game today, Black Friday game. I forgot about it last year. All of a sudden, I'm going about my business. Oh, there's a game on Black Friday, and today it's the Kansas City Chiefs and the Las Vegas Raiders, or as the head coach for the Las Vegas Raiders put it, Antonio Pierce, the best team versus the worst team in the National Football League. But how about a fun little parlay, as I just got done talking about how much I don't like doing parlays because you got to get everything right. But we'll sprinkle some value on this because it's plus 473. For all of this to happen, listen, there's what's called an alternate spread where you can buy a spread up or down if you don't agree or if you want some more value. So in this parlay, if you go you buy the spread up for the Kansas City Chiefs all the way up to 12.5. You're just thinking the Chiefs are going to blow out the Raiders. You can add that with a parlay of Patrick Mahomes throwing at least one touchdown pass. And you got to think, when you build your parlay, you got to start to think how you see the game playing out because you're trying to connect on multiple scenarios here with the multiple legs in the parlay. So Patrick Mahomes scoring or throwing for at least one touchdown. Jacoby Myers, 4+ receptions. That's an alternate number for receptions. And DeAndre Hopkins to get into the end zone for the Kansas City Chiefs. If all 4 of those things happen, It's plus 473 odds. So a $10 wager would yield $47.31. Or if you want to use 100 round numbers, $100 bet would yield $473. Now, that's a lot of legs there. That's one where you sprinkle a little, hoping to win a lot. Some of the meat and potato bets, that's where you get a little bit more aggressive in your wagers because you feel a little bit more confident about that. Kareem Hunt.
Real quick, before you go to Kareem Hunt, we got a teller just texted in. He said laying comes from the phrase laying out the line because that's how they used to explain how they're.
That makes sense. Yeah,
I don't know anything.
Laying out the line. Yeah, I guess that there you go. I appreciate that Tolo texting in
817?
from the 817. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Or the other one it can be confusing when you say can they cover it because that can refer to can the underdog cover 6.5 or can the winning team cover 6.5 and win by at least 7 points, whatever it is. So when in doubt, you can always say cover because that's and again, I think in general, I talked about the betting community because I did my master's thesis on that at Northwestern.
And that it was going to happen.
Yeah, exactly. But the betting community, I think, in general, is very open and engaging, and it's a big online community. It's sometimes you walk up to a blackjack table, and if you don't know the rules, you don't know the lingo, you get the stank eye from people.
Yeah, like. You don't need to be on third base. Where's third base? Stay off of third base if you don't know what you're doing.
Yes, exactly. But
the seat on the left, get away from there.
A couple other anytime touchdown scores because I always find that fun. You can get plus odds for Travis Kelce to get in the end zone at plus 135. So not a crazy number, but if you want to go back to that original parlay that I was talking about with Patrick Mahomes to throw for at least one touchdown parlayed with Travis Kelce to score a touchdown and then throw Kareem Hunt into the mix, all three of those would be plus 420. So not quite as good of the value as the last parlay at plus 473, but three different happenings at plus 420 that you think could certainly come true there.
469 says, Jake, KC doesn't cover double-digit points against the spread.
I was hoping someone was
every
going to.
game that you know. I think this is. I did see this one stat. I think they've had the most one-score victories to start a season with 10 victories in any team in history. Like they've won 8 games by single digits.
And that Tolo texting in is exactly right. And that's some of and everybody has a different school of thought for their bets and their wagering. But man, there's sometimes I do like the thought of this hasn't happened in so long. It's due, right? They're due. Mm-hmm. They are due to cover. But let's get into some of the college games coming up this weekend because I want to give some more meat and potato bets, just all these against the spread. So here's the point spread. I either think this team can cover it or I think this team can, whatever it may be on the underdog side or on the favorite side. So the biggest game of the weekend, Texas and Texas A&M.
Before you do the prediction of the point spread, after the game, Texas Longhorn DeMarvion Overshown predicted a Texas blowout.
Oh,
yes,
he
for
did.
Those who love the Longhorns.
Yes, so I am on board with him on that. I got the line earlier this week, 5.5.
It's a rivalry.
It is.
That hadn't happened in 13 years.
That's right. And we're going to talk to Darby Brown from CBS Austin, who's had boots on the ground, literally covering the University of Texas all season long. Get what the vibes are like and help us preview
Down
that.
in Austin, man.
Yes, that's coming up at 9:00. Darby Brown does great work for CBS Sports there down in Austin. But I like Texas to be able to cover 5.5 against Texas A&M because there's so much at stake, because the magnitude of this game. I know it's a rivalry game. You throw the record books out, but I think to a man, 11 on 11, Texas just has better players, and that's going to come through.
They really do. They haven't been surprised this year. The only time they've been surprised, basically Georgia, the domination of Georgia. The winner of this game will play Georgia in the SEC championship game.
Looking forward to that. Another game with title implications on the line in the Big 12. We know how crazy the Big 12 has been, but Arizona State, far and away the best story out of the Big 12.
Something?
You've got Kenny Dillingham, who's 35 years old coaching this team. He's an alum. He said it's his dream job. He never wants to leave. That was refreshing.
Sun Devil for
he
life.
is a Sun Devil, bleeds maroon and gold. Fear the fork, or go Devils. What else do they say out there? I've been brainwashed by too many Sun Devils in my life. But they play their rival, Arizona, which is a Big 12 game, both of them new to the Big 12. Minus 9.5. They're on the road, but I like Arizona State to cover. They have all the momentum. Scatterbo, the running backs, one of the best players in college football. Give me Arizona State to cover the 9.5. We'll run through a couple of these real quick as well. Ohio State, Michigan, it's referred to as the game. The stakes are always high. This year, Michigan's way down. The point spread, 20.5. Michigan's won the last 3. Ryan Day says the worst thing that's ever happened to his family, losing to Michigan. So 20.5. I think Ohio State just comes out and boat races Michigan. I think they cover
Really?
3 touchdown spread. And
Michigan
because they're
is not
making
the
up for
same,
3 years.
Yeah, they're making up for 3 years. This is not the same Michigan. And I'm telling you, if Michigan beats Ohio State and Ohio State can't even get to the SEC championship game, the Big Ten championship, all hell's going to break loose.
You're not wrong, my friend.
Day one, you think Eberflus is in trouble. Brian Day's going to be in trouble.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Last one, let's keep it local. SMU 10-1 taking on Cal.
Yeah.
They're home favorites. Now, SMU's already clinched a spot in the ACC championship game, but Rhett Lashley.
And Cal's not that good.
No. Rhett Lashley's got that team ready to play. You love what you see from the Mustangs. 12.5 at Gerald J. Ford Stadium, right in our backyard here. Give me the Mustangs to cover 12.5. And that's the Casino Corner, my friends. You gotta love it. Thanks to the Tolos and the Expressway here on the Sean and RJ program.
Can I get my grandma off the slot machine? She can leave now.
That's right.
She was over there while we're talking sports book.
That's right. We're going to talk more college football coming up next on the Sean and RJ program here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Ooh-wee. Let's get it up in here. This music just gets me going on a Black Friday morning. It is 8 a.m. and we're
sunny.
That's right. It is beautiful out here. Cold. As always, fired up to be with you. Jake Reitmo alongside the three-time Hall of Famer, Chris Arnold, Chris Strong on the ones and twos, keeping us on the air, steering the ship. And we got Caitlin on the fan cam. And as always, it is a pleasure to be on the Sean and RJ show and filling in for the boys. We'll be back on Monday. It's a victorious Cowboys victory Friday after the 27-20 win over the New York Football Giants. We got a little Mavs action tomorrow. I believe they're back in action.
Yes, they're on the road. They got some easy games coming up. And again, they're going to be back home on Tuesday against the Memphis Grizzlies. But they're on the road, and they are winning without Luka with his injured wrist. So.
Stars back at home at the friendly confines of the American Airlines Center, taking on the Colorado Avalanche tonight.
And Chris, how can you explain these couple of losses to the Stars real quick? The Carolina and then lost to Chicago.
It was a bad loss in Chicago. My biggest reason to explain that one is we had our backup goalie in, Casey DeSmith, and he's had a downturn recently in his past couple starts. So we're considering maybe even bringing up Magnus Hellberg from the Texas Stars, our third-string goalie, and replacing Casey DeSmith. But we should have Onger in net tonight. The Stars will play at the American Airlines Center, 8 p.m. Puck drop there. I'll be there.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Chris Strong will be there. And anytime you beat the Avalanche, and I know the Stars took care of them in the playoffs last year, but you guys know my roots. I hated the Avalanche growing up. They're an all-time least favorite team, and so I love seeing anyone beat up on the Colorado Avalanche. But yeah, back-to-back games in which the Stars have given up 6 goals. And the one in Carolina was so surprising because 5 of those goals, and I know one was an empty netter, came in the third period.
Exactly.
So, we said this the other day too. The last, you would have loved to close out the road trip in better fashion than with 2 straight losses. But overall, to be at this point in the season, 13-8, and it wasn't, it wasn't as good of a road trip as it could have been. But back home now, let's turn the page. And remember, it's a marathon, not a sprint. I don't think there's any, you're not sounding the alarms or any cause for concern. Am I correct in saying that?
Not sounding the alarms at all. The big test coming up is Sunday against the Jets. That's one of the best teams in the league.
Winnipeg's been really good. Yeah, they've been stomping people for sure. But time now for our college football preview because it is a busy slate. Final weekend of the regular season. You got your conference championships.
And you got rivalries.
You do. Yes, some really good rivalries. And anybody that said this 12-team playoff was going to take away from the college football regular season, I vehemently disagree. Now, and I always do this just so we know where we stand. And I always say if the season ended today, which it doesn't, but here's what the college football playoff rankings would look like if the season ended right now. Your first 4 teams that would have a bye. Now, remember, this is really important. The first 4 teams will have a bye, and they belong to the conference champions, but they're not automatically to the Power 4 conference champions.
Correct. It's conference champions.
Correct.
And it's about their rankings in the champions.
Correct. And we know that committees, who knows what they have up their sleeves. But so I say that because now...
You can blame the Pac-12.
Yeah. Seriously. I did kind of laugh how they called the Oregon State-Washington State game the Pac-12 championship because they're the only 2 left.
Exactly. It's crazy. They're going to call themselves the Pac-12 till the other 10 give them their money.
There you go.
Because they were there's rules. You leave the conference, you got to pay the conference back. And guess what? Those 2 teams left, they're not going anywhere, and they're claiming the Pac-12 till they get their money.
That's right. So Boise State right now is the 4th team that would have a first-round bye.
Ashton Gente.
Yes, sir. Frisco Zone. Yeah, the committee. What the committee is saying by that is they expect Boise State to win out, and they play today at 11 o'clock, I believe. They're an early game. But they're expecting the Boise State Broncos to win out because that would then put them ahead of the the Big 12 champion because we know what a mess the Big 12 is.
How about 9 teams still alive? 9 teams still have a chance to go to the Big 12 championship game and win it all. It's crazy.
It sure
9.
is. Yep. It's
absolutely
insane. All right, the number 3 seed right now is the University of Miami, the U. And again, these are just the latest playoff rankings as if the committee.
And by the way, I called that one of those, popularity votes. Because
100%.
The U, they should not be ranked ahead of SMU.
Not at all. SMU's got a better resume. You could make the case SMU has a better resume than a lot of these teams that are ranked above them. So all the Mustangs have to do is just go out, take care of business against Cal tomorrow, and then get to the ACC championship, make a statement in a standalone game, and then I don't think there's going to be anybody sleeping on the SMU Mustangs.
Yeah, here's the deal. The ACC, SMU's in. If Miami beats Syracuse, they're in the championship game. If Clemson gets in, it's going to be they beat South Carolina, and then Miami would have to lose to Syracuse. That's the only way Clemson gets into the ACC championship game.
Number 2 seed right now is Texas with just the 1 loss, taking on Texas A&M. And, of course, we're going to talk more about that game at 9 o'clock with Darby Brown from CBS Austin. That will be a lot of fun as well.
And the winner plays Georgia in the SEC championship. In fact, huge. Texas could wind up playing Georgia 3 times this year.
That would be wild. Number 1 seed is Oregon, top team in the Big Ten, which just sounds funny saying Oregon in the Big Ten, but is what it is. Now, and we talked a lot about this with Will Chambers, big college football guy, and Blake in the crosstalk yesterday. The way the college football playoffs have been set up, you would almost rather be the number 5 seed than the number 1 seed, because right now the 8-9 matchup where the winner of this game will play the number 1 seed is Georgia and Tennessee.
Pick your poison.
Exactly. Instead,
and if you're the number 1 team, it's like, what?
The number 5 seed or 5-12 matchup right now is Ohio State versus Arizona State. And again, all this could change. But if Ohio State, as the number 5 seed, beats Arizona State, then they just have to beat Boise State, and then all of a sudden they're in the Final Four.
So as it looks right now, if you're Oregon, you're like, I get to play Georgia? Yeah. Oh, my goodness.
Exactly. There's my reward for going through a gauntlet of a schedule undefeated and being the top team all year long. Now, they've had some scares, Oregon, that is, nearly lost on the road. And I shouldn't say
early on. Boise State.
Yeah, and then I would say most recently at Wisconsin though. That game was recently in Wisconsin, nearly got him. But Dan Lanning, what a great job he's doing. Now the other side of the bracket, the 6 versus 11 matchup is intriguing, and I do think it's going to change because it's Penn State, 1-loss Penn State versus 1-loss Indiana, both Big Ten teams who I think they're very similar in the sense that they both lost their biggest game, and that was to Ohio State.
Mm-hmm.
And again, depending on how it plays out, the Indiana story is fascinating. Kurt Signetti in his first year there. Google me, classic, very, very, not lacking any confidence, I should say.
Right, and they've been blowing out everybody until they got blown out by Ohio State.
Exactly.
That was the thing. It was like, okay, they're undefeated, which is a shocking thing as it is because they're a basketball school as opposed to football school. But guess what? They were actually blowing people out. And then they go to the horseshoe. And it got flipped.
Whole different. They had a strong start to that game. We're up 7-0. You thought, all right, here we go. But top portion of the college football playoff bracket, if it started right now, SMU, the 10 seed, taking on Notre Dame. Notre Dame's one to watch because other than that, just inexplicable loss to Northern Illinois, a MAC team on a last second field goal that was blocked. Notre Dame's been really, really impressive.
And I want to say they lost that game after beating somebody big.
They beat Texas A&M early on in the season.
Right.
Yes.
And so I'm like, this with college guys,
yeah,
they were a whole week long. Who knows what kind of frat parties they went to?
Yeah, there
you
go. But the winner of that game would play Texas. Now we can stop saying would and if and that, then
woulda, coulda,
the other,
shoulda.
because let's get into the actual slate that is coming up for the weekend, the final weekend of the college football regular season. A ton of games today, ones that we've got our eyes on for Friday, November 29th. Boise State, 11th ranked team in the country, but would hold a first round bye, taking on Oregon State. That game is on at 11 and on Fox. You can check it out. Boise State favored by 18.5. The over-under set at 57.5. But it's all about the Ashton Jeanty.
And what you look for is, he's a Heisman Trophy candidate, of course, but he also has a chance to break Barry Sanders' college football rushing record, which is like 2,000 and some yards. He could do it because you said, well, he only needs like 500 yards. No, I'm just kidding. He could probably get that. I'm just saying that's how good he is. And of course, he wants to play for the Cowboys if he gets drafted by them.
Yeah, and
bring him back home.
And all the draft stuff is always fascinating because it's going to fluctuate. It's all going to change. But maybe you look at the running back position could be back to being a coveted first-round pick.
If people look at it the right way, you got to look at it like this. You got to have a legit running game. It's not like you have to pay him a bunch of money over a long period of time. But if you and in this day and age, I mean, you look at Derrick Henry, you look at Saquon Barkley, who will be playing each other on Sunday. You're like, wait a minute. Those guys have a chance for the MVP, and guess why? Because teams' defenses are built to stop the pass. And if you got a legit running game, guess what? It's a great equalizer.
Absolutely. And going back to the draft part of it, you can look at recent history and say that first round running back worked out, that first running back worked out. I'm talking about Bijan Robinson for the Falcons, first-round pick, and Jahmyr Gibbs, first-round pick out of Alabama for the Lions. Both of them have been phenomenal.
is you really have to look at, do you want to sign them to a second contract, no matter how good they are, because they get miles on them, and that's when they usually break down.
You know what I always say?
That's the key to this. I have no problem spending a first-round pick if you're good to go to the Super Bowl, but the second contract is when you say, wait a minute.
I would say I classify that as a future me problem. You know, anytime I got something I got to do, but it's down the road, I say, that's a future me problem. We'll figure that. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
Exactly.
Couple and Tolos, let us know what games you're looking forward to if you're going to any games. 877-881-1053.
Yeah, how many people going down to College Station and how much money did to pay for that ticket?
That's what I want to know.
Over $1,000.
Yeah, I heard suites going for $20,000. Insane. Some of the Tolos that had me over for Thanksgiving dinner last night, one was an A&M grad and talking to me about how excited he was for Saturday night, and you just feel the passion. And he was on the and I'm blanking on it, but the guys that the Yell Squad.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And was telling me all, and he's so funny. He goes, now, I will tell you, it's a cult, but it's a fun cult. It's a fun cult.
So can he turn a backflip?
Yes. It was really, really neat hearing all about it. Other games we got going on today, talking about that Big 12 mess where everybody, I can't even begin to figure out the tiebreakers because everybody's got 2 losses. Colorado, one of those teams, they're ranked 25th in the country, taking on Oklahoma State, who's been really, really bad this year.
Man, they just crashed and burned.
No doubt about it.
They were supposed to be really good. The Oklahoma State and Utah were like, the favorites to win the Big 12. Both of them just crashed and burned.
Tolo texting in from the 469, thoughts on Wisconsin game. Perfect timing because that's also an early kick this morning coming up at 11. You've got Minnesota at Wisconsin.
Minnesota?
Both these teams, and I think the line tells you everything you need to know. It's Wisconsin -1, so it's a pick 'em. This is a toss-up game. Wisconsin coming off that near upset. It would have been one of the upsets of the season. Nearly took down Oregon, but the Ducks escaped with a win from Camp Randall. And Minnesota, on the other hand, same exact thing. It's both these teams are coming off the exact same story because Minnesota was so close to upsetting Penn State last weekend prior. A fake punt from Penn State allowed them to keep the drive alive and fend off the Fighting PJ Flex. So these are two teams that are very, very similar just in terms of their makeup. Minnesota is 6-5, 7th in the Big Ten. And for Wisconsin, again, they're so close. They're 5-6, so similar records. I think you give the nod to Wisconsin being at home once again at Camp Randall Stadium. They got the jump around, and one of the coolest traditions in college football, get the crowd into it.
Jump around.
And so if you're asking me my thoughts, I would take Wisconsin in this one to win at home. All right, Ole Miss is kind of out of it, but they play after they lost to the Florida Gators. They play Mississippi State. That's the Egg Bowl. That used to be on Thanksgiving night, the Ole Miss versus Mississippi State game, and I always enjoyed watching that. Before when the Thanksgiving slate was, and this is when I was a kid, but it was just the 2 games. It would be the Lions and then the Cowboys. I always enjoyed watching the Egg Bowl Thanksgiving night with my dad and my brothers. It's just, it's something about that rivalry. The weird things always happen.
Oh, yeah, because you wind up national games. So, well, look at this.
for sure.
Dak's going to be watching.
Yeah, no doubt about it. That's
State.
right. Georgia Tech is a night game tonight on ESPN.
That's a rivalry.
Or on ABC. That's absolutely a rivalry. I think one of the totals made a great point that Georgia's not really playing for anything other than it being a rivalry game. And from the 817, he likes Georgia Tech plus 18 tonight to cover that spread. It's a large spread. There's no doubt about it. But with Georgia, I don't know if they'll rest starters per se, but they're in the SEC championship regardless.
No, regardless, they're good.
Yep, but they're still at 7th in the country. Got to win that game to avoid being kicked out of the college football playoffs. Ohio State, Michigan, we've talked about that one. We're jumping ahead to Saturday now. That's a big spread. Ohio State at home, heavy favorites. Tennessee is on the road at Vanderbilt. Tennessee, 8th in the country, and would be in the college football playoffs there. Favored to win that one by 11. Some other games you got going on. We talked about the mess that is in the Big 12. You got Kansas at Baylor, West Virginia at Texas Tech. All of those can have an impact on who will play for the Big 12 championship, which is the following week at Jerry's World.
And did you mention Kansas State versus Iowa State? Iowa State is still alive, and this 9 teams got a chance because they were like leading the thing for a couple of months, and then they lost a couple of games.
Yeah, back to Kansas went on that streak of just beating everybody that was undefeated. They upset BYU as well because BYU
and then they got Colorado last week.
Yep.
So like Kansas, like all of a sudden they came alive.
It's like that graphic with the Grim Reaper just going through and knocking everybody out.
They've only won 5 games this year. I'm talking about Kansas. Kansas State, they were like really, really good. So Kansas State versus Iowa State, this is like you just never know what's going to happen in the Big 12.
You never know.
Never know.
All kinds of good college football stuff coming all your way. We're going to talk more college football, and we saved the best for last. The Texas and Texas A&M game. We'll preview that at 9 o'clock with CBS of Austin, Darby Brown. That will be a lot of fun to get the inside scoop on that one as well. So tons of college football. Woo-hoo. But coming up next, we're going to get back into the lab and take a look at our Cowboys-Giants grades here on 105.3 The Fan.
Used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And they have the ball after the punt at their own 39, and the handoff goes to Dowdle. He shreds tacklers. He runs through more. He has more than 10. He's got a first down all the way down to the Giants' 45.
There you have it. Cowboys beat the Giants 27-20. I believe that was the longest run of the season for the Dallas Cowboys.
It really was, yeah.
You got that Rico Dowdle over 100 yards.
122 on 22 carries.
And a tutty.
Yeah, a tutty and a 5.16 yards per carry.
Coming up, we've got our grades to hand out. We got the red pen out. Took a very critical look at the film. We'll go through that. But first, how about this, Tolo? Texting in at 915. Driving back to Arkansas this morning. Left Dallas around 6 a.m. Thanks for keeping me entertained, fellas. That's from Nick. Great timing. You timed it up when we were on, and we are happy. And
we always say, we always appreciate y'all letting us ride shotgun with you.
That's
right.
right.
You do what you do, because we know people are out and about getting things done on Black Friday, might be checking out some deals, but you also might be working. It's a gig economy. We understand.
That's right. We've got a Jake break coming up at 8:40, but first, Mr. Chris Arnold and I have our red pen out here to hand out some grades from what we saw yesterday. CA, you were there. I was watching and rewatching on the old NFL Plus account, making sure I get the mileage out of that. 27-20, the final in this one. The Dallas Cowboys, really a strong third quarter, 14-0 over the Giants in that third quarter to take control of this game. We saw a lot of good, and I'm going to get it started with the offense. This might sound crazy. 27 points, you're going to win a lot of games in the National Football League. The rushing attack was there. Cooper Rush was really efficient. We haven't brought his name up yet to this point. 21 of 36, 195 yards, and the touchdown. I want to say got lucky. He got lucky on that fumble that the old knee was down, because I saw, when I saw it live, I went, oh. And then when I was rewatching it, in real time, it just looks so much like a fumble, and then you slow it way down, and okay, the knee was down. You take that deep breath and that sigh of relief.
It happened right below the press box, that end of the field, and so we're watching it live. And I'm like, oh wow! And you look at the TV reviews, and you're like, wait a minute, his knee was down split second before the ball came out.
Yep.
Bottom line was, to me, Cooper Rush doesn't deserve an A. He was efficient, but he was bus driver efficient. He didn't fail. He didn't lift the team, because those first two drives, man, you got to be more efficient in the red zone. But at the same time, he didn't F it up.
Right. I
give him a C.
0 turnovers, and the way that...
And he didn't get sacked.
Right.
But I don't credit him for not getting sacked, because it wasn't like he's a mobile quarterback. I have to give an A to the offensive line, because they did yeoman work. First of all, they opened up the running game for Rico Dowdle, who they were smart enough to have a feature back instead of committee. I think Zeke had one touch. At the same time, the offensive line is totally banged up. You have more guys going down. Tyler Guyton went down again with an injury, but they didn't give up a sack, and they opened up the running game. So props to the offensive line. I give them an A. I give Rico an A, because he also scored a touchdown that game, as we mentioned earlier. So I think the offense overall, with Cooper Rush getting a C, I'm going to give him a B+.
B+. Okay, I've got the offense.
That's just me.
Yeah, I've got the offense collectively as a unit, as an A-, because I'm going to go very, very much bottom line here. Bottom line, they didn't turn the ball over. They scored 27 points. You're going to win a lot of games that way.
Also, let me with this B+, and I mentioned Cooper got a C, I got to give CeeDee Lamb a C as well. I'm going to give Scooney, I'm going to give him, the tight end. He was decent. I'm going to give him a B. And the other wide receivers, they've made some catches, but the newest one, Old boy from Carolina, he wasn't doing too well, so I'm gonna give him a C as well. So that's a B plus.
Jonathan Mingo.
Yeah. He's new to the team.
He was targeted 4 times.
Yeah.
Targeted 4 times. Had just the 1 catch for 2 yards. And I think you want him to be that threat that can stretch a defense.
Not yet.
And not yet. Just not.
He's a big
quite
body.
there yet.
He's built like a T.O. or a Michael Irvin or a Dez, but not yet.
All right, defensively, we've got some grades to hand out because there were a lot of exceptional players, and I think we can both start with Overshown, get a resounding
A plus.
A plus, yes. Star of the class. You know, in elementary school, when you got the week where you were the star of the class, that's Devarian Overshown.
Yeah, and everybody was so happy for him. I'm telling you, his teammates went wild in the locker room for him when he came in. When the media came in, we got in there. He was the first one everybody was talking to. He had a mob scene. He was so happy, so grateful, so thankful because it's Thanksgiving. He said he had never had a pick six in his whole life, whether it was high school in Irby, Texas. I believe he's from Irby, Texas, and he went to UT. Never had a pick six then, and it was the biggest play of the game. What do you say? Tom Brady was gushing over, right?
Oh yeah. And Burkhardt as well, yeah. And they yes, you found it.
There it is.
That's why Chris Strong is the best. He is the best because I was getting ready to, and then earlier in the program, I've had voice crack on the air before. If you're a broadcaster, it's happened to us before. But when I was laughing so hard last night because you're watching it through for the second time, so you know it's coming, and I didn't notice it the first time. Can we hear it one more?
Is that Brady or Burkhardt?
That's Burkhardt.
We're up 7-6 in this second. Where's Locke? Blitz is picked up, and now it's ball in the air. Overshown bats to himself, and he scores.
By the way, Brady's voice will crack. He's done that. They've had sideline stuff from him over the years where he's talking to Belichick and his voice is cracking and whatnot. So in the excitement of it all, I can imagine. And Burkhardt, he's a pro.
Oh yeah. Burkhardt, speaking of versatility, he can do the studio pregame show like he does for the World Series, the play-by-play stuff. It's really, really exceptional all the way around. All right,
Overshown gets A plus.
A plus all the way. I'm going to give Micah, even though he gets the credit and he had the multi-sack game and is one of the best to do it, no doubt about that. I know he can impact the game the way that he did, but I think there's still more gas in the tank, and you have those high expectations because of what he's capable of. So I'll go B for Micah Parsons.
I'm going to give him an A minus, and I'm going to say that because they feed off of his energy. He was utilized as a Swiss Army knife all up and down that defensive line. Of course, they had 6 sacks, and a lot of them because they were so worried about him. Other guys got some sacks. He had a sack and a half, I guess it was. And bottom line is, he was dominant in various ways. And the Giants, of course, are a terrible team. So it helps that you threw some meat to the lion, and he is the lion.
Yeah, and that's a perfect segue because we've got Tolos texting in, and I enjoy addressing this because I disagree, and I don't know where you'll stand on this, CA, but from the 469, we beat a team that's on the tank train. Fans acting like we beat the Chiefs. Embarrassing to watch. I'm going to give the fans an F.
Again.
Fans telling other fans.
Let me tell you something. I laugh at comments like that. You know why? This is somebody, and I've said this before. We were talking about it when they won that Sunday against the Washington Commanders. There are people who enjoy strategy. See what I'm saying? The strategy is, okay, we're going to get a draft pick, or, you didn't beat anybody good. You're supposed to. You're supposed to win this game. Well, guess what? The Cowboys have not been dominant at home at all. They haven't won a game. It wasn't like they barely lost a game. They've been blown out every game. They finally dominated the team. I don't care if it was the New York Giants who suck. I don't care if the New York Giants have disarray in their locker room. You did what you're supposed to do. You see what I'm saying? There's something to be said for execution. And then you start stacking up the execution. And me personally, as I said for the last couple of weeks, I don't mind them winning the game here and there because I'm looking at guys on this roster who are not the New York Giants and the New York Jets making business decisions or pointing fingers. I want to eliminate guys on my roster who suck. And if you compete and go through adversity, you find out who the dogs are. So that's, to me, is oh, that's just a throwaway comment.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
agreed.
They're not going to steal my joy. And again, for those who try to lean towards a pick, because there's another comment saying, we're messing up our pick. It is November. There are so many teams with same records and tiebreakers right now, you don't know where your pick is going to be. I understand team building, and I understand strategy. But guess what the strategy is for? So you can compete. And if you're a real competitor, you want to win games. You want that attitude. You can say, I got a high draft pick. What if he's Jay Cutler, who sucks? He's not a leader. He doesn't care. You want to be able to find out who cares, who's the competitor, who's not. And you can only find out who's the competitor, who are the dogs, when you compete.
See what happens between the white lines. Got me fired up, CA. Ready to go, man.
Sometimes.
Ready to go. It be like that sometimes.
And again, for those teams who say, well, they're tanking, ask Stephen Ross if you tank.
Yeah.
I'm talking about Stephen Ross, the owner of the Miami Dolphins, who was not only fined and fined money and draft picks, first-round picks. By the way, that draft pick that they got fined turned out to be Trey Lance because they traded to San Francisco. Stephen Ross fires the coach because he wouldn't tank good enough. He offered Brian Flores $100,000 a game to tank. And they also had the controversy of tampering because they were trying to get Tom Brady and Sean Payton to be the quarterback and coach / general manager of their team. You can't do that. You can say there's ways to do it, but is it a strategy? It's not a strategy unless you do all the other things like trade and sign free agents. Don't get me started on this. And it's all about competing, except for clowns who can't stand the pressure of competing. We're going to lose. We suck. We might as well lose out. You're a coward.
Real talk.
Got me fired up on a Friday.
That's some real talk for you on a Friday.
Compete!
I love it. Compete. We'll wrap it up.
And guess what? If you get a coach that doesn't do that, you don't want that coach.
That's right.
And how do you know if somebody's going to compete unless you watch them compete? Like I said, I got tape, and I'm looking for the competitors because I want to win a freaking Super Bowl. I want my guys to be Patrick Mahomes. I want them to be in agony when they lose. I want them to enjoy it when they win. So if they win a game you call meaningless, F you.
Exactly. That's how we're ending it. I love it. We're not even going to get into the grades on the coaching staff, although I will say that opening script from McCarthy was good. But it creates a losing mentality. I echo what you say, man. You got me fired up. That's good stuff all the way around. We're fired up. You know what's a good recipe for that? We're going to take a little Jake break next. We're gonna cool down a little bit, take a Jake break, kick back, relax.
That'll work.
Don't go anywhere. That's coming up next on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, Cholos, Arch.
you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those were babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
105.3 The Fan. Jake Remo alongside three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold. We've got college football preview with Darby Brown of CBS in Austin. Boots on the ground, getting us ready for Texas A&M. The best game on the slate this weekend. That's coming up at 9. We're going to dive into the matchup and get into the thick of things. But right now, it's the point of the program. We've gotten a little fired up, and why wouldn't we? There's a lot to be fired up about. So we might need a little bit of a break. Maybe kick back a little bit. Because right now, it's time for the Jake Break.
I'm a people person. I absolutely insist on enjoying life. I'm not a workhorse.
He's not some walk-on scrub, yo. The boy's a player. He's a star. And he busted his butt for you.
Oh, my God. Okay, it's happening. Stay calm.
Here we go. It is the Jake Break portion of the program where we kick back, talk a little bit about just about anything. And I'm going to lead you through that. Jake Remo with the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold. Always encourage Tolo participation in this one. 877-881-1053. A lot of the Jake Breaks are themed, and there's nothing off limits. You know that. 877-881-1053. But Thanksgiving yesterday, Black Friday today. I love hearing about traditions, hearing about what you enjoy about this time with it being a holiday, what you're up to today. Maybe you're starting some new traditions. What do you like to do on a Black Friday or on Thanksgiving? Or was there something that stood out to you that you enjoyed yesterday? Because as life goes, there's seasons of change, seasons of transitions, and being in Dallas and making my home here in DFW, I've absolutely loved it. And it was my second Thanksgiving in Dallas, but the first one where and this is just why I wanted to start the Jake Break this way, a sincere thank you to the Tolos, because this is how it all came to be.
Right.
So a Tolo reached out to me after hearing me on 105.3 The Fan and said, "Oh, Jake, so happy to hear you on the radio."
Right.
And said, "I go way back with your father. We played college football together, and I'd love to have you over for Thanksgiving. What are you doing for Thanksgiving?" It just shows the generosity of the Tolos. So it's the Reynolds family. They live in Frisco. And so sure enough, after our show yesterday, made my way out to Frisco. And
did you bring a gift?
That's a great question.
Like a bottle of something?
Or
actually, a side dish or a pie?
I did offer.
Remember that you don't like pies. Chocolate cake?
That's right. You remember that about me. I did offer And sweet Mrs. Reynolds, Shelley Reynolds, had it all under control. I felt like there was not much I was going to be able to add as far as value. So to your point, though, I did bring 2 nice bottles of wine, and I was a little bit unsure of how I wanted to go about that, but I didn't want to just show up. Here's 2 bottles of wine. So I got some nice gift wrapping and that sort of thing. But they were so generous, and Mr. Reynolds has 3 sons all around my age. One went to Texas A&M, I was telling you about. So, we're talking college football and everything. And then the conversation went on to reminiscing about some of their memories, because there was another guy that also played college football with my dad that was there, kind of the whole hangout. So you know how guys are when they start reminiscing about playing college football. And they were telling me stories of my late father that I had never heard before and their perspective. And so it was such a neat experience for me because, again, my father passed away when I was in college. He coached me when I was in college, a longtime football coach, and that's probably what he's best known for in my hometown. But was a pretty dang good player.
You got some added memories, things you didn't know about your dad that just kind of lift you up and make you feel more like family.
Exactly. So they told me 2 stories that stood out to me, but one, they're talking about, you always talk about the playoff games, right? So my dad's the quarterback. Mr. Reynolds, Jeff Reynolds, played wide receiver. Another guy played defense, but they're talking about this crazy playoff game. They went to Salem University, a Division II school.
In Massachusetts?
Correct. Now, when I tell you who the who played there, who the coach was, you'll recognize it.
Newt Rockney.
Very, very good catch. Very good. Good guess. But the head coach for Salem College at the time was none other than Terry Bowden, the son of Bobby Bowden.
I was about to say Bob, related to Bobby Bowden.
Correct.
State?
So he coached there.
That was Deion Sanders' coach.
Yes. So this is
long time.
This is 1985, and Terry Bowden was the coach. And you know who was on that team as a player? Jimbo Fisher.
Look out.
So these guys
are the richest ex-coach in college football.
Yes. So these guys were telling stories about playing Terry Bowden's team, and because it was a whole pipeline. To their credit, Salem College had it figured out, because Bobby Bowden, and this goes on a lot in Division II football, but Bobby Bowden, obviously head coach of Florida State, would have the guys that were really good but not quite ready for big-time college football at Florida State. So he would send them down to Salem College, and they were good every single year. Exactly. And so this small Hillsdale College is where my dad played, and these other guys. And Hillsdale is a very well-known school all throughout the country. But they were telling stories about how crazy this game was, and one of the fullbacks thought that somebody tapped him on the back of his leg, because he started talking to a couple of the teammates, who tapped me on the back of my leg. And sure enough, he looked down, and it was a Jack Daniels bottle that someone from the student section had thrown at the sideline. So this crazy stuff is going on, way back. This is 1985.
I didn't know Longhorn fans made it to Salem. Okay. They've been doing it a while all over the place. Okay, got it.
There you go. But so the way on this Jake break, to your point though, hearing these stories about guys reminiscing, talking about the stories they had of my dad and how he, the coach would call down a play. No, we're audible in that. He was big on the audibles. Always thought, he could
learn to read a defense.
Yeah. I thought he was Peyton Manning. Could check out of things, but it reassured, and not that you need reassurance, but it was just one of those. It was a really special day, and I'm appreciative of that opportunity. And it shows the generosity of the Tolos, which I really appreciate.
Exactly, because like I said, it's kind of like a community within a community. You know what I mean? We got each other's backs. Everybody's listening to this station for one reason or another. And when you find out that you know somebody, they find you, because small world.
No doubt.
I mean, and again, you're in Texas, they're in Texas. It's like, what are the odds, right?
Yeah, and then
Thanksgiving,
right? As the conversation continues, they're asking me all about the business, 105.3 The Fan, and what. And I told you this before we got on the air, but to me, it's this job is about connecting with people.
Exactly.
It's about relating, engaging, and all of those things. Yes, the sports are important, and that's why we're passionate. We love that, and we wouldn't be doing this if we didn't. But at its core, that's what this job is about. And yesterday, and albeit a season of change a little bit, a new tradition, but it was a really, really neat experience that I'm grateful for. So 877-881-1053, the fan is the number, the Frankel & Frankel injury attorney text line. What do you got going on Black Friday? What do you got going on Thanksgiving? Because another a tradition we had in my family on Friday growing up, as my dad, as a head football coach at Northwood University, the high school state championships in Michigan are played on Friday and Saturday. So we would go to the Ford Field, where the Lions play.
Right.
And every school would have their own, every college would have their own suite, and that was always, my brothers and I would look forward to that because it was the day after Thanksgiving. And my dad would tell us, and as a kid, you eat this stuff up. He said, now I need you guys to really look and scout some of these high school players for me because I need to know who to go after while I'm recruiting. So we'd go up to him after the game. Dad, you got to watch your number 15. He was one of the best players. And I remember one time I went up to him as a wide receiver from Muskegon, Michigan. I said, Dad, you got to watch this guy. You got to.
Right.
And he kind of chuckled and said, all right, I'll keep a good eye on him. And my older brother was old enough to know. And later on, he goes, Jake, that receiver you pointed out. And I'm all excited because I'm young. And I think, I pointed out a good one, right? And he said, yeah, he's a 5-star recruit, and he's going to USC. I don't think he's going to be going to play Division II.
He's too good for us.
Yeah. So, but anyways,
he got recognized.
Yes. Yeah. Hey, that just means I had an eye for talent at an early age. I was pointing out the best player, of course, the guy scoring all the touchdowns.
Are you saying you were Brian Broaddus before Brian Broaddus?
Yeah.
I like that.
Not quite.
Recognizes some talent, man.
Absolutely. Appreciate all the Tolos texting in 877-881-1053. We're going to preview that Texas A&M game with Darby Brown of CBS Austin. Woo. That's coming up next. Don't go anywhere. It's 105.3 The Fan.
Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Ooh-wee! Listen up, CA. I've been so excited for the 9 a.m. hour because I can finally show off my fist bumping abilities. I don't do a lot of things well, but I can get the fist bumps going on
Fist
9 a.m. on Friday morning, getting you set for an excellent college football weekend. I'm Jake Riepma. He's the three-time Hall of Famer. Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
We got Chris Strong behind the glass on the ones and twos. Caitlin on the fan cam. And time now to welcome in a special guest, getting us set for arguably the biggest matchup in college football, certainly this weekend, in 13 years in the making. Texas A&M, ready to battle it all out at Kyle Field in College Station. So we go boots on the ground with Darby Brown of CBS Austin. Darby, happy Thanksgiving, happy
Darby.
Black Friday, happy college football for Saturday. How are you?
I'm doing great, you guys. I am so excited to cover this game tomorrow. It's going to be, I think, an all-timer, and I just feel, in Thanksgiving spirit, feeling really grateful to be in Austin and get to be a part of this. So I'm really excited.
When the games are of this magnitude, Darby, it feels like it can be the anticipation. It's not a normal week of practice in any sense. You add in the holiday, you add in everything else that's going on. What has the week been like leading up to this game? And is it the feeling where you're just ready to get to Saturday night? And then on top of that, you got the entire day on Saturday to wait around. But what's it been like in Austin leading up to this game?
Yeah, it is a little different. We only heard from Sark and the players on Monday. We typically do hear from Sark again on Thursday to get a little bit of a check-in before the weekend. And so as far as that, goes, you can tell their schedule obviously a little adjusted because of the holiday. I know some of the guys were talking about their favorite Thanksgiving foods, but also talking about how they can't really overindulge before the weekend. So that in that standpoint too, enjoying the holiday before a big week is definitely different. But, just the hype around this game is so real. And I think it's been really fun to see people reminisce on that 2011 game, talk about some of the big moments of this rivalry that, maybe people just really hadn't thought about in a while. And to the players, some of them, I'm sure, are learning some of these things for the first time because they were so young the last time they played this. So I think there's been a good bit of kind of looking back, looking ahead, and then just trying to navigate, playing a big game through a holiday week.
Got a question for you. People are wondering, does Auburn beating A&M last weekend take any of the shine off of this game? I don't think it does, but you tell me what you think.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think if anything, it probably just makes A&M a little angrier and ready to get a little bit more.
They got more stake
for this game. Yeah, exactly. So I think, Torian York, he's a guy I actually covered when I was in more the Temple, Waco area. I covered him in high school, and he's one of Texas A&M's best defensive players. And he said, had we won that game, that'd be great. But at the same time, the feeling we have right now, is because we're coming off of that loss. So I think if anything, it just makes it, that A&M's going to be a little bit more up for this one. But I don't think it diminishes what's ahead of this. And they're playing for an SEC championship. How could it be diminished?
Yeah.
It's their rivalry, and there's so much at stake. You just couldn't write a better script.
Darby Brown of CBS Austin is with us on 105.3 The Fan. And Darby, you've been in Midland, you've been in Waco, you're in Austin now. You really have covered the entire state of Texas. And being in Austin now, you're around the Longhorns. You mentioned, Sark usually talks twice during the week, a little bit different this week. What has the message been leading up to this game, albeit with a little bit different of a schedule and intact with the holiday?
Yeah, I think the message is, they've recognized the rivalry. They do want the guys to understand what's at stake here, especially for the fans and things like that. But more than anything, it's the classic. This is another game. They have another opportunity, and they want to get to that SEC championship. So I think trying to keep the focus on the game itself is kind of where they've been at, and just kind of trying to keep things rolling. I mean, it's been really interesting for me. As you mentioned, I'm kind of newer to this market, so I'm newer to the Texas fan base and all that is as far as being right in the middle of it. And this is a team that's just kept winning, but sometimes you wouldn't think it from the reactions around here and things. So, it's really interesting to see, to witness some of that. So I think they're proud that they've reached 10 wins, but they're focused on, the goals ahead of them, and that's kind of where they've been at.
Speaking of fan expectation, like I said, Longhorn fans are crazy up there like Cowboy fans. They got a national championship of bus mentality. With that being said, and they're excited about this season, in the game against Georgia, you saw a couple of situations where Arch Manning, the most popular player on any team, is the backup quarterback. Arch Manning got some snaps. Do you think if Quinn Ewers, for some reason, doesn't start out strong in this game, which is always at stake, you'll see some Arch Manning, or this is Quinn Ewing's game to win or lose? I say game because we know he's not going to lose the job. His game to win or lose.
Yeah, the only reason why I could see Arch Manning coming in is if Quinn's ankle injury really is a bigger deal than what we think. He is listed as probable for this one. I think there's no world in which he's not starting. He's definitely starting, and he's going to play. But last week, you could really tell he was having some issues. I mean, he really could not move. He kind of just stood there in the pocket, and he couldn't really protect himself. And so you hope that it has gotten better from that from that time. But I think if it's an injury issue where he's not really able to move, then I think they have to go to Arch. But I mean, I think it's going to have to be because of that. It's going to have to be an obvious, injury problem, because this is Quinn's team. There's no doubt about it. I think, they did go to Arch during that Georgia game after, probably their worst half they've played to this point in the season. And that was really interesting to me because Sark's always been like, this is Quinn's team, Quinn's the guy. And then they did go to him. So, there's always that possibility, and the fans obviously love to talk about it. And, Arch has a great, future ahead of him. But I think unless there's an injury issue, I think Quinn's going to play this whole game.
Darby Brown of CBS Austin with us on 105.3 The Fan. Perfect segue, Darby, into my follow-up question to that, just regarding the health of Quinn Ewers. Collectively, as an entire team, this point in the season, for both teams, really, for that matter, the war of attrition is certainly a part of the conversation. How are the Longhorns looking injury-wise, and any noteworthy injuries we should have our eyes on leading up to this game on either side?
Yeah, I think, you're right. At this point in the season, everybody has some guys that are banged up. Obviously, Quinn is the biggest concern just because of the position he plays. So, and he needs to be able to move at least a little bit. So, that is a little bit of a concern. But they said he's doing better, and, he's listed as probable. So that's that. I think when you talk about injuries, you talk about some of the preseason injuries and early injuries that Texas had at running back has kind of, been an issue for this whole season, really, although they've had some young guys step up with Contravion Wisner and Jaden Blues played really well, although they've had some fumbling issues. So I think the running back situation earlier has kind of hurt them. And then with Texas A&M, I think people haven't talked about it enough, but Le'Veon Moss being out for this whole rest of the year has really hurt them. And I think, that's an unfortunate injury for the Texas A&M standpoint. But, that's where they're at. And, again, everybody's probably at this point got somebody that they wish they had on the field. So it's just kind of what it is. But I think for the most part, Texas has been pretty lucky when it comes to the injury bug. They haven't had it too bad.
I always say football is a war of attrition. Whoever's healthiest at the end has the greatest chance to win. Texas has the talent. Something tells me because the Aggies are at home, they may have an extra spark. But how do you see this thing playing out? Do you see A&M winning a low-scoring game or Texas winning a high-scoring game? How do you think it plays out for each team in their favor to win the game? High-scoring, low-scoring, defensive battle, offensive blowout? What do you think is the best-case scenario for either team?
I think it's going to be close. I think it's probably going to be more of a defensive battle. Texas has really relied on their defense, especially as of late. And then on the other side, I think Marcel Reed, he showed a ton of spark in that LSU game, that ranked game at night. So we might see that version of him, or we might see one that lets up a little bit. So, I think it's probably going to be a low-scoring game, more of a defensive battle. But, it's going to be about the big plays. Texas really likes to have the big plays, and they rely on those on the offense. And then A&M struggles to defend the big plays. And so that'll be kind of interesting to see how that shakes out. But the fact that it's at Kyle Field, obviously A&M has an advantage there. And I think Texas has tried to say that is not as big of a deal as it is, but that place is going to be a madhouse. I don't even think we're ready for it at all. It's going to be unbelievable atmosphere. So, that's going to play a part in it.
Darby, that was going to be my exact next question is how much preparation, and I'm thinking selfishly, we've all covered those games that are just an absolute zoo and parking and making sure
100,000 people.
Yeah, they read your credential and all that. Do you have the pregame routine ready to go, all the boxes checked and everything like that?
Yeah, well, luckily my sports director, Bob Ballou, he's done this a few times. He's been at the station for, I believe, 17 years, so he covered a good amount of these Texas A&M games. So he'll show me the ropes. We're leaving town at 9 a.m., I can tell you that, so we're going to be there really early.
Don't trust the traffic, seriously.
Yeah, seriously. So, and I've been around Texas enough to know that College Station, you gotta get in there early because it's tough to get in.
Oh, and don't walk on the grass. Do not walk on the grass.
Yeah.
It's military school. They don't like that.
Yeah,
that's true. Yeah. So we're gonna get there really early, and that's our plan, and kind of go from there. And then I'm sure we'll get out of there pretty late by the time hopefully things have settled down. But I think I don't know if there's a game I've been more excited for as far as the college football scene to witness. It's really it's going to be awesome. So we're going to get there really early. That's our plan.
There you go. Darby Brown of CBS Austin joining us this morning on 105.3 The Fan. We certainly appreciate the inside information and insight covering the Texas Longhorns. What a tremendous job you do in that sense. But I'd be remiss, and I know you cover the game. You're not in the prediction business, but it would not be me if I didn't ask for at least a score prediction and who you like in this one to close it out.
I'll go Texas 27-20, and I think Texas does pull it out. I think they're the better team, although I do think they get this, I think with the Georgia game, when the lights are really bright, they have some struggles, so I think it's going to stay pretty close. But
it's the 27-20. Is that just because the Cowboys won 27-20? Every score prediction is going to be 27-20?
Maybe that was in my head. I just think it's going to be close. That's all I can tell you.
Yeah.
I think it is going to be close. I don't think it's going to be quite as memorable as the Justin Tucker final play.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe it will be.
Walk-off field goal.
Maybe it will be, but... Yeah, maybe it will be, but I think it's going to be close. So, and pretty, lower scoring-ish, maybe even lower than that. But I do like Texas in this one.
There you have it. Darby Brown of CBS Austin, thanks so much for joining us. We'll do it again. And be safe and get there real early, and we'll be looking forward to watching.
Yeah, thanks, Darby.
All right. Thank you, guys.
There she goes.
You know how Longhorns at their games have different celebrities on there? Matthew McConaughey just standing, all right. I bet A&M has Johnny Manziel stalking the sidelines.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
With the money signs.
Right. It's going to be a who's who for sure. And even just getting that preview from Darby Brown of CBS Austin, the thought of the excitement and a rivalry renewed and so much this game 13 years in the making.
It's amazing because
really
so much is at stake. Literally,
Absolutely.
either team has a shot to go to the college football playoff with this game at stake.
Yeah, you got to love that. Our thanks to Darby Brown of CBS Austin. And coming up next, we're going to talk with RJ Ochoa with Blogging the Boys and recap that 27-20. That's the theme today, the 27-20 win over the New York Football Giants. That's coming up next. RJ Ochoa with Blogging the Boys on 105.3 The Fan.
You can either go to Bobby's place after
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
a truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Giants are out at the 40, 1st and 10 after the kickoff return. Blocked with play action. Screen, tipped up in the air and intercepted by Ocho. Running right to the goal line. Touchdown, Overshow.
The play of the day in my mind, because that turned the complete momentum of the game. Cowboys looked like a different team after that. They beat the Giants 27-20, third straight win on Thanksgiving, 5-7 on the season now. And like when we talked with our guy, RJ Ochoa, after the win on Sunday, it was so fun. We said, why don't we run that back? RJ Ochoa with Logging the Boys joins us now on 105.3 The Fan. RJ, I don't want to just run back and ask the exact same questions that we did on Sunday, but I do want to start with a similar one, and that is, I enjoy watching your team win. It's that simple. It was another example on Thursday. What was your reaction to the win and just the overall mindset with this team now earning their 5th win in the season?
Well, good morning. Great to be with you guys. Happy Thanksgiving. Look, this is the best week of the year if you're a Dallas Cowboys fan. And I don't say this in like a we're better than everyone sort of way, although we are. But this is a holiday that is unique to us. We have to plan our Thanksgiving meal around it. We all have kind of grown up that way. We understand it. And so to start the week with a win, to end the week with a win, to go into an incredible weekend of college football, and even the NFL action this week promises to be amazing. It's just different. I mean, if you're going to go to a tree lighting tonight, if you're going to be hanging Christmas decorations, I know we talked about this, as you mentioned, on Sunday. There's in Home Alone, Kate McAllister tells John Candy that Christmas is a season of perpetual hope, and we're entering that. And so to be hopeless in the season of perpetual hope is just such a heartbreaking thing. And so it feels like, we can dream again. It's the part of the Wizard of Oz where everything is colorful. It's an amazing feeling. What being a sports fan is all about.
Yeah, and RJ, on a deeper dive, again, this is a locker room that's not like the Jets and the Giants locker room where they're pointing fingers, mad at each other, mad at the front office, mad at the coaching staff. Everybody's like, oh, can't wait till the season's over with. Get me out of here. That is not the culture of a locker room that you want to have a winning foundation. And I love the fact that throughout this trying season, none of those guys have turned on the coaches. Nobody's pointing fingers. They're fighting through some adversity, fighting through some injuries. And the energy is there. I'm not saying they're going to the playoffs. I'm not saying they're going to make this wild run, but it's not impossible. But more importantly, there's something about saying, if you're going to compete, I want to know who the competitors are. I want to know who the dogs are. And I think we saw some dogs yesterday, and Overshown being the main dog out there.
Yeah, DeMarvion Overshown is just, I really am stunned. He's my only concern, and we're all damaged, don't get me wrong, is that the front office will see that as all we have to do is just draft the guys we like in the 3rd round. We don't have to prioritize or things like that. There are lessons to be learned, and that's where we all kind of get back down to earth a little bit. To your point, CA, the person I'm probably the most impressed with this season, and you could certainly offer Overshown in terms of development, but is Micah Parsons. There has been a lot of talk, both locally and nationally, not pointing fingers at anybody, about what kind of a leader he is, and he's podcasting and things like that. Man, dude, I tell you what, it is a different kind of badass with a capital B to say, nah, we can do this. At the very least, we're going to try. Look, I have said things about Mike Zimmer. Micah's had his back, to your point. Micah has stood tall and defended everybody under his wing and has delivered. That is a very cool thing to live up to words like that. And people will say, it's the Giants, it's whatever. But I don't see Kayvon Thibodeau doing that for the Giants. I don't see a lot of players across the NFL doing it. So if we learned anything, it's that Micah Parsons, if anyone had any question, is a leader that is absolutely worth paying massive, massive money to.
RJ Ochoa with us from Blogging the Boys, and that's exactly where I wanted to go as well. You touched on how much of an impact Micah had defensively. So let's flip it over to the offensive side of the ball. Rico Dowdle, 100-plus yards rushing, had the touchdown as well. Cooper Rush manages the game. Do you share that same belief in the sense of this offense being taking steps in the right direction and continuing to improve, or was yesterday just more of a result of playing a bad team?
I think that, they've realized, not to a full degree because they still insist on these double sweep reverse things to try to get Kevontae Turpin the ball at some points, but I think they've recognized, hey, the lowest hanging fruit is the sweetest for a reason. We can take this, right? And it reminds me actually of something that aired on y'all's airwaves a long time ago. Dak Prescott was on the Cowboys Hour with Brad Shim and Taylor Stern at the time, and he used an analogy that John Kitna had told him. And so I'm quoting Dak, who was quoting Kitna, and he said that sometimes playing quarterback is like being in line at Golden Corral. And everybody gets in line, and you want the steak or the prime rib at the very end of the line. But along the way, you're going to pick up the spaghetti or the slices of pizza or a salad or whatever. Like, there's no reason to forego the stuff that's in front of you because you're still going to get those big shots at the very end. And so I feel like Mike McCarthy has finally figured out a way to take that stuff that's in front of them while they wait for those big shots. And we see that, right? We saw the big play to Jalen Tolbert. We saw the 41-yard reception to Jalen Brooks on Sunday in Washington. But I think the touchdown to Brandon Cooks is an amazing example of that. And we've seen that play before. Bobby Belt, who is okay, did a great job of sharing a tweet, pointing that out last night. But that Brandon Cooks drag route is just a matter of, hey, you're faster than this guy. Go be faster, and we'll win that way. So I'm really pleased to see that develop.
I'm liking those developments again. I've been saying I'm watching tape ever since Sunday because I was like, wait a minute. People are like, oh, you're messing up this, you're messing up. No, that's a strategy that you're using to try to team build, which is fine. But you've got to have the right kind of guys on that team. You can't just be a collection of talent, or else everybody on your squad is Joel Embiid. Shots fired. Just do the research. With that being said, there are different people saying, you know what? It's okay to look at some scenarios. What ifs? Because this is the time of the year, right? What if their next game, they get 10 days off. They get to get a little bit healthier. You already know some of the defensive guys are coming back in December, including Tank Lawrence. You look at, okay, the game they got coming up in 10 days. It's the Cincinnati Bengals. Very dangerous team, but they're not winning. Maybe you got a chance against them. Then you got another game against Carolina. And in other words, you can see some games being stacked up. I'm not saying that they're going to the playoffs. And I'm saying I don't think they could with Cooper Rush. But guess what? You just never know. And that's the joy of sports because sometimes crazy things happen. With that being said, did you look at the schedule last night?
Yeah, I mean, I saw Nick Harris had a tweet talking about the Bengals game, and I quote tweeted and said, if they win that, and look, that's a big if. I think the early line was Dallas is like a 6.5-point dog. So, I mean, we all understand this, but if they win that game, that game's December 15th or 9th. I mean, that night you're talking about you're one game out of 500. I mean, which felt impossible, 6 days ago or 5, whatever it is. I mean, so it is an amazing thing. And you, CA, triggered me because you used the term right kind of guy at the beginning of that. And Jason Garrett was back in our lives last night calling the game for NBC. And I don't mean this in a negative way about Garrett because he's a great man, and I certainly don't want to take a shot at him. But what we all hated about that era was if Tony Romo got hurt or if Sean Lee got hurt, it was like, this season's done. Like, they can't even win a game, right? And, dude, I mean, and this is not – I mean, we have to have a lot of conversations here. I'm not trying to be emotional or overreact, but there is something impressive to me about how Mike McCarthy can make lemonade. I mean, he's 500 without Dak Prescott this season. And, I mean, obviously had the success they did in 2022. So, again, being better than Jason Garrett is not necessarily proof of anything or whatever, but that is so, again, you can tell me that the Giants stink all you want. They have won 2 games in 5 days against division rivals when everyone was laughing at them and poking at them. And at the very least, that says that they can get up off the mat.
You know what? Let me say this. I got to qualify for those who missed this. When I was talking about the right kind of guy, I was definitely not talking about guys who were good guys off the court, off the field. I was talking about dogs versus guys making business decisions. I'd rather have a team full of dogs.
But no,
RJ, you're on the same. You're on the same page.
RJ, you're exactly right. And I think that's kind of where I stand on it. And you hear all the outside noise of this, that, and the other. Sometimes just simplifying of what just took place. And you can't control anyone else of what their record is. You can control internally and winning the games that are on your schedule, and that's what the Cowboys have done. But moving forward, specifically, you talk about the injuries from a high level view, but diving into it specifically, obviously CD wasn't himself yesterday. Talked about him being as banged up as he's been really in his entire career. What's your level of concern with CD Lamb?
I mean, I think that obviously the finicky nature of it all, how there wasn't an injury report mid-game and whatnot, suggests that it was maybe a team decision or a CD decision. I know that the final score, the final point margin was 7 points, and that looks a lot closer than I think we all ultimately think the game was. I think that, if it had been, some serious tense moments, CD probably would have been out there. That's just my personal guess. And
yeah, I agree.
I think that this little mini bye comes at the right time for CD, obviously. The Nick Harris tweet I mentioned was about DeMarcus Lawrence potentially coming back with Micah's quote on that. I mean, so it is important context. I mean, it's possible. I mean, obviously anything's possible, but it's possible the next time they line up on Monday Night Football, CD's fine, DeMarcus Lawrence is back, Trayvon Diggs is back, Zach Martin's back, and then that really changes, just how stupid we're willing to all get with this team.
I mean, it's amazing. I always look at this is not exactly a comparison, but when the Philadelphia Eagles won the Super Bowl, who knew that Nick Foles would be their savior at that time? Carson Wentz was having a great year. He could have been the MVP, and then here comes Foles and lightning in the bottle. Again, things happen. So I'm not here to destroy anybody's hopes. It's a long shot, but the math is mathing right now. Even if you do want to destroy people's hopes, I know you don't, but I mean, I don't. That's the one vibe I don't get right now. Like, dude, this is fun. Like, if you're not having fun right now, like you really gotta relax a little bit. Right.
I look. I'm completely guilty. I have quit a Madden game when I'm down 21-0. I have simmed to the end of a season. Right. Like, I understand the logic behind tanking and the higher draft pick. We all can get it. But I mean, tell the 5-year-old version of yourself or the 10-year-old or the 15-year-old version of yourself that you're going to tank. I mean, the version of yourself that lived and died with this team. And so I just, I'm having a good time, and our biggest, or at least I don't want to speak for anybody else. My biggest criticism of them over the last 6 weeks has been, man, they suck, but they are boring and they are not fun. At the very least right now, they are fun. And if they damage their draft position by 6 or 8 spots, I'm fine with that because at the very least, they're showing that they're capable of rallying up. And, that will be something valuable to build into the future as well.
Exactly.
RJ Ochoa with us from Blogging the Boys. It's always a pleasure, my friend. And RJ, you alluded to this. We got Black Friday football today, Chiefs Raiders, full slate Sunday, an awesome college slate. What do you got going the rest of today and into the weekend?
Well, I got to get to work. The day after a game is a busy thing, and again, that's just part of the magic of the Cowboys playing on Thanksgiving. Yeah, we all understand what this is, and so I'm so blessed to have a job that I love and it doesn't feel like work in any sense. So I'll definitely pay attention to the game. My wife and I are going to decorate the house for Christmas tomorrow with the collegiate slate on, rooting for my Sun Devils, obviously. And then, going to hope the Ravens win or hope, I promise you one article I will write today is a rooting guide for who the Cowboys need to win and who they need to lose.
That's right, the scenarios.
Hold up.
I mean, but
I got to interject, though. I didn't know you were a Sun Devil, too, man. I'm dating a Sun Devil, and you guys are believing. You got 2 losses. You got Kenny Dillingham leading the program. It's good to be a Sun Devil right now.
It's a great time. It's a great time to be me. I mean, Manchester United won yesterday as well, the Cowboys. I mean, and again, look, something I tell people all the time when they would ask for how the Cowboys are going to do this year, I always say you will never do your Christmas shopping with them out of the mix. That's just not how they roll. And I'm so grateful for that. I mean, these last weeks, dude, I feel like we shaved for the first time, after just it getting way out of control. And I feel so clean and so fresh. And it's fun to look up positive stats and, things like that. It's like the first dip in the pool in the summer. I mean, it just feels incredible. So it's a really, really fun time, and I'm really happy to share that with you all and with the great, Tolos. It's the best. this is what we wait for in June, and we're finally here, and I want to enjoy it.
And it's Thanksgiving weekend, and we're so thankful. Hey, RJ, appreciate you, man.
Yeah, attitude of gratitude, RJ. We appreciate you coming on and sharing everything with us, and we'll be looking for those rooting guide articles and everything else that's going up on Blogging the Boys.
Thanks, guys. Y'all have a great rest of your day and rest of your Thanksgiving weekend.
You too, man. Take care.
There he goes. RJ Ochoa with Blogging the Boys. You can check everything out, and it's going to be fun reading that. Like you said, positive news.
That's right.
He always puts things in the best way. It feels like that first dip in the pool. Feels like I just shaved. I mean, that resonates with me. I love how he put that. All right, coming up, we are going to cross-talk with those fellas that are in for the boys on the KNC Masterpiece. We got James Tritley, Alec Medford coming up. We'll see what's going on with their show and tie a bow on this one. As always, appreciate you tuning in. He's Chris Arnold. I'm Jake Reitman on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, Tolos, RJ.
Uber Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak man.
it looks like. Locke is back in the gun. Pressured up the middle and sacked. That's Odigizua getting in on the party. 6 for the Cowboys today.
There you have it. Turns out 6 sacks, 2 turnovers, holding on to the football, not turning the ball over, a couple of touchdowns. That is a recipe for success. 27-20. The Cowboys get the win, 3rd straight win on Thanksgiving. Jake Reitmo alongside the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
Joined now by the fellas getting ready for the KNC masterpiece, Alec Medford and James Tritley. How are we, guys?
What's up, boys?
We're doing good.
The UTA takeover.
Oh,
the
yeah.
goatee
Look out.
ones.
I felt like I felt the floor shake and everything was happening. What's going on? It's a UTA stampede. They're taking over. There they are coming at us. Everybody have a good Thanksgiving?
Yeah, man. It was real peaceful because we got to host this year.
Look out.
So I didn't have to go anywhere.
Oh, cool.
Which was amazing because usually my aunt hosts and she lives a good 30, 35 minutes away from us. So that drive is just like, I'd rather not. It was weird having so many people in the house. Not used to that. We don't usually host anything. So it was a little bit busier than I'm used to, but, just ate some food, watched some football, and then went to bed. It was pretty awesome.
That was my take yesterday. Like, holidays and everything, say what you will. The great thing about Thanksgiving is it's simplified. It's you hang out with the people you like, you eat a lot of food, and you watch football.
Absolutely.
It doesn't get any better. What about you, James?
It was good. Sister hosted once again. Phenomenal job. Had plenty of food, was ready to go to sleep by probably like 6 o'clock. But I'll say this. What kept me going was that Cowboys game.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I was watching the whole time. I was like, you know what? We got a lot going on the show today. We need to make sure that this game is going to turn out the way that we hope. And yeah, it turned out exactly that way. A lot of football, a lot of food, a lot of good times.
What food did you make sure you did not eat? In other words, I'm not eating those cranberries. I just can't do it.
Oh, no, I'm not a cranberry sauce
Is
person.
it because of what Corey did?
No, what he did.
That ruined it
his
for me.
pants? Wait a minute.
Pouring
Did
a
he
few
do
cans.
it? I heard he was threatening to do it.
He did it. We had a
wears no
donation
underwear.
goal. Yeah.
He wears no underwear.
My dad's never been more disgusted watching a video than watching Corey do that, because I was like, hey, watch what Corey
It was
Majors
a
did.
bet. What was the deal to set it up again for those who missed it?
For Peace-a-thon, we had to reach a donation goal. I think that one was $2,000. Once we reached that, he had to do the cranberry challenge, which is where you have to pour cranberries down your pants.
And it was his idea, because I heard him talking about this.
While simultaneously singing a song by the Cranberries.
Yeah, Linger.
Yep, Linger. And he did just that.
And he wears no underwear, so his pants were a mess.
But what
That's
part
the
of
biggest story for me.
part of the issue there that you'll see on the video on 105.3 The Fan socials is we didn't have a can opener, so he had to use a knife and stab them open. So there was maybe a quarter-sized opening on each of these cans. So the arm motion he was having to do into his pants wasn't exactly family friendly. So
it was a back camera, right?
Yes, and the greatest part was Bobby Belt's children were sitting right behind him. So there was children in the room. Bobby Belt's wife was there too. They had to witness this, and we were all just like, it's like 9 a.m. Like, what are we doing?
Maybe they don't understand.
I hope they don't, because that was
I don't want
rough.
them to understand. I don't understand.
Well, that was rough humor to see at 9 a.m. for poor children.
Yeah. It kind of wakes you up. My Thanksgiving question for you guys.
What you got?
All right. I think, Thanksgiving, there's lots of different things to discuss, but what is the optimal time to eat a Thanksgiving meal?
It's a good question.
Because some people say Thanksgiving dinner, and I fully believe in planning it around the NFL slate, depending on who your team is. So curious your answer on this.
Let me go with, and I'll go with the time that I think we had, especially because the Cowboys game. We had to get that going first, because my sister's house, they don't do any of the streaming services or anything, so we had to cast it from the phone. And so
that's the whole process.
Oh yeah, so I'm in charge of all this while they're getting the food ready.
Tech support.
So I think it was probably about 4:30 or so, because get a good hour of the Cowboys game and get the football mid-game, mid-slate going. I think 4:30 is about right.
What about you, Medford?
For us, it was a little bit different. One, because everybody wanted to eat before the game. And two, and part of it is we got a lot of elderly in the family. So they some of them wanted to leave before it got dark, so they didn't have to drive in the dark.
That's fair.
So we ended up eating at noon. We did lunch instead. So, which was nice, because then the leftovers aren't even really leftovers.
Right.
They just sat
Graze
for a
it.
little
You just
bit of
graze
time,
it.
and you throw it in the microwave or back in the oven, and you're good to go. It's not even a day old yet, so everything still tastes fresh. So that kind of worked out. I actually didn't mind that. I was really tired by halftime of the Cowboys game.
The tryptophan.
Exactly, but still,
was bad.
It was really nice. And then by the time the game was over, it was like, okay, I have nothing left to do today. This is great, so I just kind of lounged and did whatever I needed to do.
There you go, because that's always a point of contention. It's the Thanksgiving meal, but what time do you have that
It
meal?
varies, man.
Yeah, and I don't know if you guys heard my Jake break, but I spent my Thanksgiving at Atolo's house
In Frisco.
In Frisco, got the invite, and
at you.
I, when you're the guest, and I found myself, trying to use some situational awareness, one of our favorite things here, but, you're the guest. More people are asking you questions, and it was great. The fellowship was awesome. There were guys that had played football with my dad back in the day, so they're telling me all these stories and everything. But that moment when they said, "Oh, Jake, go get some food," all eyes are on you. And a couple of to your point, there was
greedy will he be?
Yeah, exactly.
How many plates is he going to stack up?
100%. And you don't want to be rude because that can be insulting too.
Oh, yeah.
You don't want to try my green bean casserole.
The mothers, they will really, grandmas, you want more? You didn't eat enough.
Yes.
What was wrong with it?
Yes.
Nothing. I'm full.
And then, unfortunately, everybody else was indulging in some wine, and I love wine, and I think it goes great with turkey as well. Speaking of putting you to sleep, and so there was that moment too. Jake, do you want anything to drink? And you respectfully decline, but I was like, yeah, absolutely, let's have some wine and enjoy. So that being said, great Thanksgiving. What do you guys got coming up on the program?
We do have Jerry Jones at 10:30 today, confirmed, and then there's a chance that we will get Stephen Jones at 1 o'clock today as
That's the floating
well.
segment, isn't it?
Yes. So we will wait and see, but you do got some AM on the FM during the Expressway.
Nice.
And speaking of the Expressway, you might want to listen to the 12 o'clock hour, a Miranda Lambert ticket giveaway will be happening at some point during the noon o'clock hour. So you're not going to want to miss that.
Speaking of singers, I really enjoyed the halftime at the Cowboys game.
Man, it was good.
Yeah, Lainey Wilson. I did not know she had that voice, and Jelly Roll's one of my favorites. I really like Jelly Roll.
What a great surprise.
What a surprise.
Yeah.
So funny. We were watching it from the press box, and I'm sitting up there with Blake and Fred, and Brian brought us, and we're watching them perform, and, it kind of gets dark after they get through finishing. Turn the lights down, and Fred was like, how did Jelly Roll get out there? I said, look, because, he's a big guy. It's like, he didn't walk all the way out to the 50-yard line. I said, look, there's a golf cart, and it's covered with curtains.
Yep.
He's going to get in that golf cart.
So they use the curtains for golf carts.
He got in his golf cart, and it tumped over. No, I'm kidding.
Wow.
No. He got in, and then they drove him off. And then Lainey Wilson had her golf cart, and because they were tearing down the stage. You got like 6 minutes to tear down the stage. So they're tearing down the stage and sending it off in one direction. And here's Lainey Wilson, her golf cart, and she's almost like going around the field waving at everybody. It was pretty cool.
And I'm such a dork for production in that respect that I'm the type of guy at concerts and events, I'm watching that stuff really closely. And I've noticed that, like, even in wrestling, James, you'll know this, in some of those events that they have the really long ramps at stadiums.
Yeah.
For the bigger wrestlers and the older wrestlers, they'll have them walk maybe a quarter of it on camera, then they go back to the ring on cam, and they'll pull out a golf cart onto the ramp and bring them back to the ring.
Sense.
And then when they cut back to the wrestler making their entrance, they're right in front of the ring.
Yeah, like poor Great Khali trying to walk down a long
Exactly,
ramp.
after 2 knee replacements.
I'll give you one more that's crazy. Okay, Prince was doing his concerts in the round his last couple of years.
Yeah.
And he would just pop up on the stage. He wasn't underneath the stage the whole time while the crowd's getting there, and he didn't have an opening act. It was like all of a sudden you got Prince for a couple hours, and he just pop up in the middle of the stage. Well, what he would do, because he had like a residency at American Airlines, and so I was watching. He was in an equipment box because he's a little guy. So he was in an equipment box, and they were just moving these equipment boxes like it was no big deal. And I told my wife, Pam, I said, he's in that box right there. Watch. And then they took that box underneath the stage, and he popped out.
I know Taylor Swift does the exact same thing too. Ed Sheeran as well. I've seen those videos. So the
Didn't
smaller
Taylor Swift
people
get put in a warmer, like a food warmer.
Yeah, that happened once.
Yep.
Sometimes you got to work with what you got.
All of these, though, they pale in comparison to the unforgettable cardboard igloo that Jack Harlow used in last year's half game.
That was so bad.
I forgot about that.
Fortunately,
Shabuzi
saved it. Yeah, he was good.
awesome.
I wonder what song he sang.
Yeah, it's a banger though. It's every time.
I think he did 3 songs total.
Yeah, the one he
one.
opened with, admittedly, I admit that of many weaknesses, music is right at the top of the list for me. But I had never heard the first one, and then he played the bar
Tipsy.
song. Yeah, tough to not beat the previous years of Jack Harlow, the absolute disaster. It was so bad. But they're coming up next.
Get you in first class.
Yeah, there you go. James Tritley, Alec Medford coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece. My name is Jake Rietma. He's Chris Arnold. Woo. And we thank you for listening to 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Hilarious. You can assume that I didn't say that. I said Dak wouldn't make the throw. Listening is key when you listen to sports talk radio. And from the 808, just go to break and start the show over without saying the word impressive. I mean, if you don't think that with how bad this team has been and how bad their roster is on paper, that winning against any team, especially with how bad I think the play caller has been this year, I think that's impressive because I honestly would not have been shocked if this team got surprised by
2 weeks ago,
Drew
we would
Lock.
have said that this Cowboys team couldn't win another game. We could have said that this team wouldn't have won another game at home. Panthers might have been their only win. But now we look at what they did against Washington. This looks like kind of a different team.
It does, and we will talk to Dallas Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones coming up at 10:30. But coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, let's do a little baseball nuggets where I have a Black Friday deal free agent that the Rangers should take a look at. We'll talk about it next here on The Fan.
You've made us #1 in DFW.
Don't care what they say.
Thank you for laughing and enjoying some quality sports conversations on the Fans KNC Masterpiece. Always on the Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
Cowboys Nation is big because everything's bigger in Texas. And Reliant has the energy to power it all. From home field advantage to home sweet home, Reliant has Dallas Cowboys fans all across the Lone Star State.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
With you until 2 o'clock, leading you into Fred and Blake, who will take over for the G-Bag Nation. Jerry Jones coming up here at 10:30. But right now, how about we do a little baseball nuggets with not Mike Bassick, with me. I haven't gotten to do this before, so this is kind of fun. Baseball Nuggets is presented by nobody. The Texas Rangers have not made any big moves yet. Free agency is open. It is alive. Juan Soto sweepstakes is really the only thing that people care about right now outside of maybe Roki Sasaki, which we've talked about a lot on this show because the Rangers probably have a legitimate chance at him, right? So The Athletic put out for Black Friday a Black Friday free agent deal for every single MLB team.
Okay.
And I want to see what you guys think of this. For the Texas Rangers, they do look at pitching, and they say left-hander Tanner Scott would be the free agent steal for the Texas Rangers. Texas believes this team can contend in 2025. Most of the lineup from the 2023 World Series squad is still around. Jacob deGrom will enter the season at full strength for the first time in what feels like forever, but owner Ray Davis is not expected to authorize the huge expenditures that the team required to assemble most of that roster. Maybe there will be some room to add somebody like Tanner Scott. He was the most valuable reliever in baseball these past 2 seasons, according to Fangraphs. When he throws strikes, he looks dominant. He owned Shohei Ohtani during the postseason. He can close or he can put out fires in a jam in high leverage situations, coming in with runners on. For a team looking ready to return to October, he makes a lot of sense. And this is something that we talked about during Peace-a-thon. We had Bruce Bochy on, the manager of the Texas Rangers. If you missed that conversation, 105.3 The Fan podcast page. You know, one of the guys asked him, like, what's the biggest need? You know, like, what do you think you need to address the most going into this season? And he said it's easily the pitching. You know, it starts and ends with the pitching. And Mike talked about it a lot. Him, Derek Holland, and Jared Sandor had a great back and forth about the issues that they had with, let's say, like a Will Smith in the past a couple years ago when he was with the World Series championship squad, asking him to do a little bit too much with guys this year at the back end of your bullpen, asking Kirby Yates to get more than 3 outs at times. David Robertson having to go back-to-back-to-back days in certain situations at the ripe age of like 39. So there was a lot there. Tanner Scott makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, Tanner Scott's going to be interesting. A left-handed reliever. And again, you said a guy who could close as well and be as dominant as he is. They are ranking him right now on Spot Track. His previous salary was $5.7 million. If the Rangers can get that, maybe a little bit less for like a 1-year deal, maybe an option, maybe they might have something going on. I mean, he played for San Diego, 30 years old, still a lot of life left for him to be able to do a lot for any team, and the Rangers really need this pitching right now. There's a lot of talent out there in the free agent market. We've also seen a lot of signings so far. I think that Blake Snell deal that happened, I think a lot of people are still taken by surprise by what's going on with that one.
That one gets me. because I think that Major League Baseball is eventually going to step in and do something about the deferred money.
It's $182 million for 5 years. They defer money like it's nothing. It's monopoly money in LA. They're playing with just fake money. It doesn't matter what they end up doing. But how dominant do you think Blake Snell is going to be with this team? Do you think he's going to move right in? Because remember, in San Francisco, he was not dominant to start out. It was that second half that he really stepped up. So how dominant can he be fitting into that rotation?
I feel like he's on a bit of a resurgence. You saw him go his first complete game this year. He never touched the ninth inning before this past season. He's been really good over his career. He is a Cy Young kind of guy. And the rich just get richer here, right? The Dodgers have found the loophole in the system. The collective bargaining agreement, whenever that comes up, is likely going to address that, because I guarantee you it's going to be the smaller market owners that are going to be like, hey, this is dumb, because in retrospect, we could pay these guys a lot less, but we're still going to have to write that check later. So that doesn't even help the smaller market teams. That's what the popular belief is that, hey, this, smaller teams like the Pirates, now that they have Paul Skeens and they have a solid rotation outside of him, they have some fun young players. They could go get a marquee free agent and say, hey, we'll give you $300 million 10 years from now. Like, that's still, like, if broke owners are broke owners, they're still going to be broke owners 10 years from now. And even if they're not broke because they're still billionaires, they're still just losers that don't want to pay up. And not spending is bad for baseball. And it's another way, in a weird way, of not spending, but it only benefits the rich in this situation. So I think Major League Baseball will do something about it. But that's why for teams like the Rangers, you have to look at guys like Tanner Scott. You have to look at some of these veteran arms that have been around a while. Even though he didn't work out, I'm not saying he was good at all, because I did not enjoy watching him pitch for this team. Deals like Andrew Chafin, where you have to get a guy that's at the back end of his career, you know who he is, and he's not going to cost you a lot either via trade or in terms of free agency dollars spent, because you don't know what your budget is still. You're still up in the air. We haven't even gotten an official announcement from the team of what the future of the TV broadcast is going to look like. You know that you can listen to the games right here on the Fan, but where are you going to watch them? We don't know yet. They haven't told us yet. So, and that's a lot of their revenue that comes in. So there's going to be a lot to be addressed there. Tanner Scott might be a fun one to look at. I would say, just from listening to guys like Bassick and Jared Sandler a lot, I would expect trades to help this team more than free agency. But if you're looking for a Black Friday deal, then there he is. His name is Tanner Scott. Take a look at him, Texas. Take a look at him, Chris Young.
Well, he's got the 7th best WAR among free agents right now, and I think that kind of tells a good story. Right behind him there, Kirby Yates at 8th.
I'm intrigued to see where he goes.
I mean, he was so good with this team.
He was so good.
He was exactly the prototypical guy that we wanted on this team. I've heard a name getting floated out there. This is not pitching, but this is outfield help. Anthony Santander.
He's going to be expensive.
Yeah, they've got him last year, $11.7 million. I think it'll skyrocket after the season he had.
One can dream. I would love it, but we'll see if that actually happens. So there is an abbreviated version of Baseball Nuggets right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, after a win over the New York Football Giants, we will talk to the owner and general manager of the Dallas Cowboys, Jerry Jones, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, Tolos. This is Dax Kirks, co-owner of Best Buy Windows and Siding. Are you looking to surprise your family with the perfect gift this holiday season? Our beautiful windows and expert installation can transform your house into the cozy home you've always dreamed of. With our exclusive offer, you get 10 windows installed for just $59.50 and 0 down and 0% financing with approved credit. You'll be a holiday hero for years to come. Windows made to fit your home perfectly take about 4 to 6 weeks. Call 469-WINDOWS. That's 469-WINDOWS, or visit BestBuyWindowsandSiding.com today.
See SportsCityToyota.com/blog for details. It's our Black Friday sales event during Toyotathon, and it's happening now at Sports City Toyota. I'm Gary Gray, General Manager. Black Friday week, get $29 down on any car on the lot. Pick one of our pre-owned at or under $20,000 and own it for under $300 a month. For Black Friday, $29 down and under $300 a month. Don't miss our Black Friday sales event during Toyotathon. Call us now, log on now, do it now at sportscitytoyota.com.
Got an itch to scratch? Download the Jackpocket app. It's the easiest way to play the lottery and get Texas State scratch-off lottery tickets. Jackpocket's not just scratchers. You can play Powerball, Mega Millions, and state games like Texas Two-Step and more. If you win, prizes under $600 go straight to your Jackpocket account. Then you can make payouts straight to your bank. New customers, download the Jackpocket app and use code TRAVEL to save $5 on your first scratch-off ticket. That's code TRAVEL only on Jackpocket. Gambling problem? Visit www.ncpgambling.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. 18 or older to play, void where prohibited, new customers only, must use promo code. $5 non-withdrawable credit is valid only for scratcher games. See terms and conditions at jackpocket.com/TOS/free-scratch-ticket-promo. Promo code expires December 31st, 2020.
that Red Kettle campaign with the Salvation Army and the halftime show with Lainey Wilson and Jelly Roll.
Well, thank you for that. And again, to reinforce it, really, what an event, and give all the credit in the world to our staff. And I've said before, the job that Charlotte Jones does is above and beyond, because she puts a show on out there with the Cowboys, our cheerleaders, and of course with Lainey Wilson at this time, that is the kind of show you see at a Super Bowl. And this is the prerequisite. The networks have said forever, we'll go to something else unless this thing is really significant. And that's what happens. Well, on the way, with all those red kettle and the recognition of the Salvation Army, we have given the visibility to what is a magnificent tradition and great organization in this country, the Salvation Army. And we've really exceeded $3 billion in incremental additional money going into those red kettles across the nation over these past 20-something years. And so it's quite an event. Lainey Wilson is something else. She really is, it's an American story. Frankly, she's from a small town there in Mississippi, I think. And the bottom line is that she has gotten her opportunity of her life, and does she work. I had the opportunity to do a commercial with her involved this past month, and for Ford, and it was unbelievable how hard she works and how many events she's having. So it's great to have her. She made it. It was a great halftime.
And speaking of Thanksgiving Day festivities, we saw the introduction of a new John Madden Thanksgiving Day MVP award that they gave out at the end of the game. What do you think of that? How cool is that?
Well, of course, John, to me, he's the face of Thanksgiving Day football, and deservedly so. And we all have a personal relationship, we feel, with John Madden. I have mine. I'll never forget, after we had played the Giants here very early on, maybe in my first or second year being involved with the Cowboys, he said, let's go over to the room. He was staying over at the Four Seasons after the ball game, and I went over there, and I was so excited. And I said, John, have I got this just blown out of proportion in my mind? This is a big thing to me. I can't imagine anything being any more important than getting to be a part of the NFL and getting to play football before a national audience. He looked over at me and just shook that big head and said, Jerry, this is presidential stuff. This is presidential. And so those stories with John are numerous and so important, and he inspired a lot of people.
I thought there was a lot of great performances yesterday, but I want to laser in on DeMarvion Overshown. He continues to be lightning in a bottle for Mike Zimmer's defense. How exciting was it to see him get that pick six and just wreak havoc all over the Giants offense?
Well, he's was, of course, no secret coming out at Texas, especially with his teammates in the draft room the day that we drafted him 2 years ago. My grandson was played at Texas and was on the same team with him, and Paxton. And we turned around and asked, tell me how he is, Paxton. Paxton said, he is everywhere. He is everywhere. He's everywhere at practice. He's everywhere in the games. He is a dynamo. And, of course, we were glad to have him. It was unfortunate that he got the injury in his first year last year. And but, boy, you see him coming and see what he's capable of doing. I don't know that I've seen a player that is any more efficient with his tackling. And the way that he effectively hits them low and wraps them up around those ankles and just drops them. And so that was impressive. That play that he made, taking on the lead blocker, the running back, textbook. That alone is textbook. then the next play that he made is to continue on and jump up and hit the ball. But to have the awareness to realize the ball has a trajectory to it and find it and get it and then score on it was as exceptional plays I've seen in the NFL.
Jerry, glad to have you on. We stay on the defense and we talk about Micah Parsons, obviously a big part of this defense, and really stepped up yesterday. Even had a comment that really, I think, showed a lot of what this team is. Why not us? How does that feel to see that positivity from your lead defender?
Well, I loved the one he made earlier in the week, I think. But it was when you talk about tanking, the word tanking would mean, hey, don't worry about it as much. We'll have a lower finish in the standings, higher finish in the draft, and you'll be able to get better players doing that. I loved his pure, honest, straightforward. Said somebody higher up will have to have a call like that because he said that's not coming from me. It's too important to win the down, win the play, win the game. He is so right. It is a nourishment to get a win. It is nourishment, growth nourishment to make a big play like the one that we're talking about with Overshown. And so my point is that there's not but one way to play this game. It's what the fans deserve. It's what the players deserve because you're going in the wrong direction with anything less than everything. And so he was so right on with his comments, and Micah is exceptional. Now, he's exceptional as an athlete. He's exceptional with his approach to the game. He's exceptional, frankly, with his approach to his life. And so that was real impressive. And, of course, he did come out. And it's not hard to see how you can not be quite as good defensively if you don't have Micah Parsons out there. And we've unfortunately had to experience that this year and didn't have the depth ready enough to take up the slack. I don't know that you can take up the slack when you don't have him out. You start getting the kinds of players with Overshown out there at the same time. You get a Micah. We'll get Lawrence back against Cincinnati more than likely. You start getting those guys back out there and the additional understanding of what Mike Zimmer, the coach, is trying to do defensively. You put all of that together and get us Diggs back out there to get us a turnover at the right time, and you do that, and you're a different defense than what we saw in the early part of the year. Gives us a real chance.
Well, Jerry, one thing you did touch on there is, of course, the injuries, and we talked a lot of positives early on, but we saw some injuries yesterday. Wanye Thomas goes down, Butler goes down as well, and of course, CeeDee Lamb. You don't see him in the back half of that game. Can you give us any updates on what those injury notes look like?
Well, I'll address one. I'm not for sure the extent of Butler's injury, the length of time. I don't know about that, but boy, what a story. A feel-good story about someone that literally walked on in the NFL, didn't play college for any degree, and then it has stepped up here and had this accounting of himself. But I will say that I think that Lamb, by the time we get these extra days here for this time we've got between Thanksgiving and the next game, I think Lamb will be ready to go.
Jerry Jones joining us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Some more positives from yesterday. Rico Dowdle had himself a 100-yard day. He looked fantastic, his first rushing touchdown of the year. Do you think that he showed the country on that national stage that he's a true running back one in the NFL?
Well, yes, I do. And to me, the only question that about Rico and his ability to carry the ball at the highest level in the NFL. He's violent when he runs. The only question about it has been his ability to overcome injury his first couple of years, and those are unfortunate, and it's really the down time of a football player's time is dealing with an injury. And he's been able to stay consistently healthy this year, and more importantly is our blocking up front. And we had guys that aren't necessarily the starters for this team playing yesterday in two different places. And that's pretty remarkable that we were able to have the run game work as well as it did. And they've got some good interior defensive linemen, and early on you could see the impact of that. But the bottom line is that the combination of our running game, our blocking scheme for the running game, and the ability for Rush to mix in some pretty effective passing the last two games. I'm really proud of him. Don't know if you were going to mention him, but boy, he really should cause us to look bright for the next game against Cincinnati because he's really playing well. You combine all of that, his ability to move the chains with a throw, get it out quick, and then the ability of our offensive line to get sustain better blocks, and then you put Rico really with his violent running. You do that, and you'll get a day like yesterday.
One more thing about Rico. This gives me the same vibes as 2008 with Marion Barber once he really gained the trust of the staff in the front office. You guys went and drafted Tashard Choice and Felix Jones to just load up around him, and that running game was one of the best and one of the most fun that I've seen in my lifetime. And Detroit's doing something similar with David Montgomery, and then they drafted Jahmyr Gibbs. Do you feel like Rico is the type of guy that you want to build your run game around? Is he that good?
Well, again, I want to emphasize, Rico is one of the most recognized by our staff and by his team. He's one of the most recognized runners that you could put out there, in a manner of speaking now. I want to get in trouble here with comparing him to all these other big-name runners. But there's no question his ability to make runs. And but the running back needs to be able to, which he's very effective at and has been, protecting the quarterback when he's quarterback's trying to throw the ball. So bottom line, though, is that you're seeing him healthy. And being healthy, yes, we can do some really outstanding things around him. And frankly, the future is there for him.
Jerry, we also talk about a lot of positives on this team with especially Cooper Rush and the kind of the role that he's had to not really just step into as a next man up mentality. And the way that he played yesterday kind of has that progression always just going forward and trying to get better. Now, we look at the confidence level that he has. How big is your confidence level on Cooper Rush as he continues to progress later and later into the regular season?
Well, I'll start with his mental grasp of what we're trying to do. He's got a very quick mind, quick from the mind to the hands and the feet, and really grasp the situation as it unfolds as quick as anybody we've seen. And so that enables him to quickly get that ball out. That's important for us, especially right now, to get that ball out quickly. And he does it and does it well. On the other hand, his throwing, you saw a ball that we threw for the touchdown there to 3. That was as well-thrown ball as you'll ever see in the NFL. That ball had to be perfectly thrown to make that play. And we've seen him do that. And so all in all, there's a reason why that he's was sitting there behind Dak Prescott because of how well he can do. What's showing up is the repetition. I don't care who you are. If you don't get the game-type speed and get in the competition of the games, you've got a little making up to do when it comes time for you to get out there. And he's showing us right before your eyes how to evolve with the benefit of game-time play. And he's having it. He's taking advantage of it, and he's getting better and better. Everybody has miscues when you handle the ball every play. But you're seeing him take a miscue and actually take it in stride, straighten up, get the ball right, and get a playoff. And those become inconsequential almost miscues. Bobble, snap, those type of things. Dak makes them look like they're just a part of the game. But he's doing it right before our eyes, Rush.
And you mentioned the touchdown to Brandon Cooks in the corner of the end zone on that beautiful pass from Rush. I imagine that getting Brandon Cooks back from injury, from that knee injury he sustained back in week 4, I imagine that adds a certain level, a certain element to that offense that Cooper Rush was missing.
Well, it's not to not have Cooks out there is we're short, and all you have to do is track his rehab effort. If everyone could see a poster child of how hard to work to come back from an injury and to rehab, then Brandon Cooks would have been the example. The other one that wrote the book on it was Michael Irvin coming back from his injury. But, boy, these guys that have got it, the light clicks on when they realize that they may be losing pace with their career on the football field when they get hurt. And, boy, they come back better than they were. And Brandon, to me, when I think of him, I think of the rehab work he's done this season to get back out on the field. But, yes, we've missed him. We miss his speed. You notice he had clocked on the time that you can time today of receivers, running backs, whoever running. He had the faster time than Turpin out there. Well, that gives you an idea of what's nice to have on that field with Turpin. A couple of guys that can move like that.
Jerry, we also go from one Brandon to the other. I want to talk about Brandon Aubrey because he's been one of the best kickers in the NFL, if not the best. And I was sitting around with the family yesterday watching this game, and one of the things they talked about is how effortless it looks for Brandon Aubrey to go out and do what he does. Not that he's not putting in effort, but the amount of effort it looks like he's putting in, it seems like it's so easy for him. Is there anything that you see from his prep work that puts him into that elite tier of kickers?
Yes, is how hard he works and how much repetition that he does have. Usually when you see in athletes or you see in performers, when you see it look like just taking the next breath, in other words, so natural, so in rhythm, so effortlessly, that much more work has gone into it, and that's the case. Of course, he's been kicking balls forever because he was a soccer player, but you can imagine how almost routine that is for him to step up and make a kick at under any circumstances, at any distance, and he does that. I think he's the best kicker in the NFL.
Yesterday during the game, Tom Brady was talking about Mike McCarthy, and he said that he's one of the best coaches in the NFL and specifically one of the best leader of men that he has ever met. And in yesterday's matchup, I was kind of thinking about the head coaching matchup with Mike McCarthy and Brian Daboll. And in New York, things aren't going so great. Only 2 wins on the season. Some of their players kind of speaking out against their head coach. But here in Dallas, everybody's been real defensive about Mike McCarthy and stood by his side. How important is it to you as the general manager to see the players, one, buy into him and win games when they are so injured and when things aren't looking so great, but two, just for them to be by his side publicly?
Well, I will add to that, not only did Tom Brady talk about what an outstanding coach, on Monday Night Football, Troy Aikman spent time on that broadcast with that game talking about what a outstanding coach Mike McCarthy is for the Cowboys, and reiterated, not reiterated, but talked about some of the very things that Tom Brady did. There's no question. I just saw where he tied Bill Parcells for the wins in his career, wins. And there's no question he's a proven Super Bowl coach. He's an outstanding coach. And he's got a great way with people. I know I'm one of the peoples that he deals with. And so the bottom line is that he's the entire package. And I will say this as well. When I did... must not be listening or reading to the same thing you are. I heard a little criticism of Mike McCarthy over the past few weeks during that losing streak. Was I just by myself?
No, there definitely was some out there. Trust me, there was a lot of criticism.
I know there was that out there, and we all do. And he's used to that, and But make no mistake about it, Mike has such detail. He's very innovative in his approach to communication with players and his staff, and he's good to work with. But I'm going to say this: I haven't ever been associated with a coach ever that wasn't good to work with. Really, I haven't been. And so that's usually, from my point, when you ask me the question, that's never been an issue.
Now, Jerry, I do want to shift gears a little bit. I want to talk about the home of the Dallas Cowboys at AT&T Stadium. In a few weeks, it's going to host the high school football state championships here in the state of Texas. We're only a few weeks away from that happening. Now, I want to ask you how great it is to host such an event every year for all these young players. And, you know, I know you're a big high school football guy as well. Are there any teams that you're paying attention to right now?
Well, I certainly keep an eye on the team. Jason Witten's team would be one at the top of my list. I'm so excited about his story. I noticed the Morning News had a big story about it the other day. But what a grounded individual that would take the time that he left. He certainly has aspirations to be a coach the rest of his life. But to say that this period of time in my life where I've got these boys and I can enjoy or not enjoy, but be with them in a way of being their coach is extraordinary. And what's extraordinary about it is to do something about it. Jason obviously could have gone into the NFL immediately and come in at various levels, whatever you want to speculate on there. But instead, he wanted to coach those boys and wanted to coach high school and be a part of that experience with his boys. That's a man that has a plan. And I'm so proud of him that he's enjoying the kind of success that they are. And but yes, high school football is there's nothing any more impressive than high school football in the state of Texas. It's always been that way. I was raised in Arkansas, and the kids that we recruited at that time, as would have it, to come to the University of Arkansas, they were a full year ahead of all Arkansas players because Texas high school football has spring practice and some other nuances. And it took 2 or 3 years to catch up to the level of type athletes you had when they came out of high school into college. So bottom line is I'm the number one fan. When we basically pitched to all the owners a Super Bowl for this area for Dallas, the number one pitch, and Roger Staubach made it for us, and that was, this is the football that we talk about in this country. Texas football is it. And when you say Texas football, it almost always going directly at high school football.
Well, Jerry, I'm the producer that usually puts you on the air with Kevin, Corey, and Mike, so it was a real treat to be on this side of the conversation. Thank you for the time. Happy Thanksgiving, and we'll do it again next week. Well,
you bet. You guys are great to talk to, and I can't figure out, did we have a controversy? Maybe we could make one right here as we cut off or something.
Oh, man.
In the spirit of Thanksgiving, but I'll tell you what, I would have been hard to agitate today after these back-to-back wins and getting this first one here at the stadium. I appreciate these fans. I appreciate you guys. These have not been fun times for the Cowboys, for our fans over the last few weeks, and I appreciate every one of you.
Well, thank you for the time, and we'll talk to you ahead of Cincinnati.
Okay, guys. Thank you. Bye. Happy Thanksgiving holiday.
Happy Thanksgiving to you, too, sir. There he goes, Jerry Jones, the general manager and owner of the Dallas Cowboys, right here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. No controversy today.
Not yet, no.
Nope, no, sir. Maybe a show controversy.
We
but,
might.
I think we had some fun there. It was great to talk to him. Very fun conversation there. We will recap when we dip into some gridiron gravy coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece.
The North Texas Baseball Show of Record, giving you baseball baseball nuggets you won't find anywhere else. Get your fix with Kevin Hageland, Corey Majors, and Southpaw Mike Bassett. Weekdays at 10:40 right here on The Fan and our Odyssey app. Presented by Comerica.
This is Mark Ryan with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by TGL, presented by SoFi, beginning on January 7th on ESPN. Keep up, it's golf. Lamar Jackson is highly talented, but he's not the MVP. Playoff record 2-4. Playoff QB ratings.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girl?
And we've got Alex Solis on the ones and twos with you today until 2 o'clock, giving way to Fred and Blake in for the G-Bag Nation. Your Fan After Dark moves up a time slot here today, the day after Thanksgiving. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to get involved in any and all of our conversations here today, live on Twitch and YouTube as well. Want to hear from you in every way possible. Coming up at 11:40, we'll chat with our Dallas Cowboys insider Mickey Spagnola. And here in about 17 minutes, Forgiveness Friday. Do you need forgiveness for the amount of food you ate yesterday? Let us know now. Get those in early. But right now, how about we take a trip around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy?
Yep.
There we go. He understood the assignment.
He gets it.
Look at the fill-in guy doing good work.
Did you make him do the here you go thing too?
Nope. And
was that all you?
He did it organically.
You know,
look at that.
It's so funny because when I filled in the one time producing wise, they were like, "Oh, I'm glad you didn't do that stupid here you go thing." And they gave you
that was a me thing. That was never a Reggie thing. That was a me trying to irritate people because I take Basic's side on a lot of things. So I try to irritate.
That can be dangerous.
Yeah, it can be, but in terms of like irritating the guys, because sometimes Mike gets on a heater, and it's like I'll stay out of that because I don't want to make Kevin break his headphones or anything. It's happened before.
How do you irritate a Corey Majors Rock Lobster?
Yes, Rock Lobster. There's a few other things that I could probably think of off the rip, but Rock Lobster is definitely the go-to for me to irritate him. But we can irritate a certain fan host. If you want to talk about the Chicago Bears.
The Bears.
We will actually hear during Forgiveness Friday what Matt Eberflus had to say. But if you want just a little bit of a taste of how this thing went, you can hear some Lions getting active here. That's where you play a highlight, Solace. What would that be? Yeah, this is where you're going to play, what is it, cut number... Oh, you didn't get me one. Okay, never mind. So we will act like there was a highlight that was played there. Thanks for...
See, I had Eberflus talking nonsense after the game, but not a line highlight.
Not quite.
That's on me. That's on me.
That's on you. That's on you. That's one tally for the mistakes. So now I have to be like Kevin Hagelin and call you after the show. Talk about the bad things you've done. But the Chicago Bears do completely crumble and break the heart of one Will Chambers. I just had to throw that out there because he refused to work today, so we're going to dunk on his Chicago Bears here
He'll figure
today.
It out.
He's probably listening. He told us. He knows how things work around here. But they do lose to the Detroit Lions 23-20. It was an absolute masterclass of dog S from Matt Eberflus. He should not be a head coach in the NFL beyond this week. I don't understand how or why he would make it to Monday with a job in Chicago. But we're going to hear his explanation coming up on the other side. I want to save it because he needs plenty of forgiveness. I'm not going to give it to him, but he needs it because his mismanagement of that last minute of the game where they had a timeout in their pocket, they were driving, they go into, I don't even want to call it hurry up. It was more like kind of get up to the line.
What's the opposite of hurry?
Because it wasn't totally slow. They didn't get in a huddle or anything, but it was like
there was no urgency.
Let's race walk because that's an Olympic sport for some reason.
That's true.
Let's race walk to the line of scrimmage and call a play and get the ball snapped. And they end up running out the entire game clock with 30-something seconds left by throwing a pass over the seam. Caleb Williams overthrows the pass. Incomplete. Game is over. What an absolute miserable team in Chicago. It feels like the same story, different year, every single year for the Chicago Bears, and it makes me sad because they're not awful at acquiring players and getting good
it's
talent.
Not like they don't have talent.
And I think the most damning quote was Keenan Allen after the game saying, I think we did enough as players to win the game.
That tells you more of the story right there. And if you look at the stats alone from Caleb Williams, they don't look disastrous, but of course, the stat sheet tells you one thing. You watch the game, it tells you everything else you need to know about it. Again, this is not a team in Chicago that, again, they have the talent. We already said that. But Caleb Williams in his first year, this is just not the team that's going to go and be great in the playoffs. Now, on the other side, you're playing a Detroit Lions team that's as hot as balls. I mean, it is
They're so good.
It is so good to watch Detroit go out there and play football. Dan Campbell is just such a fun coach to watch in what he does. Jared Goff in his performance, over 200 yards, 2 touchdowns. I am impressed the most by that running back duo of Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery. I mean, they are just fun to watch.
Sonic and Knuckles.
So good.
They had the matching cleats, too. They had the Sonic and Knuckles cleats.
I know.
They were so cool.
Does that make Jared Goff tails?
I think it does.
Oh.
Because he's the one that attacks through the air.
And he's the assist guy, you know? He's just, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's kind of just there. No, I'm kidding. He's been phenomenal this year. Jared Goff has had like a revitalization of his career in Detroit. When things hit rock bottom in LA, he finds new life here. He's got a great offense. He's got a great play caller that knows his strengths.
The talent loves him.
Everybody loves him in Detroit. I mean, they are chanting Jared Goff any chance they can get. I was at the Lions game against the Cowboys in the press box, and when it got really out of hand in the third quarter, there were like obvious Jared Goff chants just echoing throughout the stadium. That city, that fan base loves him. And you know who didn't love the whole end of the game debacle by Matt Eberflus was a very successful quarterback in his own right. Matt Ryan had some very strong things to say in the post-game show on TV.
There's no question. That timeout is going to happen at 32 seconds. Yeah. The next play is going to take somewhere between 5 and 7 seconds. You're going to have 25 seconds to run your field goal unit out onto the field. Plenty of time. This is unacceptable. Yeah. From the head coach position, your responsibility is to not panic in critical situations, to put your team in the best opportunity to win games. That's a massive, massive fail by Matt Eberflus.
Massive fail by Matt Eberflus from a guy who has been there, done that. Not a great look in Chicago.
Not one bit.
And you're going to hear during Forgiveness Friday the awful explanation that Eberflus gave after the game. It was not good. Not good at all, but you know who was not good either? The Miami Dolphins yesterday. I'm going to throw something in Forgiveness Friday, too. Terry Bradshaw might need some. In the pregame show, he said something that was immediately negated by his production crew via a lower third graphic. And it was the most hilarious thing because guess what? His point was proven even more wrong after the game's final result. But the Dolphins go to a place that is not South Florida. Lambeau Field is not friendly this time of the year. It was snowing. There were flurries. It looked like a traditional November Packers home game in a 30-17 win for the Green Bay Packers. Jordan Love kind of got back on track after it was a string of throwing an interception every single game up until this past week. He had been throwing some dumb passes, but he looked a lot more like the Jordan Love that everybody kind of became infatuated with, including myself at the end of last season. 21 of 28, very consistent yesterday for 274 and 2 scores. Josh Jacobs, very quiet on the ground. He did find the end zone, but 19 carries for just 43 yards. So the Dolphins' defensive front with Calais Campbell continues to be very solid, but Tua actually, when you look at the final stats, it's not really indicative of how great the game was for the Dolphins. He was 37 of 46 for 365 and 2 touchdowns. I will say him and Jonnu Smith have looked really good together.
That's so good.
And that's the most random connection this season that I didn't expect to work as great as it has. I won't say great, as good and consistent as it has. 10 receptions for 113 yards. But I will say, even in a loss, but this is more a grand scheme thing over the past few weeks since Tua has come back from that concussion, he almost has a confidence about him.
Oh, he should.
That I haven't seen from him. And I'm not trying to give them too many flowers because they lost the game yesterday.
Yeah.
But I will say overall, I think the Dolphins are in a better place than they were at the beginning of the year.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think especially when you come with what Tua is trying to produce and everything that he goes in. Again, this is a guy who we look at as it seems like he's one hit away from being done for the rest of his career. He should have nothing but exuberant confidence in what he's able to do. 365 yards and 2 touchdowns, and you can't win a ball game. That's tough. But look at the rushing numbers. I mean, Raheem Mostert was their leading rusher with 5 carries for 19 yards. I mean, you have to compare that to what the Packers were ended up doing because they were doing everything on the offensive side, the defensive side of the ball. It was an absolute masterclass from what they were able to do. Jordan Love, I think, I want to go back to what you were talking about with Love. He's looking like Tua, more confident. The groin issue that he was dealing with for a while, it seems like that has gone away, and he's now able to play with those riskier spots. He's able to kind of get out of the pocket, run a little bit more, and at the start of the season, we saw him threading the needle a little bit too much, and that's why he was getting picked off a whole lot. But again, Jordan Love did a great job for this Packers team. The rushing attack for the Dolphins is worrisome, especially when you have Raheem Mostert and Devon Achane, who have been very exceptional for the past few years. I do like that Jonnu Smith connection, though. That one, it's the weirdest connection that you didn't expect to see from the Dolphins because you really expected a Tyreek Hill connection to be the leader for this Dolphins team. But Jonnu Smith has really stepped up for the Dolphins, just can't get it done. What I hate to see every time, and it goes back to Mike McDaniels, he loves talking about how good his team can play in cold weather. And that happened whenever they played Buffalo in the playoffs a couple years back. He does it again in the Packers, and look what happens. You're 0-2 when you talk about this team can play in cold weather.
Yep, and again, wait for Forgiveness Friday here in about 6 minutes or so. Terry Bradshaw needs to ask for forgiveness for his awful take about the Dolphins in cold weather games. We do have a game today in the return of the Black Friday game on Amazon for the NFL. It will be the Chiefs and the Las Vegas Raiders battling at Arrowhead. And some good news for the Chiefs. Isaiah Pacheco will be returning to the lineup for the Kansas City Chiefs. He hasn't played since week 2 after he fractured his fibula. He was activated from injured reserve yesterday. Aiden O'Connell will get the start for the Raiders.
God.
After Gardner Minshew broke his collarbone in last week's game against the Denver Broncos. So that kicks off at 2 o'clock here in the Metroplex, I do believe.
Yeah, how do we feel about these Black Friday games?
I don't know. I'll have to check that time because this tablet I got is
still... It does show 2 o'clock.
It is still on California time zone for some reason. I haven't figured out how to change that.
Did you buy that in California?
It's a new tablet. It got shipped here from California.
Okay.
So I don't know why.
Off the black market in California?
Yeah, not the black market, just from
Marketplace.
Internet. Yeah, this is just shipped from California. It literally says it's 9:15 a.m. right now on here, so I need to fix that time zone.
Yeah, it's a bit of a problem.
But I do have some other injury updates for you that actually come from yesterday's game against the Cowboys. It looks like Giants' potential Defensive Player of the Year candidate, Dexter Lawrence, will miss the rest of the season.
Oh, wow.
With 5 games to go. He dislocated his elbow in yesterday's game against the Cowboys, and head coach Brian Daboll said this is a, quote, long-term injury. And as well as their promising rookie tight end, Theo Johnson, he's done for the season with a foot injury. In case you missed it with our conversation with Jerry Jones to wrap things up here on Gridiron Gravy, he did tell us that he thinks there's a chance that DeMarcus Lawrence will return to the Cowboys lineup against Cincinnati. He said it is, quote, more than likely to happen, and he did say that CeeDee Lamb should be good to go with the extended rest after the Thursday game going into a regular schedule next week.
That 11-day break is huge.
Yeah, he should be good to go. So some good injury updates there. He did not have any comment on Josh Butler and or Wanye Thomas's situations. We are hoping to speak to Stephen Jones at 1 o'clock today. If we do, we can ask him then and hopefully find out what is going on there. That's your trip around the NFL, dipping into some Gridiron Gravy. Coming up next, do you need forgiveness? Does Matt Eberflus need forgiveness? As Capitals goalies need forgiveness. Do any of these people deserve forgiveness? It's time for Forgiveness Friday right here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Full KNC Masterpiece shows available anytime on the Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comerica.
Kevin Hageland here this Thanksgiving while we're all gearing up for time with family and well-deserved relaxation. Let's not forget the importance of staying safe on the road. That's why I want to remind you about Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car wreck attorneys right here in DFW. If you or someone you know is involved in an accident, Frankel & Frankel, they are here to help. They make it easy. From the free consultation to the very first phone call, they handle everything with no out-of-pocket costs. They only get paid when you win. Plus, the Frankels understand how stressful these situations can be and are committed to standing by.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, for you.
Going stupendous, amazing. Like he lists off like 13 different synonyms for stupendous. That is how you can describe yesterday's loss to the Detroit Lions.
I thought you were going to say bum-ass Matt Eberflus.
Yeah, bum-ass Matt Eberflus. Yeah, take that. Baron Corbin, you can rest.
Yeah.
You can rest now. You're not even Baron Corbin anymore. You're not employed by the WWE anymore. I don't know what your real name is. I'm sorry. But bum-ass Corbin is gone. It's bum-ass Matt Eberflus. He is an awful head coach, and he is gone now. So,
it shows.
What a great transition for Forgiveness Friday. 877-881-1053, the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line, where the 812 helped me get my Microsoft Surface to the right time zone. Thank you for that. I need forgiveness for being too lazy to just figure it out on my own. But do you need forgiveness today for any of the events that took place yesterday? Maybe you were sad that the Cowboys won. Maybe you were overly happy and you feel bad about it because of their draft position. Or maybe your name is Terry Bradshaw. 877-881-1053 if you need to ask for forgiveness. I do want to start with this. I'm going to play the sound for you. Thanks to Solace for grabbing this on the fly. This was on the pregame show for Fox yesterday leading into the Packers and Dolphins game. Terry Bradshaw had this to say about Tua in cold weather, I guess.
5 of those games, they have their quarterback, Tua Tagovailoa. Now, 11 touchdown passes, 1 interception in the last 5 games. Mike McDaniels has got his quarterback back. And, folks, you're in for a treat tonight because the weather doesn't bother Tua. This is going to be a fun game to watch.
If the weather doesn't bother him, the weather is bothering him.
If
he's one and the weather obviously bothers the man.
Wait. Think positive, Mike.
Okay.
Positive. 5 of those.
Right after he says that, Fox puts up a graphic on the big screen and pans to it. Tua in cold weather. 1-7 in games where it is 50 degrees or below.
Well, it doesn't bother him, remember.
It doesn't bother him, but he doesn't win.
Cook.
So, Terry Bradshaw, I think he needs to ask for forgiveness for just not knowing anything and getting paid very handsomely to do so. Must be nice to be one of those old heads on those pregame panels that just sits there and yaps for millions. I've always envied them. I love Terry. Look, like, he's hilarious. He's great. I'm not dogging him because I don't have any hatred for him, but it's so funny when your own production crew says, about that.
Hold on one second there,
let's
guy.
pump the brakes there.
Wait. No.
Yeah, just how about no?
Yeah.
You are totally wrong. So does Terry Bradshaw need forgiveness?
I think he needs to ask for forgiveness. Listen, we will listen to Terry Bradshaw say a lot of out of context stuff year in and year out. And if he's not going to ask forgiveness for that, I think we need to kind of start getting into the realm of, okay, you're saying this, we're putting up graphics to prove you wrong. Need a little bit going against you there, Terry. So forgiveness definitely asked for there.
Not great. Not the greatest. Not the greatest. Let's see. From the 945, I am asking for forgiveness. My fiance is upset with me because I spent $900 on Peace-a-thon without her permission.
Hey-o.
Oh, well. You know what? I am giving you permission because My Possibilities is a fantastic organization. They do wonderful work. I am still tired from the 13 straight hours of broadcasting and all of the insane amounts of laughter that we shared and the great interviews that we put on and the great content and all of the fundraising that we did over $83,000 you guys raised. So I think you deserve all of the forgiveness, 945. Thank you so, so much.
It was a fun show.
For your donations and all of your work and winning those auctions. Congratulations to you. I want to know what you won.
That's what I was about to
unless
ask.
it was a straight donation. I want to know what you won. Follow back with us, 945. I would like to know because I definitely lost everything I placed bids on. So
what was the thing that you placed a bid on that you couldn't quite get?
I got outbid by my own guy, Kevin Hageland, on the John Cena spinner belt. I did put a bid, I think, on the cooler, the Yeti cooler that had all the liquor in it.
Yeah.
Because I thought that would be a cool gift for my dad because it seems like every time we need a cooler, we don't have one ready. So I thought he would like that, and then I would just stash all the handles for myself.
Hey, there you go.
Because as one does. There's a couple other things. I entered the Luka raffle. I think winners are going to be, or the winner, I should say, will be drawn this weekend. I don't know if we have the results on that, so I think it's happening over the weekend. Don't quote me on that. I think that's what Corey said.
I was going to put money on that jumbo box for the Topps Chrome, the new ones that we saw when we were at the card shop.
Yeah, at Texas Roadshow.
Oh, yeah. We went Texas Roadshow last week, and you put some money on some WWE cards, didn't you?
I did, and shout out to the crew at Texas Roadshow. They gave me a couple of freebies just because I was a huge wrestling fan. I think I might be the only person in existence that was seeking out a Michael Cole numbered select refractor.
I'll tell you what, it was nice.
I think I need forgiveness for that.
No. You pulled some good cards, then you ended up getting a blaster box?
I did, yes.
Okay.
Of the 2024 Prism.
Yeah, you went with WWE Prism. I went with the Topps Chrome, the Mega Box. And I ended up getting a pretty decent pull. I got Abner Uribe numbered 499 auto, which is very rare to get from especially a Mega Box.
Yeah, because you're not really guaranteed anything in those, are you?
No, you start going to the hobby boxes and the jumbo boxes, they're your guarantees.
Yeah.
But, hey, not too bad of a pull. Got a Wyatt Langford PSA 10 rookie Chrome card.
All right.
Cook. Not going to hate that one at all. Not going to hate it at all.
Yeah, Cook, no Dalvin. Let's see. Scott and Sanger checking in from the 469. No forgiveness for Matt Eberflus. Good riddance. Me and Will Chambers are very happy. I bet y'all are. I'm waiting for the inevitable text from one Will Chambers of some sort of variation of 4 different expletives that I will not be able to read.
He needs to do a reaction video on Twitter.
Yeah, he definitely does. Like how Choppy does his candle reviews.
Yep.
I just need him doing the full dad selfie angle of him just screaming at the top of his lungs.
The Choppy candle reviews are getting good.
They've always been good.
They're getting so good.
I've actually taken his advice on some of those Bath and Body Works candles.
What's your top one? Because I've got one.
So mine, it's just a general scent. It's not from anywhere specific. I get mine from Target just because it's right by my house.
I thought you were talking about the Bath and Body Works ones.
I haven't shopped there in forever.
Yeah.
I try to avoid it because I know
Sweater
I'll do
weather.
damage. Ooh, okay. I'm actually writing that one down. This one you can get at Bath and Body Works. I don't know if they call it the same thing, but everywhere that sells generic candles calls it balsam fir. For Christmas.
Fresh balsam is what they call it at Bath and Body Works.
So good.
Very good stuff.
I have 2 of them in the house. I learned this from Reggie. Always keep a candle in the bathroom. That is a good one. So I have one in the bathroom and I have one in the bedroom. So like that entire trust me, there's no action going on there. The entire
but it's
area
always
of
set
the
up
house,
in case it does.
Break in case of emergency.
Yeah, exactly. In case of emergency, that ain't happening. But hey, I mean, at Alec on the radio, you know where to find me.
Mr. AM on the FM.
Dude, you're gonna get that during the expressway around 12:40ish, and you're gonna get a Miranda Lambert ticket giveaway.
That's right.
So 12 o'clock hour.
Hey, mahogany teak wood. That is a guy specialty.
That's
if you're at Bath and Body Works,
that's a good one.
That's the one to go with.
Oh, yes, please. Keep those coming in, 877-881-1053 if you have any candle recommendations or if you need forgiveness for anything.
Yeah, did you let us know if you guys sinned yesterday, too. Let us know if you need forgiveness for that, okay?
How?
Whoa.
Well, hold on. Some people may need forgiveness if they've sinned on a Thanksgiving Thursday.
I mean,
Come on.
maybe me and the cousin, took a walk after dinner, if you know what I mean. Yeah.
Do you need forgiveness for it, though?
See,
I didn't, but...
Mine wasn't the walk with the cousins. Mine was the after everybody finally got up out of the house and left at like 8 o'clock, we reached for the bourbon bottle.
What bourbon did you end up getting?
Buffalo Trace.
See, I went with my Uncle Gene brought the 1792 small batch. Very good stuff. smooth as can be.
I feel like you and Bruce Bochy would be very good friends.
I would love to hang out with Bruce Bochy.
I had a cold glass of Dr. Pepper.
All right, so
anywho, do Capitals goalies need forgiveness? Because I'm just going to let cut number 1 take it away.
Lindgren. Oh, he put it in his own net! Charlie Lindgren has just gifted Tampa the lead.
What are we doing?
Not only did he shoot it into his own goal, trying to wrap around and fling it to somebody on the wing, the game was 3-3 in the third period. Yes, I am reading that right. Early in the third period, it is knotted up at 3-3, and he shoots it into his own goal to give the Lightning a 4-3 lead.
Stupid.
Not great. That's something I would do. I feel like if I ever tried to play hockey, that's something
I was going to say the exact same thing.
Like I'm dumb enough to do it. I will say though, the Capitals did come back and win that game 5-4. But go watch the video. Just look up Capitals. Look up Charlie Lindgren. It's as easy of a pass as you could ever make, and he wings it right into his own goal.
Hey, for the 940, they sinned, but they're not regretting it. Went to WinStar last night and won $2,500 after the Cowboys game.
Okay, but hey, you only need forgiveness if you lose.
Exactly.
Right?
Yep.
So
that's all that matters.
That just reminded me, I still have a bunch of money sitting in my Prize Picks account that I need to figure out what to do with, because I've made a deal with myself. If I earn money there that is under 500, I think is the number I told myself, I'm just going to keep it in there.
Yeah.
And that's going to be the house money I play with.
I like it.
So I haven't used Prize Picks in forever. But remember, use promo code TOLO whenever you make your account. You can get yourself a little deposit match on your first entry. But from the 803, Kevin needs forgiveness because ever since he started the Mavs Stars Super segment, the Stars have lost badly. That is true. The Stars in action tonight, right, James?
Yeah, it's going to be a blackout night against Colorado.
I thought that was
Avalanche.
Wednesday. Blackout Wednesday,
No, that was Blake made a thing up on Fan After Dark about the whole blackout Wednesday before Thanksgiving, and I told him, you need to stop doing that, okay? You're 25 years old. You're a grown-ass man, all right? You need to stop getting blacked out on a Wednesday night. And again, I told him it was because I listened to this podcast and they talked about it. If you're 2 years removed from college, all right, and you're doing this still, Thanksgiving, hanging out with the high school guys, going to the bar, checking out the ladies from high school. No,
Milos?
Stop it. Well, hold on. Calm down. Which Milos? That's the thing.
Arlington.
Because we've done Arlington Milos.
You know A-Town, yeah.
I listen.
A-Town down.
Listen, the Dallas
No Usher.
Milos, Milo Butterfingers
No
have just
Austin
got
Theory.
redone. Just got redone. I'll tell you what. That might be the place to be out here.
Oh, well, we got boys' dinner tonight. We
do.
We
The
can
gentleman's evening.
Yeah, we can figure out when we're going to tear stuff up at a later time.
That's true.
There you have it. Forgiveness Friday here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chat with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Every year, the Fan is proud to support the Texas Rangers Toy Drive to benefit Mission Arlington Mission Metroplex. So join us Wednesday afternoon, December 11th at Globe Life Field for a live G-Bag broadcast. Bring a toy worth $15 or more, and while supplies last, you'll receive a ticket to a 2025 select home game, plus autographs from Rangers players, alumni, and coaches. For more information on the upcoming Texas Rangers Toy Drive, visit rangers.com/toy drive.
If you're looking to buy a brand new car, the place to go is Platinum Chevrolet. Now, I impressed somebody yesterday by telling them that we had a new Equinox and Trailblazer in the last 2 years, and they're like, oh, wow.
Look at you.
Yeah, and I said, unfortunate circumstances led to that, and people sometimes like to hit and run and all of that, but The point was the financing plans that they have available at Platinum Chevrolet and those low prices are one of the things that sealed the deal for me to go with them.
Yeah, my buddy, by the way, just got the new ZR2. That thing is a beast. It's gorgeous. I love just even sitting in that truck right there. There are plenty of options, though, with the Chevy Silverado 2500 HD ZR2, $5,500 off MSRP, the 2024 Chevrolet Blazer RS, $7,000 off MSRP, and the 2024 Chevy Tahoe LT, $5,000 off MSRP. Great deals right there. You just go check it out, though. You go online, see what they have online. You're going to, oh, that's the truck that I want. Oh, that's the price. Maybe that's the price. No, that is the price you're going to pay. No dealer ads, nothing like that. Shop online. Let them deliver your new Chevrolet. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Mavs fans, the season has arrived, and J. Alexander Law, the official law sponsor of the Dallas Mavs, is excited to stand on business for you this year.
And who better to stand on business with than me, PJ Washington.
After an injury, you need a dedicated team to recover every dollar you deserve every step of the way.
We're going to make this season unforgettable on the court.
And off the court, count on J. Alexander Law to stand on business for you. After an accident, call 1-800-INJURED. 1-800-INJURED.
I am dedicated. I am TNT.
Team in Training will change your life with a marathon, half marathon, triathlon, or a cycle event, and you'll change the lives of blood cancer patients. Join TNT, fundraise for blood cancer patients, train with world-class trainers, and be part of the most exciting endurance sports events in the country. Or train on your own schedule with TNT Flex.
Join TNT now. Go to teamintraining.org.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
A row, 1-1 at home, and sometimes I think it's not about where you're playing, it's who you're playing. And if you look at the teams that they previously lost to at home, they were playing some pretty good opponents. So other than New Orleans, right? But at the time, New Orleans was playing well going into that game. So you start getting some guys back from injuries. It makes a difference. Although it seems like, one step forward, 4 steps back in the game when you get Cooks back, and then Martin doesn't play, Diggs doesn't play, you lose Josh Butler, Wanye Thomas, Guyton has to leave the game, and here you got Chuma Edoga having to go play his first snaps of the season. And first play gets called for face masking on offense. Jeez. You lose Wanye Thomas, and but they kind of persevered. So maybe if they can get a couple more guys back by time the Cincinnati game rolls around a week from Monday, maybe you'll be closer to the team they thought they were going to have when they started the season.
Well, Jerry did join us at 10:30, and he told us that he's expecting DeMarcus Lawrence to be back in time for the Cincinnati game. How big of a boost would that be?
Yeah, that would be huge. I mean, think about it. When Micah went down and then Nealon went down, they were playing without their top 4 defensive ends. And so it's not just thinking, okay, top 4 are out. It's you're playing with 5, 6, and 7 now. And you certainly didn't plan on that. So I think, Micah's, he's back in the swing of things. That was his, 4th game back. And the other thing I noticed is him being on the field affects other people. DeMarvion Overshown, in the 4 games that Micah's returned, has 30 tackles. Think about that, 30 tackles in 4 games. And so when people got to kind of concentrate on Micah, he's either coming in behind him or he's on the other side, and they can't, if they blitz him, they don't have enough people to pick everybody up. So, his performance is picked up. But Micah's certainly looks like he's, finally over that high ankle sprain, and you see the effect he can make in a game.
I know you talked about how DeMarvion's been so great, especially since Micah's came back, kind of like a catalyst to where they can be successful on defense. When you look at Overshown and what he was able to do, he actually talked earlier about how that was his first pick 6 at any level. And it looked like that's something he can do at any time. So when you look at kind of his performance and what he's done, he's really turned into a big key defender, and especially with Micah coming back. What else have you seen from Overshown that's really separated him from the rest of the pack to being an elite defender for this team?
He's got suddenness to him. Well, on that play, he was blitzing, and the running back tried to pick him up, and he basically shucked him and went up and tipped the ball, and then had the wherewithal to, it's right up there. I might as well just go catch it and run 23 yards for a touchdown. Mm-hmm. He should have dunked it in the kettle, right?
Yes,
that was the only thing he left out.
That's what those chicken tenders are for.
That's
right.
He has such awareness of what's going on out there, and just so athletic. I mean, think about it. He was a 3rd-round pick. If he came out, now he's a 1st-rounder. And the shame of it is, he missed all last year, so it took a while. It takes a while to get back after a torn ACL, but they count that season that he didn't play a snap as his rookie year. I mean, think about it. He's a rookie, and he might be one of the leading candidates for NFC Defensive Rookie of the Year if indeed they had classified him as a rookie for what he's doing. Sometimes it's not just all about sacks, and he's got a few of those, by the way. It's just your overall play, and he's pretty dynamic.
And talking about the pass rush in general, it seems like ever since the bye week, they've only gotten better and better. And you can talk about specific players like Oso Digizua and whatnot. Micah Parsons being back and healthy and available changes things a lot. But what have you seen? I know it was against lesser opponents. People are going to bring that argument up all the time with the Giants being as bad as they are. But there are some plays that you can pause the film, and it looks like guys like Thomas on the outside are the pass rusher on that play because they got turned around into their own quarterback so bad.
Yeah, and I think they're kind of getting it, and I think Zim has come up with a scheme. Now, sometimes you pay for it. But in some certain passing situations, they're lining up 6 guys on the line of scrimmage. Now sometimes they all come. Sometimes a couple will back off or one, but they're giving them different looks. And I don't have my game by game here, but I think I looked at it, and so they had 6 sacks in that game. They had 4 the week before, and I think it was 1 in 5. So that's the number of sacks they've had in these last 4 games. Now, the last 4 games, Micah's been here, and it's not that he has all those sacks, right? But when everybody's got to pay attention to him, then it helps out other guys to get free. We finally heard Carl Lawson's name, mentioned. And that's a guy that had no training camp, had no offseason with anybody, and comes in cold, and they ended up releasing him. And then when they got, I believe it was the Nealon injury, they brought him back and said, well, okay, this is about as good as we're going to get here as the season's starting. So, you're starting to recognize guys. Everybody knows Chauncey Golston's name now, and he's had to hold down the fort. The last couple games, and between Golston and Osa, these guys are playing 90% of the snaps. So all this stuff that they said, well, we're going to bring in these veteran guys, they're going to help us out, that ain't happening. These guys are playing, and they're wearing them out, and they're playing well. So I'll guarantee you this 10-day break for them is going to pay off.
Now, Mickey, you look at, it seems like just yesterday we were talking about this team being a lowly team that lost to Houston in their own stadium on Monday Night Football, and now they're winners of their last 2. Obviously, a great game against Washington. Everybody's got to talk about how this wasn't a great team to beat the New York Giants. Now they go in trying to create a winning streak against the Cincinnati Bengals. What's going to be the difference maker going back to the last 2 games?
Well, think about this. So I know there's people out there, and I heard it on TV, listen to news or whatever, that want to minimize the wins, right? Well, Washington had a winning record, right? And I know what the Giants are, but again, no one suggests that, well, you know what, a bunch of these losses they had were to teams in first place, and it's like, well, maybe they were better, can't win at home. Well, okay, with the exception of the New Orleans loss, they've lost to teams that were either in first or still in second place in their divisions. So sometimes it's not where you're playing, it's who you're playing. You just take last year. Those 5 losses, 4 of them were on the road to teams that went to the playoffs. So they got beat probably by better teams. So again, I think what you're seeing, and I understand the Giants and what they're doing, but remember who the Cowboys are playing with, right? They're playing with a backup quarterback. They're playing with backup defensive ends. Playing with backup offensive linemen, which is really significant, right? You lose Guyton, and Chuma comes in and plays his first snaps of the year. You lose Zach Martin, and Brock Hoffman has to start the last 2 games and kind of did okay. And Dexter Lawrence, he made a couple plays, but BB hung in there. So it's a young team that maybe can grow as they go along and get people back. Look at Cooks, the production he had. Not only the touchdown, but on that last drive when they're trying to kill the clock, he makes a diving catch on the sideline for the first down for them to go ahead and kneel it out. Otherwise, they're going to be facing another Hail Mary at the end. So it matters who you have on the field. And, what happens, you guys, and we all do it, all week long we talk about injuries and who's practicing, who's not practicing, who's not playing. And then they lose, and everybody goes, well, what happened? Well, if you don't have your guys on the field, and I know it's a very noble thing to say next man up.
Sure.
But the next man up is not the man, and there's a reason why they're the next man up. So, and as Jerry said, if they get Lawrence back, well, what a boost that would be if they can get CeeDee Lamb healthy with that shoulder. I forgot him. They lost him in the game, too. Yep. That matters. So I know no one, and teams don't know, we got injuries and make an excuse. Now there's no excuses in the NFL. But it does matter when you don't have your frontline players out there.
Well, we hope you had a very happy Thanksgiving, a lot better with a win. Thanks for the time, Mick. We'll talk to you on Monday.
It was quick. That's all I know.
It was indeed. Well, thanks for taking the time, man. We'll talk to you next week. And there he goes, Mickey Spagnola here on 105.3 The Fan, on loan from DallasCowboys.com. Coming up next, we enter hour number 3, a jam-packed hour. We're going to start off with some NFL overreaction or reality. We got the Expressway with the combo platter, AM on the FM, and a Miranda Lambert ticket giveaway at any time. So don't go anywhere. It's 105.3 The Fan.
Commercial-free K&C? Delicious! Spend your lunchtime commercial-free. Afternoons beginning at 12:20 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app. Presented by Comerica.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little...
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. My name is Alec Medford from the KNC Masterpiece. His name is James Tritley. We got Alex Solis on the ones and twos for you. A couple more hours to go, a loaded hour with the Expressway coming up here in about 17 minutes, 35 minutes uninterrupted of your favorite content here on 105.3 The Fan. And guess what? The day after a holiday, we are live and local, just the way you like it. I know Kevin, Corey, and Mike didn't want to show up, but they did a lot of work on Wednesday, so...
I think it's deserved.
Yeah, I think it's deserved, but I was there too. I'm still feeling the effects of... dealing with the pecan pie disaster.
Oh my gosh.
Of Mike Bassick. Yeah, that was a thing.
That was awful.
You and I were like re-listening to that whole segment earlier this morning, and it was just as funny the second listen.
Yeah, because I remember listening to it while I was in studio prepping for Fan After Dark, and it just, you get to about the 8th or 9th hour of doing this thing, and it just goes off the rails. And especially with Bassick, usually off the rails.
And
Derek, man.
Derek didn't help.
Big shout out to Derek. Signed that jersey for me. That was huge. Man of the people.
He's a nice guy.
He really is. And
actually, I take that back. He was dunking on me during the Thanksgiving food bracket.
Well, you know, I mean, I think there's some hot takes. And anytime you bring up food and brackets and whatnot, there's always going to be a hot take.
Oh, yeah, he got real spirited about that.
What was your hottest take you had there?
I don't think I had any hot takes. I don't know if that's my, like, tragic flaw that I think all my opinions are fair.
Yeah.
You know, which I think everybody's opinion is fair. Everyone's entitled to it.
Some are just dumb.
Apparently my mac and cheese over everything pretty much was a hot take.
That's valid though.
I mean,
it's valid.
I don't think it's hot.
Well,
it depends on what you put it up against.
Well executed. I have the bracket in my backpack. I'll pull it out during the Expressway.
There you go.
That sounded crazy. Don't mark that. We're just going to get into some NFL overreaction or reality here in a second, but we do have a Stars update.
Yes, we do. Senior staff writer for the DallasStars.com, Mike Heika, went ahead and talked about morning skate this morning happening with the Stars. Jake Ottinger in goal, Petrovich and Lundqvist are in. Dumba and Smith are going to be out. Hintz back in. Logan Stankoven's going to be out with a thing from last game.
Dang it, Kevin, it's all your fault! Just like the Tolo said, ever since the Mavs and Stars Super segment, things have not been going very well. From the 254, hey, when is the Miranda Lambert ticket giveaway going to be? Anytime now. So you got to turn it on and leave it on. I'm not going to tell you when. James is going to tell you when. So it could be in 10 seconds. It could be in 10 minutes. It could be at 12:55. I don't know. You got to listen. So there you have it. Today or next week. Today. Like it's going to be today, so you got to turn it on and leave it on. 254. But let's get into some NFL overreaction or reality. We will start with some Thanksgiving Day overreaction or reality out of the NFL. The first one I have for you boys, Solace, get involved here too. The Lions are fortunate to still have the number 1 seed in the NFC, and I'll expand upon this. The Lions still have the number 1 seed in the NFC, controlling their own destiny in the conference after yesterday's win over the Bears. But no matter what the Eagles do on Sunday, the Lions will still have the top seed by a full game and the conference record tiebreaker, since they have one conference loss to the Eagles too. Things could have gotten really murky if the Lions would have lost to the Bears, and there was a good chance of that happening. They have found themselves in some sticky situations before. The Lions should have put this game away in the first half, going 1 for 3 in the red zone and kicking 2 field goals. Detroit only led 16-0 at halftime, despite scoring on all 4 possessions and outgaining Chicago on offense 279 yards to 53. The Lions were still holding on to the lead late, but a missed 45-yard field goal by Jake Bates in the fourth quarter also gave the Bears a life. Detroit finished 2 of 5 in the red zone in a game that it felt like, and was true, the Lions dominated. At the end of the day, a win is a win. They are 11-1, but they dodged a bullet and a major collapse.
You know, here's the thing. Detroit is the number one team in the NFL right now. Okay, let's just be honest.
Take that, Chiefs.
I mean, it's like, and again, it all goes back to the fact that Chiefs are not as strong as they were last year. Patrick Mahomes is not the same quarterback that he was last year. What have they been calling it? A hangover from the Super Bowl from Mahomes?
Yeah, a little bit. Like
back to back again. Back to back is great.
Yeah, not saying they're winning in spite of Mahomes. That sounds bad, but there's games that they're definitely not winning because of him.
Travis Kelce's looked like he's regressed a little bit.
He's getting old.
He is. I mean, who isn't? I mean, at the end of the day, when you look at their running
I'm
back.
23, my back hurts.
I know, I'm 27, and my gosh, rough to get up this morning.
All right, Grandpa.
Listen. but their running back.
Wait, you say it was rough to get up? BlueChew.com, promo code RJ.
There you go.
Looking at the running backs for the Kansas City Chiefs, again, they're getting Isaiah Pacheco back today. I feel like they were blessed to get the outcome that they had with Kareem Hunt, because we didn't know that Kareem Hunt was going to have this type of production for Kansas City. I mean, he's a big reason why they're in it. Defense has been good, and they've gotten bailed out on some games, especially like last-second field goals. And then, obviously, they had to play a matchup that they're so accustomed to against the Buffalo Bills, where Buffalo ended up getting the job done and taking care of business. Obviously, they can do that in the regular season. Postseason, Buffalo doesn't fare too well. But again, Detroit is just one of those teams right now that seems like it is theirs to lose. You know, they have everything going their way. Dan Campbell is one of the most fun coaches in the game right now. And again, if they really lost Chicago yesterday, we'd be having a different conversation.
Solace?
Right. I think, the NFL is so weird. It's, the Lions should have lost against the Texans 2 weeks ago, right, on Sunday Night Football when Jared Goff threw 5 picks, and Houston should have had them.
That was so stupid.
But they did not. And the Lions have been the most dangerous team in the NFL, not just offensively, but defensively. They lost so many guys the last couple of weeks, starting with Aiden against the Cowboys a few weeks ago, and it was here. And Aaron Glenn has got that defense with, practice squad guys and nobody still out there playing aggressive as ever. You saw that yesterday against the Bears. They're the number one team in the NFL for a reason. Ben Johnson is out of his mind having Penei Sewell on in the routes throwing a football. I mean,
that was awesome.
They're the best team in the NFL, and as Bill Parcells always says, your record is what it is, and they are the best team in the NFL. Regardless of other teams' buffoonness.
Yeah, I'm going to say that it's overreaction as well. I think good teams manufacture ways to win games, even when they are ugly. So I'm just going to say the Lions are that damn good. And from the 702, you guys sound like all the Chiefs haters last year. You'll be proven wrong again. I'm sorry that I wasn't sarcastic enough when I said take that, Chiefs. I apologize.
It's not that we're hating on the Chiefs. It's the fact that
it was total sarcasm from me. I think the Chiefs are awesome.
Again, great team. The record shows that they're capable of year in and year out, and they're proven to be a dominant team. But at the same time, everybody can agree they have not looked as strong as they did last year.
NFL overreaction or reality. Feel free to get involved. 877-881-1053 on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney as well. Twitch and YouTube, I got you pulled up. Let's get involved there too. The Dolphins played their way out of the AFC playoff race.
I think that's a reality. We're getting to that point where you're looking at a lot of problems, and I think we talked about it when we were doing a little gridiron gravy as to where this Miami team just does not look strong on all fronts. You have good successes game in and game out from Tua since he's been back. You have small successes from that run game. The defense has been suspect, but Miami just hasn't looked like a complete team, and because they haven't been a complete team, they're letting teams like the Jets have a chance. They're letting I wouldn't even say the Patriots. I can't even smile through that. But Buffalo, it gives Buffalo an easier path where a lot of people thought that the Buffalo Bills were going to have a bit of a fight against certain teams.
Sure.
Where you thought that the Jets, hey, Aaron Rodgers is back, you get a good receiving core, you get Devontae Adams, and Miami had a good shot, especially when you have Tyreek Hill. But the reality is it just seems like they have really screwed the pooch on this one.
I would say reality as well. I think, despite them going on a 3-game winning streak before last night, the AFC wildcard race is kind of set, in my opinion. The Chargers and Broncos are probably going to be two of those 3 spots, and then you're going to have a toss-up between Baltimore and Pittsburgh. Whoever wins the division is going to take it, and the other one's going to be a wildcard team. So, too little, too late for the Dolphins. I know losing Tua hurt, and they've been banged up as well across the board defensively on the offensive line. So, pack it up, call it a season, GG's, and run it back next year.
Amen.
I'm going to say that it's reality as well. I think Tua missing as much time as he did was kind of all she wrote for them. And like you said, James, it feels like overall in the AFC, some of those contenders that we expected to be contenders have had a little bit more of a rocky stretch. The Denver Broncos have been better than everybody expected in year one of a rookie quarterback. And I'm going to spiral this into an impromptu NFL overreaction or reality question. The AFC has been good this year, but disappointing.
Yeah. I think you're onto something there. I think you really look at what the AFC, and the AFC for years, it seems like, has really been a powerhouse for overall talent.
Yeah.
But the fact of the matter is, we're getting teams, like you said, you mentioned the Denver Broncos, which is a really good thing because
I can't believe it, man.
I can't believe that Bo Nix is looking
He's
at.
fun to watch.
He is.
I don't know why I'm saying this in 2024. Actually, I do, because he has been perfect the past few weeks. He's just not screwing it up. He feels like, imagine if Kyle Shanahan got his hands on him. It's nothing against Sean Payton. I'm just saying because Shanahan's system feels like the don't screw it up system. And it feels like that's what Sean Payton is doing with Bo Nix. He's giving him a game plan and saying, if you trust the call, if you trust the progression, something will be there for you. And not to mention, Cortland Sutton has been freaking amazing for this team. Yes, SMU's very own, right down the street, about 3 miles down 75. So, continue.
No, just basically saying that this AFC doesn't seem like it's been as entertaining as you would look at the NFC and see especially Detroit. Detroit and Saquon Barkley and Philadelphia Eagles have really taken this NFL by storm this season.
I think I'm going to agree with both of you guys. The AFC has been really underwhelming. I mean, the Jaguars, for example, they paid Trevor Lawrence. We kind of bought into the hype once again of Doug Peterson was going to help change Trevor Lawrence for the better, and he is garbage. Yep. Maybe Urban Meyer wasn't the problem.
Hold on. Let's backtrack a little bit.
Two things can be true at once.
My bad. But the Bengals with Joe Burrow, despite Burrow, and I've seen this before with Drew Brees all those years, carrying a team and the defense can't get the job done. And the Jets, I mean, we thought Devontae Adams was going to, quote-unquote, fix the problems in New York, and not the case.
Sure. I'm going to give you one more before we get on to the expressway. NFL overreaction or reality. The Packers season is a failure if they don't reach the divisional round.
Well, that's a good one.
Well, I would say so. Because look at their talent. Look at what they did last night. Again, you play a Miami team that's not as good, but again, Green Bay has a lot of talent to go past a divisional round and get to that next step. I just think if they don't do it this year, it's not looking good for their future.
I think I'm going to agree with you guys. Once again, it's a reality. I think if Jordan Love and Matt LaFleur can't get past the divisional round, what's different between these Packer teams now and the teams Aaron Rodgers had, the last 3 or 4 seasons? Same results. So I would say it would be a disappointment.
So there you have it, some NFL overreaction or reality. We got the expressway coming up here in a few minutes, but I feel like it's probably time.
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10 gets a chance to win because no, this isn't Mama's Broken Heart. This is your chance to call now and win your pair of tickets to see Miranda Lambert on December 28th at WinStar World Casino and Resort. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, and it's time for the Expressway. We got the combo platter personal space edition plus AM on the FM. That's next here on the Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC Masterpiece?
Yes, of course.
It's happening next, all the way until 1, right here on the Fan and the Odyssey app.
Hi, this is Babe Laufenberg. Hey, Tolos, feeling low on energy, confidence, or focus? It's time to feel great again with Game Day Men's Health. This is not your typical clinic. They focus on your whole body with testosterone therapy, peptides, weight loss, and ED solutions. Enjoy quick, convenient appointments, in and out in less than an hour. With 11 locations across DFW, visit GameDayDallas.com for a complimentary testosterone test and consultation. Mention the Fan for 10% off your first treatment. That's GameDayDallas.com.
The top of his head hit the cab of the truck, and I was told by the medical examiner that he pretty much died instantly. His blood alcohol was twice the legal limit, so he shouldn't have been driving.
I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Freak Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Solace on the 1s and 2s. Don't go.
Yeah, no. I had a thought, but it wasn't.
Give it to us.
It was gonna be a Michael Thomas bit, but I've decided not to do that.
Okay, anywho.
Michael Thomas is the greatest receiver ever, man. What?
All right. James, can you please save me?
Well, the Bengals are alive. That's my thought.
We talk.
Okay.
All right, there we go. We talk about things we like to do alone. Okay, whether it's
don't like how you're setting this up.
No. Listen, you gotta trust me here. Okay,
I don't.
You talked about going to like a restaurant out alone.
Yeah,
which is not a bad idea.
Yep.
I've done it a couple times.
We're not doing that tonight.
Not doing that tonight. It's a boys' trip out in the DF dub. What I will say, video game alone. Okay. And for me, I grew up, we all grew up around the same era. I was a big fan of playing sports games and going through the simulations of like a season. So I'm a big MLB The Show, MLB 2K guy. I like seeing how the road to the show went, my player, and do the franchise. You know how invested I was in these MLB games back in the day? I would download the stadium sounds from every ballpark. There was a forum that would have the stadium sounds, the walk-up music.
What a dork.
The natural would play whenever the Rangers would hit a home run at the old ballpark. Coolest thing ever. Playing a good video game by yourself, not a bad thing. Not a bad thing. Sports opinion. What was yours again?
The Bengals, despite us talking about how the AFC sucks and the Dolphins are out of it, the Bengals, to me, are still in the mix.
Okay.
I'm buying a Joe Burrow.
All right. All right. We're going to stay in football here. I think it's apropos to do so. Let's talk about these Houston Texans, okay? I think this is something that's been talked about how CJ Stroud has had a sophomore slump season. I think the Texans could find themselves on a significant losing streak over the next few games.
I don't hate that take. That's a good take.
I don't either.
It's a good take.
Because, if we look at it, for some reason, as bad as the Jaguars are, I could see something crazy happening to where they end up losing to the Jaguars. And then they play the Dolphins at home, and they lose to the Dolphins somehow, like Tua goes ballistic. I could just see something like that happening. It has not been the season for the Houston Texans when they've had all this star power go down. You lose Stephon Diggs. You had Nico Collins gone for a while. You've had some defensive blows as well. And again, CJ Stroud has not been the guy for the Houston Texans. I don't believe in the Houston Texans right now. They need to prove me something better.
Spicy.
I like that.
I think they're in a bad way right now. I don't think they're bad, but I think things are just in a weird spot offensively for them. I think they're just experiencing growing pains more than anything. I don't think it's anything that's going to doom them per se, but I don't think it's great right now. I seriously went into this season saying if they make all the right moves in the offseason, which they did, acquiring a true number one receiver in the league in Stephon Diggs, which he ends up getting hurt out for the season, not his fault.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, just unfortunate timing. And then trading for Joe Mixon. I laughed at it at first. That's probably one of the best, if not the best, offseason move.
It looked good. It looked very good in the offseason. Then they end up going and not having him for a little bit. They had no running backs whatsoever.
Exactly. And you saw what happened when he came back.
Oh.
It was right back to business with him.
Perfect.
He looks like one of the best running backs in the NFL that is not playing in Detroit right now or in Baltimore or, sadly, in Philadelphia.
It's the year of the running back.
Yeah, it really is. And that's something that I wanted to ask Jerry, but we were up against it about the resurgence of the running back. And it just seems like teams that can run the ball right now are finding themselves having a lot better of a time here lately, and they're winning a lot more games. And Corey's been doing a season-long study on that, on the top rushers in the NFL and their records on any given week. And it's been showing a winning record. Whenever you are in the top 10 rushing, in terms of team rushing yards per week, you're probably winning the game. So I don't hate your take, but at the same time, I'm not putting them to bed yet.
True. Fair enough.
Let's see, from the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line from the 214, Aggies win this weekend, and I'm going to phrase this in a safe for work way, taking a load off. Okay.
All right.
I mean, as one does.
Sure.
As one does. But from the 214, it's our guy Jagon and Terrell. He says the Broncos win the AFC West, and cooking/barbecuing is his favorite thing to do alone.
Jagon, I'll say, if you're cooking barbecue alone, at least invite us over for after so we can have this barbecue.
I feel like that I respect it because I love cooking and barbecuing as well. But that needs to be a shared experience.
Yep.
That needs to be
shared after the cooking is done.
Exactly.
Well, here's the thing. We will support you the whole way. We'll bring you the drinks. We'll do everything to make sure that barbecue gets cooked. That's everything we need to make sure we're doing.
Oh, yeah. We are great supporting acts here at 105 Through the Fan. I promise that. We are very supportive. But let's see. From the 817 Sports Opinion, UT Arlington should bring back its football program.
Go Mavs.
And personal space. If my lady isn't able to ride around with me in the car, I just drive and look all day while she shops.
That's not how I read that text for a second. I'm going to be honest.
Sounds like you're trying to take a load off, too.
Listen.
Oh.
How about UT Arlington, by the way?
Here he goes. Here he goes.
How about the Mavericks volleyball team?
Hey, Mav up, man.
Phenomenal season. Winning the Western Athletic Conference, winning the regular season, but as well, they win the tournament, and they advance the NCAA tournament. Automatic qualifier.
Hey, shout out UTA. Mike Bassick is the pride of UT Arlington.
That's right.
As are we.
Yep.
Take that, Solace.
Yeah.
Hold that.
We got
mean green.
Hold that.
We got nothing to brag about at UNT.
You sad eagle.
We won a March Madness game a couple years ago, and that's all I really got.
Yeah, and I don't know about the education out there because if you heard the G-Bag of the Day champion for a while, Blake Elliott.
He's made multiple
G-Bags. Sounds like the education might not.
It's not working out.
Is that a good thing or?
Yeah, it's not a good thing.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's just the outlier or what. I finally caught him after Peace-a-thon because he was up here for Fan After Dark, and I finally got to ask him why he is the way he is.
Yeah.
And I didn't get a great answer, so.
Yeah, he doesn't give good answers.
Hey, crosstalk with them at 140.
Yeah, we'll bring that up for sure. For the 469, did young man say 1776? I think I said 1876. I was wrong on both fronts.
Either way, I was
about to say,
I had the wrong. Let me just tell you, that show's right there that I didn't watch that show one bit. All right, it was just Yellowstone.
Hey, there you go. At least you're honest.
Hey, I'll tell you right now.
We're the most honest show on the Fan. I can tell you that.
Can I change my sports take real quick?
You know what? We got an expressway. You can do whatever the hell you want.
We don't have a break for like another 20 minutes, so go for it.
You can change it 12 times.
Now that I've had a minute to let it think and ponder, I got a take.
The haters can't stand that you ponder.
Man. Look, in the year of the running back that is in the NFL, going into the season, one take a lot of people had was that Alvin Kamara was washed.
Here it goes.
Just want to point out.
Yep, here he goes.
He's indeed not washed. He's still very much a.
This is the one time I wish I was on the board so I could just slowly fade your mic out.
Yeah.
Hey man, it's facts though.
I'm glad you brought up the running back takes here because while that may be a more personal take for you, the Philadelphia Eagles, I made a take. I think I was on with you. It's sometime in the summer before the NFL season started. Sure. I think I said a really bad take that's looking really awful right now. I didn't think Saquon Barkley was. I said he was going to be a bust for Philly, and I think that has just come back to haunt me right now.
Spicy,
huge. Not that spicy. It's cold as can be now.
Does that mean the Texans are about to be like one of the best teams ever?
It probably is. Here's what happens. I talk about Philly, Saquon Barkley being a bust. Great running back, one of the greatest running backs in the game right now. Talk about Jonathan Gannon and how much he sucks as a coach. Cardinals are finding their way into a playoff spot. And now the Texans, they're probably going to go on a historic run. So, love that for y'all.
Let's see. From the 469, Ryan Blaney wins the 2025 NASCAR Championship and going on a bike ride, Daniel in Dallas. At the old house, I had a bike, and I didn't want to bring it in the move because, one, it was just old. And two, I didn't know, going into real adulthood, if I was really going to find myself riding a bike a lot, which I regret because the neighborhood we're in now has some awesome trails and some awesome scenery that I go run around.
What do you mean by scenery?
I'm not talking about Fred Davis scenery.
Okay.
I'm talking about, actual... Wow. I am a huge outdoors guy, so I love sunsets, sunrises... whenever you get the cotton candy pink skies and all of that during the summer, I love all of that. So
like Zach Bryan right there.
Yeah. He wouldn't know that.
Yeah, that's right.
He wouldn't know that.
He's not a country music fan.
Way over the
right
head.
over his head.
Medford,
Jeff Dunham.
To quote the great Tom Brady, wow.
Jeez.
Man, you told us yesterday you were going to go into that bit, and it took you 2.5 hours. I'm disappointed. I'm very disappointed.
I thought we would have got on Gridiron Gravy.
I'm proud that you did it, but I'm disappointed that it took so long.
Yeah, he's not mad. He's just disappointed.
Yeah.
Wow.
As I am most of the time with Solace.
Here's the thing. I can't tell you the last time I rode a bike. It's been a while.
I can't tell you the last time I have either. Like, I know it was at the old house. That's all I can tell you.
I think one with my dad. I want to say a few months ago. We were
Must
on a
be
bike ride.
nice.
Yeah.
I don't even have one available. So it sounds like we are going to get Stephen Jones coming up here at 1 o'clock, by the way. So your programming note, we will be very short with him. So we're going to try to get in all the important injury updates and everything for you. So that's why you turn it on. I'll leave it on. My sports opinion is that it's really going to go back to the running back thing. I'm very happy that the running back position is starting to regain its value, at least in the eyes of... It feels like the NFL is starting to gauge that and starting to realize that, but the fans... I feel like this is the most invested the fans have been in the rushing battle in a while. People are actually keeping tally in the battle between Derrick Henry and Saquon Barkley every week, which is pretty cool to see. It's really cool to see that Derrick Henry is still playing like a beast. Shout out Cowboys for making that call. Not.
Wow.
All right, there's number 2. Yep. Should have set an over-under on those before the show. That would have been great.
Take the over.
But
tonight?
smash the over. Yeah, if you're taking a shot every time he says that, you're not going to be having a good day.
All night.
My stomach just turned. But yes, I'm very happy that the running back position is starting to regain its value in the eyes of the fans and in the eyes of the people. Let's see, from the 214, their favorite activity whenever they are alone, just chill at a bar and people watch. People watching is a sport.
It is. And chilling at a bar is not a bad time, even just solo, just hanging out, having a drink. I've gotten a few times where I would call a game, and maybe you guys can relate to this broadcasting, call a game, and then you just get done. You want to go grab a cold beer somewhere, go to the local bar.
See, me and Mefford, we get that feeling, but instead we just go to our favorite place in the whole world, right, Alec? Raising Cane's.
Oh, yeah. After high school games, yes. Yeah. After we get done with these broadcasts, absolutely.
Yep.
That's right.
From the 512 Sports Opinion, Big 12 football is the deepest league. Interesting. And their favorite thing to do whenever they are alone is listen to 105.3 The Fan.
Can't beat that.
Doesn't get any better than that. I love this from the 817. Blake is the way he is because he went to Arlington Martin.
Facts.
Crosstalk at 140 with Fred and Blake. I hope he heard that on his way in. Actually, knowing him, he hasn't left his house yet.
I was like, he ain't on the way.
I mean, he doesn't live like 5 minutes down the street. He has that luxury. Us, we have to make a hike up here, so we have to leave at like a normal working time. From the 817 Sports Opinion, Nathan Evaldi will re-sign with the Rangers, and I don't mind playing golf by myself.
Well, here's the thing. How do you do the golf? Like, when you look at golf by yourself, I want to inquire about this a little bit more. Because usually you can barely get, it depends on where you go, you can get a by yourself tee time. You have to get paired up with some randos. And I'm not a huge fan of that.
You don't like being paired up with randos?
Not for golf.
Okay.
Maybe other things, but not for golf. I think because you try to bring out all three so you could have 4 people, everybody, take the 2 carts, have a good time, shoot over 100. It's a terrible day, but it's a great time with the guys. I don't know about golfing by yourself.
I've never done it. I don't think I ever will for 2 reasons. 1, I like the camaraderie. 2, I suck at golf.
So do I.
There you
Same.
go.
We're going to go golfing. You and I are going to go golfing.
Yeah, have fun with that.
Solace, you're going to come too.
Wow.
Ruben, he's going to come too. We're going to have all 4 of us go golfing. That sounds like a great time. He said he has a hookup too.
Oh. Ruben knows everybody.
I know.
What a guy. He's a networking machine.
What a gem of a human being Ruben
He is a networking machine. We got Stephen Jones coming up at the top of the hour. This is the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Alec Medford, James Tritley, and Alex Solis here with you. But looking up at the clock, it's about 12:43-ish. And I think it's time for some AM on the FM.
What does this button do? Please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is AM on the FM. We're taking a load off since Mike Bassick isn't here for Mike Likes It. We're going to have some fun here. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line, Twitch, and YouTube. Want to hear from you to answer today's question of the day as well. We'll get to some wild and wacky headlines here in just a moment, including my favorite stat from the Thanksgiving Day games in the NFL that you're going to hear in just a moment. Before we get to the question of the day, I do want to get a shout out in because it is a shout out Friday. So if you want some shout outs, 877-881-1053 as well. We'll fit in some of those. But from the 214, it's Jagon and Terrell, our guy. Said, AM, can you shout out my daughter Jolene and grandparents Kenny and Brenda? They are on the way to Oklahoma and rolling. Shout out Jolene, Kenny, and Brenda. We appreciate you. Jagon appreciates you, and we appreciate you, Jagon. So if you have any more shout outs, 877-881-1053. But answer the question of the day there as well. Today's question of the day, because Thanksgiving is the holiday of giving thanks, as one would assume. You know, I think it's a very telling name, very telling title for a holiday. So I asked this on Wednesday during Peace-a-thon during Peyton's time slot because I'm him. So I want to bring it back today. Very simple. I hope this is an easy thing for you to answer. If it's not, I hope that things start going your way.
Harder than you can ever imagine.
Mark that.
I got like 4 things more. Okay.
The question of the day is, tell me something that right in this moment you are thankful for. 877-881-1053. Who would like to start?
I'll start. Thankful for the journey. What do you mean by that? There's a lot of things that have gone on this journey for...
The band?
Huh?
The band?
Not journey. The Journey.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Well, that's where my mind
Where
was.
I mean, hey, Journey, great band.
Don't stop believing.
Don't stop believing.
That's part of the journey.
It's part of the journey. Yeah, just trying to get, I've only been here 7 months, but hey, we got to talk to Jerry Jones today. We got to do a lot of fun things and get to meet a lot of great people and the broadcast side of things, calling some high school football with gold Alec Medford tomorrow out in Mansfield, North Crowley,
I was not
and
aware
Coppell.
of this. Let me put that on my calendar.
Idiot. No, just been great. Have the family around and always supportive, especially you guys right here. So the journey to get to where I need to be, and I'm sure that you guys have the same goals and journey to get to where y'all need to be. So happy to have y'all with it.
Solace, you next?
I'll go with 2 Fs. That being friends. Friends and family. I scared you there for a second, didn't I?
Yeah, you did.
Family and friends. Obviously, it's been a rough year for the Solace family household, and for everyone to get through it and come together has been real nice. And you guys have been supportive in that as well. And as James kind of alluded to a moment ago, doing this today during the KNC time slot with you guys, doing Jerry and Steven. It's been a dream. It's been a blast, and hopefully there's more of that to come. But yeah, definitely family and friends getting us through the hard times, the sucky times, and always being there. And yeah,
I feel like there is going to be more opportunities for this to happen down the road. I'm just saying.
Wow.
And very, very glad to be here with you boys. But for me, I think it goes the same route, similar to both of y'all. I mentioned it. I didn't have as much time to elaborate as I wanted to during Peace-a-thon on this. The non-blood family that I have here at this radio station, each and every one of you, I have a special connection with every person up here, which in some way or fashion, whether it's just one similar interest or us knowing each other's life stories, hanging out outside of work, I appreciate every single person up here. Very thankful for full-time radio. That's not something that I thought was going to come easy in this market. And I'm 23 and here I am, still kicking, still fighting, and making the Lance Leguez's and the Nate Woods of the world proud. So very happy and thankful for that. But the non-blood family, which I don't want to get in trouble like Bobby Belt did for naming 101 different names, but I'm bound to leave somebody out. But some people here recently, outside of you fellas sitting here in the studio with me, non-blood relatives like Aaron, Hayden, Chandler, Carson, my boys since day one from high school radio and high school in general. Some people that I just recently met, like Zai, very thankful for you. All the boys, Maya, everybody, thankful for every one of you because y'all keep me going. And kind of like Solace was alluding to, Thanksgiving time is a rough time for me because Thanksgiving week is the week that I lost my mom to cancer a few years ago. So it's always a weird kind of like it's almost like survivor's guilt. It's like I feel guilty being so happy and so thankful and like, enjoying the life that I am because it's like it feels like there's a void there still, but the non-blood family definitely makes it a lot easier to get through the week. And honestly, going back to this past Friday where Solace and I were calling a high school game, that was actually the anniversary of my mom's passing. I was so busy having fun this week that I didn't even have time to really reflect or have time to be upset. I had a really good week. I had a really fun time in the past 6-7 days. So, and hanging out with the Tolos today to cap it all off, going into a fun-filled weekend. Couldn't ask for anything better. This is a sweet gig, man. This is a really sweet gig. Let's go to the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line from the 972. Thankful for the opportunity for Texas to put the post hole digger in Texas A&M tomorrow. Man, there's been a lot of Texas A&M stuff. And guess what? We got Carter Freeman, our college football expert, coming in studio at 1:20 to talk all things college football with us and get you ready for that. We didn't forget about it. We're getting the expert in here to talk about all things Texas, Texas A&M, and the rest of the college football slate. From the 972, thankful for my beautiful grandbabies, Elijah, Jude, and Willow. From the 806, they want to shout out to all the air traffic controllers guiding everyone to and from spending time with their families. Amen to that. From the 903, my name is Grant. Can I get a shout out to my kids, Gunnar, Wesley, and Carter? We are riding home listening to 105.3 The Fan. From the 817, they are thankful for the KNC masterpiece. Appreciate you. From the 469, thankful for my job. From the 254, I can relate to this waking up this morning, thankful for migraine medicine. My head was pounding when I woke up this morning, and I feel great now.
Flu-like symptoms, as they call them.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm not feeling sick, though. So.
Yeah, true.
Questionable headache into today.
Yeah.
I was questionable on the injury report coming into today, but we made it here in one piece. So keep those going. 877-881-1053. Something you're thankful for today. Let's get to some of my favorite headlines here to cap off AM on the FM before we welcome in Stephen Jones right here on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. So this is my favorite stat from yesterday's Thanksgiving slate of games. In the first half of the Lions-Bears game, the Bears offense was on the field for 7 minutes and 12 seconds. Shabuzi was on the field for the halftime performance for 10 minutes. Shabuzi was on the field longer than the Chicago Bears were on offense in the first half.
It's got that dog in him. Hey, hell of a performance. Okay?
Really was. I enjoyed it.
Much better performance than the Bears in the first half. They stepped it up second half, but you can't go wrong with some Shabuzi.
Nope. I mean, Alec, to me, it sounded a lot like our flag football team in the recent seasons.
Hey,
oh my God.
Everybody on the Bears getting tipsy now.
I'm sending that to the group chat.
Good old
I hope you know that.
Hey, chill.
No, I've definitely taken some digs on KNC at our team. Don't worry.
Oh, I know.
After 117 years, it is now legal to cheat on your wife or spouse in the state of New York.
Oh, okay. All
Right.
right.
That is a headline.
I didn't know where you're going with that one.
Yeah, they repealed in a law that made it illegal to cheat on your spouse in New York. The New York governor repealed the statute dating back to 1907 earlier this month, putting an end to the rule in the Empire State. It was previously a misdemeanor to cheat on your spouse and made the crime punishable for up to 3 months.
Wow.
3 months in jail?
Yeah, so you could actually go to jail. There's number 3. You could actually... Four, yeah. See, I'm losing count already because I smashed the over.
Yeah.
So you could actually go to jail for cheating on your wife or your husband.
Well, some would agree to that. what's better? You cheat on your spouse as a male, cheating on your spouse. Your spouse then takes violence towards you, or you end up in jail. What do you think?
I don't think either of those are great.
I mean, they're terrible options, but if you lesser of the two evils, would you rather taking a pair of sharp scissors to the neck by the spouse?
Whoa.
Or
that went crazy.
Jail for 3 months. These are things you have to think about. No longer, actually, in New York, don't have to think about it. Was it legal now? You could cheat on her. Him, her.
This took a turn that I didn't expect it.
You're
to,
welcome.
so.
This is why James, they pair these here.
This is why he makes the big bucks, ladies and gentlemen. James Tritley. You can find him here on 105.3 The Fan all over the place. Elsewhere around the world. Stolen gold coins worth over $1 million taken from shipwrecks undersea were recovered by police. 37 gold doubloons from the 1715 Treasure Fleet shipwrecks, valued collectively at over $1 million, were recently recovered by the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission with the assistance of the FBI. The coins were originally discovered off the coast of Vero Beach, Florida. The 1715 Treasure Fleet was two Spanish treasure fleets returning from the, quote, New World to Spain after departing from Havana, Cuba in 715. All 11 ships in the fleet, which were also carrying silver and other artifacts, have since been found. All of them sunk when a hurricane hit, killing around 1,500 sailors. There's your history lesson for the day. These gold coins were stolen, but on June 10th of this year, new evidence emerged leading to an investigation by the FWC in Florida. That investigation linked Eric Schmidt, a member of the Schmidt family, this is easy to say, that had been contracted by the 1715 fleet to the theft. So he was actually contracted to investigate this. He ended up just putting those coins in his pocket saying, mine now. And he got caught.
Like a SpongeBob episode.
It really is. So there you have it. That's AM on the FM right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we plan on speaking with Stephen Jones of the Dallas Cowboys right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Every year, the Fan is proud to support the Texas Rangers Toy Drive to benefit Mission Arlington Mission Metroplex. So join us Wednesday afternoon, December 11th at Globe Life Field for a live G-Bag broadcast. Bring a toy worth $15 or more, and while supplies last, you'll receive a ticket to a 2025 select home game, plus autographs from Rangers players, alumni, and coaches. For more information on the upcoming Texas Rangers Toy Drive, visit rangers.com/toy drive. If you're laughing, we're happy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Get masterpieced anytime you want on our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
will be coming up with Carter Freeman, since it'll be a Piece-a-thon edition of Masterpiece of the Week. So we will get to that here in just a moment. We are live on Twitch and YouTube as well, twitch.tv/DallasFanCam, 105 through the fan on YouTube to get involved in the conversation. But James, it is a Shout Out Friday. And I understand you do have a shout out that you have to make.
I do have to make this shout out. Shout out to Lena Lopez, turning 30, the big 3-0. And, you know, it's a big age to turn. I've made her aware of how apparent that age is going to be today.
Good.
And she's like, well, thank you. I will not stop hearing about that this weekend. So it's, you know, what do you think? You're 23, you're 7 years out from that. Are you scared of 30?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, you should be. You're scared of 24, I think.
Yeah, just there's a lot of people that are 30 that scare me, like the man who just grabbed his microphone.
Oh, there you go. I don't like how quickly he grabbed that either.
Yeah.
I can't hear if Solace is talking or not. I just got to tell you, as soon as I turned 30, I went on a run about a week later, and my knees just started killing me. So as soon as you hit 30...
Mine already do.
Yeah, so just be scared.
Mine already do, and that's not a good thing, because I was a distance runner at one point and a sprinter. So he's a runner, he's a track star, and he's got knee problems. Arthritis is not cool. Let's get into some hits and misses of the Thanksgiving Day and NFL slate. As we await Stephen Jones to join the program here momentarily. A big hit for me that we can ask him about. We will be crunched on time, so we will see what we can get to. But Rico Dowdle was a huge hit of this NFL Thanksgiving slate. He goes over 100 yards, and he did have the longest run in yesterday's game by any Cowboys running back this season, I believe, of 22 yards. So it was an impressive effort. I know someone hated that word impressive whenever I used it at the open. So Rico Dowdle had himself a game in the 27-20 win by the Dallas Cowboys yesterday at AT&T Stadium. They make it 2 in a row. And, man, I will say it's fun. It is fun to see the winning ways back. It's fun. We talked about the resurgence of the running back position and the running game in general in the NFL. It's been really nice to see an emphasis put on that across the league. Once again, it feels like we turned the clock back about 10 years or so. And that makes me happy, because I've generally been a fan of the running back position. I've been a fan of it because especially I played it growing up. so playing that Darren Sproles role because I am vertically challenged. So, and I've got the speed to do it. So now we will turn our attention to the D&M Leasing Hotline, where we welcome in, presented by the North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is Stephen Jones joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Good afternoon, Stephen. How's it going?
Oh, great, guys. Good being on with you. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Happy Thanksgiving to you, too. And I know we're short on time, so we'll get right to it. We were just talking before you joined us about Rico Dowdle's just massive game yesterday. He surpasses 100 yards on the ground. What did you see from Rico, and do you think that he finally got to show the country on the national stage that he is a true running back one in the NFL?
Well, I think we've known that, and, the bigger issue with us has just been, our execution in the game and getting behind, in the first half of the season. We just were fighting, from way back and, just weren't able to commit to the run because we felt like we were down 2 and 3 scores. And I think now that we're executing better on the ball and keeping, the games close, you commit to the run. And certainly he's shown, what we thought he would be all about. And, we're starting to develop a sound running game.
Stephen, thanks for joining us. I want to get your thoughts, and if you can provide us any update on some injuries we saw last night. Obviously, CeeDee Lamb, Wanye Thomas as well. Josh Butler went down. Do you have any updates on those players going into today?
Yeah, we feel good about CeeDee. Some of that we had that 2-touchdown lead there in the fourth quarter, and of course it dwindled quick. But we were trying to protect him a little as he got pretty good. But this 10-day break should be great for him, and he should be ready to go. And barring any unforeseen setbacks, unfortunately Butler is going to have to have season-ending ACL surgery, and then Wanye has a meniscus that we'll work through, and looking at a couple of 2 or 3 weeks on his injury.
And Jerry joined us earlier this morning, and he did say that things are looking good for DeMarcus Lawrence to make his return against Cincinnati. Are you getting that same feeling?
To play the game, he plays it. Things aren't perfect in terms of his one of the main reasons we take so much of him. He is just a competitor. He wants to be out there.
We're having some connection issues here, so we're going to try to reconnect with Stephen Jones here in just a second. But it does sound like things are looking good for DeMarcus Lawrence, rather. Josh Butler, unfortunately, we do have a bad update on that front, season-ending ACL surgery. But it does sound like Wanye Thomas might have avoided a major situation as well. So all good things outside of Josh Butler. It sucks because he just had that breakout game just a week ago, and he played solid yesterday too.
Yeah, I know. This is tough to see, especially whenever you look at those injuries. It's good that CeeDee, we talked to Jerry about that. CeeDee looked like he's going to have that 11-day break and really be a big impact with Dallas coming back. Obviously, we look at those 2 injuries. Not what you want to hear. You talk about Wanye Thomas. A little bit better than we expected than Josh Butler. You even said that Butler, it looked like we might have an ACL injury.
Yeah, as someone who has suffered that myself, you start to pick up on the tests that are being run on the field, so I know they were at least checking him for that. So not great on that front. Very, very sad to see him go down in that fashion, but we will hope to get Stephen back on the line, and it looks like we do. And Stephen, now that we got you back, I do have to ask you about DeMarvion Overshown. He was awesome yesterday with the pick 6, and he even said after the game that was his first at any level of football. You guys nailed it with that pick. What have you seen? What did you see from him in the draft process that has really translated to this point?
Well, the big thing was, just his run hit factor, speed, instincts on the defensive side of the ball. He went to Texas as a safety, developed into a linebacker, and all he does is get better every time he hits the field. And got the right mentality. He's got, as I said, great football instincts. He's aggressive. Throws his body around out there. And, I agree with you. I think we have something special with him. Obviously, you got speed between him and Micah, when they're running around the field there. they make up ground in a hurry, and I think he's just going to have an incredible career for the Cowboys.
Steven, will you guys go from a short week to go into this Thanksgiving game, picking up a win? You guys looking for 3 straight against the Bengals. Now you have a longer break. How does that establish whenever you guys have that long extended week? You always talk about the rest versus rust. Does that play a factor in what the Cowboys are trying to attack to beat the Bengals next Monday?
Absolutely. It certainly gives you the time to work up a game plan, even a spicier one, hopefully. We'll need it. Joe Burrow and Chase and the Bengals are a really good football team. They've just been taken with some bad luck, and we'll have to play our best game. But the great news is it lets guys like Ferguson, Zach Martin, and guys like that, as you mentioned, D-Law, come back. Certainly Diggs is somebody that was close to playing yesterday. So we should just keep getting healthier. And this 10 days allows for that to happen. And, situation. We just got to go to work and get ready for the Bengals.
Well, we are looking forward to it. Enjoy the long break here. Thank you for the insight as always, and we'll do it again next week.
Sounds great. Thank you. Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving to you too. There he goes, Stephen Jones, right here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. And connection issues on top of a time crunch. He is a very busy man, so we appreciate him taking the time to chat with us here. And we'll hear back from him again next week. As James mentioned, a long week going into this Monday Night Football game against the Bengals, which I keep forgetting. It's going to be the Simpsons game.
That's right. Yeah. That's so funny that you say that. And I think I wanted to ask that question because we always hear more so the playoffs. When you look at that rest versus rust, they had to adjust very quickly going from Sunday. They played Thursday, and now they have this long extended break. They are riding this kind of energy of winning back-to-back games. Now you have an extended period of time. Now, I think this bodes very well for Dallas because it lets this team get healthier. CeeDee Lamb, obviously, I think is going to be one of the biggest beneficiaries from it. If we were going from like a Sunday or a Thursday to a Sunday, maybe it's a different story, but you never know. That extra day could really pay big dividends for what CeeDee Lamb can do. And again, getting Tank Lawrence back, that's going to be a huge thing.
If you missed the breaking news from Stephen Jones himself, Josh Butler, the breakout cornerback of last week, did go down with a non-contact knee injury in yesterday's win against the Giants. He will miss the remainder of the season with a torn ACL. Wanye Thomas got carted off of the field yesterday, but he said he's dealing with a meniscus. We'll get a better idea of a timeline on that, I'm sure, here as the days progress into this longer week. James even noticed this morning that Wanye himself tweeted saying God is great. So it seemed like we had dodged a bullet there in terms of his injury, and it sounds like meniscus is a little bit better than what we all anticipate. You see a guy get taken off on a cart, you kind of anticipate the worst. Sounds like they may have dodged a major bullet. We'll see what has to happen there in terms of recovery time and any future procedures, if that's going to be on the table. Sounded like CeeDee Lamb and DeMarcus Lawrence are going to be good to go next week against the Bengals, though, through it all. So there you have it. Stephen Jones is good enough to join us right here on 105.3 The Fan, your home of the Dallas Cowboys. Coming up next, we are your home of major college football as well. So how about we talk some college football? There might be a big game or two going on this weekend. We bring in Carter Freeman next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
That this game is happening. It's going to be an absolute madhouse. I mean, we've talked all week, all season more or less about the ticket prices for this game. And I mean, the bare minimum a couple weeks ago, it was $600 on like Ticketmaster to sit in the upper corner, which would still be really cool because you're going to be in one of the craziest environments probably in college football history.
Sure.
But I'm sure the average ticket price has gone even higher up given that the game is almost less than 24 hours away. It's going to be an absolute madhouse. And watching A&M when they beat LSU in College Station about a month ago, I was like, this is the best crowd in college football. When they are good, there's no fan base in my mind that is going to be as loud and as crazy in a good way as Aggie fans are. And this, given that it's against their biggest rival for the first time in over a decade, like it is going to be an absolute scene in College Station. I cannot wait to watch it.
Now, who do you think when you look at these? Obviously, they're phenomenal fan bases. Still stay in the state of Texas. You look at the Longhorn fan side. A&M fans are crazy in their own realm. Who do you think takes majority of that stadium? Do you think A&M still owns supreme of that?
I think
fandom?
so. I think both teams are obviously going to want it, both fans. And maybe some UT fans would tell you, oh, well, you know, we have bigger rivals than A&M.
Right.
But I know deep down, like, you want to beat A&M if you're a UT fan.
Right.
So there's going to be a good Longhorn contingent, but this isn't the kind of game where, like, if you have a ticket and you want to make some money, you sell it. If you're an A&M season ticket holder, you keep this ticket and you go to this game because you've been waiting as long as the other guys have, and you want to be there to hopefully, if you're an A&M fan, watch your team win. So I do think it'll still be majority A&M fans.
I know we take a lot of shots at A&M on this program for the man that usually sits in this seat. How much has your perspective changed on them throughout the season? Because it hasn't exactly been a linear path for them.
No, it is not.
I still weirdly enjoy watching them. So, like, has your paradigm on them shifted much, or were you kind of like, same old A&M?
So, with their first game against Notre Dame, obviously they lose at home. It's a closer game than the final score indicates, but there were things in that game that I was like, I think A&M can build off of that, because it was their first game under Mike Elko, and it was against a big-time team who, now Notre Dame on the other side, they are one of the hottest teams in the country. If things go well for them, they'd probably be the 6th seed in the CFP, assuming they beat USC tomorrow. But there were things in that game I liked from A&M, and then over the next 2 months, they capitalized on it. I mean, obviously they destroyed Mizzou at home. They made the quarterback switch against LSU and just ran all over them. And at that point, I really, really thought A&M was for real. Give it a month, and I'm like, okay, maybe LSU wasn't as good as I personally thought they were going to be. They absolutely did not change their plan of attack in that game either. Had no clue. It's like A&M was just like, I'm just going to run the ball. And LSU was like, okay, we'll let you. So it has been an up and down thing, and obviously last week was really disappointing for A&M losing at Auburn, especially given that they had a lead and they allowed Auburn to just kind of march down the field at the end, tie it, then win in overtime. But you have to love the skill position players on A&M's roster. I love Marcel Reed personally. I think he is a really fun, rangy quarterback. He fits Colin Klein's offense, their A&M's offensive coordinator. He fits that so much better than Wegman did. But just looking at the matchup, it's hard not to think UT is just going to roll because of the way UT has looked against most teams this year. But to that point, when UT's played one really, really good team this season in Georgia, they played their worst game of the year. And that was at home. So they haven't been to an environment quite like this yet this season. I think that's really going to play into A&M's favor. And I the whole week I've been leaning A&M in this matchup. It's going to be super, super close, but I absolutely think A&M has what it takes. It's just a matter of if they're going to bring it all at the same time, because UT, for what it's worth, outside of that one game against Georgia, has been extremely consistent game in, game out.
Well, you talk about the Longhorns and how successful they've been. Obviously, A&M has a little bit more leverage in this game from what you're talking about. We've heard about Quinn Ewers, and there's a lot of question going into if he's going to be the guy tomorrow. Do you know any more on that?
Well, it's his ankle, right, is
Yeah.
what we're kind of concerned about. That's what came out after they beat Kentucky last week. And from everything I've heard, he's still good to go. He's going to play. I would be shocked if, it was any player who has some kind of nagging injury, if they're going to let them sit out of a game like this. So right. I think Ewers will go. Now, he's obviously not a super mobile guy anyway. He's much more of a pocket passer. So I wonder, but still you wonder if that ankle's bugging him, how much that'll affect him in the pocket. Because if A&M's able to get home, which they have the guys on the defensive line to do it, then it's going to be a long day for him. And one thing I don't think UT should do, unless it's major, major injury, they can't switch to Arch Manning. Because that's what Sark did against Georgia, and I thought that was a panic move, and Arch came in, looked like a redshirt freshman, and then he switched back to Ewers, and their goose was pretty much cooked at that point. So I think if Ewers is healthy, he has to go the entire game. Like, you cannot have any panic decisions like that. But I do think he will play.
Is there any other matchup out? This is going to dominate everybody's TVs and everybody's social media feed for sure, but is there any other matchup that you think the general college football fan should probably keep an eye on this weekend?
Well, every year, the Iron Bowl, Alabama-Auburn, is a perennially entertaining game for the most part, especially when it's at Auburn, which I believe it is at Auburn this year. And just given how Alabama not only lost to my Sooners last week, got worked by one of the worst OU teams in like 20 years. Their fan base is feeling super toxic right now, I'm sure.
Oh yeah.
Auburn fans are perennially toxic, and they're coming off a huge upset win of a potential college football playoff contender. So I think there's just going to be nastiness going throughout that entire game. I cannot wait to see if Kalen DeBoer can actually motivate his guys to win that game, because I think that's been a thing for Bama now that they've fallen out of CFP contention. If some really weird things happen, they still have a chance to make it. I don't think they're one of the 12 best teams, but that's just me. Will he be able to get his guys ready to go to beat a team that probably a lot of their players grew up hating? So that one I'm super excited for. And right now, the Colorado's on. They're up 28-0 on Oklahoma State. They did not score in the commercial break like I thought they would because they just got a turnover. But if they win, they'll have they'll be sitting at 7-2 in conference. And then you've got Arizona State, you've got Iowa State, and you've got BYU, all kind of in the same spot, potentially to play in the Big 12 championship game. But beyond that, you have 5 other Big 12 teams that if the results get really, really crazy, 8-4 Baylor or 8-4 West Virginia could be playing in Arlington next weekend. So I cannot wait to see what happens in the Big 12. I have absolutely no idea what's going to happen because I was all in on BYU, and then they started to falter, and then I was in on Colorado, and they get worked by Kansas last week. So Arizona State's the hot team, but they're playing a rivalry game against Arizona. Like, it's going to be a lot of fun. It is a mess, and I think that's what has made this season so much fun overall, is really week in and week out, there's been no, this is absolutely number one. This is the team everyone has to beat. Like, even Oregon is the number one team. They have been for over a month now. They still have maybe some things that could be exploited by an Ohio State in a conference championship game. So I can't wait to see how the Big 12 plays out tomorrow.
You are right. It is going to be very fun, and I'm sure what we got cooking next is going to be very fun as well. It's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
Hello, everybody.
What's up, Solace?
Hello, Alec.
How's it going?
Hey, bud. Long time no speak.
It's been a fun day today, right?
Look at you.
It's been a great time.
Alec, I appreciate you trusting me to come and do the show with you guys today. I know this is your domain, and I am just here to fill in for the day. But I appreciate
your name was on the schedule.
Yep.
Well, we're both
he didn't schedule it.
No, but it's been fun. I feel like I've done a solid job today.
I'd say you've done a solace
job. Beat me to it.
One thought, two idiots.
So as you guys know, this is a staple in the KNC Masterpiece. We will go through and review all the silly nonsense that happened this week, or in this case, one day. That's right. This is all from Peace-a-thon, which is kind of wild because you would think 8 hours in, these guys would have just been saying whatever came to their mind, and
that's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
I would say about 10 minutes in, they started saying whatever they wanted. Whenever Mike Bassett got here at 6 in the morning, that's when things got crazy. So it's from the beginning to the end.
So we'll play some of the clips here, have some fun with it. Let's start with Kevin, guys. Kevin, see, I'm much of a burger or like a chicken kind of guy, but Kevin is this kind of guy.
You're a toe person, right?
Not necessarily.
They looked like croutons or they tasted like croutons?
I don't know.
What is it?
So Kevin's toe person.
Someone on the show at the time was a toe person, and they tasted like croutons.
Well, I think it was Eric because he was really curious as to which part.
Eric makes sense.
He didn't hide anything there.
Yeah.
So
is it more feet or just toes?
It may just be toes. The clip just says Kevin toe person.
Yeah.
So I apologize to Kevin in advance. I didn't know.
Kevin said it.
Yeah,
He
I mean,
did.
yeah.
I don't apologize
Don't
to
feel
anybody.
bad for him.
No.
He doesn't need forgiveness.
No.
It is Forgiveness Friday, though.
Yeah, I mean,
not for him.
Some people are into souls, I guess. I mean, yeah.
Sure.
Let's keep it going with Kevin. He said this.
Yeah, we've all seen his butt a lot.
that?
Whose butt did he see? Is the
It
question.
was definitely Corey Majors.
Okay, there.
Because he doesn't wear underwear, if you don't know.
And that was right after the cranberry, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. How much fun did you have cutting that video and posting it?
I almost didn't want to post it. I was scared streaming it that we were going to get taken off the air because...
Well, the way that his hand was motioning to the poor back of the camera was the worst part.
Well, yeah, because the computer where you're sitting, James, it cuts off, his midsection and downwards. So... And Corey did put a towel on the ground. I was afraid we were going to come in here and there was just going to be cranberry everywhere. But he did a solid job
sniff
of
your screen, James,
cleaning it up.
I'm not sniffing screens around here. What kind of freak show
Scratch and
is this?
sniff.
It's great. Yeah.
Let's go to Corey. It's Corey's turn. He said this, and I, for one, am quite intrigued by this.
And you worked for Roger Staubach's commercial real estate company.
I did.
And he loved your cake.
He loved your cake.
There's just so many ways you can go about that.
Well, I mean, again, this is the best part. It's out of context, and we can create the context behind it. But I mean, at the end of the day, gentlemen, who doesn't love a good cake?
It's true. What do you
It
think?
was National Cake Day last week.
That's right.
What do you think Roger Staubach's favorite cake is?
That's a good question.
Red velvet?
Carrot.
If Roger Staubach has taste, then that would be a good one to pick. 'Cause I love red velvet cake.
Well, apparently it's Adrian's.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, special cake.
very special.
Of course, it wouldn't be Masterpiece of the Week without bringing in some Mike Bassett into the program.
Oh, yeah.
It's always a treasure. Bears. That's all I'm going to say. Here we go.
Oh, that's like a cheesy bear.
That's my winner. That's my winner. That's my winner. That's
I remember him saying that. I have no idea what the context was.
It was the final hour. No, you were big a part of this.
It was during your game.
Yeah, you were doing the game with Bassick in the final hour of the program, and you were trying to guess, like, is it a player's name or
Grizzly
not?
Fondue.
That was
the fake name I came up
Sounds
with.
like
yes.
a cheesy bear.
And he sounded so excited. He's like, oh, this is cheesy. Can we hear it one more time, please?
Yeah, I got
He
you.
was so excited.
Oh, that's like a cheesy bear.
Carter, didn't I give you that name? Didn't I give you that?
I think you did. You gave me the Grizzly part because
gave you
it was Grizzly Fondue against a Panda Askew. So
Panda
I
Askew,
wanted it to
that's right.
rhyme.
That's
so
right.
Fondue rhymed, and I wish there was a guy out there named Grizzly Fondue.
Oh, no kidding.
That's my winner.
That's Mike's favorite.
Let's keep it going with Mike here. I'm just gonna play this one.
I'm going to shove it in your mouth, and you're going to say, knock you unconscious.
I wish I had access to the pictures of Mike's pies that I could put on the fan cam so everyone watching could see just how cement-like those pies look.
So
Derek Holland was not wrong.
Y'all know I'm awful at checking Facebook. I logged on yesterday, I think, just to see like if any family posted Happy Thanksgiving or whatever. Someone on the Tolo community page took like a grab of somebody else's burnt pies, and they said it looks like Mike cooked this. I was like, that's so good.
Somebody had texted in that day and said, you leave it on someone's porch and light it on fire, then you'll break your foot trying to stomp the fire out.
Is that the dog Blake? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Also a part of the Peace-a-thon marathon was one Derek Holland, who James mentioned earlier signed his jersey.
Oh, well.
Derek said this.
As long as Chubb can get back to Chubb form.
Why did he moan at the end?
It's always that
Was that Corey
little bit at the end.
I don't know if it was Corey or
I
Derek.
think that was Derek.
Here, play it back.
Yeah, play it again.
Yeah, I'll play it one more time.
As long as Chubb can get back to Chubb form.
That's Derek.
That was Derek.
That's Derek.
Look, he's a Chubb guy because he's a Browns guy.
Nick Chubb, Nick Chubb, Bradley Chubb. It don't matter. Chubbs just do that to people.
Okay, mark that. Who do we have next?
Let's see. Let's go back to Kevin from the beginning. Let's go back to Kevin.
What about all the Nazi stuff?
What about it, Kevin? What about it? I would
Tell
love
us.
to know.
Please tell us about the Nazi stuff.
That might be my pick right there.
Oh my gosh. What were they talking? They were talking about a movie that they
Sound
said
of Music. It was a
Sound of Music.
Oh
yeah,
my God.
it was
because
him.
Bobby was here.
Yes, it was him and Bobby. They're like, everybody talks about all the sweet stuff that happened, but there's a lot of bad things that happened in that movie.
What about the Nazi talk?
Propaganda.
Mark that.
Yeah.
Kevin and James can have a conversation.
Have our own show.
Let's play this one. I'm not gonna tell you who it is. It's a surprise, but this one's fun.
Now
It's giant and beautiful.
It is giant and beautiful. Thank you for saying that.
So supportive.
Little Kevin and Gavin team up there.
Yeah.
Dawson knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
He definitely knew. He was leaning into the bit there. And I think that was right before he left for the day too. That was literally like the last thing he said. So he dropped
Mic
something.
drop moment.
That was his like Thanksgiving gift to me.
Once again,
Thank
flawless by Dawson.
you. 1 hour flawless.
Perfect radio.
Do we have any more?
Yeah, we got two more. We can fit them in real quick, I think. Here is Corey.
I'm going to lay out all the dead people right now, Kevin.
He's laying
Every
out dead
single
people.
last one of them.
Yep.
And that was for Are You Better? And he had a bunch. There were like 5 or 6 that he just went rapid fire.
Yeah, he literally did lay them all out.
Here's Kevin talking about this Thanksgiving dish.
What's up with your yam proportions?
Oh, that's my winner. That's my winner.
No, wait. I stand corrected. We have one more mic clip. And
Let's hear it.
This one we got to play.
I know you're going to throw up because it's like a nut, and you never eat nuts.
I might have spoke too soon.
Yeah. You needed that last one just for clarification.
That's
oh, man.
Throw up.
That's
Whoa.
all of them.
Yeah,
All right.
That's never happened with me.
All right,
Wow. Okay.
I don't want it to.
Oh, wow.
All right.
Wow.
Let's start voting here.
Wow.
Shut up.
Yeah, Tolo.
All right, let's go around the room, James.
Man, I gotta go with the yams. That's a solid one. Carter was dead on with that.
That was a good one, but I think I'm going to pivot to Mike, knowing that Kevin is not a nut guy.
I know you're gonna throw up because it's like a nut, and you never eat nuts.
I think Kevin claims that there are like some nuts that he likes.
Yeah.
And
I'm
I was
sorry.
like, when Mike went to the vending nut company, he got him sour balls, and Kevin didn't like those. I'm like, why did you just get him nuts? Assorted nuts.
Yeah. Well, Mike likes it.
I'm gonna go with I'm gonna go with the cheesy bear. I love how passionate he was about it.
All right, so we're 1-1 and
It's
1.
like a cheesy bear.
All right, so we all
Solace.
All of you picked a different one.
Yeah,
right?
so
you
can be the tiebreaker, or you can leave it at a tie. Pick something else.
I'm gonna lean.
And then we go to the Tolos.
I'm gonna lean into the chaos, and this one is gonna be my pick.
What about all the Nazi stuff?
Okay. So we have a 4-way tie, 877-881-1053. Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. Let us know what your winner is, and let Carter know how much you love him. Thanks for joining us, man. We appreciate it.
Thank you guys for having me on. And look, we only have 1 week of the regular season of college football left, so enjoy it, and then enjoy conference championship weekend. We're gonna have a lot of fun with the sport in the next couple months.
You guys you know what this means real quick, right?
What's
Carter,
up?
college football playoffs, Milo's, Arlington. That's all I'm gonna say.
This guy creates chaos.
He does. He's an
But we
arbiter.
love it.
He wouldn't be
He's
an
an
Alec.
arbiter.
He wouldn't be an Alec if he didn't create chaos.
I mean, yeah, it's in my middle name. It's now in his.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. There we go. Masterpiece of the week, and Carter Freeman, good enough to join us here on the KNC Masterpiece. Coming up next, let's crosstalk with the G-Bag Nation, which today, it's Fred and Blake. Next on The Fan.
True, but you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
and Alex Solis on the ones and twos. 4 hours flawless. Oh, wait, wrong show. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Appreciate all of your hard work. Want to thank Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones, and Mickey Spagnola, as well as Carter Freeman, for joining us on the program. A loaded
Is he going to
Friday
finish
show.
this sandwich before we go off the air?
I would imagine so.
I hope so.
And he helped us for Masterpiece of the Week, which it looks like we do have a consensus winner after a vote by the Tolos. Solace, your pick was champion, so congrats, sir.
The Nazis won.
I was trying to avoid saying that. With that being said, let's talk to the real pro broadcaster, Blake Elliott, alongside Fred Davis in for the G-Bag Nation today. What's happening, fellas?
Feeling good. Had some great food yesterday at Jerry World. Realized I'm washed like Kevin Garnett in a Brooklyn Nets jersey. Could only put down 1.5 plates.
What a pull.
So just kind of reminiscing over that crazy game, and the Cowboys on a winning streak now of 2 in a row.
I don't know about that, but sure. I know about winning streak. Usually happens in threes, but
Fred, you want to take this one?
I mean, I tell you what, God bless James Tritley. The fact that you're sticking with it, I mean, we had several other
you think
media
I'm not going to
members.
stand on business from the crap that you gave me on Wednesday?
We only have 4 minutes, and y'all are trying to start World War III.
Let's go.
Just saying.
Well, what? I mean, I don't know what crap did we give you on Wednesday.
I mean, well, the usual crap every Tuesday and Wednesday we get week to week. But let's talk about the winning streak.
Well,
thing.
you know, one man's radio
you.
gold is another man's radio trash, I suppose. So, you know, I mean, hey, it is what it is. But no, look, it's a winning streak, however you want to strike it. So, you know, we were able to catch up with some of the guys after the game. I mean, it's amazing when they lose, which, you know, on one hand, I get 5 straight losses in a row. Nobody's real excited or encouraged about talking. Last night, you know, have Mike will travel. You had guys jumping into conversations. Brandon Cooks was excited about talking. We got our boy Jalen Tolbert talking. I mean, we tried to find Mingo. We tried to find Mingo. You know, I mean, apparently he only gets thrown to when he's got 3 people blanketed on him, but we weren't able to catch up with him.
He's a tall guy. He's a tall guy.
Yeah.
You know,
he's a big dude. We were hoping to catch up with him.
Somehow sneaked out, though.
He did.
Man, I swear the one time I ever talked to Jake Ferguson, it was after the Lions game, and he looked like he wanted to kill me for even being near him. Like, I swear, the mood, like you said, it's amazing how much the vibe changes
That's
after
complete
a while.
180.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, look, I get, but at the same time, too, I mean, look, it's not like we're going in there, you know, shucking and jiving. Hey, guys, no, you just got your ass kicked. Let's talk about it. I mean, you know, if you go in there with the right, hey, I just need a minute or two. Let me just talk about what happened. You know, tell me what happened tonight. And then, boom, let them go. Get that minute and a half. We're done. So, again, I get it. You know,
not even on the show that he hosts.
Hey, look, we come in guns blazing. You guys should know that by now.
How about the Giants? After losing, we're watching the quarterback or maybe defensive back that they're going to be getting in next year's draft. Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders boat racing Oklahoma State 38-0. Man, Giants #1 pick right now after that debacle of a loss.
Yeah, and you moved down to 13th, I believe, do the Dallas Cowboys.
Some Cowboys fans like it.
Yeah, and I mean, look, we talked about it a little bit during the program that it's nice to see winning football from your team, but I am in the, I would say majority at this point that does want to be in the Travis Hunter sweepstakes. So, you know, that would be nice, but it is oddly refreshing to say.
As he gets a pick 6.
Yes, exactly. It's oddly refreshing to say, my team won yesterday.
There you go.
You know, that is kind of nice. All that being said, what do we got coming up on the program today?
Man, what do we have coming up on the show today? It's a packed show. We got our guy, Corey Mose, friend of the program. He's coming on at 2:40. He's from what station in Austin?
KVUE, to talk all things Texas Longhorns versus Aggies.
So we'll get into that. We got our boy Brian Broaddus doing his Krusty's Corner at 3:40, and then Ted Wynn from The Athletic is going to join us.
He's great.
He is good. So we're excited about talking to him. And then, of course, like I said, we got some ballsy audio, some one-on-one with Tyler Guyton, who did not mince words. And then our guy Cooper Beebe jumped in as well. So they're excited and have some bold predictions about the following the last 5 games of the season.
Yep.
So
a lot of your guys on the show today. I'll tell you what.
What's that?
A lot of your guys on the show.
Hey,
a lot of your boys.
If they're on our show, they are our boys. That's just how it rolls.
What? I'll tell you what.
That's how it rolls over here.
Couldn't think of a better time.
And before we get out, obviously, we did get some big updates. What did you think? I didn't expect any kind of update this soon. DeMarcus Lawrence expected to be back, according to Jerry Jones, against Cincinnati. How nice is that? Because, hey, as quiet as it has been kept, this pass rush has gotten better and better since the bye.
It's amazing what 2 wins will do. Suddenly, everybody's healthy now.
This is true. Everybody wants to play now.
Look, if this team loses 2 games, I promise you, there's no way in hell he's coming back.
Yeah,
we saw him in the bowels of the stadium the other day. This dude had about 0 interest in the Dallas Cowboys. They win 2 games. Suddenly, he's healthy. Hell, we might even see a Dak sighting in a few weeks. If this
Off
game,
the crutches.
Hey, I'm telling you right now. Let
Ready
these
to
guys
go.
win a couple. I tell you what. Let these guys beat the Bengals and all hell break loose. I
A
guarantee
real
it.
winning streak right there. That'd be great.
Look at that. Well,
6-1, half a dozen to another. So
appreciate the time, fellas. Give them hell. We'll be pulling for you. Oh, wait, wrong show. That's y'all's show. We appreciate the time. We will be listening to you on the way home. There they go. The G-Bag Nation today is Fred and Blake. For James Tritley, appreciate your time, my friend. I will see you on another broadcast tomorrow.
That's right.
For Alex Solis, my name is Alec Medford, and thank you so much to everybody who joined us for Peace-a-thon. Over $83,000 in donations made to my possibilities. But until Monday, you've been Masterpiece. Love you all. We'll see you next time.
People see how hard it really is.
The North Texas Baseball Show of Rec.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome in DFW. It is a G-Bag Nation Black Friday edition, but the boys are out today. A well-deserved day off as all the G-Baggers are at home or with their fam or doing whatever it is the G-Baggers do. But as far as... Go ahead and turn that mic on if you would, please. No, I can't hear you. Okay.
There we go. Maybe a little Black Friday shopping.
That's it. Maybe they're watching a little football, whatever it is. That gentleman off to my right at his at my 2 o'clock, aka 1400, for those of you operating on the 24-hour clock, is none the other the phenom himself, Mr. Blake Elliott, behind the glass. We got our guy, the one, the only, Khaki Kev,
and a neon sweater
Kevin
too.
Walker. That's correct. A little ACG Nike gear going on there. Yeah, just. Bright as all get out over there.
Bright as all get out. Bright as the Cowboys' future.
I liked my fit today.
Let's
so
talk about it.
Out, I guess.
Let's talk about it. I'm your host, Fred Davis. We're glad to have you guys on board. It is a Fan After Dark style right here on G-Bag Nation, getting you guys ready for the rest of your Friday afternoon. We've got you for 4.5 hours of flawless radio, if we do say so ourselves, courtesy of one Mr. Gavin Dawson there. We're going to do our best over the next 4.5 hours, taking you up until 6:30 when we hand it off to
Georgia
and Georgia Tech. Throw the records out, boys and
Go
girls.
Dogs!
Throw the records out when Georgia and Georgia Tech. That game will be broadcast right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're looking forward to it, and we know you are too. How's everybody feeling today on this Black Friday? We got some football here in just a little bit. Now, we've had some college games. Not great college games. Let's call that what it is. And for all you out there that think that Deion Sanders may have a snowball's chance in HE double hockey sticks of being the next head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, I think after today, or last night rather, you can go ahead and put those fears to rest because I don't think Deion is going anywhere. I really do think he's going to stay. 5 commitments last night on Shannon Sharp and
Club Shay Shay with
Chad Ochocinco. 5 folks, including our boy from North Crowley, who said he's going to be a Colorado Buffalo next year. So I think, look, you got a 5-star quarterback last week. You got 5 more commitments last night. I think Deion Sanders is going to be the head coach of the Colorado Buffaloes next year. I mean, again, time will tell, but at the very least, my gut tells me he will not be the head coach of your Dallas Cowboys. Why? Because it might be Mike McCarthy when it's all said and done.
It might be.
All my man does is just win games.
Just wins games, knows how to talk to people, great interpersonnel with the front office, got great liaisons, and Brian Schottenheimer. We know how great a job he does.
Does it change? Okay, I'm so glad you brought that up. And of course, in the crosstalk, we talked a little bit about what the post-game vibes were like for your Dallas Cowboys. I mean, it was a raucous environment.
Everybody wanted to talk.
Man,
people we didn't even walk up to wanted to talk.
Just jumping in. Of course, the one guy we wanted to talk to, we couldn't find him. He got in, he out. We're talking about our boy Jonathan Mingo. We thought about getting Mozzie, but we kind of got caught up with some other folks because I was ready to go talk to Mozzie, but again, we got caught up with Jalen Tolbert and Brandon Cooks. We're going to play that for you in the next segment as well. We got plenty of audio to get through the course of the day. But before we get to the rest of that, let's lay out this show for you on this G-Bag Friday. And, of course, we will have the Expressway. That's going to go down at 5 o'clock, as it always does. And then we're going to sprinkle in some of our, fan after darkisms that we like to do on our program as well. So a nice little merging, if you will. I thought about this too, and it kind of dawned on me during the crosstalk. Should we do a Tolos on the telephone today? Because it is a Friday. It is a post-Thursday Thanksgiving. Most people should be off today. Do we want to, and I know they usually do, what you drinking, what you thinking. Now, they did a what you drinking, what are you thankful for on Wednesday. Do we throw a Tolos on the telephone? Because right now, you've got Cowboy fans, you got the whole weekend to chill till the next episode.
You do. I think if the Tolos are feeling it, 877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco Injury and Attorney text line.
Let us know.
If you want to call in, if you feel like your voice was not heard throughout the week, throughout the season, whatever it may be, Fred and Blake have got you covered. You let us know in the text line. I got a call. I want to be here. Or just call in and we'll see the amount of calls and we'll bookmark a segment. If not, we got plenty of segments to keep you guys entertained.
No, we absolutely do. I mean, look, we caught up. We've got some one-on-ones that we did yesterday. We caught up with, like I said, we're going to hear this in the next segment, little Jalen Tolbert, little Brandon Cooks action. We got some one-on-one with Tyler Guyton with a bold proclamation of his own. And the nice thing is, ladies and gentlemen, when being a show host here on 105.3 The Fan and listening to you Tolos and, kind of what your feedback is as far as this football team is concerned, much like Brian Schottenheimer, we can be the liaison for you and the team.
Yes.
Okay. So
you have questions.
We've got questions, so we can be your conduit to go get those answers.
Great word. Ring the bell.
That's exactly what we did yesterday.
Beat me to it.
I asked Guyton point blank. I said, look, people are talking mad bleep about you and don't think you can be the left tackle. What do you say to that? Well, TG gave us his response.
Ooh, what is it?
I'm glad you asked. You'll hear it at 4 o'clock.
I can't wait.
We call that a tease in the business.
I don't even want to get out of my car now. I have to stay in my car.
Just sit in it.
Or if you're smart, get some earphones.
That's it.
Get some headphones. Get the Odyssey app. Boom, I can listen. I'm Black Friday shopping. Sorry. Can't talk to you. Listening to Blake and Fred on the G-Bag Nation.
I'm a Tolo right now. Please. Or you know what? If somebody interrupts you, tell them to download the app.
Give them your other headphone. Give them your other AirPod.
Well, I don't know if I want, their ear grease all over mine.
No, Tolos are giving. Give them one AirPod.
Yeah.
You have one AirPod. Y'all walk together in the store.
See, I mean, now you're doing too much.
Whether they're an employee or someone else.
See, now
shopping.
you're Caleb Williams. Right now, see, you're changing the play with not enough time left on the field. That's what's going on right now. What a dumpster fire in Chicago right now. Let's go ahead and just pivot into that real quick. We sat there and we joked about it during the game yesterday.
Yeah.
I was like, is this dude really changing plays with like 20 seconds to go?
Everybody in the Miller Lite Club was quite literally like, what's going on?
What is happening right now? And that's exactly what he did. He admitted today that he changed the play.
I think it's 50-50 fault. Eberflus and Caleb changing the play, but Eberflus got to realize play is not getting what I predicted or I wanted. Call a timeout. Let's regroup and at least kick a field goal. Literally, if you don't even get another playoff, we'll kick. They were in field goal range. Let's kick the field goal.
They were, but
I think it's split, but I don't think it's 50-50.
See, here's the issue. Here's the issue as I see it, right? Because here's the thing. He had like 30 some odd seconds left, which if he calls it, because, and again, look, Eberflus deserved to be fired.
He got sacked the play before.
He gets sacked the play before, but I'm guessing they had already had the play called because it was something, he said something about how it was supposed to be over the middle. Well, you've got a timeout left if you snap the ball at 30 seconds or at the very least 25 or even 20. All right, 10 seconds, boom, over the middle, hit him over the middle, pick up 7, 8, 10 yards, whatever. Then you call your timeout. Now it's 4th and 18, or at the very least you're at the 35, something like that. Yeah. And it's a makeable field goal.
That timeout said, okay, this is going to overtime at worst. That's what everyone was watching the game. Like at worst, you're going to overtime. Maybe you get a touchdown and you win. What he did made it where there was no other option other than I'm going to throw a Hail Mary and win this game.
Throw a Hail Mary. I mean, it was just when you decide at 18 seconds that okay, we're going to start changing the play at the line of scrimmage. Like as an offense, it's kind of like, all right, now you have to stop the clock, right? Like we got to regroup. We got 18 seconds left. Like, okay, let's get everybody over.
Everyone's flustered too. You just got sacked. You didn't have a huddle. It wasn't any regroup. We know where the ball's going. You're trying to give play calls. It's loud in there, and we're trying to. I just wasn't smart.
The whole point is this: you don't want to kick that long of a field goal, right? Because you're worried. Because and I think a lot of it has to do with what was it, the week before when Green Bay blocks that field goal to win the game, like it happened. I mean, hell, you had 2 weeks ago where the Chiefs did it to the Packers, did it to the Broncos. Last week the Bears do it to the Packers, right? The Packers do it to the Bears. So I'm thinking that's what's in the back of their head.
And not even just everybody's. Maybe Caleb's. Maybe Caleb is saying, "Hey, I want to get some wins."
We know what's in the.
We've lost a lot of close games. I think all of their one-score games they've lost. I think they showed they were 0-7 in them. And so he's like, I'm going to take it into my own hands. Coach called this play. We're supposed to do this play. I'm going to change it and throw a game-winning touchdown right now and be a hero. I'm just assuming by concluding by all the things that happened, maybe that's what was going through Caleb's head. I don't want to leave it up to the kicker. I don't want to leave it up to the coach. I'm going to make this play right here. and the route was kind of like a post corner, and he had a step. It was a weird ball that I think even if he threw it on the money, he's probably getting tackled at the 5. And at that point, maybe you can make something happen, but what's the point of being at the 5 and rather than being at the 15, you're just going to kick the field goal anyway.
You're at the 40, whatever it is. You ain't scoring a touchdown from there. I mean, it's just that's the reality of it. I mean, it's unlikely that you're going to kick a field goal from there. So anyway, Eberflus gets fired this morning. Not a huge surprise there. They're now 4-8 on the year, and it's just Chicago's a mess. So now you're going to have another situation where with a rookie quarterback who's already had 2 offensive coordinators this year. Now he's going to have another coordinator, and now the Bears are on. It's a big deal for the Bears as far as, who do you go out and get? And are you concerned? I mean, and look, I don't know that the Bears, they're not quite like the Cowboys. And a buddy of mine said this the other day, and I know I've heard Broadus talk about this on G-Bag as well. When you talk about the Cowboys and their lack of success in the playoffs, would you rather be the Cowboys or would you rather be the Bears right now?
I think you'd rather be the Cowboys. You got some blue chip players. Now the Bears have the rock of saying we have our franchise quarterback who's young.
Yeah.
And it's on a rookie deal. And we've got some playmakers around him, a DJ Moore.
Is he more Bryce Young or is he more CJ Stroud at this point?
I would say I've seen enough for him to say he's more CJ.
Okay.
Not saying CJ's a high bar, one of the better rookie seasons we've seen, but I think Caleb has still shown some promise. I think it's easy to point to just kind of the coaching and what's all going around it because he's had a 3-4 game stretch where he was 4 touchdowns, 0 interceptions for a couple games.
Yeah.
300 plus yards. So I've seen enough from him. They got to get the right infrastructure and management and coaching and staff around him. But back to like kind of your first point with I think the Bears are in a worse situation because there's not a winning culture built there over the last couple years right now. I think that's what a lot of people say about the Cowboys, and
at all.
I have to kind of take a step back sometimes because I want the Cowboys to not think they're good enough and keep this team together. But I hear the argument, and I'm sure Tolos will call in when we do Tolos on the telephone. I hear the argument of you want to still have a winning culture. You still want to have winning plays. You still want guys happy to be a part of this culture, not think, oh, it's just this. And I'm going to like Overshown making that play last night. Might have been a rookie or a free agent. Like, okay, that seems like a place that I can win at. Like, they know they're not a good enough football team to compete for a Super Bowl, but it's still a winning culture, unlike the Jets, unlike the Bears, unlike the Giants, the Giants saw the stat last night. Out of the last 11 seasons, in 9 of those seasons, they've had 10 or more losses.
Who's that?
The Giants.
Yeah.
That's not winning culture right there.
No, it's not. That's not a very good football team at all, and you did enough to beat them yesterday, and you wonder, and I'll tell you what it begs the question for me is, why did you start Tommy DeVito last week?
And Drew Lock to me showed you, at least you got a higher ceiling.
Drew Lock is a better NFL quarterback than Tommy DeVito.
Agreed.
Okay?
Agreed.
Like, the thing about Drew Lock, now, I think you can question his awareness. Yeah. I think you can question his overall football IQ.
He kind of just goes for it.
Oh, he's Temu Brett Favre.
Yeah.
Is what he is. Okay? Let's call it what it is.
Temu light, too, at that point.
Yeah, no. He's off-brand Temu. Whatever's below Temu is what Drew Lock is.
Did you see some of the characteristics? He'll throw it across the field. He'll run downfield. He'll dive in the end zone. Do all those things, but just the accuracy, the awareness, the anticipation.
But then he'll also hold on to the ball entirely too long, and you're saying to yourself, like, what are you doing? Yep. What are we doing here, Drew? Because look, he's got the skill set, the physicality. He's got a damn good arm. He really does. And like you said, he can tuck it and run, but then he just makes some questionable decisions as far as throwing the football. You just kind of wonder, like, what is going on here? But so that was yesterday. The Lions, again, did take care of business. And then the Miami Dolphins. So basically...
I called it.
What's that?
Yesterday in the game, me and Will predicted all the games. I said the Lions and Bears, that the Bears will keep it close because the Lions were 10.5-point favorites. Said the Bears will keep it close. It'll be at 7 or less.
That's exactly what they did.
I said the Dolphins will get blown out by the Giants until that 2-point conversion with late touchdown. They were getting blown out. And then...
Oh, you mean the Dolphins will get blown out by the Packers?
Like the Packers would blow out the Dolphins. Is what I said.
Okay.
30-17, and it was still a late touchdown, so it made it that way. And then I did get the Cowboys game wrong. I said it'd be
right, you did pick Giants
20-17 Giants, and ended up being 20-27 Cowboys.
I said 23-17 Cowboys yesterday. Now, that was after what might have been one of the most difficult to watch first halves. And 877-881-1053, that's the Franklin Injury Attorney text line. 877-881-1053. How many of you fell asleep during the first? If you had already eaten... How many of you fell asleep during the first half?
At any point, even 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Because me and Fred, had we not been in a press box and been working...
Oh, I'd have been out. I'd have been out cold. Seriously. And now we did eat a lot. We gotta pay off some things we said on our show earlier this week, and that had a lot to do with yesterday being Thanksgiving. Everybody's grubbing, everybody's getting their food on. You're able to watch the game, get your grub on, what have you. And so Blake and I threw it out there. We knew the spread was going to be legendary. All right. I mean, look, the spread at AT&T is good, regardless of whether it's Thanksgiving or not. Yesterday was no different. Okay. Now, that being said, we go out there yesterday and we're like, look, we're going to do a plate a quarter. Okay. That was the goal. A plate a quarter.
You know what it is? We did start early. We started about 30 minutes prior. So we got a pre-plate as well. Because I was almost done for the game started with our first play.
Well, but I was okay with that because, look, I'm not trying to necessarily be, into the game while I'm eating a bunch of food either, right? Yeah. So, about 10 minutes prior to the game, which, again, light press box yesterday.
Light.
You know what I mean? Like, not a lot of foot traffic, okay? So we had our pick of the place for the most part, right? So we'll get into that in the next segment, all right? We'll kind of how this whole thing went down. I'm not going to say it wasn't our finest moment as far as eating goes, because we did the best we could. Yeah. But we learned a lot about ourselves. Much like the Cowboys, we learned a lot about ourselves yesterday. So we'll get to that here. But we got plenty of audio to get to. Tolbert and Cooks, we talked to them yesterday in the locker room. Tyler Guyton, Cooper Beebe, and then there was one other person I think we talked to as well. I can't remember who the hell it was. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant at this point anyway. So coming up next, we're going to talk some Cowboys. All right, what is the next step moving forward for your Cowboys? And Jerry Jones and I shared a moment yesterday. What was it? We'll tell you next. Don't go anywhere. It's G-Bag Nation with a little Fan After Dark sprinkled in. Don't go anywhere.
Rolling home with some laughs, fellowship, and quality sports conversations. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
And the Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
Right now, we got to talk Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, and it is the holiday season. It's already here, believe it or not, but it's not too late. Go ahead and check that year's financial resolution. Boom, off the list. Don't have to worry about it because you can give Trajan Wealth a call today. Start achieving those financial goals. Consultation absolutely free. Give them a call at 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500, or you can visit them in Frisco, Arlington, Southlake, Fort Worth, McKinney, Eric.
That's right. Walcheck Trajan Wealth is just around the corner. Schedule that free, no obligation consultation because at Trajan Wealth, your needs come first. That's right. They're a fiduciary firm, so they prioritize your financial well-being above all else. When you succeed, they succeed, so they want to see you win. They're in this with you. And Trajan Wealth is also family-owned. They're veteran-led. They've brought decades of experience to the table, and their team of advisors actually specializes in helping individuals in or nearing retirement. I mean, my goodness, trying to navigate the complexities of today's financial landscape, that can be absolutely daunting. But good news for all of us, Trajan Wealth is here to help. 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin.
No way!
Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single-line plans. Limit of 2 phones per customer. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Balance of Nature supplements, changing the world one life at a time.
Well, I'm Phil Sims. I'm 68 years old. I played pro football for 15 years, won 2 championships, and people always ask me, what am I doing now? And I tell them about Balance of Nature, that I'm taking that. I try to eat right. I watch what I eat, so that was really big, to read the back of it and understand more about it. Let's read some of the ingredients. Tomato, banana, papaya, apple, grape, wild blueberry, oh my gosh, orange, cherries, cranberries. What are the ingredients right here in the veggie supplement? Here, let me read a few of them to you. This will make you feel good. Broccoli, spinach, onions. Oh, I love onions. Green cabbage. We got garlic, red cabbage, carrots, kale. Man, just nothing but a lot of good ingredients in this. And it just gives you more belief that it's really going to be good for me.
Go to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off with your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code
Phil.
Capture a frame-worthy family holiday photo with Santa at the Star, presented by Monument Realty. Santa will be spreading holiday cheer at his Cowboys cottage at the Star District from November 22nd through December 24th. Book your visit at thestardistrict.com/Santa.
This Fan Friday is brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing.
Part-time service in the Army National Guard is a great way to get practical, on-the-job paid training while earning money for college. Get career training that can get you ahead of the curve in your education while taking advantage of the Montgomery GI Bill and tuition assistance. Visit NationalGuard.com to learn how the Army National Guard can help you build your education plan on part-time service.
Sponsored by the Texas Army National Guard. Aired by the Texas Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
What's up, sandwich heads? Today on Steve-O's Sandwich Reviews, we've got the tips and tricks to the best sandwich order. And it all starts with this little guy right here. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Partial to pastrami, craving a Cubano. Yeah, sounds delicious, but boom! Add the crisp, refreshing taste of Pepsi Zero Sugar and cue the fireworks. Lunch, dinner, or late night, it'll be a sandwich worth celebrating. Trust me, your boy's eaten a lot of sandwiches in his day, and the one thing I can say with absolute fact, every bite is better with Pepsi.
Randy White with my team at the all-new Dodge City McKinney Black Friday sales.
Corner. Ooh. 340. So the show, you know, I told you, we're going to keep elements of G-Bag as well as sprinkling a little Fan After Dark as well. We got a little top 5 list going on. Have we decided what we're going to do for top 5 yet?
Honestly, some of the Tolo's questions on the telephone might
spark an idea.
Yes. If you had to guess what the weather is, you said how nice the weather is outside. You know, I'm your weather report man, your weatherologist, your meteorologist.
I think meteorologist is the word you're looking for.
Weatherologist sounds a lot cooler, though.
Weatherologist sounds made up.
Why are we saying meteorologist if we're not talking about meteors?
Mm-hmm. Well, meteorology is the study of weather, if I'm not mistaken. So, again, I don't make make these words up. Okay?
Is there any meteors coming to
Again, I think
America,
meteorology, and again,
okay, so now you're Isaac Newton.
877-881-1053.
1-0, Fred, weatherology is not a word.
Yeah.
Well,
it's not.
Since you're Isaac Newton all of a sudden.
I'm not Isaac Newton. I'm just, you know.
Since you're the Hubble Space Telescope.
Again, that has nothing to do with meteorology and what it means.
Guess what the weather is today?
Gorgeous.
No, the exact number, Fred. Our Tolos need to know before they leave the house.
Oh, what's the weather?
We're everything here.
According to my phone, it's 54 degrees
Why
right
would
now.
you check? Just continue.
I mean, I'm not sure where weatherologist Blake is going with this.
I was just trying to get you to guess the weather. You said it was nice outside if it felt 40-ish, felt 50-ish, 60-ish. So it is.
You know what it feels like? You know what it feels like? Great weather for a Hebron Hawk upset.
Let's go!
Hoo! Tell you what, 877-881-1053. If you are out at a high school football game today, it's week 3 of the playoffs.
Now it's time.
All right?
No more blowouts.
It is nut-cutting time, boys and girls. This is where we separate the pretenders from the contenders.
Yep.
Okay? Southlake Carroll's got 2 running backs out.
Yep. That game should be starting in about 5 minutes.
Should have already started by now. Was it 2 or 2:30?
I think it was 2:30.
Either way, it doesn't matter, okay? Because here's the deal: we're on Team Hebron. They got the fan after dark mojo. They got the countdown to kickoff mojo.
Yep.
All right. We saw our boy Clay Johnson yesterday. Hey,
got the Miss Kim mojo.
They got the Miss Kim mojo. So we're all Hebron Hawks today.
Let's go.
At least on this show.
At least on this show.
All right.
And we're part of G-Bag right now, so now we got the G-Bag.
Hey,
come on.
Now, unless you are a Southlake Carroll person,
don't care.
Which look, hey,
no,
all we want, we just want a good game. All the kids come out healthy. But at the end of the day, we want a Hebron dub.
We do want all the kids to come out healthy. And when the game first started, I was like, I didn't want to talk too much mess like I was against Bowie. But now it's on.
Oh,
it's game time.
Yeah,
Southlake Carroll want them to get destroyed. If you're a parent of Southlake Carroll, I'm sorry. You're going to have to go get some candy, get some nice Black Friday gifts, because they're going to be coming home crying.
You're playing some dogs today.
You're playing some dogs.
All right? That's all we got to say on that. So when Hebron wins, live from the locker room.
Live from the locker room.
Live from the locker room. We're excited, and you should be too. All right, 877-881-1053. That's the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line. We asked you guys yesterday about how many of y'all fell asleep in that first half? Because it was dry. All right, and I don't mean the turkey, and I hope your turkey wasn't dry, because
ours was marinated.
It was good. I'll be honest with you. I didn't even have any yesterday. Didn't eat one bite.
You were going on a brisket.
Oh, I went in on that brisket.
Barbecue sauce was it? I don't know.
Good, not great.
Mine was
good, not great.
I didn't love my brisket.
I mean, I'm not complaining. I mean, hey,
Wendell hooked it up.
Hey, shout out to Wendell. Shout out to Susan yesterday. They were fantastic. Here we go from the 214. Can I complain? I love Rally House, but they're lacking on their Mavericks gear. How is their Alabama section have more gear than the Mavericks section?
Bigger brand. I'll just answer that for you.
But that's here in... So you mean to tell me in Dallas...
It's unfortunate.
They're going to have more Alabama gear than Mavs gear.
Well, Rally House is traditionally a college store. They do have pro stuff like the Cowboys, Rangers, Stars, and Mavericks.
But it's local, though.
But I think they started as a college store.
I think you're right.
So they're going to have the big colleges no matter what. The Longhorns, the Aggies, Baylor, TCU, Bama.
Hey, but I'm gonna tell you,
Miss,
but to not have more Mavericks gear, foul on their end. Why? Because when you go to the Rally House in Kansas City, guess what half that store is?
Well, yeah, because name 5 big colleges in Kansas City.
KU, K-State, and Mizzou. You got 3 of them right there.
But Mizzou, no one talks about Mizzou outside of Kansas.
But that's my point. It's I'm telling you, it's in Kansas City.
Well, I'm saying Texas, their brands in the South are larger than just the state.
But you shouldn't look. I'm with the caller or the texter on this. If I'm in Dallas, I better be able to find Mavs gear at my local.
Agreed.
Rally.
I was saying less about the Mavericks, more about why there's Bama stuff.
I don't like. I feel like you're. I mean, what are you getting paid off by a Rally House? I mean, you got an endorsement deal you didn't tell us about. I mean, go ahead, shoot your shot. Let's hear it.
I'm just saying Rally House is a college store. That's why they have a lot of Bama stuff.
I don't like it.
I don't think it's right. I'm just
From the
saying.
817, enough out of you. Here we go at Blake. Hebron to receive from the north end zone. Southlake Carroll to kick off from the south. Comes 3 minutes early. So we got J-Rez in Irving.
Live
keeping
updates.
us posted.
We got play-by-play.
We got play-by-play going on. All right. If you've got any other games that you guys want to talk about, or I mean, we're not going to get in depth. Let's call that what it is. Let's not pretend like we are. But I'll say this. Where's all my DeSoto fans at? Where's all my Duncanville fans at? Because we got big games this weekend, folks. Big games this weekend. And, of course, you got DeSoto and Willis tomorrow night. You got North Crowley Capel, and you got Duncanville Woodlands. All right, so we're keeping tabs on everything going on in the DF Dub this weekend.
Speaking of keeping tabs, you kept tabs in the locker room yesterday.
We did.
You were able to get nice and active. I saw Freddie D just going from person to person, having the audio, having the microphone ready, going from one person to the next. They were ready. He was rattling them off. They seemed to be enjoying the Freddie D experience, the fan after dark.
How could they not?
And we got some one-on-one audio that you probably have not heard yet because we didn't send it to anybody.
No, we did. Now, this one we didn't. Now, we sent, the Tyler Guyton we didn't send anywhere either because he cursed in it. Yeah. So we had to bleep that out. I don't mean that in a bad way, all right, but that just lets you know.
The emotion.
How good the conversation was, all right? We got him feeling good about things.
Okay, people are saying Mizzou is not in Kansas City. I'm not from Kansas, so I don't know, but...
Mizzou.
Let's play the.
Okay, but real quick for the Tolos that want to start getting all,
We can play the location game with Blake again.
If they want to start feeling themselves, that's like saying, well, hey, you guys don't sell UT gear in Dallas? Just stop. Okay, just stop. I mean, I'm not going to have this conversation today on a Friday afternoon.
There you go.
Right? Like, if that's literally the equivalent of saying, well, why is there not UT gear in Dallas? Well, of course there is. Okay, so what? You can only buy college gear in the city it's in? Get out of my face. I don't want to hear it. All right? But
Whose face do you want to get in?
Ayo! This is our boy Tolbert. We tried to find Turpin, but he's already gone.
He's
for
so
the night.
quick.
He's so quick. He gets out of the locker room even faster. We caught up with Brandon Cooks. First interview post-injury with Fan After Dark. Wait, real quick. First off, happy Thanksgiving, number one.
Like the suit.
Look, we're fine. It feels like this team's finally turning a corner. Health is there. What's kind of been the difference these last few weeks?
I think just coming together, like you said, guys turning the page from the last couple of weeks, the momentum from Washington going into this Thursday night. I think it's all about just guys, just continue to go back to work, putting their head down and tuning out the noise.
You're running that crosser route, Coop throws you on the side of the end zone. How different was that, being on the sideline and being able to catch that, getting back in the end zone? What does that feel?
It's such a blessing. Just the patience my teammates and coaches have had with me throughout this process. It's just great to be back out there competing with the fellas.
Curious, when you got a veteran like a Brandon Cooks who's been doing this for a minute and has forgotten more about football than most of us will ever know, how important is it to have him back in the mix?
Man, it's special. Like I said, even before the play, before he scored, I literally was like, welcome back, because we know the call. I want to say we were like 100% on that play call. Knew what was coming, so told him welcome back. And like I say, it's special to go back out there and have him out there with you. Obviously, he's more of a coach when he wasn't playing, but now that he's out there, it's fun to compete with him. Obviously, we work off each other, so he keep leading the way, we keep following.
I'd imagine, when they throw 50 times, that's good for y'all, but at the same time, having that balance with the run game kind of lightens things up for y'all.
Anytime you got a run game in the league, it makes everything else easier. So shout out to Rico, the offensive line, and the backs really coming out doing their thing tonight, because it definitely makes our job easier in the pass game.
So people are going to say, look, it's crazy to start talking. You guys are, 5-7, 5 weeks left. It's, is it too crazy?
1 week at a time.
1 week at a time.
1 week at a time.
That's it?
Yes, sir.
Roger that.
Yeah. All
Hey,
right.
happy Thanksgiving. Boom. There you have it.
One week at a time.
1 week at a time. Let's go.
And what I noticed from being live in that interview and listening to again on the Fan with you guys, part of the G-Bag Nation, Brandon Cooks is a pro, a veteran. He almost knew every question we were going to ask before we finished. He's boom, it was a polite cutoff, not a disrespectful cutoff.
No,
but he knew where the question was going. Let's do it. Let's get into it.
That's it. I mean, we call that professionalism in the business. All right, and on both sides.
From Brandon Cooks, he only has 3 catches for 16 yards, but does get in the end zone.
It's a tutty, though.
And then Jalen Tolbert, the other guy in the interview, 2 catches for 41 yards.
No, it was good to catch up with those guys. And again, it's one of those deals where, on one hand, everybody, I get it. When you're in the throes of a 5-game losing streak and it doesn't seem like anything's going right, I understand the want from fans to say, look, keep losing. Let's get a good draft pick. Let's punt on the season. But as has been talked about on this show, and I mean, look, they talked about this G-Bag talked about this week, if I'm not mistaken. I want to say it was on Tuesday, because the Eric Kendrick show was on Tuesday this week. And they said, look, and Kendrick said it, as a professional athlete, it's insulting to say, hey, go ahead and tank, guys. Go ahead and quit.
Yeah, that's got to come from higher up. The players are not going to be purposefully, because people get that misconstrued. I think our Tolos are smart enough, I believe in them, that these guys are not missing tackles on purpose, throwing errant passes, purposely not hitting the hole. This is things where the front office is not going to play players. Hey, we're going to keep this star player out of the game, whether they're kind of nursing an injury or close to being back. We're just going to play this backup or this rookie. That's how you quote-unquote tank, or you pull your starting quarterback because of financial reasons if you're the New York Giants.
Or you play Trey Lance.
Who I did see warming up.
Yeah.
Late in that game, I thought he was going to come in. Then I looked at the scoreboard. I said, wait, it's a 7-point game. The Cowboys have to get a first down here.
They're definitely not doing that with Trey.
We're not going to see Trey the rest of the year.
The only way you're going to say Trey is if, God forbid, knock on wood, Cooper Rush gets hurt.
Yeah, that's the only way. Or the Cowboys are mathematically eliminated from playoff contention. Maybe Cooper has a bad half, and then you see him in the second half. But the way things are going right now, the Cowboys are, hate to say it, in the hunt.
If you win against the Bengals, so their next game's not until December 9th, so it seems like it's forever and a day or forever ago, or forever in front. But no, you've got a Monday night game, which that game would have been flexed out of the Monday night game.
Shout out to The Simpsons.
Shout out to The Simpsons and Nickelodeon or Fox or whatever the hell station it's on these days. Because of that, and because of all the work that went in to putting the cartoonization of the game, that's why they can't move that game out of Monday night.
The Cowboys right now in the playoff picture are 12th, with the Niners, Rams, Bucks, and Cardinals ahead of them. All those teams I just mentioned that have 5 or 6 wins.
Well, and you got the Bucks in a couple weeks.
Yep.
So you got the Bucks to worry about.
49ers play Buffalo next. Rams play New Orleans next. Buccaneers play Carolina next. And the Cardinals play Minnesota next.
I'll put it to you like this. I've got my thoughts on if this team has a legitimate shot at making the playoffs. I think we can all agree you're not going to win a Super Bowl. You're not going to get to a Super Bowl, especially with Cooper Rush at quarterback. But things could change mightily if this happens. We'll discuss that here as the show goes along. Coming up next, though, Tolo's on the telephone. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. A couple things we want to hear about. A, what is your thoughts on this Cowboys team right now? Number one. And two, how was your Thanksgiving? All right? It's that simple. How was your Thanksgiving? How do you feel about your Cowboys? Lots to get to. It is a G-Bag Friday with a little Fan After Dark sprinkled in. Don't go anywhere.
Tolo's the best party favor you can bring to your Thanksgiving party is Martin House Beers. Martin House Brewing Company in Fort Worth, #1 in the Metroplex. Best known for the best made pickle beer. They just released 2 new brews, the Mayday IPA, 6% West Coaster, and the Dr. Bach. Smooth, easy drinking Bach. You're going to love it. They have a gorgeous tap room, large backyard on the Trinity River, just east of downtown. It's always family and dog friendly. The party's happening at the brewery at all times. You can find their beers at your favorite grocery store. Check out the socials for more info. Martin House Brewing Company, made in Texas by Texans.
Hi, I'm Dallas Tax Attorney Jamie Flores from the law offices of Nick Namath with 3 offices in Dallas, Fort Worth, and Frisco. We've successfully resolved IRS cases for thousands of clients like Bill.
Hi, I'm Bill. I owed the IRS well over $100,000. I had not filed a tax return in over 13 years. The IRS levied my bank accounts and put a lien on my home. Nick's office did not stop until my IRS debt was settled for a fraction of what I owed.
Like Bill did, you should trust our experience. Call Nick Namath, the DFW tax attorney at 972-484-0TAX or go to myirsteam.com.
Make the most of your holidays with the Kroger app. You can enjoy over $600 in digital coupons every week. Get access to low prices and earn fuel points to save up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. The Kroger app makes it easy to save this holiday season. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply.
You can get $20 off a Boost membership now through December 3rd. Enjoy streaming options, double the fuel points.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Plus autographs from Rangers players, alumni, and coaches. For more information on the upcoming Texas Rangers Toy Drive, visit rangers.com/toy drive.
Welcome back in. It is the G-Bag Nation on a Black Friday. We got the Fan After Dark filling in. I'm Fred. That's Blake. We got our boy Khaki Kev behind the glass on the 1, 2s, and 3s. Score update. We are knotted up at 7 in the first quarter between Hebron and South Lake Carroll.
For those of you who are at the game giving us live text updates, was it a passing touchdown by South Lake Carroll or a rushing touchdown? This is important information.
It is. And then in the second quarter, we've got Lovejoy up on Anna, 14-7. Just so you know, we're Team Anna over here. Why? Because Todd Dodge dissed me not once but twice on the same day.
And I had that was where my call was from as well, the Anna Coyotes.
Exactly. So we are all Team Anna here on the G-Bag Nation, a.k.a. Fan After Dark sprinkled in. So we'll keep you posted. And we got to give a shout-out as well to South Oak Cliff. They play Marshall today, South Oak Cliff, after losing their first 2 games of the season, which there's no shame in that because they lost to North Shore and
Duncanville?
Duncanville, exactly. They've rattled off, 9 straight wins since then. So they're doing their thing, and they play Marshall, which is no slouch themselves, later on tonight. So we'll keep you posted on all things. And again, if you're out at a high school game right now and you want to give us an update, please do. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Let us know, and we will pass it along. All right, we're doing a little Tolos on the telephone today. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. That's the phone number to chime in. 2 things. That's all we want to hear from you about. How was your Thanksgiving? And again, please don't make it long-winded. And don't ask us how ours was because it was great. how was your Thanksgiving? What do you think of the Cowboys? Okay, boom, get to the point. Let's roll. All right, let's jump out to Jason in McKinney. What's up, Jason in McKinney?
What's up, guys? Y'all are doing a great job on the post-Thanksgiving coverage.
Thank you.
Thanksgiving was great. Was in Louisiana with the wife's family and was enjoying some good Cajun food out there.
Love it. Love it.
Yeah. Hey, my question to you guys is really about the offensive line. You know, I kind of grew up with Mark Tuinei, John Kiesick, Nate Newton holding up the line there. And I know that an offensive line is crucial to almost every aspect of winning in the sense that it provides the running lanes, it provides passer protection, it gives the receivers, 3-4 seconds to make their break and to get open, and most importantly, keeps the defense off the field. Would love to hear your honest thoughts about where we're at with our offensive line. We got 2 rookies and basically 3 with Tyler Smith, too. Are we good with our offensive line, or should we be concerned and maybe looking for something in the draft in the upcoming year?
Tell you what, great. First off, fantastic setup from Jason and McKinney because at 4:00 we did a one-on-one with your 2 rookies that you just mentioned. Tyler Guyton, who didn't play a lot, was kind of in and out of the lineup yesterday. Chuma got some minutes over there at left tackle. And then, of course, I will say this. We might have a beef with TG. TG went on later last night and said he has a high ankle sprain.
Yep.
Okay? Would have been nice if he'd have told us that while we were talking to him. Okay? Because I asked him point blank, how you feeling? Number one, how you feeling? And he said he was feeling good. Then you go on later that day and say you got a high ankle sprain. Okay, how good were you feeling then, TG? But he does tell us about how he feels moving forward. And then we got our boy Cooper Beebe, who also told us how he feels moving forward. Let's jump out to Rockwall. Logan, what you got going on, my man?
Hey, man, y'all. Thanksgiving was solid, like always. But I want to get back to the game. The game, to me, offensive line is starting to look like they're meshing a little bit better on the run game side of things. Passing still just terrifies me. I don't know if it's 1, the drops, or 2, that just Cooper Rush, they don't have that chemistry yet, but the passing game looks just horrendous, especially down in the red zone. And then 2, I think McCarthy needs to go talk to his boy Dayball and find out what diet he's on, because Dayball is looking slim these days, and McCarthy is not looking like he's been in the boxing ring in a while. So take that one and let you guys just speak. Thanks for doing your thing.
I love it.
Yes,
Appreciate
sir.
you, Logan and Rockwall. Glad that you and Jason both had wonderful Thanksgivings. 877-881-1053. All right, so kind of both offensive line questions. Yeah. I mean, again, I think having a run game and a concerted effort in the run game, and both Cooper and Tyler both talked about that yesterday. And hell, you even heard it from Brandon Cooks. Having that run game and having guys where you kind of know, all right, this is going to be 2 or 3 carries and then no one's going to throw the ball, or excuse me, no one's going to run the ball a little bit. Although they did, I think I heard yesterday on the postgame show with Zach and Broadus, where as adamant as they were about running the ball for the first quarter and a half, then they went on like a 12 to 13 play stretch where they didn't run the ball at all.
Yeah, we saw Rico was running it all over the place. We saw the 22-yard run, which is the longest run of a Dallas Cowboys running back, because we had to hear all.
It was nice.
We heard about the Dak Prescott being the longest run. Now Rico routed one off. The very next play on the right side was a 13-yard run. We saw some great vision from Rico. And I'll say it, I know it's a little sacrilegious, but having Bass/Hoffman kind of filling into that guard position has showed a little bit more tenacity. Obviously, Zach Martin is more technically sound and has been in the league and knows all the angles and tips and tricks. But Hoffman and Bass, we saw them in person. We saw them out on the field.
Mm-hmm.
Those guys get after. They're trying to get in fights. They're nasty. They're putting their head in there. So there was a little bit more running lanes, I think, that was available. And Dexter Lawrence going down for the Giants, especially in that second half, obviously is going to give some more running lanes open. The Giants' D-line isn't great. We have the game notes in front of us. The 30th ranked run defense are the New York Football Giants. So not a great run defense you were going against. But the last 2 weeks, you've been able to run the ball a little bit better. It's just more of a concerted effort, what Fred was pointing out. When you know you're going to run the ball and those offensive linemen know they're going to get what they're putting in as far as a run lane consistently, and it's just a smash mouth game, you're going to see the rewards towards the end. You're going to see Rico getting his first 100-yard game. You're going to see Rico get his first rushing touchdown of the season. So I thought that right side of the offensive line looked a lot more improved. I thought
really
we saw
did.
some actual wide open holes where Rico was
Terrence
able to get
Steele
there.
looked good yesterday.
There wasn't a lot of outliers that were like, who, man, that guy just got beat. Every once in a while you had it on the edges, but for the most part, I thought the Dallas Cowboys in back-to-back weeks, the offensive line has looked solid. In the Washington game, we had 0 pressures. I think you had 1, but it wasn't by an offensive lineman. You had 0 pressures allowed to Cooper Rush. And Cooper Rush not being Dak Prescott, not being this super high-level quarterback. He is a backup.
He's going to get rid of the ball quick.
That's what I'm saying. If you are able to give him time where he's not under duress, he's going to look like a decent quarterback, which is what he's looked like the last 2 weeks. When
Coop Rush throws sideways.
When you see him against Houston, against the Eagles, and he's under a great pass rush, those are 2 really good pass rushes he's going against. It's a lot harder for Cooper Rush to look like what he needs to be as far as a game manager. The last 2 weeks, offensive line's given him time. They've given him rushing lanes, and so Cooper Rush has looked better. Rico Dotto looked
he's
better.
even taken off and running the ball a few times.
Yeah, when he's not fumbling and jumbling in the backfield, he's had a couple run lanes for him. So I think BB has
gaudy stats, by the way.
Yeah?
Yeah, 5 carries, no yards.
I think
it's the threat, though.
I think Cooper Beebe has shown he can be your center of the future. I think Tyler Guyton has shown in moments he can be there. We already know what Tyler Smith's about. And I think I'm not going to build around Terrence Steele, who is under contract for the next couple of years. But I like the Bass Hoffman guard, swing guard situation. I don't think there's a lot worse offensive line situations. And you're seeing when you make it an effort, we are going to run the football. Offensive lines and running games get better as the game goes on.
But let me ask you this, though. And again, I know it sounds sacrilegious, and let's make this clear. Nobody is trying to disparage Zach Martin, all right? Let me make that very, very clear. But I don't think it's anybody with 2 functional eyeballs, and you could question whether mine are functioning half the time if you listen to the show with any regularity. But do you think it's a coincidence that Terrence Steele has looked better the last 2 weeks with a different guard, with 2 different guys playing right guard, where you've gotten better guard play?
Yeah.
The last 2 weeks with Bass and Hoffman?
It has been interesting, and I will definitely detail this even more with the offensive line expert at Krusty's Corner at 340, where Brian brought us and kind of get his insight on what he was able to see. Without watching the film, it's hard to give a trenches update of the game, but from what I could see with my naked eye in the press box while I was putting down a green bean casserole.
Yeah, how open were your naked eyes?
They were open.
That's a legit question.
That second quarter, was
rough.
That second quarter was rough.
Extremely.
But I thought Bass and Hoffman give you a little bit more push. They give you a little bit more. They're hitting those angles and giving it where Terrence Steele, maybe the continuity, he works better with a guy like that. Like Zach Martin is a better guard than pretty much everyone on the roster outside of Tyler Smith. We understand that. But where he's at in his career, maybe he's not giving the same push. Maybe he's not getting that same angle that Terrence Steele is able to work off of. Yeah. Maybe he likes working better next to Bass and Hoffman, whoever is swapping in right there. So we'll have to ask Brian Broaddus 340 if he saw different technique, different lanes opened up with having those guys. But I think you're able to see that this offensive line has been playing better, but they're also playing against worse fronts. They're not playing against a front as good as the Eagles, as good as Houston, who are both, I would say, top 10 defensive fronts. Mm-hmm. You're playing against Washington, and you're playing against the Giants, who have 1 or 2 standout players, but the front overall has not been great for those 2 teams.
Well, but I'd say this. I mean, I don't know that the Texans front has been anything stupendous. I think part of it, though, too, is that you've just had offensively, and you saw this in the first half, where, yes, you do have some hits with the running game, but let's call it what it is. You had yesterday, I mean, CeeDee Lamb had maybe the worst game of his professional career last night.
4 drops, 3 drops, 3
at least
obvious
3
ones
that we saw, right? I mean, he had 6 targets the last I looked. I got the stats in front of me. Hold on one second.
Pull it up. You're good.
I was going to say, you got CeeDee Lamb, 2 catches, 39 yards, 6 targets. So he had at least 3 drops.
You can add in another one because he made me drop this week in fantasy.
Yep.
Wow. There you go. So
5 fantasy points.
Wow, that's rough. That's rough. And then again, look, CeeDee's going to have a rough week every now and again. And
they were weird. It wasn't like they were super high contested, running a corner route and there's a guy inside. But these were, I think all of them were slant routes, slant/crossers.
Yeah, I think he had one out route too that he dropped the ball on.
And it was like one of them, there was no one within 10 yards of him.
No, he had a couple that, I mean, again, if he catches that ball, I don't know if he's hitting his head on the goalpost, but I'll put it this way. He got a little yak coming.
It was interesting. One of them, there was a defender close and looked like he was turning his head before he caught it, which is going to happen every once in a while. You hope it doesn't happen to your star receiver that you're paying big money, but definitely an uncharacteristic game from CD. We saw him go out with the shoulder and not play much of the second half as well. So Jerry was on.
The shoulder's definitely bugging him too.
Jerry was on with KNC and our boys and was able to give us a little bit of an update and let us know that come Monday against the Bengals next Monday, he should be good to go. Kind of this time off should be good, but
They got some time now.
Wasn't CeeDee's best game.
No, it certainly wasn't. It certainly was not. Cooper finishes the day 21-36, $195 with a touchdown, 0 sacks yesterday, and then of course the biggest play of the game. Well, one of the biggest plays of the game, but it would certainly help turn the tide for your Cowboys is when he goes all Michael Vick on us, decides he's going to run it to the, take the ball and run it himself. He gets the ball knocked out, but that knee was on the ground. We were all watching it from the press box. We thought for sure that was going to be ruled a fumble, but we all did. We absolutely did. But with the way his knee went down, boom, there you have it. So appreciate you, Tolos, for calling in, 877-881-1053. 1 hour in the books, boys and girls. All right, we got a huge a huge 3 o'clock hour, second hour of the program coming up. We got Corey Mose from KVUE out in Austin talking all things Texas and A&M. Huge game for those boys tomorrow. And then, of course, we got Krusty's Corner going down at 3:40 with the legend himself, Mr. Brian Broaddus. Plus, we'll do a little around the NFL as well. Lots to get to. Your texts, your calls, so much more. It's G-Bag with a little Fan After Dark on your Black Friday.
Commercial-free G-Bag. Salute. It's our commercial-free expressway. Afternoons at 5:20 on 105.3 The Fan and on our Odyssey app. Presented by Comerica.
This is Mark Malusis with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Wendy's, the iconic frost with a caramel twist. It's got to be Wendy's. Terms apply. Naturally flavored. Quite possibly, Saturday will be the last time we see Mac Brown roam a college sideline coaching college football. The 73-year-old was informed on Tuesday he'll not be returning as Carolina head coach. The Tar Heels take on NC State tomorrow. Brown, a Hall of Famer, has a record of 282, 149, and 1 at 4 programs. Bowl record 14 and 2, won a national title with Vince Young and the Longhorns in 05. And it's tough seeing his second stint at Carolina end like this. I'm Mark Malusis.
Old Spice Swagger Holiday Pack, perfect for a gift to treat yourself. 24/7 holiday freshness with daily use can smell your bestest. I'm gonna be smelling great all season. Old Spice scents just can't be beaten. Chock full of value, saving that green. Got the essentials needed to feel clean. Deodorant, hair, body wash, and spray. Celebrate your holiday the Old Spice way. Ho 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 ho.
Guys, it's finally here. Wendy's new salted caramel frosty. It's cold, salted, yet perfectly sweet, delicious, and it's at the top of Santa's Christmas list. What? Santa has a list too, and he's a huge salted caramel frosty fan. Probably why he's so jolly all the time. The iconic frosty with a salted caramel twist? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Salted caramel frosty flavored with other natural flavors.
Gavin Dawson here. This Thanksgiving, while we're all gearing up for time with family and well-deserved relaxation, let's not forget the importance of staying safe on the roads. That's why I want to remind you about Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys here in DFW. If you or someone you know is involved in an accident, Franklin Frankel are here to help. They make it easy from the free consultation to the very first phone call. They handle everything with no out-of-pocket costs. They only get paid when you win, and they understand how stressful these situations can be and are committed to standing by your side. This holiday, let's celebrate safely. Save this number as well, 214 or 817-333-3333, 214 or 817-333-3333, or visit frankelfirm.com. Franklin Frankel, your go-to car wreck attorneys in DFW. Stay safe, stay smart, and have a happy Thanksgiving.
Frankel and Frankel, 214 or 817-333-3333. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. Or visit frankelfirm.com.
Principal office, Dallas, Texas.
Cowboys Christmas Extravaganza, powered by Reliant, is home for the holidays at the Star in Frisco. Join us every Friday and Saturday from November 22nd to December 21st for a free holiday show with tree lighting appearances from Dallas Cowboys heroes. Visit thestardistrict.com.
Window Nation is offering an amazing deal. 50% off all window styles and 0% interest for 60 months. Plus, you'll receive a Dallas Cowboys jersey with a chance to win tickets to a game. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com/Cowboys for details.
When it's going to be one of those DFW weather days, I tell you what to expect with accurate forecasts. When the alarms sound, I put you at ease and guide you to safety. When it happens in DFW, rely on Rick Mitchell, your North Texas weather expert. When it concerns your community,
NBC5 asks questions.
When you need an advocate,
we are your voice.
When your safety is at risk,
we help you prepare.
And when it happens in DFW, connect to the team you can rely on.
NBC5.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
Struggling to keep your weight optimized, battling stubborn fat along your waistline? It might be your T levels. Optimizing with Men's T Clinic can on your way to reaching your weight goals and muscle mass goals, in addition to giving you the drive and focus you have been missing. It's not just improvement, it's transformation, and it's yours to come and take. Get back to being you today. 5 convenient DFW locations, cash and insurance options available. Mention my name, Mike Bassick, for a complimentary in-body scan at your initial appointment. Visit menstclinic.com.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Appreciate that. Hour number 2 of the program, G-Bag Nation on a Black Friday, rolling along on a Black Friday. I'm Fred Davis filling in. That's the one, the only, the phenom himself, Mr. Blake Elliott, a little fan after dark. The boys have their Friday off, kicking in with fam, doing whatever it is they do on a Black Friday, a well-deserved day off, if we do say so ourselves. And so, hey, they gave us the call. We got bumped up. Normally we're on from 7 to 11, which, hey, it would have been 7 to 11 tonight, by the way, because the Mythical High School show over on Friday nights. Okay, over on Friday nights. And by the way, looks like South Lake Carroll scored another touchdown.
A little blocked punt.
Okay.
That's not on Clay.
It's not about how you start, it's where you finish. Okay.
It's not about how you start, it's how you
That's
finish.
Right.
And one team has been finishing really well. That would be the Texas Longhorns. They've got a huge matchup tomorrow against the Aggies. Battle of Texas, big brother versus little brother, and who better to talk to? They went out to the Dean and Leeson hotline of KVUE News, reporting all things UT Austin. Let's get on our boy Corey Mose. Corey, happy Thanksgiving post. Hopefully you had a good Thanksgiving. What were your plans? How was it? And did you enjoy some football?
Hey, what's up, baby? Yeah, everything was Gucci, bro. I came down to the H, was able to visit some family. And, I had the turkey and the dressing and the honey baked ham. Now, I got to ask, though, big discussion in the press box at UT last week. Do you call it dressing or stuffing?
I'm a stuffing guy.
I think it depends on where you're from.
Okay, yeah. So I found out it's regional.
Absolutely.
I had no idea. I call it dressing. That's all I heard. So, yeah, so I found it out last Saturday. But, yeah, good times in the H, but ready for Saturday for sure.
Real quick, where are you at on because we had a back and forth with one of our producers about this. Where are you at on green bean casserole?
I respect it.
Okay.
I respect it. It had to grow on me. I would say younger Corey wasn't really a fan, but now, I kind of like the little green bean casserole with on top. I think my aunt had like some not onion rings.
Yeah, we know what you're talking about. Absolutely, a little crispy onion action going on.
Yeah,
100%.
I like a little crispy onion. It adds a little texture to it.
Absolutely
so,
does.
if you got that on there, I'm a fan.
Well, there's been a lot of texture on this UT team. It's gone through some ups and downs as far as injuries, as far as how people perceive them. Quinn Ewers being at the top of that. First of all, how was Quinn's health? And is there any other injury updates we need to know about before this Aggie game tomorrow?
Now, the biggest thing is, of course, like that mild ankle sprain that Quinn got right now. Now, the question is, how much has it healed? Because if you watch the end of that game last week, he looked hobbled, right? He was going off the field limping. He actually went to the medical tent at some point during the game. And so, came back. He got the whole MRI, mild ankle sprain. So how much can he move? That's the question, especially with the Texas A&M defensive line. That front four is pretty solid. I think they're 25th in the nation when it comes to causing pressure on the quarterback. And so you saw what happened when Quinn couldn't move against Georgia. And if they're able to get that same type of pressure, I think that should be the biggest worry for Texas. But other than that, though, not really big injury concerns, which is great at this part of the season. You don't really expect that this late in the year. And so with everyone being as healthy as they can be, this late in the season, I think it is a benefit that Texas doesn't have any huge, like injury issues this late in the season.
How has Sark responded to, and look, I get it. It's the end of the year, and of course now we're jockeying for, the who's going to be the 12th, 13th, 14th team in the college football playoff. If Texas handles their business, I think we all feel pretty good that they're going to solidify their spot. But it just seems that it's funny that now all of a sudden, now that they're in the SEC, people are poking fun at their record. Well, it's just not a strong SEC this year. Like, look at it. I mean, it's the proverbial, you can't win for losing. How has he responded to some of this quote-unquote alleged criticism of their SEC schedule this year?
Well, he's been big on just handle what you can control what you control. You're 10-1. What else is there to talk about? If you can just control your own destiny, what they do now, I mean, there is no discussion. And he's big on not looking outside, not watching the polls or watching the playoff rankings. Because he knows that they control their own destiny. So as long as they continue to win, none of that stuff matters. But I will say this with that whole discussion. I'm on the side of if Texas does lose on Saturday, I don't think they get into the playoff. Like, I really do legit think that is a possibility because if you look at the strength of schedule, they have not played anybody technically. Now, if I were to tell you at the beginning of the year, you schedule Michigan, you schedule Oklahoma, you schedule Texas A&M, Georgia's on the record. I mean, on the schedule, not on the winning record, but you still scheduled them. Like, you wouldn't say that was a bad scheduling. No FCS teams. Unlike Alabama, who likes to schedule Tennessee Tech in week 8. So, I just don't understand why this year has turned out this way. But, that's the way the cookie crumbles. You may not have thought it was an easy schedule to begin the year, but it's turned out that way. You play a Florida without DJ Lagway. A lot of people, are going to say they kind of got lucky there. And so, that's why I think if they don't win on Saturday, they don't have a ranked win. And so then you have a team that has 2 losses at that point. Within those 2 losses came against ranked teams, and the other ones you have is unranked teams. So who's to say that they have enough on their record books to get over like a Clemson or get over even Texas A&M. Like, I could see Texas A&M getting that spot over Texas if they win on Saturday. So I think a lot is on the line, not just the SEC championship.
Speaking of Texas A&M, we're speaking of Corey Mose of KVUE, all things Texas Longhorns. Texas A&M 3-2 in their last 5, allowing just a little bit over 200 yards passing every game. This is kind of a revamped team than what we've known to be the Aggies in the last couple of years. What do you expect this environment to be like in Kyle Field now? Maybe not feeling like the little brother, maybe feeling like they have a chance against a Texas team. What do you expect this environment to be and the players and the coaches to kind of get up for a game like this?
Oh, it's going to be crazy. It's going to be sick out there, dude. Because, the last time they played was at Kyle Field. And the last time Texas was on that field, Justin Tucker shut out. And so I think at the end of the day, I think everyone remembers that. One of my best friends, he lives across the street. I was there at his crib last night, and his parents were at A&M. And, they went to the bonfires back in the day. And they're so excited for the rivalry to be renewed. And his mom told me that she cried in the living room when Justin Tucker made the kick. Like, I didn't realize how much they cared that much about this rivalry, And so I think that's going to be reinvigorated. And of course, on the flip side, though, I think this Texas team, and I don't think I know, this Texas team loves hostile environments. They love to be the 100,000 versus 70 type environments, right? They love to be hated. They love to be booed. They bring the boombox out. They cheer on the fans. You saw them in Arkansas with all that whole rivalry renewed. They loved it. And I think those type of environments they thrive in because this culture here at Texas is so us against them type mentality. And they know they've been doubted even this year. But, of course, years past, everyone's always said they're going to Texas it up. At some point, the Longhorns are going to screw it up. And they're tired of hearing that. And so this group for UT, they love these hostile environments. So I think that's honestly better for them to not be at home like they were against Georgia, not to be favored like they were against Georgia. I think that's where they fall flat. But when they are doubted, I think that's when they rise to the occasion. And so I'm excited to see how they respond to this type of hostile environment on Saturday.
Corey, I'd be remiss if I didn't read the text that just came in on our text line. WC said, wow, I'm hearing Blake and Mose on the radio. Dub, appreciating what he's hearing.
WC, what's up? Thank you for listening, Brody. Yeah, you know the vibes. Hey, Cowboys fan, too. Shout out Cowboys. 2 straight.
Don't do that.
Look, it's they're excited. It's an exciting time in the Metroplex right now. Speaking of, and look, this is something that I think from a network perspective, I mean, they're frothing at the mouth for. You mentioned already that Ewers, again, a little gimpy, got the ankle, should be okay tomorrow. But to your point, and you already said, hey, if this team loses, there's a good chance that they'll get left out. And I think you're spot on with that. And I think most Longhorn fans, that's the last thing they want to hear. If this offense struggles tomorrow in the first, second quarter, will we see Arch Manning?
Oh, man, see, that's a tough question because I kid you not, against Georgia, I was in the press box, and one of the Georgia guys leans over. It's like second quarter, early second quarter. One of the Georgia guys leans over. He's like, hey, when's Arch going to get a shot? I'm like, there's no way Sark puts Arch out there unless it's 35-0, or unless it gets out of hand. Because Sark has been big on Quinn is our guy. Quinn is our guy. Quinn is QB1, whoop-de-whoop. And so, to me, you have to ride with that. But the moment there was a little bit of, shakiness with the offense against a hostile team, you see what happened. He put Arch in there. And so I looked like a fool in the press box when I told homies that, like, yeah, he's not going to make that move. So I really don't know how to answer that question because I don't know now. Could he show his card a little bit against Georgia? Like, he is willing to pull Quinn. And I didn't think he was willing to do that. And so it depends on, I think, how rocky it gets. But I just don't see A&M controlling the game that much where it gets to that point. I can see where both offenses are struggling, where it's a 6-0, 3-0 type game at halftime. But I just don't see it getting to a 2-3 score lead for A&M for Sark to have to be put in that situation again, because I just don't trust A&M's offense to put enough points on the board.
Corey, you talk about Quinn, and before the injury, he was rolling. Even some people putting him in their early Heisman. Since the injury has not been the same guy, whether it be because of an injury, confidence, whatever it may be. Do you think, watching this team detailed, he looks like the same guy? Do you think he's lost a step? Because we're looking ahead to the NFL draft, and evaluators looking deeper and deeper into the tape. What have you seen from Quinn over the last couple of weeks since the injury?
Well, I mean, I just think that I actually talked about this on one of our shows last week. I think the expectations for Quinn needed to change when it comes to just the fan base watching him play, when it comes to expectations for even scouts watching him play. I look at a guy like Jared Goff, right, for the Detroit Lions. His completion percentage is so high. I think he leads the league right now. And the reason why, if you watch the games, he's throwing the intermediate to the short passes and letting his receivers and running backs cook. And that's exactly what Sark is trying to make Quinn do. Now, of course, the Texas fan base, they want to see the deep shots. They want to see the long balls, like you see, like Jackson Dart. I'm watching him play right now against Mississippi State. That he loves to do that. But that's not the offense for Texas. And I think a lot of people got in his head of good college quarterbacks throw the deep shots. And I don't think that's true. And Sark actually mentioned a couple of weeks ago, and before he said it, he said, I hate to bring this guy's name up, but this is who I think is a great example of being underappreciated at the quarterback position. And he said, Mac Jones comes to mind when it comes to Quinn. He said when he was at Alabama, I know exactly, but when you say the name, it's like, oh, Mac Jones. But if you look at Mac's numbers, he was phenomenal at Bama.
College Mac Jones, yes.
Yeah, college Mac Jones. He's talking about college Mac Jones. He said, Sark coached Mac Jones. And so he's like, whenever I had Mac, he got the ball out of his hands on time. He gave it to the receivers and Devontae Smith and let boys cook. And look at his numbers. But people didn't consider him to be a top-tier quarterback. And he's like, I don't understand that because he's prolific in what he does. And that's what he wants Quinn to do. He wants Quinn to be short, intermediate passes, be prolific in that, and not worry about the deep shots. And so to answer your question, though, Blake, I do think there has been a difference when it comes to just a willingness to throw the deep shots. Over the last couple of games, you've seen him take more shots to just make the defense honest. Because a lot of these teams are playing three high safeties against Quinn just so they don't take those deep shots. But at the end of the day, you got to take them just to make sure the defense knows you will. But at the end of the day, like I do think there is a difference with mobility, moving in the pocket. He wasn't great before the injury, and of course now he's worse. But it's all about his feet work, bro. His footwork is just all over the place at times. When he gets pressured in the pocket, you can just see it. And I think that's what you need to look for when it comes to these scouts at the next level is when he gets pressured, how does he handle that? And he hasn't handled it well. So I think that's the next step for him. But it's been 3 years. So it's like, okay, when is it going to click, or is this just Quinn Ewers? And I think at this point, I would say it's just Quinn Ewers, and I just don't think with 3 years in this system, not enough progression at this point, that's worrisome to me. But if he gets enough protection, he could be a prolific quarterback. So
he's going to be Josh Rosen in the NFL. Got it. Last thing for me. Last thing for me. Corey Mills, KVUE, joining us here, talking all things UT A&M tomorrow. 30 seconds or less. I know we still got the big game tomorrow, so we'll kind of wait and see. I think we're kind of all, affectionately in the UT corner. How would you overall grade this first year in the SEC for your Texas Longhorns?
Oh, I think it's an A. I mean, you're 10-1. I mean, what are we talking about here? Especially with, I would say this, when you look around the league, people have lost a team they shouldn't have lost to.
Yeah.
Alabama losing to Vanderbilt, Ole Miss losing to I don't know who they lost to a couple weeks ago. They shouldn't have lost to them. Florida, right? Florida just beat them. And so I think when it comes to Texas, you have to acknowledge that they didn't lose to the teams that they're supposed to beat. Because all around the league, you've seen teams do that. And I think at the end of the day, your only loss is to Georgia at this point. You have to be happy about that and proud about that your first year in the SEC. And you have a chance to make it to the SEC championship and get your lick back against Georgia. So, yeah, definitely an A. I think they came into this conference knowing that they had the bodies, they had the size, they had the speed, they had the talent. And Sark has proven that he's able to coach at this level too. So, yeah, definitely an A.
Well, Corey, is an A interview. We appreciate all the time that you're able to give to us on a Black Friday. We know you're busy with the fam, so I appreciate you coming on, and we are rooting for a Longhorns dub here on the G-Bag Nation /Fan After Dark.
Yeah, me too. I'm trying to go to Atlanta, bro. I'm not going to lie to you.
Let's get Corey to Atlanta. There he goes. Appreciate Corey stepping on with us. And now on the G-Bag Nation, we've got another banger segment coming up. Around the NFL Before Dark, Matt Eberflus is gone. How much is he getting paid to get fired? Find out next on the Fan Before Dark /G-Bag Nation.
Fellowship at its finest. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
Attention, Dallas. Experience unparalleled excitement at the world-renowned
Uber Eats has low fee products? You got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forget it.
Sided when it comes to the A&M and Texas coverage.
Sorry.
So
we can start fake rooting for the Aggies.
I mean, look, I think it's gonna be a good game tomorrow. But the deal is this. Okay, so while I can't speak to what other shows have done when it pertains to the A&M and UT,
and I actually know that's false because I listened to the KNC Masterpiece and two of them picked the Aggies.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, K&C, they're huge A&M guys.
2 of them picked the Aggies. So
Okay, and Corey Mose is a close personal friend of yours.
Yes.
And friend of the program. So that's why we had him on this Black Friday to discuss.
We don't know any A&M representation.
I mean, could we reach out if we really wanted to? I mean, I suppose. But, yeah, again, it was one of them deals where today, we're book solid.
Book solid.
Okay, we're book solid. Hey, if one of you A&M Aggies wants to text into the program.
Or maybe you're a reporter for the Aggies.
Yeah, no, but don't tell me, like, if you're some, got my own podcast, do it 3 times a week. Go to gig'em.com, wherever you find your podcast. Mike Elko for life. I mean, let us know.
Do we have the Mike Elko audio while we're at it?
Let's play some Mike Elko audio.
I'm not looking ahead. Yeah, we cut A. I'm not looking ahead to Texas. I'm thinking about Auburn. Yeah, sure.
Auburn on the brain.
I think when you're in the situation we're in, it's easy to focus on the task at hand. I think, those big games earlier in the year, maybe you look ahead. If we didn't have that stake, what's at stake? Maybe you would worry about it. I think our focus is single-handedly on on Auburn.
Whoops.
And locked in on what we got to get done.
Whoops-a-daisy.
Yeah, overlooked the Auburn Tigers, and they beat you 43-41 in 4 overtimes.
Took that L in the overtimes. But, look, we just want a good game tomorrow. Sorry.
I thought Kevin turned around.
It's enough out of you, Fred.
I thought our boy got in the studio.
Kick him. We won't take any more of this. That being said, I know
Texas.
That's right. Whoops, sorry about that. But now let's just let's call it what it is. Khaki Kev is a diehard UT fan.
Oh, it's exposed.
What happened?
No, what you just said.
I've only said it a million times.
So. And the fact that he's the producer of the show today, leaning very heavy, burnt orange.
Heavy orange.
It's my negative influence.
It's all khaki. We like to call that Khaki Kev's inner dialogue, influencing the show as it does from time to time. So, yeah, that's what's going on, man. That's what's going on. But look, I just want a good game tomorrow.
I do too.
After my Jayhawks beat Baylor, then all eyes are on UT A&M tomorrow.
Same time of the game, or is Kansas earlier in the day?
No idea. I just know KU plays Baylor at 11 o'clock. Khaki Kev, all things UT. What time's that game tomorrow?
6:30.
Blake beat me too.
You got the whole day.
Got the whole day.
Okay, you got the whole day to get ready. Eat plenty of leftovers. Should we do top 5? We still haven't figured that out yet. I would say top 5 leftovers from Thanksgiving, but to me, after turkey sandwich, what else is there?
The heavy mac and cheese.
I can only think of like 2. And I don't want.
What's the worst after? What's not a good leftover that you would think it's just all right, but it's very bad the next time? Probably mashed potatoes.
Lumpy mashed potatoes.
Yeah, just potatoes and don't reheat. If you've noticed.
See, I'm just not a fan anyway. What about
not a fan of the potato.
You're a gravy guy. How do you feel about post Thanksgiving gravy?
It's fine.
There is no post gravy. Gravy's you can't.
Usually it's
how do you
thrown away.
reheat gravy? That takes like a
How do you reheat
minute.
it? I mean, you throw it in the microwave and
Well, yeah, but like
hit start.
Like if you do gravy, like the top gets hot and the bottom gets cold, and then you got to stir it, and then you got to redo it, and then you got to stir it again. You got to
gravy expert over here. The gravy connoisseur. The gravy granular.
So stirring is the issue for you when it comes to.
I don't think stirring is the issue. I think it's also the issue that like you got to if you don't cover it, it's gonna make a mess.
How did this turn into something?
I didn't know there was such a deep dive.
Am I wrong? Have I been doing reheating of gravy wrong my entire life?
Well, as somebody who doesn't like gravy to begin with, I mean, I could care less. I'm just curious as to how that goes.
Give us a little bit of a high school update because I've been getting texts left and right.
Great update.
I know for Hebron,
okay,
South Lake Carroll was in the red zone. Hebron was threatening to score. They held him to a field goal to make it 21-17 at half.
It's 21-17 halftime. Hebron down to South Lake Carroll. So that's okay. We'll take that.
He'll take that at half.
Down 4? Yeah. 100%. 100%.
Apparently, South Lake Carroll's been scoring quick. They've been throwing the ball downfield, some head tops. I've got some text in.
What's the ESPN analytics on that win percentage?
Ooh, good call by you. I would say 62% right now. 62% South Lake Carroll winning this game.
Probably.
But that being said, we need a turnover. All right? Hebron Hawks, we need a turnover.
Clay, if you're playing us in the locker room right now, We need a turnover. We need a pick six. We need a DeMarion Overshown.
Something.
We need a fumble.
Something.
We need to rattle the quarterback's head.
Yes, we
Because
do.
we need that postgame call in the locker room.
Oh, we want that postgame call in the locker room big time. From the 585, Leftover Ham is the undisputed number 1. Okay.
It's all right.
I mean, again, if you're not doing sandwiches, what are we talking about?
Now, do you reheat the ham or do you eat it cold? Because either way is fine to me.
Just depends on what you're eating it with. Depends on what you're eating it with. If you're doing sandwich, I think you go ahead and leave it cold. If you're recreating the meal, you got to warm it up.
So now, continue, Kev.
I was just gonna say it's kind of like leftover pizza, good cold, good hot. I think it's just personal preference.
That's fair.
We do have more blood in this Hebron South Lake Carroll game. Zach Wolchuk has texted into the program.
Uh-oh, what's Zach saying?
He said the South Lake Dragons are going to spank that Hawk tail in the second half.
Oof. Is he keeping up with the score?
I guess so.
Is he keeping up with the score? Because tell Zach if he's just diving in just for the sake of diving in and hasn't been. Is he invested or is he just here to talk smack?
I don't know.
Because I want to know.
We'll have to wait till he texts
All right,
back.
let's find out. Here we go. Alvarado versus Sulphur Springs. Who you got? I'm going with Sulphur Springs on that one.
Let's go Sulphur. I don't know anything about either team.
There you go. Yeah, we're going Sulphur Springs on this.
Cooler name.
By the way, I have a cousin from the 214. I have a cousin that's on the coaching staff at A&M. Okay. Hey.
Do we believe him?
A cousin is such a kind of a... I mean, I could see that. Yeah, and here's the thing. What's his position? What's he coaching?
Is he the assistant strength and conditioning coach?
Exactly.
Just make sure the Gatorades get out there, or...
Well, no, he's probably out there doing the early morning workouts if you're the assistant strength and conditioning coach. Yeah. You're doing all that. You're there early in the morning. You're there late at night. You're cleaning up the weight room, that sort of thing, handing out protein drinks.
Here's your bar. Here's your banana.
That's it. So from the 585, cold straight out the fridge, right into the ranch.
See, disgusting. Why would you ruin a Thanksgiving?
Wait, are we talking about pizza or ham?
We're talking about ham.
I think we're still talking about the ham.
You're ruining a Thanksgiving delicacy known as the ham, and you're messing it up with what somebody in the South somehow started with Hidden Valley or whoever started ranch.
Yeah.
They're all messed up. All of you Tolos love it, and you're all wrong. Why are you putting ham in ranch?
I've never heard of this before. This is terrible.
Okay, here we go from the 817. Throw the ham and turkey on a skillet and make some sliders with Hawaiian rolls. Now we're talking.
Okay, I've gotten another text from Wolchuk, an update.
Yeah, what's he got to say?
I'm going to read it verbatim.
I want to hear it verbatim.
Oh, Fred. That's how it starts.
I love it.
You're new to the DFW high school sports scene, so I'll give you a break. I'm born and bred in this, saw the script.
But what does that have? And I'm not taking that away from him because I know he is a dyed-in-the-wool. See what I did there? You zoned out.
He's texting again.
It's still going.
There's a lot of text. I'm getting right. A lot of stuff on the phone. A lot of stuff going on.
We might have to. He might just need to call in.
I get a lot of texts.
We might need. I'll tell you what.
He said I went to Plano and we used to be in the district with Hebron. Oh, so now you're just dissing Hebron.
Oh, so now he's dissing Hebron is what he's doing.
Nothing to do about it. Okay. So when Hebron wins, I want you to say,
that's exactly
Zach Wolchuk calling in, G-Bag Nation.
Yes.
We're filling in for him.
You're falling on the sword for the entire G-Bag Nation because we got Krusty coming up next.
Yeah.
All right. So now you're taking shot. I mean, I didn't want to make this a show versus show type deal because if he said he went to South Lake Carroll, that's a different conversation. Now you're just poo-pooing on Hebron to be poo-pooing on him.
That he's seen the teams play. It's a new Hebron team, new D coordinators, new defensive back coaches.
How long has Wolchuk been out of high school? Okay, what's Wolchuk? Probably late 20s, early 30s? So he's been out of high school for a minute. This ain't your Zach Wolchuk's Hebron Hawks.
Yeah.
Okay? Let's get that
perfectly
straight.
Put.
Let's get
perfectly
that straight.
Put.
Okay?
Any other high school update scores that you want to give us that's going on around the nation?
But you know what? You know what we appreciate above all? Listen to the program.
Listening to the program.
Listen to the program. By the way, if you guys don't know, make sure you check out Zach Wolchuk every Monday through Friday, 2 to 7, and on the postgame. Halftime and postgame
Sometimes
show.
pregame, too.
So a little pregame. He did pregame yesterday, sitting in for our boy Chiafalo. So
hey, it was quiet up there. We were the only ones talking.
I tell you what, we were well in the second half. Second quarter, it was
everybody was trying to snooze.
That was rough. By the way, let's pay off the teaser we did at the beginning of the segment. Matt Eberflus gone. Fired. I think the fact that he said he was okay with the way they handled things, not that he wasn't going to get fired anyway, not that there was anything he could have said that was going to prevent him from getting fired, but you got the audio of that? All right, play that audio real quick of Matt Eberflus with arguably one of the more befuddling things ever said by a head coach after a befuddling end to a football game.
Yeah, I like what we did there. Again, once it's under 7, you're gonna call timeout there, or actually under 12, and then really you don't have an option. Because it's third to fourth, you got to throw it into the end zone then. So to me, it's I think we handled it the right way. I do believe that you just re-rack the play, get it in bounce, and call timeout, and that's why we held it, and didn't work out the way we wanted it to.
Thanks, Matt. We'll see you in the unemployment line. You figure probably what? He's got another $10, $15 million coming to him. He'll be a D coordinator next year. Not bad if you're Matt Eberflus. All right, coming up next, what we like to do here on G-Bag Nation every day at 3:40, a little something they like to call Krusty's Corner with the one, the only Mr. Brian Broaddus. We were in the press box with Mr. Broaddus and Mr. Wolchuk yesterday. His thoughts on last night's win. And, of course, we got to get his thoughts on the postgame spread as well as just overall Thanksgiving thoughts from Brian Broaddus. Lots to get to. Don't go anywhere. It's a G-Bag Nation with a little fan after dark sprinkled in.
Hi, Babe Laufenberg here at Classic Chevrolet Fleet and Commercial with Brad Robler. Brad, how you doing?
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
40 top 5 things to do on Black Friday. Huh? Get ready.
It's also my boy Benny's birthday. Shout out to
celebrate Benny's birthday. That's what he does.
Shout out Benjamin. So
Benny.
Good friend of the show.
That's it.
Tolo.
How old is he today? What a friend.
Dude, I don't keep up with anyone's ages.
Wow.
Let's go with 26.
Is he your age?
Let's go with 26.
Did you guys go to high school together or what?
No.
Okay.
Served together.
All right. That's fair.
Friends with us, Clay, that you met yesterday, Haley, all in the same group.
Okay. And her, was that her sister that was like 3'2"?
Shout out Paige.
Paige, God bless you. I was like, are you tall enough to drink that drink? All right, real quick. We've got ourselves we good to go? All right, let's jump out to the D&M Leasing Hotline. Welcome to the program. It's his show. It's actually his show, all right, that he was gracious enough to let us host for a day, the one, the only. You find him on the pre, the post, the halftime, and just all over G-Bag Nation. Mr. Brian Broaddus, Double B, how we doing today? What are you doing on Black Friday?
I'll tell you what, boys. I was had to get the car inspected and then had to get an oil change at the same time. And I was a little nervous that I was going to be checking out right when you guys were going to call. So it actually worked out really good. The service department hit it just right, and here we are visiting with you guys. So, hey, thanks for hosting for us today. We really appreciate that.
Well, thanks for allowing us to do it real quick. Are you every 5,000 miles? Where are you at when it comes to how often you get your oil changed?
Yeah, I have 7 jobs so I can get synthetic oil is what I do. I don't go for the normal oil change. I go for the synthetic stuff, because a long time ago somebody said, yeah, you got to try the synthetic stuff. It works really, really well. And it kind of, it's a little bit more pricey, but, like I say, it's been good for me, knock on wood. Haven't had any problems with it yet. So, here we are. I'm the guy that, like, trust me, when that little sticky thing they put on your window, I'm paying attention. I like glance up at that. I'm like, okay, got 100 miles. Okay, got 50 miles. So I was pretty much on the dot to where I needed to be. So when it said to change, I went to go change.
Well, synthetic oil, the pricey stuff, that's what the Dallas Cowboys have been doing, getting some of their high-paid players back on the lineup. Micah Parsons back, making that defense look like a whole new defense.
Such a radio pro.
Making this defense
My man can cuss on the air and just be a radio pro at the same time. Fred, you've done wonders with this kid. Congratulations.
Hey, we're just doing the best with what God gave us, my friend.
There you go.
This defense has looked different than it has all year with Micah Parsons in there. Even Osa and Mozzie Smith making big splash plays. What have been your overall thoughts of the D-line? Do you think it's just poor offenses they're playing, or is this D-line actually playing better under Mike Zimmer?
I think that, and you mentioned it, we were all sitting there watching the games. Matter of fact, we've been watching the last couple of games, with Micah being back in the lineup. And there's just so many things that you can do with him. They also have found a way to use Overshown. They figured out that, listen, hey, you can't let Donovan Wilson have to play a lot of coverage, bring him down in the box, let him rush, let him blitz. They've got some decent play, from the cornerbacks. Having Bland back has been huge for them. They've been rotating. Jordan Lewis has been outstanding really the whole year, one of your better defensive players overall. I mean, watching him play on the outside, and I was talking with Bobby Belt last night after the game. I don't remember the last time I saw Donovan Lewis play outside. Jordan Lewis play outside. It was like Michigan is when the last time that I saw him play on the outside. So yeah, they're really getting some quality play from some guys that throughout the season that was just kind of a little bit of a struggle, and some of the young guys had to step up, and they're playing a lot better with those young guys now.
All right, well, this is where we defer to your expertise and knowledge on this. Terrence Steele has looked better the last 2 weeks, and I don't think it's a coincidence that you've had, whether it be Bass, whether it be Hoffman in on that right guard spot. I mean, look, Zach Martin, as we all know, has been battered all year long.
Yeah.
Do you think it's a coincidence that, hey, you've seen better play out of the right side of that line with Zach Martin out of the lineup, and you've seen a better Terrence Steele the last 2 weeks?
Yeah, Terrence Steele has played better, and you just have a healthier body at right guard.
Yeah.
You had a guy that was dealing with the back, a shoulder, a couple of ankles. I mean, Zach Martin is, the first thing you always say about Zach Martin is a Hall of Fame player. That's a Hall of Fame player. And, but unfortunately, though, Father Time is undefeated, as we always say. And that's what's happened, and he's gone out there, he's tried to play hurt. And, sometimes, if you guys remember back, there was a time when Ezekiel Elliott was playing with a bad knee and just kept playing and playing and playing. And ultimately it was like, we can't take him out of the lineup. He's not going to go out of the lineup. And it ultimately hurt the team. And, with Zach Martin, he just was not healthy enough to really, really help the team like they've needed him to do. And Hoffman and Steele did a really nice job with some of their combination blocks yesterday. Hoffman's kind of a gritty battler of a guy, but it just helps when you have healthier players. And, playing against the Commanders and playing against the Giants, that's defensive tackles, that's just not an easy task. And, they were able to not get crushed in either of those games, with Zach Martin being out of the lineup. But it really is about, with Steele and that right side, just a healthier right guard has really made a difference.
Brian, I want to ask you about the running game. There's only 7 running backs this year that are averaging at least 4.2 yards per carry and have a 55 success rate. One of those guys being Rico Dotto with the Derrick Henrys, the Bijans, the Saquons of the world. Do you think these last couple weeks of Rico being the lead back has showed to Jerry that, hey, Rico can be the lead back moving forward? Do you think they're still looking at a running back in the draft, or do you think this is just a product of a healthier O-line? How do you assess the running back situation now and in the future?
Yeah, I think that, what's really been kind of neat has been the fact that, 5 days apart, really, that Rico Dowdle, the success he had, that was a physical game, against the Commanders. And then to come back 5 days later and, run the ball the way he did against the Giants, I think that says a lot about the kid and the type of player he is. And, everybody over there talked about his toughness and the willingness that he had to line up and, you hand him the ball, he is going to get, he's going to get positive yards. And, I don't think it's going to limit them from looking at a running back in the draft. Now, there's a lot of folks out there that would love for them to, say that the Boise kid, with Gente being there, how many games, where are you going to be in this, where are you going to be in the drafting order? Will he be, the way that the teams have not valued running backs in the past, team building is always, you can't draft a first round running back. I haven't seen all the running backs. I'm, working on the draft right now. But he's one of the best players I've seen in the country. I mean, and you start to talk about, Hunter at Colorado and Gente. I mean, he is one of the best players in the country. And, if you get the opportunity, do you take a guy like that and just say, hey, in the first round, I don't want to make a mistake. I want the safest player. If you go get a guy like that and say he's a running back, well, that make a lot of sense. To me, it would. To a lot of other people, it probably doesn't. But I don't think this will keep Dallas from drafting a running back. Now, will they maybe do it in the first round? Probably not. But the second, third rounds, I think that you can absolutely, if the right one were to be on that board, I think they would take that guy.
Come on now. If Devin Neal's sitting there in the third round, that's a no-brainer if I do say so myself.
Oh, no, that's what I'm saying.
You know what I'm saying?
That's that rock, chalk, Jayhawk.
Come on, you know the deal.
Vibe we're getting there.
You know the deal, Broadus.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's what I'm saying. This is going to be a draft where, people keep firing these names at me, and I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah, sure, yeah, and you're like, so I haven't, you're gonna have there was a really good group of running backs last year. Hell, we saw the kid Tracy from the Giants.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a legitimate running back, and that kid was picked in the 5th round. So, yeah, it's going to be a draft where it has some depth at running back, but I don't think that, that Rico Dowdle keeps you from considering a running back in this draft. I just don't.
All right, we've got about a couple minutes left. Let me ask you this, and I'm dying to get kind of the the internal look at this, where you win 2 games in a row. The Giants are terrible, we all agree, but again, that was a legit victory over the Commanders, and so my thought is this: if you beat the Bengals on Monday night, okay, now can we start to entertain maybe this is a 7th seed playoff team? Who knows, right? But from a scouting perspective, when you're the inside, when you're the football team and you're making decisions, what have you, and I'm sure you've been a part of this, how does the dynamic change when all of a sudden you went from being a team that couldn't get out of its own way to suddenly, and you saw the locker room last night, like this was a different football team. What do you get caught up in that, or hey, you got to keep your eyes on the prize and say, okay, we're still not where we need to be?
Well, you're really still not where you need to be, but get a win against Cincinnati. They're struggling right now, and they're just not very good defensively, but still offensively, that's a big time opponent when you look at the receivers they have and Joe Burrow. If you can slow them, the problem with playing the Bengals is you're going to have to be able to score right along with them, and I don't know if the Cowboys can necessarily do that. So that's a problem right there. I don't think you can necessarily score along with the Eagles. I don't think you can necessarily score along with Tampa Bay either, so this thing might all take care of itself. I think you really have to kind of take this thing one game at a time. I know that sounds very cliche to say, but you really, really do. You find a way to beat the Bengals, then you're like, okay, let's get on to Carolina, and then let's go on from those games on. So, you get this thing back to 500. Now, I remember being in Green Bay, our very first year there, we were 3-6. And then we reeled off 6 straight victories, and we were down to the last game of the season against Minnesota. We win the game. We're in the playoffs. We don't win, and we finished 9-6, or 9-7. And that was kind of the end of that, but it gave us the momentum going into to the next year. And that was really with Brett Favre being a rookie quarterback and starting, and I'm not going to say Cooper Rush is Brett Favre or anything like that, but, we really had an inexperienced quarterback playing and, but we're able to win games because of defense and, things like that. So, yeah, you do think about those things. You think of, but you're going to have some things kind of happen, in front of you. And, hey, if it comes down to the last game of the season against the Commanders on a home game and win or get in, that's all you can ask. But I just think it's going to be really difficult for Dallas. Look how they're scoring points, though. They're getting special teams. They're getting special teams touchdowns. They're getting
defensive touchdowns.
Defensive touchdowns. They got one yesterday. They've gotten 27. Well, how many did they kick field goals yesterday? Just count up the special teams points, count up the defensive touchdowns. And then that's kind of where you're at right now. That's kind of how you're winning games. And, the offense, I think the offense is still, they're still going to struggle with Cooper Rush at quarterback just because I just don't think he could do enough to put you over the top. He's not going to do anything to F the game up, but he's surely not going to do anything to be the big difference maker that you need.
Till he turns into Michael Vick and tries to run it in.
Yeah, that's when we all start scratching our heads.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but that's, like I say, this team is it. The loss now against the Saints looks really, really bad. You can understand the losses against the Ravens and against the Eagles. You can understand those. But the Atlanta loss looks really bad. The Saints loss looks really bad. Those are the things you're kind of having to deal with right now.
All right, 20 seconds or less.
The Houston loss. Houston, we'll see about Houston.
I was going to say that. Well, they're gonna lose in the first round anyway.
Yeah, sure.
All right, 20 seconds or less. There's no Cowboys this weekend. Your middling LSU football team plays a middling we might as well just call it the middling bowl between OU and LSU. What the hell is Brian Broaddus doing with the rest of his weekend?
Yeah, it's a great day for college football tomorrow. And then, like I say, LSU, I need to find a way for LSU to beat Oklahoma. I'm trying to get this LSU bunch of mine in the Cotton Bowl this year.
Okay.
Is what I'm trying to do. So, yeah, I need them to find a way to win this game.
You absolutely do. Look, let's get LSU to the Cotton Bowl. I'm trying to get KU to the first serve Reserve Pro or whatever the hell it's called, First Responders Bowl. They played at SMU Stadium, right? Me, you, and like four other people go to the game, so we'll have our carte blanche to sit wherever we want.
Tailgate out there.
Let's
I would
do
consider tailgate if we. I might wear a Kansas sweatshirt out there if you let me.
Look, I've got a back in my OG days. I've got like a XXL KU football shirt. Okay, so you've got it. All right,
yeah, I'm in.
It's all
I'm in.
you.
Yeah,
It's a Nike shirt. We don't even wear Nike anymore. So all right,
don't wear Nike. We're Adidas. Yeah,
I know. Don't even get me started, Brian. Glad to hear your car's running. Glad to hear you got the oil change. You got a new battery. Things are looking up for the automobile they brought us. Have a fantastic weekend, my friend.
Appreciate you, boys. Thanks again for filling in, and happy holidays to everybody out there. We appreciate you guys.
Always. The one, the only, Brian Broaddus. All right, coming up next, 2 hours in the books, if we do say so ourselves. We've got a lot to get to in these next 2 hours. We caught up with the two rookies, Cooper Beebe, Tyler Guyton. What say them when it comes to the future of the O-line for your Dallas Cowboys? Well, we'll let them tell it. Don't go anywhere.
It's Afternoons with the G-Bag Boys on 105.3.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else.
Teabag Nation on a Black Friday. Maybe you're getting your shop on. Maybe you're watching this Mississippi. What is this, the Egg Bowl? Is that what they call it?
We should have asked Carter. Carter knows the name to every single rivalry bowl. He did a whole segment on it last year. I don't know if he did it today, but it's an amazing. He knows all of them, but I'm sure it's the Egg Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be, right? I mean, 877-881-1053. One of you Mississippians can let us know what the significance is for why it's called the Egg Bowl, because I don't know. Do you know? I know you don't.
We don't want to bring our Texas bias to it.
Let's bring a Texas bias to it. Let's bring.
Dude, we're in Texas.
Yeah, that's right.
And unfortunately, I didn't go to UT. Kevin didn't go to UT, but the most dominant school right now is the Longhorns. I'm sorry. We're not.
There's Aggie fans just fuming right now when they hear
all
you say
7
that.
of them can have a pacifier.
Livid.
You want internal dialogue?
Steaming.
Internal dialogue is I would have gone to Texas going forward now that they have this new tuition plan.
Oh, yeah? What is
Okay.
it, 100%?
But I think it's only for like the smart kids, right? Like,
No.
it's like
I mean, you only get into Texas if you're smart. Let's be fair.
Well, there's that, but also if your family makes less than 100 gur a year, you get in.
But I was reading some, and it was like it's not just everybody that's there. I think it's like if you are in the top 5% already, and your family
So
makes.
you got to be smart and broke. Is essentially what it comes down to. All right,
a lot of Parsons.
Let's do it. I'm down.
I was smarter then than I am now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're smarter then than you are now.
Well,
so you've gotten dumber, is what you're saying.
Scholastically, for sure.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
You think so, huh?
Yeah, I think so.
It's a big word to use right behind
scholastically. Here we go. Bam.
Not even academically.
Nope. Scholastically. I like it. 877-881-1053. If you're dumb and broke, let us know. All right. We want to hear from you and know not what to do moving forward. Speaking of what not to do, we checked in with Tyler Guyton and Cooper Beebe yesterday. Phenomenal game. Now, Tyler Guyton didn't play every snap. He had, he got, subbed in and out of the game yesterday. And some are saying, well, hey, maybe he's not the left tackle for the future. But your boy caught up with Tyler Guyton, and he was ready to talk. I'll give you credit. I was not expecting him to be as jovial and as upbeat as he was. But TG, a.k.a. number 60 in your program, had plenty to say last night after the win. All right, look, 12 games. Where are we at?
The team?
You.
Enjoying the process.
Okay. I mean, look, we've been saying time and time again, it's one thing to go, you played right tackle in college. Now you're playing arguably the most difficult position in the NFL. How has this process been for you?
It's been a blessing.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Wins, losses, hurt, not hurt. Everything's been a blessing. I'm so blessed and favored by God to be in this position. I have no complaints, and I've been enjoying every minute of it.
What has been the hardest transition going from playing right side to left side?
I don't necessarily think it's hard. I think you just got to get repetition at it.
Okay.
It just takes a lot of time and a lot of reps.
Okay. Is there a difference when you're blocking for Dak versus for Cooper?
No, I mean, the system is set up in a way to where the next guy comes up, he has to be ready to perform at the same level as anybody else, Even when I come out, when people come in for me, they got to perform at the same level. Okay. So everybody being ready helps everybody.
How do you think, look, I mean, we've rattled off a couple wins in a row, got a little more momentum right now. Offensive line looks like it's gelling a little bit better, just as far as how does this group feel right now, 12 weeks in, heading into what's going to be a huge following 5 weeks?
The O-line?
Yeah.
We're hungry, dog. We're hungry, and we have something to prove. You know what I'm saying? I feel like we have a really good group, and we have a lot more that we could do, and we're going to do it.
Does it help now that you guys have kind of like a concerted game plan when it comes to running the ball?
Yeah, and it's coming to fruition. I know that you're seeing it more and more every single week. We're busting our ass to get the run game going, and Rico Dowdle's doing a great job of just toting the rock.
All right, so I'm on 105 through the fan. People have been asking, Tyler Guyton, is he the future at left tackle? Is he the future at left tackle?
Hell yeah.
All right.
Hell yeah.
All right. What's the biggest thing you need to do and you need to work on over these next 5 weeks?
Prehab instead of rehab. You need to stay healthy.
Okay.
Yeah.
How's the body feel right now? How's the shoulder?
It's good.
Okay.
Yeah, it's good.
Did that win over Alabama help?
Yeah.
How much talking have you been able to do with everybody after that win?
Oh, a lot. Everybody counted us out. Everybody counted us out. Yeah, everybody.
People are calling for Venables to be fired. I mean,
upset Bama. Give them a chance, bro. We're gonna do the same thing to LSU.
Okay.
And I'm calling it right now.
Okay, so OU winning out.
Yeah, OU's winning out. K-State is trash.
I mean, I'm a Jayhawk. Don't hold it against me. So.
Hey, I'm undefeated in Norman in my career. So.
Yeah. Who cares about that? What is he talking about? This team sucks.
So, look, can we, real quick, since I got the two rookies here, are we going 5-0 to close this thing out or what?
Hell yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
All right. So, can I say, like I said, 105 through the fan, I'm going to put it so I can say I got Cooper and I got TG, two rookies. We're closing out 5-0.
Absolutely.
I love it. I love it. I mean, if you're not excited after that, what's wrong with you?
I'm excited. I was standing about 2 feet away from this interview going on. Fred, just as demonstrative as he is on the Fan After Dark, as demonstrative he is on the G-Bag Nation, showed why he's a true professional in this locker room, going up to these players. The players, obviously, you see TG was maybe a little, I don't want to say cold, but just very formal.
Very business-like at first.
Just answering, and then it started opening up. Then you got some college questions, and next you know, all the old linemen are coming out. They're all jumping in the interview. We had a little Brock Hoffman side of him.
He started talking some S as well. So we had the three guys. They were all. It was a loose locker room, and again, after a dub. That's why people. I mean, and it makes
sense. And a good O-line play.
The O-line played their ass off yesterday. Speaking of which, so we had, and of course you heard Cooper Beebe jumping in, talking bleep with TG as well. We caught up with him right before all that. He asked a couple, he answered a couple generic questions, but then your boy Freddie D jumped in a little one-on-one with Cooper Beebe as well.
Maybe.
I think it's just the little things. I'm fortunate to have a lot of, experienced guys around me. It's just the little things that make people the pros, just like whether it is like, simple steps, simple hands, those kind of things that you build on. The more experience you get, you figure out how dudes are attacking you and you're able to counteract that. But, I have a great cast around me that really been helping me week by week.
What must this offensive line and team do to continue to win games, to try to get that wild card spot? What must they do starting on the offensive line?
I think it's just continue with that physical mentality. We're trying to go out there and set the tone, and I think, these past 2 games we've done that. We played with an attitude, and I think that's really carried us. We just got to keep continuing that and make that push.
12 games in the center. Is the game starting to slow down a little bit for you?
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, week by week, you slowly start to pick up on things, and you figure out, where you're deficient at, what you need to work on. You continue to work on those things, and I will say, when I first had those first couple of games, it was definitely, things were flying through my head, but now I'm comfortable with it. I'm Chris out there. I'm out there leading, so it comes pretty natural now.
How much more responsibility have you taken on with Zach being out the last couple of weeks?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm the dude that sets the tone for the offense. I'm the dude pointing out different calls and that kind of thing, just making sure we're all on the same page. Obviously, Zach was a big voice in that huddle, and now I had to step up as a leader and control the line.
Farmageddon this weekend. Where are we thinking? I mean, K-State's still on the outside looking in, Big 12. What are we thinking?
Obviously, I go with my boys, K-State. We ended on a tough Farmageddon last year. Hopefully it doesn't snow in Ames. We experienced that last year. It didn't turn out very good. But, always got to rock my boys. Chris Kleiman and them, man, love them to death. I'm Emal, baby. Yep.
Okay, we got to address the elephant in the room. 2 people, the 214 and another 214 texting in. Is that Mahomes talking? Is that baby Mahomes? And hearing that sounds like Mahomes Jr. Just the voice, very similar, but a smaller version of him, but a bigger version.
Which is a bigger version of, because Cooper Beebe is no small fry as a human being, but very baby faced. I mean, he's a kid. I mean, hell, I got a kid his age. So, but no, that's Cooper Beebe. The one, the only.
That's Woolchuck's boy right there, Cooper Beebe.
That is. And look, I knowing that Wooly is a Cooper Beebe guy and that we were able to bring the one-on-one to the G-Bag Nation, I mean, come on.
Full circle.
It's complimentary football, boys. That's complimentary radio here at 105 Through the Fan.
And you hear the guys in there, they're excited to talk about the run game. They're excited because when you're an offensive lineman, I'll bear the news to you guys, they enjoy run blocking more than they do pass blocking. Yes. So when you get to do that over and over and you see your guy running, you see your guy get 100 yards, you see you're wearing down the D-line, those guys are excited to talk about it. Tyler Guyton saying, hey, I'm the future left tackle. He's had an up and down year, whether it be injuries, whether it be timely penalties. Cooper Beebe, I'm feeling fine. Cooper Beebe to me has been pretty down the middle. He's had some really high spots, but he hasn't really been a negative really at any point this season. We're like, man, Beebe's out there. He's getting beat at center. I thought
he's been solid.
Offensive line's been coming together more and more. So I think if you're a Cowboys fan, building on next year, you got a lot of young guys outside of Zach Martin and Terrence Steele. From your left, from your center, that left side of the offensive line, and Bobby Bell came in the studio and talked about this. That's probably going to be the future of your O-line come the next 3-5 years.
The question's going to be, and again, you heard from Tyler Guyton, right? And that was the first time where we've really got a chance to kind of, and look, I mean, hey, he said what you wanted him to say, right? I mean, if he starts hemming and hawing about, well, you know, I mean, no, he told you what you wanted to hear from him. He sounds like he's in it to win it now. This team looked a little bit better, has looked better at times with him not at left tackle. All right, I mean, we know
Austin
that
Richards.
Whether it's been Asim Richards, whether it's been, Chuga's played a little bit. He played a little bit yesterday.
I like Chuga.
You know, not a lot, but he played enough. And so.
Achuma, though, but I like Chuga.
Achuma, my bad.
Mixing the first and last, I like Achuga.
What's that? Well, look, I'm just off the top of my head.
A lot of O-lineman names in our
There's
head.
a lot of O-lineman names. Try to keep track of all of them. So I can't do a better job at that. But at the very least, you've got a guy who, you don't want to waste a first-round pick on a swing tackle.
Nope.
Okay?
No, you do not. Especially when you let Tyron Smith go.
He's got the right attitude.
He does.
He's telling you it's a process. He's telling you, and the one thing that I thought probably was the most encouraging was, hey, look, I just need more reps. Now, again, we're 12 weeks into this thing. He's playing with a high ankle sprain, allegedly. Would have been cool if he'd have told us that while we were there. We asked him point blank, how's the body? He said it was good. Then,
well, you actually asked him how's the shoulder.
Well, I asked him how's the body first.
Yes.
And then he kind of like did a full body pat down in front of me. And then he's like, the shoulder's good. Had the ankle been bothering him, maybe he said, my ankle's bad right now.
Maybe felt it in the morning. Maybe a little adrenaline.
Well, he texted it later that night, or he tweeted it out later that night. Okay, so
adrenaline. He was a little nervous in front of you, Freddie D.
Maybe the interview got so good to him he forgot that his ankle was bothering him.
That's how much dopamine's going through his body. Yeah,
that's what it was. But that's the fan after dark for you. We get people that hyped to where they forget what's going on in their own bodies.
And you thought those interviews were good? Wait till the next home game. Wait till we get Mingo on.
Mingo's going to be legendary, I think.
2-touchdown game. Text in who you want. We'll get Mingo and Mozzie. That's already set.
Mingo and Mozzie, for sure. And look, I'll give him a mea culpa right off the jump. Like, Mozzie, look, I was down on you earlier in the season. Tell me why I'm wrong. And when you do that, because when you go in there saying like, hey, I was wrong about you, tell me why.
Yep.
Oh, they'll of course.
And if they don't have an answer,
he'll have an answer.
No, they will.
He's a Michigan guy. He'll have an answer. So, all right. So we're going to do Mozzie. We're going to do Mingo, but we need one more.
Tolos, text in. 877-881-1053. The Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line. Who do you want as that third interview after that Monday night game against the Bengals?
Mozzie Mingo and? All right. So, Ted Wynn. Athletic coming up next. What the hell are we talking about? Let's get some knee deep in some NFL. Plus, we got a top 5 at 4:40. Top 5 things to do on Black Friday. What is it? We want to hear from you as well. 877-881-1053. But Ted Wynn, Athletic, talking all things NFL. Don't go anywhere.
This nation is growing, and it's
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
That you kind of have to draft high, pay a little bit more money for. And we're seeing it this year where Josh Jacobs is making a huge difference with the Packers. Derrick Henry's making a huge difference. Saquon Barkley's making a big difference. I think if you're a bad team, you still don't want to be a team that pays and overvalues running backs. But when you are a team that's ready to compete and you have the offensive line, these running backs kind of are just like the last piece that really adds a lot of boom to your team. So I think there will be teams that can justify paying a lot of money for running backs, but it's not going to be – it's still bad practice to me. If you're a team that's rebuilding, like you shouldn't be paying Saquon Barkley. So even though Saquon Barkley left the Giants and Josh Jacobs left the Raiders, I feel like it was probably the most prudent move for those teams because those players wouldn't be doing what they're doing on their previous teams, and those previous teams aren't ready to compete, so they'd be kind of wasting their money on those running backs.
It's a great segue into a Dallas Cowboy team that, hey, Rico Dowdle having a career year. Now, this is a guy that's been injury-plagued over the last 4 or 5 years. So now that he's finally kind of assumed that lead role and they've actually kind of assumed a identity where, okay, we're actually going to run the ball, 15 to 20 times a game, and that being the Dallas Cowboys. You win 2 games in a row. Commander game was impressive. The Giants, it didn't take Stevie Wonder to look at and see how terrible this football team is. 5 games left. What do you make of where this Dallas Cowboy is? And a lot's changed in the last couple of weeks, but is this still just a very outside the fringe football team right now?
Yeah, I think Mike McCarthy and Zimmer they've done a good job of kind of finding ways that the players that they do have can win. I think they found a nice medium with Cooper Rush. They're doing some nice things with Turpin. They don't have a lot of receiving talent, but when you have a guy like Turpin that can create after the catch, I think they're putting him in nice positions to win. I think they're using Shoemaker in some cool ways. And you know, they can't force the ball to CeeDee Lamb the way they did with Dak Prescott because Rush doesn't have that kind of arm talent. But they're finding useful ways to use some of those players. And now that Micah Parsons back, I think the defense looks a little bit better overall. I don't know if this team's going to win a ton more games. They won a couple games against teams that are kind of faltering, like Washington. You can kind of predict the second half fall off for Washington because of Cliff Kingsbury's trend of regressing. But, I mean, that's a whole nother conversation. So we'll see what they can do for the rest of the season. But they have some interesting young players that, you know, hopefully will get a little bit more usage as the season goes along.
Ted, last one for me here. What have you thought of Mike McCarthy keeping this team together? And, like, how much do you think winning right now versus draft position is important for a football culture, especially the one in Dallas?
I mean, for me, I'm always, like, obviously these players and coaches, they're not going to tank. But overall, I think the better thing for the team moving forward is to get that higher draft pick because, you know, I don't really believe in the whole, like, momentum going into a season thing because, like, there's so much turnover with players year to year, and guys kind of forget what happened last season. I mean, I think it might be better for McCarthy's job security if he does win some games down the road and kind of show that he could out-coach guys and put together wins with kind of this makeshift squad. But I think getting a higher draft pick will be better for the franchise in the long run.
Ted, tell the folks at home where they can find you out on X and what you got cooking next on The Athletic.
Hey, you can find me on X at FB_film analysis. I have a YouTube channel, Ted Win NFL, and I write a weekly column on The Athletic that comes out on Tuesday where I cover coaching decisions and break down some strategies each week.
Well, let's say you'll have no shortage of things to talk about for next Tuesday's column after what we saw yesterday. So, man, I'll tell you what, I'm glad you had a wonderful Thanksgiving. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend, and we'll catch up again real soon.
All right, you too. Thanks for having me on.
There you have it, the one, the only Ted Win from The Athletic. All right, coming up next, a little something we like to do on Fan After Dark. Top 5, we normally do it at 10:20, but hey, by 10:20 tonight, we'll be long gone off the radio. Hey, you'll be knee-deep in some Georgia Tech game.
Yes, sir.
All right, maybe, of course, that game may very well be over by then. Who knows? I'd like to think. Unless it's extra overtime. You never know. But in the meantime, it's Black Friday. Top 5 things to do or that you're doing on Black Friday, plus where the heck we at in this Hebron South Lake Carroll game. Lots to get to. Don't you go anywhere. It is the G-Bag Nation on a Friday with a little Fan After Dark.
Hey, Cholos, you thinking about buying a new car? Well, stop right there before you make any decisions.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me.
Black Friday. G-Bag boys are out. Have we heard anything more from Wooly yet? We were talking mad smack. It's not looking good for the home team right now, boys and girls. Fourth quarter, Hebron 24, South Lake Carroll 35.
Somebody needs to run on the field.
So it's, I don't know how much time's left in the fourth quarter. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. That's the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. So chime in if you're at the game.
817 gave us an update. He gave us a score.
What he cite? What he cite?
2 consecutive drives for Hebron defensive players being carried off by coaches and players, 10:52 in the fourth quarter.
Dadgummit. What did we say? We didn't want to see anybody get hurt.
And 2 being carried off by coaches.
That's never good. That's never good. Still a lot of football left.
10 minutes.
10 minutes?
I'd probably say 8 because that was sent 4 minutes ago. So probably
like 4 minutes ago. So 8. We need a score here.
We need a score
We got to get a score here. So if we get a score here, it's 35-31. Then we got to turn them over.
Which is easy.
Hey, you know what? Whether that's, a turnover or turnover on downs.
Yeah, or a punt.
Well, turnover on downs, that's what that would be.
Well, I was thinking go for fourth quarter, go for it on fourth.
Oh, you think South Lake might just say the heck with it. We're trying to put this game on ice.
Right.
They very well might do it. Whatever they end up doing, Hebron gets the ball back. All bets are off. All bets are off. A lot of time left, boys. A lot of time left.
Any other high school games? I know a bunch of them, the rest were blowouts. Anybody come back, make it a game?
Let's see. I'm trying to think locally here if there's anything. Oh, we got to look at that Anna Lovejoy. We're on Team Anna here at the studio. Anna Lovejoy, 49-49, fourth quarter. And this was a game that they played where Lovejoy won in week 3, like 66-62. So these two teams are
no defense play.
Wow, yeah, defense is optional apparently in this game. But no, these two teams are very evenly. It may come down to whoever has the ball last.
Isn't that our favorite? When teams have no defenses, just whoever has the last possession is probably going to win this game here, Bill.
Since we're doing high school football shout-outs,
yes.
and I'm
Brewer not in it this year. That's okay.
Not in it this year. Might not be in it next year. Who knows? We're a basketball school. But Aubrey Chaparrals play Salina tonight at 7.
Yes, they do.
Let's go Aubrey. Let's go Chaps.
They do.
Chaps.
I do think Salina's going to win that game. But
hey, Friday Night Lights, anything can happen.
Anything can happen. Anything can happen. So, yeah, Lovejoy and Anna, fourth quarter, 49-49. Let's see here real quick. For all you 6A fans out there, obviously, as you guys know, Duncanville and DeSoto both play tomorrow night. But if you're keeping an eye on the 6A scores, Atascocita, which makes deep playoff runs, and they're in that brutal district out there with Summer Creek and North Shore. They outlast Fulshire 47-42.
Wow.
Speaking of which, North Shore, who has been the runners-up the last 2 years to Duncanville, they beat Katy today 42-28. So we could very well see, for as much as Duncanville's looking to three-peat, and will they three-peat over North Shore again? Remains to be seen, but 42-28 as they continue to roll along. And a slight upset, Cibolo Steel getting boat raced right now by Austin Vandergriff, 34-14.
972 says, Euless, Trinity, and Allen getting ready to play. Shout out to the Trojans.
Yes. I tell you what, that's going to be a good game.
It will.
Because Allen, who took out my Louisville Fighting Farmers in round 1, and then put up a 50 burger last week. So that'll be a good game between Allen and Euless Trinity.
The 214. I'm not sure how Prosper got home field advantage against Argyle tonight, but big game.
Yeah. I don't know.
Then 512.
Blame the UIL for that.
They said Tolar update. TOLAR. Is that a school?
I think it is, actually. Hold on.
While you think about that, the Hebron Hawks have scored. 7 minutes left.
What
in
did
the
we
fourth
say?
quarter. Let's go.
What did we say?
35-31.
Okay. We need the defense to now. Hey, Clay, if you're listening,
this is it. This is where you make your mark, right here. This drive.
This is where boys become men.
This is where you become the D coordinator, right here.
Okay, that's right.
That's how you move from
maybe a head coach.
That's how you move from defensive backs coach to D coordinator. This possession,
right now, one of your boys needs to make a play.
You got to make a play. Come on, Gabe White. I'm looking at you.
Somebody to make a play. 31-35, South Lake Carroll with a 4-point lead over Hebron. We will keep you posted. We will be live in the Hebron locker room if they're able to pull this upset off.
If they lose, probably not.
We won't. I mean, we're just not going to do it. We're just not. There'll be a lot of crying, and we're just not here. We're here for uplifting radio. But again, a lot of football left to be played. Who'd you say? By the way, what are you talking about? Salina's beating the brakes off of Aubrey right now. It's 35-7 in the third quarter. What are we talking about?
Look, I relied on Max Preps. What do you expect?
Well, there's your first problem. So, yeah. And what did I say? Salina's going to take care of them? Yeah, they're up 35-7. So,
I just wanted to give the shout out.
We need our old Aubrey team back. They need to be out there.
Yeah, they ain't walking that door. I can tell you that much right now.
Tolar is near Granbury.
Oh, okay. I know where that's at. I mean, I know where Granbury's at. Granbury. Kilgore, 62-7 over Navasota. That's a beat down in the 4A class. 4A, and then Carthage, 28. To all our folks out in Texarkana.
Tim and Carthage.
But Tim and Carthage is feeling some type of way right now. Why? Because Carthage, 28, Texarkana Pleasant Grove, 7. Coach Surratt looking for what would be his record-breaking 10th state title as a head coach. And he's got his son as the quarterback, Jet Surratt. So little update there for you guys. All right, let's do this real quick. Well, something we like to call the top 5. Well, it's not 10-20, but it's 450, so that'll do as well. And of course, we got the Expressway, which we'll do some NFL picks. We'll reset the show and whatever else comes to mind. All right, so top 5 things to do on Black Friday. Obviously, honorable mention for us, fill in for the G-Bag Nation guys, okay? And we're having a blast doing it, and hopefully you are enjoying it as well. Number 5, Thanksgiving. there's people out there. Hey, maybe Thursday you're working, you got something going on. Maybe you got, for all the blended families that are out there in today's world, all right? You're hanging out with moms and, your aunties and cousins on Thursday. They don't get along with daddy and his side of the family on Friday. So you got to do 2 Thanksgivings. Maybe you do it on a Friday, okay?
100%.
So
Great answer.
A lot of Thanksgivings going on today.
My number 5 is what I'd be doing if I wasn't here. This is catching up on life.
Oof.
This is
Good
maybe
one.
text messages you haven't been able to get to, phone calls, maybe cleaning up the house.
That's really in its own list is really kind of what this whole list is,
Yes,
to be honest with you.
just to catch up on life. There's you probably don't have school, you don't have work, unless you're me and Fred. But yeah, catching up on life.
It's not work if you love it, Blake.
It's okay. Am I not saying it where people are saying it's Toller? Right? I don't know. I say Talar.
It's whatever. We'll find it.
I'm gonna say Talar.
Talar. Number 5 for you, Khaki Kev, is
online shopping.
Online shopping.
Taking advantage of those Black Friday deals. You don't want to mess with it in store. Do it online.
That's a very Khaki Kev answer. Number 4?
I don't know what that means. Number 4 is going to eat out because you're tired of Thanksgiving food.
Okay, I like it.
I don't like it.
I like it.
I actually hate that answer.
Oh, wow.
You can't do it the next day. You
Sure you
cannot.
can.
No, you cannot.
Why
you
can't you? Why
gotta wait
can't
at least a day. The whole point of
why is that
Thanksgiving.
so?
The whole
Why is
point
that
of
so?
Thanksgiving is you have leftovers at least at the bare minimum the next day.
Okay, but
Saturday is fine.
Say you go to 3 or 4 houses on Thanksgiving. All you've been doing is stuffing
So
your
that
face
sounds
with
like
turkey.
3 or 4
and
days of
stuffing
leftovers.
and-
You're being real James Tritley right now.
That seems like 3 or 4 leftovers. Bad answer. My number
It's very
4.
James Tritley of you to.
Looking at Christmas decor. I'm the Christmas hater here, but now Thanksgiving has passed. It's time to start looking
on.
at shops. Look at the Christmas decor. Look at where you're going to set up the house like. Start visually planning. Maybe going in store. Now I'm mapping out my apartment to look like a Christmas reindeer.
Visually planning. I love it. Number 4 for me, high school football playoffs, like we've been doing all day today, whether your kid's in school, whether you got a friend,
Whether you
a
just like
nephew,
watching high school.
or you just like watching it, whatever it is, or keeping up to date with it like we are. High school football playoffs, number 4 in the great state of Texas. Number 3, kind of taking a page out of Khaki Kev's book, shop. Whether that's online, whether that's in person, might have to go get a big TV later. I don't know. But number 3 for me is shop. Number 3 for you is
search for Cyber Monday stuff. So I'm not necessarily buying, but I'm scouring to see what Cyber Monday is going to be looking like.
So number 4, you were visually planning what your decorations were going to be. Now you're visually planning what shopping you may do.
Yeah, if you notice,
on Monday.
there's not a lot of work.
Sounds like we're just doing a whole bunch of window shopping.
There's a lot of window shopping going on. A lot of planning, a lot of resetting. Not any actual thing. This is on the couch. Everything can be done on the couch. My entire top 5 can be done on the couch.
That's it. That's what she said. All right, number 3 for you is
just Sports Watch.
That's
just
it.
Sports Watch.
That's
Taking
it.
the college football, taking the
Love it.
NFL. Now that we got NFL football and your high school football.
I love it. Number 2.
Number 2, we're gonna go with relax and doing some movie binging.
Okay.
Now for me, now is okay to watch Christmas movies.
Absolutely.
Your Thanksgiving's over.
Yeah.
Now you can officially jump into your Christmas movies, your
National
Christmas
Lampoons.
music.
Huh?
You can jump into it.
Start watching. You can start watching Die Hard.
Start watching Elf
as well. Exactly. Never seen it. Never seen it.
What is it? What did you say?
Elf.
You've never seen Elf?
Never seen it. Never seen it.
You've never seen a Will Ferrell classic?
Seen snippets, but it just didn't keep me entertained enough to
You
watch
need
the
to watch
entire
Elf.
thing.
That's
All
your
right,
Christmas
number 2.
My number 2 is lay on the couch while listening to the fan and watching a little sports.
Love it. That's a hot take. Number 2. Number 2 for me, actually almost identical to what you just said. Eat leftovers and lay around all day was my number 2. So there you have it. And then my number 1. Listen to 105.3 The Fan, boys and girls, whether you kickstarted your day with Jake and CA this morning. All right, had a little midday love with the redheaded baddie, a.k.a. Alec Medford and James Tritley. And then, of course, we're bringing it on home, the little Fan After Dark G-Bag style with Fred, Blake, and our boy, Khaki Kev. Number 1?
Sleep.
That's it.
This is the time to catch up. You probably
Yeah, it
got the
is.
Thanksgiving leftovers or the Thanksgiving post meal, and you're just ready just to close the eyes, not have to wake up on a Saturday morning.
Chill till the next episode.
Chill till the next time you hear the fan speaking. So sleep is my number 1.
Because we're not on this weekend. So
Not on this weekend.
But we're big chilling.
We're going to get some sleep.
Yeah, we are. We are big chilling. I might watch a game or two, and I may just clean my entire apartment from top to bottom. Number 1 for you, Khaki Kev, is take us
I will
home.
not be catching up on sleep because I do have work tomorrow and
Uh-oh.
Sunday, but I will be decorating and drinking. That's going to be my number 1.
All right, Kevin,
Get
the
Christmas
alcoholic.
music
Clap
out.
it up.
That's how it starts.
Get your rum chata going. Get the wine. Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
Decorate
all
and
right.
drink.
Be sure to follow Khaki Kev, because I'm sure he'll
175.
say plenty of things inappropriate. He'll probably tweet out things that he'll regret later. So make sure to give Khaki
None of that's
Kev
true.
a follow on the old X. There you have it. We'll hear what your top fives are. Final, nope, as I was, we're on till 6:30. This is a 4.5-hour show. So next to last hour of the show, we got a little expressway coming up. We'll reset things coming up. We might get to some audio. We may or may not. We'll kind of wait and see how it goes. But we've got some NFL picks to get into. We'll kind of recap the day that was in the NFL as well as in college football. Lots to get to. That's Blake. I'm Fred. Khaki Kev behind the glass. It's the boys filling in for a little G-Bag on a Black Friday.
Rolling home with some laughs, fellowship, and quality sports conversations. It's the G-Bag Nation on 10.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It is the G-Bag Nation on a Black Friday. You got the Fan After Dark boys filling in for the guys today, and what a show it's been. Hopefully you guys have had, number one, you had a wonderful Thanksgiving. Let's get that out of the way. You had your Dallas Cowboys won a game yesterday. You beat a team you were supposed to beat. You did it in, do we say convincing fashion?
You were a Brandon Cooks, Cooper Rush throw from it being an even tighter game. So I wouldn't say convincing fashion. The New York Football Giants didn't look good, but the Cowboys still kept them in this game. But I do have a Hebron Hawks update. I said they needed to score in less than a minute, and yes, they did. A touchdown by the Hawks. They're down 42-37. They went for the 2-point conversion to make it a 3-point game. Missed it. 3:27 left in the game. Okay. I said the last possession was the most important. Now we have changed. This is the most important possession of your life, Hebron Hawks. Okay. Clay Johnson on defense. You have got to get a stop so we can get a post-game call from the locker room.
Got to get then you got to score.
The scoring part, they've been 37 points. They've been scoring.
Well, and look, I told you before the game, before the day, and I told your boy Clay this yesterday. South Lake Carroll will give up points, and they'll give up yards. It's just, can you stop? They are literally we can't stop, buddy, but we will score points, and we will score them.
The Bengals.
In a hurry. They're the Bengals. That's exactly what they are. Speaking of which, a game that we've been keeping an eye on. We are Team Anna here at 105 through the Fan, at least Fan After Dark is. Them and Lovejoy all knotted up at 49 still in the fourth quarter. So we'll keep you posted on that. And, of course, we are Team Hebron Hawks here today. Lovejoy kicked a field goal, so it's 52-49 in the fourth quarter. So Lovejoy continues to roll along. And of course, the big news today, if you're a Cowboy fan, you're just loving the fact that, hey, you won yesterday. Now, you did once again take a brunt of injuries yesterday. Wanye Thomas, he's done, right? And we saw that yesterday, had a leg injury. He had to be carted off. And then, of course, Joshua Butler, who had the game of his life a week ago against the Commanders.
Last 2 days, pretty good.
All right. Maybe he's got more energy now for a diss track. I don't know. But he blows out his ACL yesterday. And, of course, that was a tough watch as well. So you lose 2 more defensive backs yesterday as part of that W.
So Wanye Thomas with the meniscus issue, but dodged the worst-case scenario. His prognosis is 2 to 3 weeks. So maybe...
Okay, so he might still come back at the end of the year.
Do you rush a guy back like that if would be on the 4th week, or it'd be the last couple games of the season?
If you're Wanye Thomas, you're rushing yourself back.
Oh, yeah, you probably want to play well and get yourself...
You need all the... Look, for a guy if you're a Wanye Thomas, you need to show everything you possibly can, right? So it's 2 to 3 weeks, I'll be back in 2.
And the Las Vegas Raiders had a chance to take the lead down 2 points to the Kansas City Chiefs, about a 50-yarder.
Oh, did Carlson miss it?
And Carlson missed it bad. Chiefs ball with 2:17 left on the clock. Aiden O'Connell putting on the beanie, knowing he probably will not take the field again.
Yeah, because the Raiders it looks like the Raiders are... Now, the Raiders still got 2 timeouts left.
This game's over.
So the Raiders... Well, let's put it this way. The Raiders still have 2 timeouts and a 2-minute... They got 2 timeouts
and the 2-minute warning.
And the 2-minute warning left. And that ball just died.
Isn't this the second kick he's missed, Carlson, today?
I don't know.
I know we've been kind of doing our jobs. I'll check
We have been on the air, so I don't know what this... I know this much. I just got a text from my sister, and she said, you haven't missed much. The Chiefs look like bleep. So that's coming from my sister.
Another update. South Lake
scored again.
They recovered the onside kick. I'm not sure what they went for the onside kick. You had 3.5 minutes left. I don't know how many timeouts Hebron has, but they recovered the onside kick. And for our texter who's letting us know from the 817 said, you could cut through the tension with a butter knife in here right now.
Love that line. So what you're telling me is everybody's kind of hanging on, waiting for that next play.
Wow.
We knew it was going to be a good game. We said it here first. We said Hebron, South Lake Carroll was going to be a good game. And we had a lot of people on Wednesday hating on, South Lake Carroll's going to boat race. And we're like, no, that's going to be a hell of a football game. And that's exactly what it's been. So we'll keep you posted. 3 minutes and some change left to go. Hebron needs a turnover here. And do we know how many timeouts they have left?
I do not know how many timeouts. I will get that answer for you in the next 30 seconds.
Daniel Carlson, 1 for 4 on field goals today.
Oh, my God.
Wow. Maybe looking for a new kicker when the day's over. You guys want to know about that Salina-Aubrey game? 42-21. Salina, boat race in Aubrey today. And then to our folks that wanted to know about Tolar, All right. Toller. Well, it's not. It's no holiday for Tolar today. It's holiday wins 46-20 over Tolar. Hey, you know what? To the Tolar kids, it's basketball season, so let's get ready. All right, and hey, hang those heads high.
Hang those heads high.
Okay.
Tola Brett says, chill on the Lovejoy hate. My family was one of the founding families of Lucas. So that was at you.
That's, I mean, hey, great. Tell your boy Todd Dodge, quit being a hater. Okay? Dissed us twice in one day. So there you have it. Don't hate me.
817 says, Richland High School and Denton Ryan. Do they play tonight?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
I think Denton Ryan
Don't
does
look at
play
Max
tonight.
Probes.
By the way, this is the Buffalo Wild Wings football hour for those of you scoring at home. It's a football Friday, and this is brought to you by Buffalo Wild Wings. Every week you can catch KNC Masterpiece there doing their thing. Every now and again you'll see the boys from G-Bag there as well. So, again, just keep it locked here at 105.3 The Fan for a football Friday. All over at Buffalo Wild Wings. You will be glad that you did.
I'm glad this is the Buffalo Wild Wings Friday because that was my first serving job ever was at a Buffalo Wild Wings. They took good care of me, ushered me into the serving realm and world of what it's all about. Shout out to Mo, who was my manager at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Denton.
Good deal.
And it showed me how you serve, how you can make great money doing it, how you meet great people, how you hear great stories.
Absolutely.
So I have nothing but good things to say about Buffalo Wild Wings. I even have the Asian Zing Buffalo Wild Wings sauce in my refrigerator as we speak. It is the best sauce you could buy at the store. Asian Zing Buffalo Wild Wings edition. If you want to impress your friends or your girl or whatever it may be, buy that sauce. You'll be glad you did it.
Yeah, I think you will be. I'm not a big Asian Zing guy.
Can't take the spice?
I guess you know what? I mean, maybe I should try it sometime.
Okay, people are letting us know Denton Ryan and Richland play tomorrow at 2 p.m. at the Frisco Star.
Yes, because they play at 2, and then after them is Willis and DeSoto, if I'm not mistaken.
Joe Willis?
At the Star. So there you go. Get ready. I don't even know what that means, but get ready for that.
Coach. Arlington Martin.
Oh, is that who it is?
Yeah.
I don't familiar. Teams that don't make the playoffs, I really don't keep track of. So sorry.
Go back to Tola.
3-7. 3-7 for Arlington Martin this year. Sorry. Just again,
we need to take it back
so
out
many.
there.
There's so many winning teams to keep track of that Fred's bandwidth for the losers. It's hard.
We're gonna have TK back out there for sure.
Yeah.
Got some real shooters.
You gonna bring him out in one of those straight jacket? Oh, good night. Of course, big news today. Matt Eberflus, whatever. He's fired. Eberloser. There you go. He's done today. He gets let go. And do you know how many years he had left on his contract? You said he was one of the lowest paid coaches in the NFL. Did you not? And here's the other thing too. And for all the Chicago Bear fans out there, and this is where, in some cases, like, you do have to put a little bit of respect on the Cowboys when it comes to the way they go about their coaching searches and what have you, is that, like, the Bears are woefully, just, what am I trying to say?
They signed him to a 5-year deal in 2022.
Okay, so he's got like 2 years. So he's got like $9 million coming to him.
This is how much Matt Eberflus will make close to $20,000 a day from the Bears to not work for them for the next 2.5 years. This is how much he's making per month. $583,000 and some change. $134,000 per week. $19,000 per day, which is that $20,000 I was referring to.
That's good money if you can get it.
$800 an hour.
Nice.
And $13.32 a minute.
Go at Matt Eberflus. I'll tell you what, he probably wanted to be fired after all that. I mean, he's good. He's good for life. And he'll be a D coordinator somewhere next year. He's not a halfway bad D coordinator. So, I mean, he's
because the defense has always been pretty solid under that Bears regime with Eberflus. It's just been the offense and the innovation and the quarterback whispering has just not been there for the Chicago Bears. I've got a lot of
But it's been
Bears
like that for a long time.
I know. I got a lot of Bears fans love in my friend group, and it's just Will Chambers as well. It's just tough right now. His twin got fired.
His twin did get fired, and it's the thing about if you're a Chicago Bears fan is because, and what I meant, I want to say woefully incompetent, but they've been woefully frugal is probably the better way to put it when it comes to how they go about their operations with the football team. And the question is that do you feel confident if you're a Bears fan moving forward that they're going to go make the right move? Because again, you've got a franchise quarterback on the hook. And do you really want to go? Do you want this to turn into Matt Stafford 2.0? Where, this guy spends the first 10 years of his NFL career with coach after coach after coach, system after system after system. Because that's the thing I feel with Caleb Williams. No matter how good this guy might end up being, if you don't get this coaching hire right and if you don't get the right system put in place, you're going to see a lot more of what you've seen this year with a Caleb Williams. And I think that's a big concern if you're a Chicago Bear fan.
Some more NFL updates for you guys. Per Ian Rappaport an hour ago, Brock Purdy has been practicing with the first-team starters.
Okay.
Brandon Allen is in a scout team jersey today at practice.
Oh, that's the best news you could possibly hear.
Other ones, Commanders. Marshawn Lattimore is listed as doubtful instead of out, still has not played for the Commanders. Austin Eckler out for the Washington Commanders. No Eckler.
What about Brian Robinson? Any word on him and whether he'll play tomorrow? 'Cause I know
no word on him that I'm seeing. I will continue scouring for you, but I don't see anything regarding Brian Robinson, which what I would assume would be a good thing. Breece Hall trending in the right direction to play. Josh Downs is going to be out for all you fantasy guys. Drake London and Darnell Mooney for the Falcons will be playing on Sunday.
We've got about 1:50 left to go in this ball game between the Chiefs and the Raiders. The Raiders are out of timeouts, and so we shall see what happens, although they just got bailed out. It looks like an offsides penalty by the Chiefs. So, yeah, Chris Jones offsides. 1 minute, 51 seconds left to go. All they need to do is get in a field goal range. And, of course, if your boy Carlson, if you trust him to miss another field goal and go 1 for 5, but stranger things have happened. So
currently 4th down for the Southlake Carroll Dragons, and we are waiting to see if they're going to go for it or kick it.
How much time's left? Do we know?
Under a minute.
Okay. What were they at?
Southlake has punted the ball.
Uh-oh.
Hebron has a chance to go and win this game. 15 seconds left.
So we need a miracle, is what you're saying.
No timeouts.
15 seconds, no timeouts. Where's the ball at?
I'll ask.
It's got to be like in their own. They're buried in their own 20 or something crazy like that. So we'll keep you posted on that.
Did you hear the newest news for the Buffalo Bills?
Let's hear the newest news for the Buffalo Bills.
Josh Allen and Haley Steinfeld are getting engaged.
Who is Haley Steinfeld?
What does she do?
Steinfeld.
What does she do?
No idea who that is.
What's her story? Do we know?
I'm on it. I'll let you know.
All right. So I want to say is she an actress or a singer?
Never heard of that name in my life.
I want to say an actor.
That's what I'm thinking too. And
Those will let us know.
A dart over the middle to Brock Bowers. Chiefs are going to lose this game.
You know what? She's an actress. She's an actress and singer.
There you go.
There you go.
What might we know her from? That's a great question.
Great question.
So we'll find out. Internal dialogue, Kevin. We'll be working on that while we wait.
Oh, game over.
What's that?
Oh, played in the pitch perfects.
Oh, did we lose?
Got sacked. Game over. No timeout.
Oh, dadgummit.
42-37.
Pitch perfects.
Oh, dad. The what?
Pitch perfect.
What the hell is that? Is that a movie? Is that a TV show?
Yeah, they had a couple of them. They're not any movie that would be up your alley. I'll just say that.
That's what they're stacking the cup.
I missed that.
Dun, 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 dun. I don't know how the cup song goes. Anybody know the cup song? We got Haley as a Hawkeye from the 214.
Yep.
Oh, she is?
Yep.
I guess.
Yep.
Okay.
That.
All right.
So no call from the locker room.
All right, so here we go.
I'm trying to think of something that Fred might have seen, and I'm drawing a blank here.
I appreciate the 5-2-0 letting us know the Raiders are kicking for the win.
Yeah.
We do have the game on in front of us. We can see
Carlson, who's 1 for 4. I'll tell you what, he'll...
wind is blowing. His shirt is blowing in the wind.
Are they going to block the kick again?
I don't think it's going to happen this time.
Are the Chiefs going to get their...
The Chiefs are going to lose once again to the Raiders at home. I'm calling it right now.
What happened before the game? Who called the upset? Somebody?
You did.
I did.
You did. You did say the Raiders would win this football game, and it sure looks like it's about to happen right now. Although it looks like, are they getting ready to go for, it's 3rd and 3.
They can get sacked out of field goal range, I guess.
I'm kind
Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me? I cannot believe what I just saw. There's a flag on the play.
Why did they try to rush it?
Why are they have no timeouts? Like, what are the Raiders
There
doing?
was 3 seconds left on the play clock. Both teams look like they're making substitutions with 3 seconds on the play clock. Ball gets snapped to Aiden O'Connell. He drops the ball. Ball's rolling around.
Chiefs recover.
And now there's a flag on the play.
Oh,
11 seconds left. You said Raiders have no timeouts?
The Raiders are out of timeouts. That's what I'm saying. They've been out of timeouts this whole drive. So I can't. Is this a false start? Like, what's going on here? So the Chiefs did recover the fumble. We'll wait to see if they go ahead and decline the penalty. But you would think that would be a As soon as it's a false start, usually it's
false start is a
dead ball.
pre-snap penalty.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so
nothing after
who knows?
proceed.
Why they were snapping the ball on third down is beyond me.
Yeah, what are you trying to just get a little bit closer and you have the chance of the clock running out?
Exactly. Did you
It's
not?
11 seconds.
It's third down. I guess they're thinking maybe we get the first, but I don't know. You would have thought after watching the Bears game yesterday, hey, let's just go ahead and get this game over, kick the field goal. But
and the Bears were going for the tie. This is for the win. You kick the field. You don't need a touchdown.
No. You just need a field goal to win. Now, your boy Carlson's 1 for 4, so maybe that's what's going into their thinking a little
Max
bit.
Crosby looks like he's...
Okay, so we had ourselves. Okay, so it looks like the penalty's been declined. Chiefs get the ball back. Are you kidding me? First down. This team, you got to be kidding me right now. I cannot believe what I just saw. All right, Expressway coming up next. The Expressway. What the hell just happened? We'll try to make sense of what we just saw. Your text messages and more. Lots to get to. Don't you go anywhere. This is G-Bag Nation on a Friday.
More G-Bag Nation, less commercials. We go commercial-free all the way to the top of the hour. Coming up next, right here on the Fan and the Odyssey app.
You get the most for your lease with an Autoplex lease, yeah. Autoplex lease, you know. Yeah, we got the cars you love to drive.
Hi, this is Chuck Cooperstein, the radio voice of Autoplex Leasing. I'm here to tell you something very important. Reputation is everything. It's as simple as that. When you work with a company like Autoplex, who's been leasing vehicles to customers for over 40 years, it's easy to see how they've built their impressive reputation. I'm so impressed with Autoplex that I too lease my car from them. Your vehicle is one of the top 3 life expenses you have, so you better make the right decision. And I'm telling you today, Autoplex Leasing is the right decision. Now, with the rising cost of new and used vehicles, leasing makes total sense. Visit my friends at Autoplex online at autoplex.com or give them a call at 972-234-1234. When you talk to one of their outstanding team members, you can tell them I sent you.
Autoplex lease, oh yeah.
Hi, Dallas football fans. Head to your local Buffalo Wild Wings to check out their 2 new limited-time sauces. Whether you're watching the games at the sports bar or ordering straight to your couch, Buffalo Wild Wings has the right sauces for you and your friends. Try the maple chipotle sauce for rich maple sweetness and a mild, smoky chipotle heat. Or, for a bit of a kick, check out the new Cajun sauce for a rich blend of spicy and tangy pepper sauces. Try them at your Metroplex Buffalo Wild Wings or order now for takeout and delivery with Buffalo Wild Wings Go.
Save on pantry staples at Whole Foods Market. Get 25% off $3.65 by Whole Foods Market select baking essentials with Prime through December 3rd. Stock up on must-haves for holiday dessert recipes. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Pizza just goes better with Pepsi Zero Sugar.
Pizza. Thank you.
But don't take our word for it. In fact, don't take any words for it. Crispy and cheesy, paired with delicious and refreshing. My mouth is watering already. Ooh, too high. Yeah, we've all been there. Every bite is better with Pepsi.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings. Because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
This Fan Friday is brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing.
Randy White with my team at the all-new Dodge City McKinney Black Friday sales event is here. Get a 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee Overland and Summit 4XE with over $9,000 cash allowance, 0% finance at Dodge City McKinney, where we buy and give you the most cash for your car. No dealer markups, lifetime powertrain warranty protection, and no charge. Our online pricing is what you pay. No games, no gimmicks, with the largest, newest state-of-the-art sales and service facility open now. Stop by and check it out today. Family owned and operated since 2005. Check us out at DodgeCityMcKinney.com. Dodge City McKinney, where our people make the difference.
Mavs fans, the season has arrived, and J. Alexander Law, the official law sponsor of the Dallas Mavs, is excited to stand on business for you this year.
And who better to stand on business with than me, PJ Washington.
After an injury, you need a dedicated team to recover every dollar you deserve every step of the way.
We're going to make this season unforgettable.
Monday morning swagger. Tastes like Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2023 Miller Brewing Company, Fort Worth, Texas.
Welcome back in. It is the G-Bag Nation with a little Fan After Dark filling in for the boys on a Black Friday. It is the expressway of the program, taking you commercial-free up until the top of the hour. And, of course, this is presented to you by the on-time experts, the HVAC and plumbing Garland experts, HVAC and plumbing experts in Garland and the DFW Metroplex. So if you have some sort of plumbing and or HVAC issue, and look, it happens from time to time this time of year, call our folks over at the On-Time Experts. You will be glad that you did. All right. What a game. If you're a Chiefs fan, you're shaking your head. If you're a Raiders fan, you're really shaking your head. Apparently the guard tapped the center, and that's what made him snap the ball, even though AOC wasn't ready for the ball, and hits him on the shoulder. Everybody, the play starts. Nick Bolton recovers, and once again, the Chiefs find a way to escape with another victory.
Man, the Chiefs, the devil magic, the script writers, whatever you want to call it, it's insane at this point because you as a Chiefs fan, I think you would agree they didn't deserve this win, but just as much, the other team still has to win the game, and the Raiders decided they didn't want to win it in field goal range while they're even running a play on 3rd and 11 with 11 seconds left on the clock with no timeouts.
For me.
Because
what are you doing?
Unless you're about to get 25 yards, Carlson's still going to have to kick a pretty long field goal.
Well, it was 3rd and 3, right? So it was 3rd and 3s, but there's 11 seconds left, and you have no timeouts. So unless you throw an incomplete, and I guess maybe that's what it is. Like you think, all right, I'm going to throw an incomplete pass here, because even if you get a first down, all right, so you're going to get everybody in line fast enough to get it clocked and kick a field goal?
Or you're trying to run something to get out of bounds, but that's risky in of itself, and that's not an automatic pass. They know you're trying to get something out of bounds.
So again, silly plays there at the end, but that's why these teams are bad. That's why and again, I'm not excusing the Chiefs. Like I said to you, and hell, I said it on air, they're going to lose this game. They find a way to win because the Raiders the Raiders lost that game more than the Chiefs won that game, and we find ourselves with this week after week after week. Now, as a result of that, the Chiefs did clinch a playoff berth with the win. So for all you Chiefs fans out there, you're feeling good today. But again, how much can this continue to go on? I don't know. All right, as we like to do each and every, before the season kicks off, before each week. What is this, week 13 of the National Football League that we're going into?
13.
All right, so we've obviously had a few games already get going. Chiefs today, and then, of course, we had our slate of games yesterday. Detroit escapes by the hair of their chinny chin chin. The Cowboys got their W, and then, of course, Green Bay, who pretty much controlled that game from start to finish. And I thought it was interesting what Ted Wynn said, that this is just not a tough football team. I mean, is that, short of saying that a team quit, is that not the number one most harrowing indictment that you can lay on a football team? They're just not tough. Not tough, soft, whatever you want to call it. That's how he described the Miami Dolphins from last night.
Yeah, I would agree. We talked about them a lot, that they were a finesse team, not a strong team, not a team that wants to play with force. Some people said that about the Cowboys. Cowboys and the Dolphins were similar in that vein. Mm-hmm. The Cowboys have at least tried to, I think, prove they're going to at least try to run the ball. They weren't great at the beginning of the season. They're getting better as the season prevails. And the Dolphins have a good running attack, but it is an outside perimeter-based attack, not a between-the-tackles attack. So if you want to play winning football in the playoffs, you got to be able to run the ball, especially running hard-nosed down the middle and be able to stop the run and win big games. And it seems like the Mike McDaniel-led Dolphins are not too good at that right now. Still over in games below 40 degrees.
And there's something about Mike McDaniel. I've said this time and time again on our show, Blake. I get it. He's quirky. He's hip. He's funny. Ha, ha, ha. He always says something funny and cool. But I don't know. There's something about him that I'm not sold on him as a head coach.
Well, I know what I am sold on. Martin House Brewing told us, let us know what you are thinking, what you are drinking out there. Go out to Martin House Brewery. Give them a call. They even have a little meatball food truck that is enticing to me.
They do love that meatball food truck.
You can do a bunch of different ways. You want to do your meatballs, you can do a grilled cheese one. Yeah. You can do a pasta flavored one. You can pick your base, pick your toppings, get your meatball set up, get whatever beer of your choice you would like. Text in what beer of your choice is your favorite, and I bet you Martin House Brewing has got you covered over there.
And they are the sponsors of What You Drinking, What You Thinking. And, of course, we did our totals on the telephone earlier. So, at the very least, just text us in. All right? Text us in what you're drinking, what you're thinking on a Black Friday, G-Bag Nation style. And myself and Mr. Blake Elliott will read those off as the show continues to roll along. Don't forget, we're taking you up until 6:30. Normally, it would be until 7. But because of college football tonight, throw the records out, Blake Elliott, when Georgia and Georgia Tech get together.
And I'm so glad you said that, because from the 2-1-4, they bring up a great point.
What is it?
Keep an eye out on this Georgia Tech game.
Uh-oh.
That's right here on 105.3 The Fan, right after Fred and Blake get off the air. Don't forget, Georgia Tech beat Miami just a couple weeks ago. So if Carson Beck and company struggle like they have been, it could be on upset alert for Georgia.
I think any time. Look, I think you could definitely be on upset alert if you're Georgia.
Because you don't have a great quarterback. Let's call it how it is. You do not have a great quarterback.
Carson hasn't been as good as they thought he was going to be. That's for damn sure.
Carson Beck has definitely been a disappointment. I would think that Kirby Smart, he might say publicly, but Kirby Smart knows it. All the nation knows that Carson Beck has not been a great quarterback, and it's unfortunate because you want a Georgia Bulldogs team that has a great defense. It's going to have multiple first-rounders to be a strong team at the end, and they've obviously beat Texas with the size of their defense, but putting it together all season, there's been very few teams that have been able to do that. And Georgia, if they were to get beat by Georgia Tech, I would be surprised, of course. But if it was on the heels of Carson Beck, that would not surprise me.
No, it certainly wouldn't. All right, we do.
Wait, I got one more.
Wait. From
the 940, this might be from my shawty because she's in the same place. Martin House is a top 10 brewery in the Metroplex. I would say it's number 1. And if you like pickles, the best made pickle beer is so good. You know where I'm going after the show? Because my shawty loves nothing more than pickle beer. Martin House Brewery is where you want to be.
Martin House Brewery. So what you can do is, on your way out to the Martin House Brewery on a Black Friday, you're listening to 105 through the Fan. All right, maybe you want to listen to the game on your way to Martin House Brewery, and then boom, you get there, get you a little of that pickle beer, get you a couple meatballs in your mouth. Hey, it's a good night.
I got a couple more. You fan text, y'all have lit up now. You've woken up from your nap.
That's it.
The Black Friday game's up. I can tell you guys are awake from the 940.
Well, the game just ended too.
We're not doing what you're drinking, what you're thinking, because that's a G-Bag Nation official, but you guys still let us know what you're doing. Of course, we're going to read your text.
Absolutely.
940, I'm drinking a Miller High Life.
Hey-o. Did you put a lime in it, though? Did you put a lime in it?
Put some pickle salt in there.
Or that.
That's a tall boy, and that's what I'm thinking is why can't we criticize?
Why can't we criticize?
Why can't we criticize C.D. Lamb when he has a bad game?
Well, you can.
We've done it, but I mean, they won, so it's not as important.
You won in spite of CD playing poorly, and you had enough to feel good about on the front of your offensive line.
Yeah, it wasn't like CeeDee Lamb dropped the game-winning potential touchdown. I mean, he dropped some important catches, but
he did.
It's like he didn't play really in the second half, and shoulder, and team's not good this year. So I think it's not as under the spotlight. And if they lost and CeeDee Lamb was dropping 7-8 balls, then yeah. But he dropped 3 or 4 passes. He didn't play well. Everyone was aware of that.
And he showed very average body language as he has pretty much all season long. So it's it's one of those deals. Whereas, should we lambast the guy more? Should we be more critical of CeeDee Lamb? I mean, I think we've certainly been critical of his body language at times. He's had a rough year.
Yeah, and he's still leading the league in receptions.
He's still leading to this weekend. I mean, I'm sure somebody, it depends on what happens. But yeah, he's still a top 2-3 receiver. All right, so let's not get that mistaken. He had a bad night. He had a bad night and he still won the football game. So there you go. And he did a jersey swap with Malik Neighbors after the game.
He did. Oh, people are letting us know left and right
what they're drinking, what they're thinking. All right, you know what? We're going to do NFL picks. We'll do that at the 6 o'clock hour because we got plenty to get to.
We can just keep going because this is our expressway, so we can just roll it in.
Here we go. Keystone Light thinking, see, here you go, guys, from the 469. You're not getting us to do this again.
We're not reading that.
Okay? I got...
Blake's going to think twice before he reads from now on.
Well, I mean, hell, I got to think twice before I read because we said some stuff.
You also got to look twice. You can't read them.
Well,
first glance.
And so a lot. We were on last Saturday from 2 to 6.
It was a wild show,
and it was a wild show. It really was. And I think it was misunderstood that we were being critical of truck drivers, which we weren't. Which we were not being critical of truck drivers. We love the truck drivers. We love the truck drivers. Okay, let's get that straight. But there were some unfair accusations made.
Yes, there was
about truck drivers.
That's at the 469.
Okay.
From the 817, about to crack open some 12 12-year-old bourbon.
Wow.
And I'm thinking, why the Cowboys got to be like how they are? He's a little reminiscent.
He is.
Bourbon's coming out. He goes, man.
Why I got to be like this?
This bourbon is older than how long the Cowboys been in the NFC Championship game.
Oh, 100% is. 100%.
I mean, times
is.
2.
Yeah.
12 year?
Well, 12 years, so you
24.
figure.
The Cowboys have not been in an NFC Championship game in 24 years.
Yeah, at least.
Shout out to
I'm not really sure what number, where this numerology you're coming up with. It's kind of not making a lot
12?
of sense to me. Yeah, but where'd you get the 24 years from?
Times 2.
Yeah, but what's that got to do with the bourbon, though? I don't
12
know.
is, I said times 2 of the bourbons. 12 times 2.
Okay.
So you could have 2 12-year-old. You know what?
Thinking the Stars need a win tonight, drinking Spotted Cow, some Wisconsin beer from the 214. Stars do need a win tonight.
You got a Stars update for us, Khaki Kev?
Well, they play tonight. I'll give you an update here in a second.
That's it.
They play tonight, bro. The Khaki Kev.
There's your Stars update, Khaki Kev style. They're playing tonight, people.
They play the Colorado Avalanche tonight in the AAC at 8 o'clock.
I love to hear
Even
it.
more. Now we know where they're playing and who they're playing for. The 817, here's another update. Rumple and OJ, that's a dangerous duo, my friend.
Did my man just say he was drinking OJ and Rumplemints?
That is a dangerous duo, my friend.
Couple things. You need to text in and let us know. Are you staying home? And please tell me you're not behind the wheel. All right? Because that is dangerous for all parties involved. Okay? I'm just telling you right now.
Because we do not promote drinking and driving here on the G-Bag Nation.
First of all, we absolutely no. That is a hard no in every sense of the hard no. And, I mean, Rumple and OJ at 5:30 on a Friday, dude? What are we doing?
Well, maybe this is why he's drinking it, because he said he's thinking about how the Cowboys need to lose out so that maybe Jerry will change things.
Bro, you can drink ice water and you know, some Crystal Light and think the same thing, and Jerry's not going to do it and feel 10 times better tomorrow. I promise you that. Rumple and OJ on a Friday at 5:30. That's gonzo, if I do say so myself. From the 469, Guinness Extra Stout, and the Cowboys are winning the Super Bowl.
I think they got their drinks mixed up.
Well, how many Guinness has he had to this point is what I want to know.
He's drinking the Rumple and OJ.
It might be. It might be. They swapped out drinks. There you go. Gentlemen, Carson Beck is the reason UGA isn't undefeated.
Sure.
Okay. I mean, that's not a crazy take.
The 682 is going to a poker game, getting some Woodford Reserve and Coke on.
Oh.
Okay. And I think he means Coca-Cola.
I think that should be assumed, right?
That's Coca-Cola and Woodford Reserve. So let's make sure that's. I mean. Tell you what has happened to you guys on Black Friday? I mean, I'll tell you what, I don't ever remember what you're drinking, what you're thinking going this sideways on the show. Okay, is that what we bring out in people?
It was how Kevin read it too.
Yeah.
I was like, you want to throw a cola on there and do some editorializing?
Yeah. Did he sniff right after he said that? My God. Here we go.
469 said way too many.
Ha 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 ha. Is what he said. So yeah, absolutely he has. Okay, here we go from the 817. Rumplemints and OJ. That's like Jaeger and eggnog.
Okay, which one's a more diabolical duo?
Oh, Rumplemints and OJ.
I would say Jaeger and eggnog because it's seasonal. So you've been waiting all year to do this combo.
First of all, I was never a big Jägermeister guy.
Jägermeister.
Isn't it just like black licorice? I mean, isn't that the whole shtick with Jägermeister? Like that's the whole.
I don't drink it that often. I've done it in a shot, a Jaeger bomb. But Jägermeister and eggnog is... Okay, which one's stronger?
Here we go from the 469. You're doing too much. From the 817, Gentleman Jack, as soon as I get home from shopping, since I had to cover for Blake at the Hebron game. So there you go.
Thank you, 817.
By the way, and you know what? Let's just say this real quick. Just get this out there in the universe. While our Hebron Hawks fell short today, I want to give a shout out to the South Lake Carroll Dragons. Yep. Okay, and my boy Chris Blake, who does the play-by-play, he would call into our mythical high school football show every Friday night from 10 to 12:30. And South Lake Carroll moving onwards to the quarterfinals.
Hebron Hawks finished as area champs, and as I was letting know, they played South Lake Carroll earlier in the year and lost 60-0.
Okay, this is from the 214, and I'll tell you what. I mean,
to bring this one closer is a good thing for Hebron.
I guess it's just. You know, I didn't know Black Friday was let's drink the most diabolical booze you got in your closet. From the 214, drinking Everclear and Hawaiian Punch and thinking, why wasn't TJ Bass playing yesterday?
What a thought.
That's a great point. That was,
Hawaiian Punch.
We thought the same thing.
Everclear. Why isn't TJ Bass out there, man?
And then you're thinking about the meaning of life with Everclear and Hawaiian Punch. That's wild. From the 214, thinking that I'm already over Thanksgiving leftovers.
Get in Kevin's pocket then.
Khaki Kev, I'll tell you what, he's kind of summoning your same thoughts as well, because you too were, as part of your top 5 today, you were ready to go out and eat because you are tired. And by the way, real quick, we didn't even ask you this, Khaki Kev, your thoughts on
Are you going to finish the sentence? I'm on the edge of my seat trying to figure out what you're about to say.
I had it.
A little too much Hawaiian Punch and Everclear.
It's going through my head. No, green bean casserole. Your thoughts?
Oh, yeah, it's great.
How was your thing? We didn't even ask you, by the way.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm used to being
We waited almost 4 hours into the show. What?
It's dark outside now.
It's dark now. Now we can get back to our show. How was your Thanksgiving yesterday?
It was great. Got here, sat here for the Cowboys game, and then went home afterwards. My family had already eaten without me, so made myself a plate.
Wow.
And
guys over here.
Yeah, made myself a plate.
Therapy session.
And ate Thanksgiving, went to bed.
By yourself?
In the corner?
Pretty much.
At the kids' table that was set up in the corner?
Everybody had already eaten, so we were all sitting there eating.
Nobody sat with you?
No, we were all watching a movie, but I'm the only one eating, so I feel like
you're smacking in the back.
Way to go, guys. Great food, huh?
Shut up, Kevin. Harry Potter's on.
Compliments to the chef.
No, it was a good Thanksgiving. It was a good Thanksgiving.
I love it.
Okay, B972 says that UTA education is losing its value by the minute. I don't think any of us here went to UTA,
Not
correct?
Me.
No, UNT over here repping. The
Goldschlager and anything from the 817.
What?
Goldschlager and anything.
What is Goldschlager? I'm not sure.
Sounds like another crappy kind of booze.
Schlager's just not anything that has Schlager's not.
Okay, here's
not
from
a good sign.
This might be Mike Bassick from the 214. Patron Silver on ice, thinking what moves the Rangers need to make. So there you have it, and that's a fair,
What are they going to do this offseason?
What are
We've
they gonna
seen
do?
them be big spenders. We see them cut back. We've seen we're not going to bring back Jordan Montgomery. Are they going to be in the Juan Soto sweepstakes?
No, they're not. You
never know.
You don't need Patron Silver to know if they're going to be in the Juan Soto sweepstakes.
And
that
then,
much we already know.
What's our boy that's coming over from Japan? I don't want to mispronounce his name, Kevin, that everybody wants.
I believe it is Sissoko, and he's not coming out until January, so we won't find out more about that until after the winter meetings, I think.
Okay, that's great insight, Kevin. What are the Cowboys? What are the Rangers going to do right there? What do you want the Rangers to do? Keep sending in what you're drinking because this is hilarious. This is our first one. Here's another one from the 945, excuse me. What I'm thinking is the Cowboys will never be successful as long as the receivers feel comfortable enough to cast patches like OBJ. I guess he's saying the laxness.
Did you say cast patches? Is that what you just said?
Catch passes like Odell
See what
Beckham
happens when it gets dark?
Jr.
Yeah, boy,
We
I
get
tell you
right back
what.
into the groove.
People wonder. From the 214, damn, hearing Khaki Kev's Thanksgiving story makes me want to share my Everclear with him.
There you
go. Shout out to Khaki Kev.
Here's another one from the 214. Just got done making dinner and a cold glass of sweet tea and thinking about what college football is going to look like on Tuesday.
By the way, from the 682, took a minute to get to text again, but yes, Coca-Cola. I like where your head's at, though.
He said either or.
I tell you what. It's again, once it gets dark. I mean, here's what's happening, right? So there's the majority of football is over. I know a lot of you are probably waiting for the next 45 minutes for this Georgia Tech game to start. We certainly are as well. You've had your share of leftovers today, and now it's kind of again. Now that it's dark outside, everybody's like, "Look, let's pop a top." The Chiefs and Raiders is over because I don't think it's a coincidence either. Now that Chiefs Raiders game's over, we're starting to see an influx of text messages as well.
From the 469, we're going back to Mr. 12-year bourbon. This is a guy commenting on. He said that guy should not open that bourbon until the Cowboys go to an NFC Championship game. That way, it'll be held for another 12 years. You can have a 24-age bourbon.
12 years if you're lucky.
Oh, I'll tell you what. This guy's got a great point, too, and maybe we'll hear back from him. From the 817, that guy with the Rumplements probably has done some bar mat shots. That's rough.
Nothing wrong with a bar mat.
Oof, maybe for you.
The 817, Everclear and Hawaiian Punch means one of two things. Either you're ending up in the hospital or you're ending up in someone's bed.
Well, doesn't mean you're going to be coherent. I mean, that's a rough go, man. That is something to be said. All right, real quick, 817 said, another 817. Rangers will contend in 2025. Bochy has never repeated but has won another title a year removed. Yes, no, all three of his titles have been every other year. Of course, well, as I was. They were the other two titles that he won with the San Francisco Giants. He won 3 total, but the other 2 were every other year.
He's never had a back-to-back.
Never had back-to-back, kind of Greg Popovich style in the way he's going about doing it.
He likes to space it out, and there's nothing wrong with that. From the 214, Hot Take Blake here. Shout out to you. Drinking box wine. Now, I need you to get off the box.
Yeah.
I need you to get the bottle. I need you to get you a red. I'll text you exactly what red you should get.
Okay.
Bring it home to your partner of your choice.
Significant other. You shouty.
Doesn't have to be a shouty.
That can be whatever you want it to be.
Just your partner.
Whatever you want it to be.
As we learned, soulmate. And I will get you to have a great night. I got you. I'll text it in. Here we go.
Oh, my goodness.
No. Here we go. From the 214. I need you to let
reading this? Are you reading the same one I'm reading?
I need you to let me know if you are out of college. From the 214. Tossing back my second Four Loko and wondering if I should blame my father for being a Cowboys fan. No, he's going through life right now.
Okay, you need to blame your father for a lot of things right now if you just kick back your second Four Loko.
5:45 on a Friday.
But, I mean, well, okay, but here's the thing. Let's
I think I've
not
created
judge.
a new top 5, by the way.
Let's not judge. It is a holiday day.
Yeah.
Right?
So you're drinking eggnog when you wake up.
So people let's call it what it is. People have been getting turned all day long today.
They're just telling us about it now.
They're just telling about us now. They watch the football game because, again, whether and if your high school team wasn't playing today,
or maybe if they were and they lost or won.
Yeah, I mean, we might have a lot of Hebron people getting crunk on 5:45 on a Friday night. Plus, it's a Friday too, so you got people that have been off since yesterday. And oh, by the way, and again, we don't condone drinking and driving. Number one, but if you're drinking at the house, that's fine. Yesterday could have been a lot for some people. All day with the fam. Yeah. Maybe you need a drink or two to kind of decompress on a Friday.
No, that's some of the best drinking is with the fam. Either you're having a good time and you're drinking and passing stories left and right and conversing, or maybe you had a bad time and you want to drown it out a little bit.
You had that ultra left wing or ultra right wing aunt and uncle came in just ready to throw bows, and you're just ready today.
Where's the Rumplemints and OJ?
Where's the Rumplemints and OJ? I can't take it anymore. Maybe you're going to Martin House later. Whatever. Who knows? Getting ready for the weekend.
From the 817, Derek here. Rumplemints could be both. Could mean you wind up in someone's hospital bed.
Yeah. No, that's exactly what it means.
I think that means like you get in a fight. Someone else puts you in the hospital.
I mean, when you're drinking Rumplemints and or Everclear, I mean, all bets are off. Okay, you're falling out of windows. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the reality of it.
I think the last time I drank Rumplemints, it was actually you met her yesterday, Haley's birthday, Clay's girlfriend.
Okay.
We went to a local bar.
Yeah.
And we drank Rumplemints at the house, and then I was in the passenger seat. We went, boom. I get to the bar, don't make it in, fall asleep in the bush.
I believe it. In the bush.
There's pictures of me, no shirt on, throwing up in a bush for hours.
That's the rumpy.
That's the rumpy.
The rumpy will.
I'll say maybe it was bad OJ, though.
No. You could have been drinking. You could have had straight, no pulp, fresh, Florida's own. Doesn't matter. You put the Rumplemints. It's 100 proof peppermint schnapps. What do you think's going to come out of that? You know what I mean?
Okay, here we go from the 561. Sipping Angel's Envy. Okay, man of class. And heating up the volcano. Y'all got a listener. I don't know what the rest of your text. Listener right here. Drinking Four Locos and box wine? ? We do. We got listeners all over the place.
Yeah, we do.
Box wine, Four Locos, Angel's Envy, gin and juice. I saw that text as well. We're all over the place.
Dude, the 940. This dude's off the chain. After I'll tell you what. Here we go. Oh, okay. Heading to Walnut Grove tailgate, round 3 of the playoffs. Let's go Walnut Grove Prosper playing Argyle. Here we go. We got some Flower Mound Tolos. Let's holler at you. We got Brew from the Lou. Shout out to all my peeps over in Louisville. Got to give a shout out to my boy Mr. Bubba over at Smoke One. South Oak Cliff. All right, they're playing today. They're playing Marshall. Not an easy game, but I expect the South Oak Cliff Golden Bears to handle their business today. By the way, drinking some Coors Lattes. Is that what that means? Wow. Drinking some Coors Lattes, thinking the Chiefs need to change their name to the Kansas City Refs.
Your thoughts on that?
I mean, I didn't watch the game today, but it's tired.
It's tired.
You know, I mean, I ran into a guy who's like, injury report came out, said the refs are questionable for Sunday. Like, bro, give me a break.
You didn't giggle a little bit? What'd you do? Did you push them? You probably pushed them, didn't you?
I said, you're one of those? You're one of those?
Okay. I want to let you guys know,
refs.
when the radio gets off, Fred's a big bully. I'm trying to eat my pasta in the break, and this guy is making fun of me, videoing me. You're a big bully,
first
Fred.
of all, I didn't.
There's no video evidence.
No, there isn't.
Let's not make any insane proclamations.
Because I was a nice guy about it. But the part that Blake didn't tell you guys
it's okay. I left this part out.
Is it okay to eat noodles with your fingers when you've got a fork in the container?
I just wanted to I wanted to get a lot of noodles. So I have two grabbers right here, clamps. If you're on the Dallas fan cam, I got some clamps right here. Shink.
Yeah.
Get 7-8 noodles with a little Alfredo sauce.
What was that sound effect?
You put it above your head.
Yeah, this isn't one of those machines where you're popping a quarter and you're trying to get a prize.
The crane machine?
Yeah, the crane machine. This is your hand, and you had an actual fork in the container.
How many times do you get to use a fork? Answer me that, Fred. How many times do you get to use a fork?
I mean, I use one every time I eat.
My point exactly.
Oh, so let's use our hands.
Why not be a little different?
Okay.
Why not go back to Neanderthalness? It needs to be from the 972. Headed to work to serve flour mound behind drinks.
From the 817, Fred's compensating for not being able to see.
There we go.
That's possible. That's very well possible.
You might be onto something there. I'm going to the VA next week to get that looked at, by the way.
972, I'm assuming you're about to go bartend in Flower Mound. I appreciate you serving our great people on a Black Friday.
Be careful out there, though. Be careful out there, and if you're too drunk to drive, please do not drive.
Please don't.
Get you an Uber, a Lyft, whatever it is. It is the holiday weekend. I promise you the $10 to $20 to $30 it's going to cost you to Uber home is far more worth it than driving drunk and risking your and someone else's life.
Correct. 903. I just got home from work and having a Michelob Ultra. And I'm thinking, am I the most Caucasian person in your audience at the moment? Well, we don't know by your text. I can't really.
We make no assumptions.
I mean, you're just the only white boy drinking a Michelob Ultra right now.
Don't know.
And trust me, Michelob Ultra covers all races, colors, creeds, you name it.
From the 817, go Brewer. I don't know what for, but yeah, go Brewer.
I think you just made that text up.
No, I did not.
From the 817, Fred can see fingers and forks but can't read a prompt mere inches from his face is insane.
They're on you.
You're not wrong.
Ooh, for the 940, this would have happened if my boy Clay Johnson got a win. He said, thinking of channeling my inner Mr. Nasty time after sipping some Elijah Craig. That's his drink of choice. So we would have had some Elijah Craig going on.
From the 903, man, Blake is nasty. I really hope he washed his hands before he ate with his fingers.
Of course. I washed my hands before. Now, after I tried to rub it on Fred's shirt, he wouldn't let me. From the 214, if you're drinking a Jaeger bombs, you need help, probably. 972, Bullet Rye and Disc Golf. Is that a good combo? Bullet Rye and Disc Golf.
Do what?
Oh, he said Bullet Rye and Disc Golf. And then the 817 is my boy Ty Bennett. What up, Ty? He said Ruppelment goes hard.
Yeah, no, we already said that.
And you go hard with it. It's a combo that's like it can end very badly.
Nobody's disputing how hard Rumpelman. In fact, we're commenting on the fact that it goes too hard and leaves a lot of people in its wake. Oh, here we go. Shout out to White Settlement from the 817. Brewer class of 2004, and I have a junior there at the moment.
Shout out.
There you go.
What to expect there? Can you give him a little Brewer insight, Kev?
Yeah.
What do you mean for what?
Just in general.
That was just so broad.
Just support. Just take it wherever you want.
Yeah.
Shout out Brewer.
What do they brew? It's a great day to be a Brewer bear. Isn't that one of the little things they say?
That's what
motto?
they say.
That's it.
No slogan, no teacher to get or
to get.
Okay.
Okay. We got some folks that are chiming in from the 469. I drink Keystone.